In her past life, she aided him in ascending to the throne, yet after his ascension, he chose to marry his half-sister as the imperial consort. The child of his half-sister required the heart's blood of a newborn as a medicinal catalyst, thus, he ordered her to be cut open to procure the heart's blood of her own infant. In her final moments, she discovered that the father of her child was, in fact, the ninth prince, the regent. Consumed by resentment, she met her demise, only to be reborn before her coming-of-age ceremony. In this life, she is determined to make the scoundrel and his White Lotus sister pay dearly for their transgressions. Seize the deposed empress and prepare to cut her open. Since she cannot bear a child herself, let us assist her. Do not let my son's medicinal catalyst be harmed, commanded the emperor. Lu Mingxis' face turned ashen. She could scarcely fathom that this man could be so cold-blooded as to demand such a horrific act, cutting her open to use her child's heart's blood as a remedy for Lu Yun'er's offspring. Overwhelmed and powerless, she could only curl protectively around her abdomen, attempting to evade the grasp of the palace matrons, and pleaded with Xianyuan He, "Your Majesty, I never pushed Lu Yun'er into the water. She leapt in of her own accord. Your Majesty, please believe me." Lu Yun'er, nestled in Xianyuan He's embrace, feigned innocence, saying, "Your Majesty, you must listen to what my sister claims." Xianyuan He retorted sharply, "Do not attempt to wriggle out of this. Yuna was with child at that time. If you had not pushed her, how could she have jumped? Would she risk her life and the life of our child to slander you? The esteemed imperial physician has already stated that only the heart's blood of a newborn can cure our son. Do not delay any longer." Lu Mingxis' complexion was ghastly. She was already in the throes of a difficult labor, and her strength had waned, leaving her utterly incapable of resistance. Soon, several burly matrons pinned her limbs firmly to the bed. Sueyu stood beside her, desperately attempting to shove the matrons away, while crying out, "You all step aside. Do not come near my lady. Begone." However, those robust matrons were far beyond the strength of a mere maidservant like Sueyu, who was swiftly kicked aside. Another matron, observing Xianyuan He's indifferent demeanor, nimbly dragged Sueyu away, forcefully pressing her head against a pillar, and sternly declared, "Is this something a lowly maid like you can obstruct at the emperor's behest?" Sueyu. Lu Mingxis' eyes widened in horror as she witnessed Qia's thrashing body suddenly go limp, collapsing to the ground in silence. Lu Mingxi trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks as she turned to Xianyuan He, who stood coldly beside Lu Yun'er, enveloping her in his embrace. Lu Yun'er, having recently given birth, appeared pale and frail, leaning against Xianyuan He while cradling a tiny swaddled infant. She feigned fear, burying her head in Xianyuan He's chest and murmuring, "Oh, your Majesty, is that maidservant dead?" Xianyuan He, with a gentle expression, reassured her, "Do not fear, Yun'er, for I am here. A mere maidservant, if she dies, so be it." A mere maidservant, that was someone who had accompanied her from the Lu family, stood by her side during her marriage, and had been with her for many years. Xianyuan He. Lu Mingxi cried out in despair, "If Lu Yun'er's child is to survive, must you sacrifice the heart's blood of your other child to save him? This is also your child. How could you harm him? How could you?" Before Xianyuan He could respond, his mother-in-law seized a sharp pair of scissors and cut open her abdomen. Ah! The excruciating pain of flesh being torn apart elicited a piercing scream from Lu Mingxi. She struggled with all her might, but her limbs were firmly restrained. Surrounded by the faces of those matrons, her vision blurred by tears, she could scarcely discern the figures of Xianyuan He and Lu Yun'er nestled together. In a voice strained to the brink, Lu Mingxi shouted, "Xianyuan He, do not forget your original vow, how you once spoke to me. You deceived me. You have been deceiving me all along. Your heart is so cruel. You would even harm your own flesh and blood. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Xianyuan He's expression darkened suddenly. "Vow? Are you referring to the repugnant words I spoke to gain your maternal grandfather's support? That was the source of his lifelong humiliation. How dare this woman bring up the past?" Coldly, Xianyuan He remarked, "Lu Mingxi, do you even take a moment to consider your appearance? Which man would pledge his eternal devotion to you? Were it not for your grandfather's immense power, do you truly believe I would spare you a second glance?" His gaze, filled with disdain, fixated upon Lu Mingxis' mutilated abdomen. "As for this child, he is not of my blood, merely a bastard. The only value he holds is in his heart's blood, which may serve to heal the child of Yun'er and me. Had it not been for your treachery in pushing Yun'er into the water, her child would not have been born with such deficiencies. This illegitimate offspring is merely a means for you to repay your debts." In truth, Lu Yun'er was not the one pushed into the water by Lu Mingxi, but in that moment, She was too overwhelmed to consider anything else, as if struck by lightning. What did you say? What do you mean? The child in my womb is not yours? Leaning against Xianyuan, Lu Yuner covered her mouth and chuckled delicately. Sister, how could the child in your womb belong to His Majesty? You have been lewdly cavorting in the imperial harem. Had it not been for His Majesty's consideration of your maternal family's contributions, you would have been cast aside long ago. You ought to be grateful to him. How could this be? How could this be? Lu Mingxi murmured, her eyes vacant with disbelief. Her abdomen was opened, the bloody child taken away, the umbilical cord severed. The midwives, who had restrained her limbs, collectively released her, cradling the child as they approached Xianyuan. Lu Mingxi struggled to extend her hand, desperate to reclaim her child. The baby, give it back to me. The infant's cries mingled with the heavy scent of blood. Her vision blurred, and she vaguely saw the midwives offering the child forward. Xianyuan did not take it, he merely glanced at it and coldly remarked, the physician stated that a bowl of heart's blood is needed for the medicine. Hurry and fetch it. Do not taint the blood. A bowl of blood. A bowl of blood. How much blood could a newborn possess? Lu Mingxi fought to rise, yearning to reclaim her child, but was firmly restrained by several matrons, preventing her from getting close. Suddenly, the anguished cries of the infant pierced her ears, sharp and relentless, as if stabbing at her very heart. It was her child who was crying. They were draining the blood from her little one. Lu Mingxi fell back onto the bed in despair, her eyes fixed on the tiny body being lifted to bleed, her voice hoarse as she uttered, "You shall meet a terrible fate. None of you shall escape unscathed. Even as a ghost, I will not spare you." Her eyes were nearly bloodshot, and if there were indeed ghosts in this world, she would undoubtedly transform into the most vengeful spirit. The infant's cries gradually faded away, leaving an eerie silence. Your Majesty, the young prince has ceased to breathe. Xianyuan glanced over, indifferent to the child's fate. Is there enough blood? The wet nurse immediately nodded. Yes, it is sufficient. Then that will suffice. What is a mere young prince, but an illegitimate child, to be cast alongside that maid's corpse into the mass grave beyond the palace? Your Majesty, what shall be done with the deposed empress? The man fell silent. Lu Yuner's gentle voice chimed in. Your Majesty, perhaps it would be best to send my sister to the dungeon? Her child belongs to the 9th prince before her demise. They should at least be allowed to meet. Xianyuan acquiesced to Lu Yuner's suggestion. Take the deposed empress to the dungeon. Lu Mingxi's body had become immobile, yet she could still hear the sounds around her. Her mind buzzed, consumed by Lu Yuner's recent words. Her child belongs to the 9th prince. The 9th prince. Regent Xianyuan Chern. It was he. Lu Mingxi felt herself being lifted from the bed, her consciousness fading as if departing from her very being. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself being carried by 2 eunuchs, en route to the dungeon. Meanwhile, her spirit floated outside her body, accompanying it on this grim journey. The dungeon was dim and damp. The lifeless form of Lu Mingxi was delivered to the innermost cell, where the jailer swung open the door, and the 2 young eunuchs unceremoniously tossed her body inside. Her abdomen, cruelly slashed, remained unstitched. The blood had nearly drained away, yet it had not completely congealed, leaving splatters upon the cold stone floor. In the corner of this cell sat a man, disheveled and clad in prison garb. Despite his tattered appearance, his elegance was undeniable. At the sound of the door, he lifted his gaze with an indifferent expression, which gradually cracked to reveal a profound sorrow. Rising, he gathered the woman's head into his arms, brushing aside the hair that obscured her face to reveal a countenance he knew all too well. The warmth was seeping away from this lifeless body. Xianyuan cradled the bloodied woman, as if attempting to transfer his own warmth to her, his voice hoarse. Xiaoxi, please wake up. Sleeping here will make you cold. Tears, as large as beans, fell upon the woman's visage. The regent, Xianyuan wept. Lu Mingxi, her spirit adrift nearby, watched this poignant scene in solemn silence. She had perished. Why then was the 9th prince so grief-stricken? Their acquaintance had been scant, limited to a few encounters during her time in seclusion, alongside Princess Anha. Subsequently, Princess Anha had been married off, and she, Lu Mingxi, had been betrothed to Xianyuan, leading to their infrequent meetings. Just as Lu Mingxi pondered this perplexity, a figure in resplendent yellow palace attire, Lu Yuner, approached leisurely. Lu Mingxi cast a cold glance at her. Lu Yuner, merely a commoner, had ascended to the status of a legitimate daughter after her mother's passing and her stepmother's elevation. Not long after Lu Mingxi became empress, Lu Yuner went into the palace as the imperial consort, enjoying the privileges akin to those of the empress. Indeed, she and Xian Yuan, he were a truly despicable pair. Lu Yuner addressed the guards around her. "You may withdraw, I wish to speak with the ninth imperial uncle." Once the guards had retreated, Lu Yuner looked upon the cell, where Xian Yuanshan clung to the corpse, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Has the ninth imperial uncle ever regretted rejecting Yunu? Had you consented to our union back then, you would not find yourself in this wretched prison, and perhaps my sister would not have met such a tragic end." Xian Yuanshan offered no response. Lu Yuner tightened her fists, her voice growing more aggressive. "At that time, Xian Yuan he threatened you, declaring that if you did not admit to treason, he would expose Lu Minx's scandalous conduct and the existence of her illegitimate child to the world. You, for her and her unborn child, have been imprisoned in this dungeon, transforming from the regent, second only to the emperor, into this wretched, half-dead specter. I refuse to believe you were unaware that Xian Yuan he would betray you. Knowing that his reign was secured meant your demise was imminent, yet you remained here in this filthy, stinking dungeon for her sake. What makes Lu Mingxi, that vile woman, worthy of such sacrifice from you? What right does she have?" Lu Yuner's sharp voice was grating and unpleasant, yet the harsh truth she spoke left Lu Mingxi, lingering nearby, momentarily stunned. 7 months ago, shortly after the imperial physician confirmed her pregnancy, news arrived of the treachery committed by the ninth prince, Xian Yuanshan, who conspired against the nation. From that moment onward, the regent, once second only to the emperor, was reduced to a mere prisoner. It is said that Xian Yuan he spared him from death, acknowledging the regent's years of service to both him and the late emperor, allowing him to languish in the dungeon for the rest of his days. Is this truly the reason? Was it all for her sake? Xian Yuanshan raised his gaze, his eyes bloodshot and icy with despair. "Leave," he commanded. Lu Yuner trembled with rage, her teeth clenched as she retorted, "Then hold her corpse and suffer in this sunless dungeon for eternity." Silence once again enveloped the dungeon, broken only by the faint moans of the prisoners and the lingering stench that pervaded the air. The man cradled the lifeless body of his beloved and murmured softly, "Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi. It must be so painful for you." Such a formidable man, yet his trembling hand hovered near her abdomen, yearning to draw closer, yet fearful of causing her pain. Looming, she felt a sudden warmth on her face, as if something had fallen upon her cheek. Looking down, she saw the tears of Xian Yuanshan cascading onto her corpse. Looming, she floated towards him, kneeling beside him, reaching out to wipe away his tears, but her hand merely passed through his body. "Enough, Xian Yuanshan, do not weep for me any longer." Looming, she lingered in the cell, quietly watching over him throughout the night. Xian Yuanshan held her lifeless form throughout the long, sorrowful hours. As dawn approached, Lu Minx's spirit began to wane. She leaned closer and whispered, "Xian Yuanshan, if there is a next life, I shall repay you." In this lifetime, she had been oblivious to treachery, misplaced her affections on the wrong individuals, and offered everything she had, only to receive betrayal in return, to the extent that she could not even protect her own child. If there is a next life, she vowed, she would certainly not repeat the same mistakes. Chapter 2 Rebirth. When Lu Mingxi opened her eyes once more, she was overwhelmed by a searing heat coursing through her body and a foggy mind. She felt utterly weak and listless. "The young lady has awakened. Quickly, summon the doctor and madam." A voice by the bedside exuded excitement. As Lu Mingxi gradually regained focus, she recognized the familiar face of Tsueyu. "Are you all right, Tsueyu?" she asked in astonishment. "You are the one in distress, young lady. What has happened to you? How do you feel now? Are you experiencing any discomfort? Thankfully, you were rescued in time. Otherwise, falling into the water in winter, even a moment longer, who knows what would have befallen you?" Tsueyu exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency, nearly on the verge of tears. "Winter? Falling into water?" Lu Mingxi furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing that Tsueyu appeared significantly younger. She surveyed her surroundings and noted that the room bore the resemblance of her chamber before marriage. Falling into water in winter? The only time she had experienced such a thing was when Lu Yuner had pushed her into the pond before she reached maturity. Had she truly returned to 5 years ago? Lu Mingxi could hardly believe it, fearing it was but a fleeting dream. She pinched her arm with fervor, the sharp pain eliciting tears. She couldn't help but chuckle. It was real. She had indeed returned to 5 years in the past. Tsueyu quickly grasped her mistress's arm, exclaiming, "You must be delirious from the fever." Why would you pinch yourself like that? Your arm is red. Oh, dear. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Lu Mingxi's mother rushed into the room, her skirt held up in haste, and grasped Lu Mingxi's hand, her voice filled with worry. Xier, you nearly frightened your mother to death. At last, you have awakened. Lu Mingxi felt a surge of emotion, her eyes reddening as she struggled to rise, but was gently restrained by Luo Wanwan. Do not move. You are still unwell. Just lie down and rest. Reluctantly, Lu Mingxi complied, her tear-filled eyes softly calling out, Mother. Luo Wanwan, with a hint of reproach, replied, You still remember to call for me? You have been in a deep slumber for an entire day and night. I was nearly frightened to death by your condition. Why, in the depths of winter, did you venture to the pond without taking care? You fell into the water. Once you recover, you must promise not to go near the pond again. Do you understand? Lu Mingxi blinked. The joy of being reunited with her loved ones momentarily subdued by the memory of Lu Yuner. It was clear to her that Lu Yuner had pushed her into the pond. However, Lu Yuner had always been adept at feigning innocence and weakness in public. In the past, Lu Mingxi could hardly contend with her, but now, she was resolute in seeking retribution for the blood that had been spilled. As thoughts of the child surged within her, so too did the tide of resentment. She grasped her mother's hand, her voice still hoarse from the fever, and said with a sense of injustice, Mother, it was not my carelessness. Someone pushed me. I was sitting peacefully by the pond with Sister Yuner when, upon turning my head, hands from behind thrust me into the water. As she counted the people near the pond, it became evident that only a few were present, who could have been the one to push Lu Mingxi. Luo Wanwan's expression darkened with anger. How dare anyone harm my daughter? Which audacious wretch would dare? My dear, did you see clearly who it was that pushed you? Tell me, and I shall seek justice for you. I will not allow you to suffer such indignity. Lu Mingxi clutched the blanket tightly, gritting her teeth as she softly murmured, Mother, who else was sitting beside me? The servant stood by, yet in the mere act of turning one's head, who could possibly have pushed me into the water so swiftly? Who, if not Lu Yuner? Luo Wanwan was momentarily taken aback, her grip on her daughter's hand tightening, her brow furrowing in concern. Xier, do you truly believe it was your sister who pushed you? Despite being a concubine's daughter, Lu Yuner had always maintained a good relationship with Xier. It seemed implausible that she would push her into the water without cause. Lu Mingxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded. Mother, do you not trust me? In retrospect, her mother possessed a certain innocence, unlike the cunning women of the grand households. Had it not been so, she would not have been raised to be so naive and easily deceived, ultimately leading to her heart being ensnared by Xianyuan He. The mere thought of Xianyuan He filled Lu Mingxi with revulsion. How could Luo Wanwan doubt her own daughter? Upon seeing Lu Mingxi's pale visage and reddened eyes, her heart ached deeply. She gently patted Lu Mingxi's back, softly reassuring her, You are my daughter, of course. I believe you. Lu Yuner, being a concubine's daughter, was under her jurisdiction, yet she could not administer harsh punishment without risking the reputation of being a cruel stepmother. After a moment's contemplation, she summoned Lu Yuner and turned to inquire of Cueyu, Where were you when the eldest miss encountered this mishap? Cueyu, being Lu Mingxi's personal maid, was expected to be by her side, safeguarding her. How could she have allowed her to fall into the water? Cueyu, in a state of panic, lifted her gaze only to meet Lu Mingxi's eyes. For reasons unknown, her eyes exuded an extraordinary calmness, which in turn soothed Cueyu, prompting her to kneel and respond to Lady Luo Wanquan, Esteemed Madam. When the second miss invited the eldest miss to stroll by the lake, she inadvertently dropped the young lady's cloak onto the ground. Considering the chill in the air and the biting wind by the lake, I hastily returned to fetch a new cloak for the young lady. Alas, upon my return, the young lady had already fallen into the water. It is my negligence in attending to her that warrants your reprimand. Luo Wanquan, being a woman of understanding, particularly since Suyu was a maidservant close to her own daughter, sighed in response. Very well, I shall not hold this against you, but do ensure that you take good care of Xia henceforth and avoid such mishaps in the future. Suyu repeatedly acquiesced. Rise, commanded Luo Wanquan. Then turning, she gently brushed aside the strands of hair from Lu Mingxi's ear, offering comfort. Xia, rest assured. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Such malicious tactics against a legitimate sister must be met with stringent punishment, lest chaos ensue within this household. Before Lu Yuner arrived, the physician they had summoned earlier arrived, carrying a medicinal chest. Lu Mingxi had fallen into the water and had been unconscious for a day and a night. Although a doctor had already been consulted, she had yet to regain consciousness and could hardly ingest any medicine. Now that she had awakened, it was imperative for the physician to examine her anew and prescribe fresh medicine. The doctor, a renowned physician from the capital, though not as skilled as the court physicians, possessed considerable expertise. After taking Lu Mingxi's pulse for a moment, he candidly stated, "The young lady has suffered from wind chill. Proper care and rest are essential, and there is no grave concern. However, in the short term, she must avoid further exposure to the cold and adhere to her medication schedule." The physician was engaged in conversation when a maid hurriedly announced, "Madam, the second young lady has arrived." When I went to invite her, Aunt Chin was also present and followed her here. Before entering the room, they heard Aunt Chin's plaintive voice, "Where is the eldest young lady?
Let me see how she is."
How could she have fallen into the water? Is she awake now? The second young lady had returned home yesterday, shaken to her core. And even in her sleep, she was haunted by nightmares, fretting over the eldest young lady's misfortune. Her gaze swept across the room, noticing not only Luo Wanyuan, but also the physician present. A screen and a bed curtain obscured the bed of Lu Mingxi, leaving her uncertain whether she was awake or not. Lu Mingxi lay back on her bed, catching a glimpse of a familiar silhouette through the screen and the curtains. Beside the beautiful woman stood a delicate young lady, her features soft and her brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of worry, resembling a fragile beauty that seemed as if she could be harmed by the slightest touch. This face, this demeanor, caused Lu Mingxi's eyes to redden, compelling her to lean against the hanging bed curtains to conceal her emotional turmoil.
Liu Yuner.
This was the first time she had laid eyes on Liu Yuner since her rebirth. In this life, she would not allow herself to be toyed with by Liu Yuner and Xian Yuan he as she had been before. Lu Mingxi leaned against her pillow, striving to suppress the impulse to rush down and tear apart Liu Yuner's innocent facade. She tightly closed her eyes, working diligently to calm her anger and hatred. In the depths of her heart, Luo Wangquan was already seething with anger due to matters concerning Lu Mingxi. Upon hearing the mournful wails of Aunt Chin, her fury surged to unprecedented heights, and she coldly reprimanded, "How dare you create such a ruckus before even entering the hall? Whom are you weeping for? Kneel at once." Aunt Chin, still clinging to her tears, had hoped to maneuver Luo Wangquan into a position of embarrassment, but she did not anticipate Luo Wanquan's resolute stance. Casting a glance at Liu Yuner, the mother and daughter knelt in trepidation. Liu Yuner, with her voice softened and eyes wide with innocence and grievance, gazed up at Luo Wangquan, saying, "Mother, I do not understand what wrongs Yuner and Anne have committed." Her delicate face bore the traces of tears, rendering her utterly pitiful. Liu Yuner was endowed with striking beauty. Though still young, her potential as a stunning maiden was unmistakable. Lu Mingxi recalled that soon, during the grand performance at the princess's birthday banquet, Liu Yuner would rise to fame as the most renowned beauty in the realm. It was also this exquisite visage that caused Xian Yuan he to cherish her dearly while casting Lu Mingxi aside as if she were worthless. Aunt Chin feigned confusion. "Indeed, madam, if I have erred in any way, please enlighten me. But what could the second miss have possibly done wrong? Surely you are aware of her character? She has grown under your very eyes, always gentle and kind, ever so understanding. Please do not let my mistakes bring harm to the second miss. Madam, although the second miss emerged from my womb, she is still your daughter and the Lord's biological child. For the sake of the Lord, I implore you not to hold her accountable. Should there be any transgressions, let me bear the burden alone." Lu Mingxi listened intently to Aunt Chin's words from within the bed curtains, her fingers tightly gripping the quilt. The words sounded all too familiar. Lu Mingxi gritted her teeth, recalling how Aunt Chin had previously elevated her mother, each phrase implying her mother's high status, suggesting that she was above petty grievances. Yet, in reality, it was mere trifles that had already positioned her mother as a victim of the malicious matriarch, who deliberately suppressed the concubines and branded the illegitimate daughters with blame. With such a mother, it was no wonder that Liu Yuno mirrored her actions, mastering her mother's tactics to perfection, even surpassing her in cunning. Lu Mingxi clenched her hands anxiously, eager to discover how her mother would respond. If her mother intended to let this slip away lightly due to Aunt Chin's few words, then she would have to fend for herself in the future. Luo Wangquan instructed the maid to escort the doctor out first. Aunt Chin knelt on the ground, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Wanquan's expression. Although Luo Wanquan was the mistress of the household, she possessed a gentle temperament and a kind heart. She rarely pursued minor errors committed by the servants, as long as they were not grave misdeeds. This leniency extended even more towards the concubines and the illegitimate children. Given that Lu Yuner had cultivated a close friendship with Lu Mingxi, Luo Wanquan had never lost her temper with Aunt Qin, treating any mistakes with a light hand. It was likely that she would shoulder the blame herself, and with the mention of the master, Luo Wanquan would undoubtedly find it difficult to maintain her dignity and refrain from pursuing the matter further. Have I permitted you to speak? When the master speaks, where is there room for you, a mere concubine, to interject? Unexpectedly, Luo Wanquan's cold voice cut through the air, silencing her. Aunt Qin's mouth fell open in astonishment, the latter part of her unfinished sentence swallowed in silence. Lu Mingxi released her grip and reclined comfortably on the bed. Fortunately, her mother had not overlooked their plight this time. Lu Mingxi couldn't help but ponder. Had she been able to reveal to her mother the identity of the one who had cast her into the water in her previous life? Would her mother have exhibited the same resolute demeanor today, asserting her authority to protect her? Luo Wanquan's gaze was sharp and penetrating as she observed her daughter's reddened eyes and pale countenance, her voice laced with a hint of anger. "Yunu, mother inquires of you. You must respond truthfully. Did you indeed push your sister into the water?" Lu Yuner clutched her handkerchief, astonished and covering her lips in disbelief at Luo Wanquan's suspicion. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she shook her head, sobbing like a rain-soaked pear blossom. "Mother, I did not. Why would you think such a thing of me? Have I done something wrong? I have never harbored any ill will towards my sister, much less contemplated pushing her into the water. She treats me as a true sister, with the same love as a mother. How could I possibly wish her harm? I am wronged." Upon witnessing her daughter's tearful state, Luo Wanquan would have softened her heart in the past, yet she was resolute in her belief that her daughter would never lie. Luo Wanquan's heart hardened once again. "Humph. Do not feign innocence here. Do you think I summoned you for no reason? I initially intended to spare you some embarrassment, but since Aunt Qin insisted on accompanying, we shall proceed as you both desire. Let me inform you that your sister has awoken. Upon regaining consciousness, she revealed to me that she had been pushed into the lake. Who was by her side at that moment? Who else could have taken such action aside from you?" Luo Wanquan raised her hand and forcefully struck the sandalwood table beside her, the dull thud resonating heavily in the air, causing hearts to involuntarily flutter. Lu Yuner, startled, trembled and tightened her grip on the handkerchief, her fingertips digging into her palm, bringing forth genuine tears as she bent over quietly, unable to meet Luo Wanquan's gaze. Yet, as she lowered her head, her eyes betrayed a tempest of indignation and fury. That wretched Lu Mingxi. How foolish it was for her to expend so much effort daily to curry favor, only to betray their past camaraderie in such a moment of urgency. Hastily divulging this matter to Luo Wanquan without a shred of loyalty. Clearly, when she had pushed Lu Mingxi, there were still several of her maidservants nearby, and at that moment, Lu Mingxi had not even turned around to see her. How could she be so certain it was her who had acted? Chapter 3. Severing the arms of Lu Yuner, emboldened by her sense of invulnerability, had harbored the notion that she could easily deceive Lu Mingxi. She had initially intended to privately apologize to Lu Mingxi upon her awakening, fabricating a story that a servant had inadvertently caused her fall. After all, Lu Mingxi, much like her own mother, was rather gullible. She believed that a few kind words and a display of feigned fear of punishment would lead Lu Mingxi to claim that she had merely slipped into the water by accident. Indeed, it was possible that no explanation would be required, as Lu Mingxi might even conceal the truth on her behalf. However, fate had taken an unexpected turn. Not only had Lu Mingxi's complaint disrupted her plans, but Luo Wanquan had also gone seemingly mad, daring to summon the servants to the courtyard to hold her accountable in front of so many witnesses. Did she not fear the gossip that would tarnish her reputation? While her heart seethed with resentment, Lu Yunyu outwardly wept in a pitiful and innocent manner, exclaiming, "Mother, I truly had no knowledge of this. You must believe me." She cast her gaze toward the bed, shrouded by the curtains, where silence reigned, devoid of any sound. Contemplating Luo Wanquan's earlier remarks, Lu Yuner realized that Lu Mingxi, the wretched girl, was indeed awake yet hiding beneath the covers, refusing to show herself. What pretense of weakness was this? Lu Yuner raised her voice, directed toward Lu Mingxi's concealed form. "Sister, are you awake? Do you truly suspect that I pushed you into the water? I would never do such a thing. You have always treated me with kindness, and I hold that in my heart. How could I commit such a heinous act that would endanger your life? After wiping away her tears, she even defended Lu Mingxi, saying, Sister, I understand that you had no choice but to suspect Yun'er since only she and the maid were with you at that moment. Yun'er bears you no ill will. But you must trust her. I assure you, I did not commit this act. When I was sitting with my sister, admiring the scenery on the lake, I had not even turned my head when I heard the sound of her falling into the water. I was the first to call for help after witnessing her plunge in. The servants and maids in our household are well aware that it was Yun'er who summoned them to rescue my sister. How could it possibly be Yun'er who pushed her in? Lu Yun'er expressed her feelings with sincerity, tears staining her delicate face, evoking deep sympathy. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxi, who was secretly observing from her bed, disdainfully cast her a sidelong glance, thinking to herself how she feigned pity. Had it not been for Lu Yun'er's inadvertent boasting during her visit to the palace in a past life, she would have believed it was one of her own maids who had pushed her, who would have thought that it was Lu Yun'er herself who acted. At this moment, Aunt Qin opportunely chimed in. Indeed, if the second miss truly intended to harm the eldest miss, why would she bother to call for help? Wouldn't that be an unnecessary endeavor? This scene caused Luo Wanyuan to waver slightly, finding some merit in their reasoning. If Lu Yun'er genuinely wished to harm her daughter, wouldn't it have been more prudent to delay calling for help until later? Lu Mingxi sensed her mother's silence and began to cough. Cough, 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 cough. Cough, 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 cough. Her fit of coughing was severe, giving the impression that she could not cease. To an uninformed observer, it might appear as though she were gravely ill. Qin Yinyang paused, wondering if Lu Mingxi was truly awake. Why had she remained silent? Luo Wanyan's nearly wavering gaze hardened again upon hearing Lu Mingxi's cough, her anger flaring anew. Her daughter was still unwell, having been in a coma for a day and a night before finally waking, and yet this mother and daughter were putting on a facade of frailty before her. No matter how much Lu Yun'er wept, could she evoke the same pity as her own daughter? What kind of theatrics were these two performing in her presence? Was it mere coincidence that so many unlikely events unfolded simultaneously? Coincidentally, Lu Yun'er had invited Sheer to the waterside, coincidentally dropped her cloak, distracted Sheer's personal maid, and then, as Sheer turned, she fell into the water, while Lu Yun'er just happened to turn at that moment and saw nothing. Were they attempting to fool her as if she were a fool? Luo Wanyan scoffed. How fortuitous indeed that so many coincidences aligned perfectly for them. Qin Yinyang realized that Luo Wanyan was not easily deceived this time. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly pointed at a large maid beside Lu Yun'er. Liu Xiang. You are the eldest Mrs. Maid, always at her side. If the second miss turned and saw nothing, how is it that you saw nothing as well? Speak the truth. Her gaze upon Liu Xiang was fierce, laden with unspoken threats. Lu Xiang's complexion turned pale in an instant, her body trembling as she knelt beside Lu Yun'er, bowing her head even lower. Madam, it is entirely my fault. I inadvertently pushed the young lady into the water. I did not intend to harm the young lady. It was merely a misstep as I stumbled over a stone and fell against her. She could sense a piercing gaze, sharp as a knife, resting upon her back. She understood all too well that such a grave transgression, causing the legitimate young lady to fall into the water, warranted severe punishment, even if committed by a concubine or a young lady herself. How much more so for a mere servant like her? Yet, with her family's bond of servitude held in the hands of Madame Qin, if she did not bear this blame on behalf of the second young lady, the consequences would be dire. Tears streamed down Lu Xiang's face as her voice trembled. It is all my fault. I beg Madame to punish me. I was blinded by fear of retribution and did not dare admit my mistake, wishing to shield the second young lady from blame. This matter has nothing to do with her. She has done nothing wrong. I implore Madame to see clearly. She knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her forehead until it drew blood. Madame Qin immediately scolded Lu Xiang. You wretched girl. How could you possess such a cruel heart? The second young lady has never treated you poorly, providing for your needs and allowing you to serve as her personal maid, yet this is how you repay her. What if Madame is led to wrongfully accuse the second young lady? If word spreads that Madame has been negligent and unjustly tarnished the young lady's reputation, can you bear such a weighty sin? Though the reprimand was directed at Lu Xiang, it felt as if it were a veiled criticism of another. Lu Xiang continued to bow her head fervently. It is my fault, entirely my fault. I beg the second young lady to punish me and implore Madame to see the truth. tears and blood smeared across her face presented a scene of utter desolation. Yet, Lu Mingxi remained unmoved. The agony she endured upon her own death and the demise of her child far surpassed this anguish. Lu Xiang was Lu Yunu's trusted aide, complicit in numerous misdeeds, and the number of betrayals she orchestrated against her was likely incalculable. Lu Mingxi harbored an intense desire to see her perish instantly. However, at this moment, she found it difficult to swallow her indignation. To her astonishment, Qin Yinyang had so effortlessly cast Lu Yunu's future confidant aside, making her the scapegoat for Lu Yunu's sins. Consequently, both she and her mother could no longer pursue the matter against Lu Yun'er and Qin Yinyang, and were left to dismiss Lu Xiang with little more than a cursory resolution. Luo Wenyuan frowned, unable to bear the sight of Lu Xiang's bloodied visage. She was well aware of the underlying machinations, yet she had no choice but to suppress her grievances. Coldly, she proclaimed, "Since this is the case, you are of no further use to me. You are provided for within this household, yet you dare to betray even the young ladies of the estate. Such a treacherous servant is better off far from the Lu family. Someone, take her away, give her 30 lashes, and instruct the steward to sell her off." A young maid stepped outside to summon help, and soon 2 stout matrons entered, seizing Lu Xiang by the arms and dragging her away, heedless of her cries. One of the matrons, displaying shrewdness, swiftly snatched the handkerchief from Lu Xiang's grasp, covering her mouth to stifle her wails, lest they disturb the young mistress, who lay ill within. Outside, the sound of the board striking lingered, each thud resonating with a sorrowful echo. It seemed that something was lodged in Lu Xiang's mouth, forcing her to emit only muffled groans of agony, inaudible to those within the room. However, as the relentless sound of the board continued to fall, Lu Yun'er, kneeling on the ground, trembled uncontrollably. Qin Yinyang cautiously revealed a faint smile, glancing at Luo Wenwan. "Madam, since it has been established that the second miss is innocent, perhaps we should allow her to rise? Her constitution is frail, and prolonged kneeling may be detrimental to her health. You have always been compassionate. Surely, you would not hold the second miss accountable any longer." Luo Wenwan, still seething with indignation, unable to punish the true culprit who had wronged her daughter, found Qin Yinyang increasingly irksome. Upon hearing Qin Yinyang's remarks, she coldly retorted, "Lu Xiang is her chief maid. Such an incident reflects her inadequate supervision. If her most trusted servant can betray her so readily, how can she be expected to manage her subordinates effectively? If this is the standard of discipline, then surely every servant would feel emboldened to usurp their master's authority. As her aunt, you ought to guide her properly, yet here you are, shielding her. What is your true intent? Do you wish for my daughter to be ridiculed when she marries and is unable to manage even her own maidservants? The second Mrs. failure to govern her servants warrants a punishment of 6 months' allowance, along with the task of transcribing the Book of Women 10 times. Have the maidservants bring it to me tomorrow. I shall inspect it personally. Lu Xiang must face consequences, and Lu Yun'er cannot escape lightly either." Lu Yun'er could hardly maintain her composure. 6 months' worth of allowance. She possessed little in the way of monthly allowances, and should she incur an additional penalty for 6 months, how would she manage to endure the subsequent half-year? Lu Yun'er nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. It was inconceivable for her to venture out without acquiring new garments and adornments for half a year. She would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among other esteemed young ladies. Moreover, she had to bestow gratuities upon the servants. Without sufficient funds to secure their loyalty, how could she command their obedience and win their favor? Would she then be relegated to a state of subservience? And to transcribe the lessons for women 10 times. It was required by tomorrow, and the afternoon was already waning. Although the text was not lengthy, the task of copying it 10 times would surely force her into a sleepless night. Presently, Luo Wenwan's demeanor was frigid, leaving no room for dissent. Aunt Qin had not anticipated that Luo Wenwan would unleash such fury. She had initially believed that merely dismissing Lu Yun'er would suffice. Yet it resulted in Lu Yun'er being penalized as well. Luo Wenwan softened her expression. "Enough, rise. Do not remain kneeling. Return and diligently transcribe the lessons for women and reflect upon your actions." As she spoke, she cast a glance at Aunt Qin. "If you cannot properly guide your daughter, it would be prudent to refrain from lingering around the second young lady. As an aunt, you risk leading her astray." Observing the striking similarities in mannerisms between the mother and daughter, Luo Wenwan felt an increasing pang of sorrow for her own child. Had she known that Lu Yun'er was of such character, she would have never allowed her daughter to associate with her. Were it not for Lu Mingxi, Luo Wanwan would not have treated Lu Yun'er as if she were her own daughter. In a household filled with numerous illegitimate sons and daughters, Lu Yun'er held a slightly elevated status among the other illegitimate daughters. It was only now that she realized she had raised a thankless wretch. Aunt Jean felt a profound discomfort, as if a weight had lodged in her chest, stifled by a single remark from Luo Wanwan. She could only lower her head, murmuring, "Madam speaks wisely." Supporting Lu Yun'er, the mother and daughter slowly departed. Lu Yun'er slightly bowed, her voice tinged with an undertone of tears. "Thank you, mother. I shall take my leave now." With a pallid countenance, she exited alongside Aunt Jean. Once they stepped beyond the courtyard and found themselves alone, their expressions transformed. Lu Yun'er's face clouded with anger. Lu Mingxi truly awakens early. I wonder how that frigid water didn't drown her? Aunt Jean's expression darkened as well. Though she possessed a beautiful visage, it now bore a hint of ferocity. With Liu Xiang sold off, and you penalized with a deduction from your monthly allowance for half a year, your resources will inevitably dwindle. Will the household servants still heed your commands? In the days to come, I shall allocate half of my monthly allowance to you. Her own allowance was meager, yet she could only temporarily share half with Lu Yun'er, supplemented by some unused jewelry and long-standing savings. Upon hearing Aunt Jean's intention to share her allowance, Lu Yun'er gritted her teeth and strode towards her quarters. "Aunt, do not fret. I shall devise a way to deal with that wretched Lu Mingxi." After the mother and daughter departed, Lu Mingxi felt an immediate release of tension. She gazed at the swaying tassels at the side of her bed, recalling Liu Xiang, who had been of considerable assistance to Lu Yun'er. After all, Lu Yun'er was a young lady, often hindered in her endeavors, relying on Liu Xiang for many tasks. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Liu Xiang was her right hand and left arm. Although I have not yet dealt with Lu Yun'er, eliminating one of her future right-hand aides in one fell swoop is not without its rewards. However, this is merely the first step. Lu Yun'er owes her an immeasurable debt, and she intends to reclaim it bit by bit. Chapter 4. A return of favor. Luo Wanwan rose from her position and returned to the bedside, gently lifting the bed curtain to gaze upon her daughter, who lay pale upon the mattress. With a soft sigh, she took Lu Mingxi's hand and advised, "My dear, I have often refrained from discussing such matters with you, believing you to be too young. However, upon reflection, it will not be long before you approach the age of maturity." Luo Wanwan observed the dark blemishes on Lu Mingxi's face. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Lu Mingxi possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, with delicate features, bright eyes, and a finely shaped nose, a true beauty. Yet, the myriad of dark spots marred her complexion, rendering her beauty almost unrecognizable at first glance. All that would capture one's attention were the unsightly marks covering her face, obscuring the inherent grace of her features. Luo Wanwan felt a pang of sorrow, her eyes welling with tears. "My dear, you are destined to become the matriarch of a household. Even if you have no inclination for conflict, it is imperative that you learn to discern the hearts of others." Today, although Lu Yun'er and concubine Qin's actions were orchestrated by Lu Xiang, there are indeed ulterior motives at play. Do not be overly naive and take their words at face value. In the past, Lu Mingxi had maintained a neutral relationship with her half-siblings, but her bond with Lu Yun'er was particularly close. It was possible that Lu Yun'er's words could lead her to novelly believe in the deceptive narrative spun by their mother-daughter duo, leading her to rekindle their friendship. It was crucial to caution her to keep a safe distance from Lu Yun'er. Lu Mingxi responded softly, "I understand, mother." Her voice, though hoarse, retained the unique timbre of youth. Luo Wanwan sighed, expressing her reluctance to impose restrictions on her daughter's friendships. However, she felt compelled to caution against Lu Yun'er and Qin Yinyang, who evidently harbored no genuine affection for her. If you continue to associate with them, you shall only become a pawn in their schemes. You must exercise caution and maintain a distance from Lu Yun'er, should you desire companionship. There are other sisters within the estate, as well as young ladies outside. I shall ensure you have ample opportunities to socialize. Though Luo Wanchuan's words were laden with concern, she feared that Lu Mingxi might perceive her as overly controlling, leading to a rift between them. As the mother of several sons and but one cherished daughter, she had always doted on her, yielding to her every wish. Lu Mingxi, well aware of her mother's intentions, gently interjected, "Mother, I understand. You need not worry. I recall precisely where the fragrance lingers. How could it be attributed to me?" Alas, aside from herself, there was no other witness to the incident, and as the matriarch, Luo Wangquan could not act solely on Lu Mingxi's testimony against Lu Yuna, lest it be perceived as an abuse of power or favoritism. She attempted to rise. But Luo Wangquan held her down gently by the corner of her quilt. Rest assured and remain lying down. Convey anything you wish to say to me. Lu Mingxi, still ailing, bore a pallid complexion, tinged with an unusual flush. She had only just begun to recover from a high fever and was too weak to endure any exertion. With no choice but to comply, she lay obediently upon the bed and whispered to her mother, "I once regarded her sincerely, treating her as my own sister, protecting her in every matter. Within this household, no one dared to wrong her because of me. Yet at this moment, she seeks to rise above me, casting aside my goodwill as if it were worthless. I am no fool. I reciprocate the treatment I receive. If she desires not to be my sister, then I shall grant her that wish." She is confiding in Luo Wanwan, ensuring that Luo Wanwan will feel at ease with her in the future, no longer needing to tread lightly around the matters of the inner residence. Not only will she refrain from being cautious, but she will also personally eliminate the malignant presence of Lu Yuner. Luo Wanwan gazed at Lu Mingxi, taken aback. She had not anticipated that Lu Mingxi could articulate such sentiments. Once a daughter meticulously sheltered from the shadows of the inner residence, she has now matured and become aware of many truths. Luo Wanwan's heart was a tumult of emotions, ultimately transforming into relief as she tucked Lu Mingxi's hand, which lay outside the blanket, back inside, gently patting her and soothingly murmuring, "Since my dear Mingxi understands, that is truly splendid. However, there is one matter I must remind you of. In a few days, it will be your maternal grandmother's 50th birthday. Though you are currently unwell, it would be inappropriate to miss this occasion. Your grandmother holds a deep affection for you, and on such a significant day, your absence would surely wound her heart. Therefore, you must take care of yourself in the coming days and recover fully, understood?" Luo Wanwan, being the cherished daughter of the old matriarch, naturally extends her love to Lu Mingxi as well. However, relationships must be nurtured. The old matriarch's legitimate grandchildren are all endearing in their own right. If Lu Mingxi does not seize the old matriarch's affection, she risks losing it to others. Upon hearing this, Lu Mingxi softly replied with an M. Her grandfather and grandmother were her greatest support, and they were also the reason behind Xianyuan He's deception.
Now,
She would cherish her grandmother's affection and would not allow that scoundrel Xianyuan He to prevail. Luo Wanquan sighed with relief. It was inappropriate to linger any longer. She instructed Sueyu and the maidservants to take good care of Lu Mingxi before leaving the courtyard. Sueyu, observing her mistress's pale complexion, recalled that Lu Mingxi had not eaten a morsel for an entire day and night. "Mistress, would you like to have some porridge? You haven't eaten in a long while. Perhaps some porridge would help you rest better?" Lu Mingxi felt utterly drained, yet she yearned to recover swiftly. Lying in bed, she worried about what mischief Lu Yuner might conjure during her moment of weakness. Sueyu, filled with delight, promptly dispatched someone to warm the porridge that had been prepared in advance. Since Lu Mingxi had awakened, the small kitchen had been diligently at work. The household meals were generally prepared in the main kitchen, but only the mistress and her ladyship had access to the small kitchen, ensuring that food was always available. Sueyu cheerfully assisted Lu Mingxi to sit up, placing 2 soft pillows behind her for support. She then took the bowl from the little maidservant, intending to feed Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi smiled faintly and took the bowl from Sueyu's hands. "I shall manage on my own. Sueyu, you may tend to the medicine for me." Sueyu was the most loyal maidservant by her side, and the only one she trusted wholeheartedly. Sueyu gazed into her mistress's serene eyes and nodded in agreement. "Then, mistress, please finish your porridge. I will quickly return after preparing the medicine." She summoned a young maid to attentively care for Lu Mingxi by her bedside while she herself went to the small kitchen to monitor the simmering pot. Lu Mingxi could hardly eat, forcing herself to finish just over half a bowl before having it taken away. At that moment, Sueyu entered with the medicine. She drank it down, feeling increasingly fatigued, the heaviness overwhelming her. She lay back on the bedding, succumbing to a deep slumber. Lu Mingxi slept soundly, the potency of the medicine coursing through her body, causing her to sweat and dispelling the chill. However, her dreams were troubled, haunted by recollections of her past life. She saw the cold gaze of Xianyuan He as he ordered bloodletting for her child, and the tear that Xianyuan Chen shed upon her face. These images intertwining relentlessly in her dreams. While Lu Mingxi struggled in her restless sleep, on the other side, Lu Yuner was wide awake, agitated. She commanded her newly arrived senior maid to light another lamp. How can I see clearly and transcribe with such dim light? If I fail to finish by tomorrow, will you plead my case to mother? The maid quietly acknowledged her fault, hurriedly turning to fetch 2 more lamps for Lu Mingxi. The flickering candlelight and the scent of wax caused Lu Yun'er to frown in irritation. Her frustration grew. The female precepts required 10 copies to be submitted by morning. Truly a harsh demand. Yet, she could not take shortcuts. It had to be neat and meticulously done. As the night wore on, Lu Yun'er felt her eyelids growing heavy, yet she clutched the pen, her wrist stiffening and aching, wishing she could cast the paper and pen aside. The following day, when Lu Mingxi awoke, her body felt considerably lighter, no longer burdened by the drowsiness of the previous day. For 2 consecutive days, she slept excessively and awoke quite early. Sueyu initially urged her to rest a little longer, but Lu Mingxi shook her head and said, "Fetch me a basin of water. I wish to cleanse my face. Sueyu, assist me in preparing my garments. Today is the 15th. I must pay my respects to grandmother." The affection of her maternal grandmother was something to be cherished, and she could not neglect her paternal grandmother either. Although her maternal grandfather's family was her greatest support, within the Lu household, her grandmother held the utmost significance, as she was the true authority. As the daughter of the Lu family, the first favor she sought was that of her grandmother. She lifted the warm water from the basin, washed her face, and then sat at her vanity, while Sueyu styled her hair. Lu Mingxi gazed into the bronze mirror at her reflection. Her fair skin bore conspicuous blemishes that were so stark they appeared almost frightening. Not a trace of beauty was discernible. She could only be described as utterly unremarkable. It was this very visage that repulsed Xian Yuanhe. His disdain for her was so profound that he was unwilling to consummate their marriage, even going so far as to falsely claim impotence prior to leveraging her maternal lineage to ascend the throne. In retrospect, the absurdity of it all was laughable. Impotence is a profound humiliation for any man. At that time, Lu Mingxi believed that as long as Xian Yuanhe genuinely cared for her, his inability would not matter. They could always adopt a child later. Yet, Xian Yuanhe had long entangled himself with Lu Yun'er, and upon ascending the throne, the man who had once claimed impotence immediately welcomed Lu Yun'er into the palace. The most ridiculous part, however, was her own naivety. Clearly aware that Xian Yuanhe's claim of impotence was merely self-deception, she still devoted herself to pleasing him, harboring hopes that he might one day visit her palace. A display of utter humility and degradation. Who could have foreseen that even the child she bore was not Xian Yuanhe's? Her first night was surrendered by her own husband to another, all to scheme against Xian Yuanchen and bring him down. Lu Mingxi could not help but clench her fist, the hairpin in her palm piercing her skin and drawing forth a trickle of crimson blood. Sueyu gasped in alarm. "Miss, please release your grip. How could you allow yourself to bleed so carelessly?" The young lady seemed so distracted. Was she still contemplating yesterday's affair with the second miss? Yet it was understandable, given their previously amicable relationship. Despite appearing to share such a close bond, the second miss had turned against her, seeking to harm her in secret. Who could accept such treachery immediately? She gently wiped away the blood and applied medicine to Lu Mingxi's palm. Lu Mingxi shook her head. "It's nothing, just a minor wound. Hurry and style my hair. I must pay my respects to grandmother soon, and I cannot afford to be late." Her gaze shifted from her own reflection, and a faint smile gradually tugged at her lips. Perhaps it was a blessing in disguise? That beast Xian Yuan, he had not touched her. Otherwise, the mere thought of having been intimate with him would be utterly repulsive. In a few days, it would be her grandmother's 50th birthday, and Xian Yuan he would undoubtedly attend. He was keenly interested in the power wielded by her grandfather and grandmother. Gaining their support was essential for him to ascend to the throne. Similarly, if this support were to be garnered by another prince, it would become exceedingly difficult for Xian Yuan he to attain the throne. In such a crucial moment, he would undoubtedly not be absent. In her previous life, during her grandmother's 50th birthday celebration, Xian Yuan he frequently endeavored to curry favor with her. Reflecting upon it now, it is evident that he had begun to plot against her long ago. This time, she will certainly repay Xian Yuan he's machinations in kind. Does he not regard Lu Yun'er as his most cherished one? If that is the case, then let him not involve himself with her in this lifetime. She can assist Xian Yuan he in uniting with his beloved. Yet, one cannot help but wonder whether Xian Yuan he, having with the illegitimate Lu Yun'er, possesses the capability to ascend to the throne. Chapter 5. The status of legitimate births. Ultimately, Those born of legitimate descent hold a place above those of illegitimate birth. However, it is likely that Xian Yuanchen will attend, is it not? In her previous life, she failed to notice Xian Yuanchen during her grandmother's 50th birthday celebration. Yet, given that her grandparents had once followed the late emperor to establish their rule, nearly being conferred as lords of a different surname, their status was unparalleled among other high-ranking officials. Out of both sentiment and reason, the regent should certainly pay his respects. In a moment of complexity, Lu Mingxi's gaze wandered. She felt immense gratitude towards Xian Yuanchen, yet also profound guilt. Had it not been for her, Xian Yuanchen, a man of such power, would not have fallen victim to Xian Yuanhe's schemes, rendered a prisoner at the mercy of others. However, considering Xian Yuanchen's feelings for her left her in a state of discomfort. At the forthcoming banquet, should she encounter Xian Yuanchen, how ought she to comport herself? Should she continue to feign ignorance, treating him as she had in her past life? Lu Mingxi pondered deeply, unable to ascertain how to face Xian Yuanchen. As she gazed into the mirror, she brushed aside her hairpin. Noticing Cueyu's intent to adorn her with a golden jade hairpin, she raised her hand to stop her. Today, I shall not wear such ostentation. Please fetch my simple silver and emerald headdress instead. Cueyu, bewildered, responded Miss. It would be more appropriate to present yourself formally when paying respects to the elder lady. That simple silver and emerald headdress had not seen the light of day for an eternity. It was a birthday gift from the eldest young master, procured with his own meager allowance, and thus hardly extravagant. Lu Mingxi replied, I am still unwell. There is no need for such flamboyance. Moreover, the gold and red jade could easily blind my grandmother's eyes. Quickly, bring it out and adorn me, she urged. Unable to defy her mistress, Cueyu obediently retrieved a set of simple silver jewelry. After meticulously arranging the young lady's hair and securing it with hairpins, she adorned her ears with delicate earrings. The manner in which Lu Mingxi was attired rendered her countenance rather pallid, exuding an air of restraint, even tinged with a hint of melancholy. Cueyu contemplated offering further counsel. Yet Lu Mingxi interjected, Enough, let us proceed to pay our respects to grandmother. Lu Yun'er and concubine Qin excelled at feigning fragility and evoking sympathy. Having been punished by their mother to transcribe the teachings of the Jie 10 times, Lu Yun'er was certain to exploit this opportunity to garner pity before their grandmother. If she could elicit compassion, why could Lu Mingxi not do the same? In haste, Cueyu gathered a cloak and draped it over her mistress as the duo made their way towards the matriarch's quarters. As the legitimate daughter, Lu Mingxi resided in a commendable courtyard, second only to that of the matriarch and the couple, Luo Wanwan. The distance to the old lady's residence was not great, and they arrived swiftly. In the corridor, a parrot kept by the matriarch squawked upon spotting Lu Mingxi, exclaiming, Sierra is here. Sierra is here. A smile graced Lu Mingxi's lips. This bird had been brought by her brother as a gift for their grandmother, and it was he who had taught it to speak those words. Its frequent chatter had endeared Lu Mingxi to the old lady. At the entrance, a maid announced, Old madam, the eldest young lady has arrived. Following the maid into the room, Lu Mingxi found the space warmed by a crackling charcoal fire. The kind-faced elder sat in the honored seat, adorned in a dark green silk robe, her fingers gently twisting a string of sandalwood prayer beads. Seated upon the elegant chamber was Luo Wanquan, who was pleasantly surprised upon seeing Lu Mingxi approach. Lu Mingxi gracefully bowed to the matriarch, her voice soft as she said, Sierra has come to pay her respects to grandmother. The matriarch immediately gestured for the maidservant nearby to assist Lu Mingxi in taking a seat. Her concern evident as she inquired, My dear child, what brings you out in this weather? Your mother mentioned that you only awakened yesterday after your fall into the water. Has the physician examined you? Do you still feel any discomfort? She gently furrowed her brow, her tone laced with reproach. It is windy outside, and you have just recovered from a chill. To venture out is to endure unnecessary hardship. This daily ritual of paying respects, what significance does it hold when your health is at stake? Lu Mingxi's lips were pale, her adornments rather modest, giving her an appearance of fragility. She offered the matriarch a sweet smile, saying, Sierra is feeling much better now. Moreover, today is the 15th. It is only right that I come to pay my respects to grandmother. Please do not find my visit a burden. The matriarch felt a surge of satisfaction towards Lu Mingxi. Her initial fondness had now blossomed into greater admiration. After all, as the legitimate daughter, she possessed the requisite demeanor and propriety. The matriarch smiled and instructed a servant to prepare a warm bowl of ginger tea for Lu Mingxi, inquiring with genuine concern. Did you take your medicine before coming here? Lu Mingxi shook her head, and before she could respond further, the maid at the door announced, "The second Miss and Lady Qin have come to pay their respects to the matriarch." Lu Mingxi lowered her gaze to conceal the emotions swirling within her eyes. As expected, she had anticipated that Lu Yuner and Lady Qin would not relent so easily. Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner first paid their respects to the matriarch, and then turned their attention to Luo Wanwan. Naturally, both the aunt and the illegitimate daughter felt compelled to extend their greetings to the matron. Lu Yunia and Aunt Qin took turns bowing to Luo Wanwan. In the presence of the matriarch, no matter how displeased Luo Wanwan might be with Lu Yunir and Aunt Qin, she concealed her feelings and responded with a smile. At that moment, however, Lu Yunir tilted her head and signaled to the maid beside her to bring forth a stack of papers, elegantly striding toward Luo Wanwan. Her delicate face appeared haggard from a sleepless night, evoking a sense of pity. In a gentle tone, she said, "Mother, this is the 10 copies of the lessons for women that Yunir has transcribed. I humbly ask you to review it. I have come to realize my mistakes and have sincerely reflected upon them. I hope you can forgive me." Luo Wanwan nearly lost her composure before the matriarch. Did she really have the audacity to bring this matter into the open in front of the matriarch? She gazed at Lu Yunir, who feigned innocence so convincingly that she appeared both pitiable and somewhat aggrieved while admitting her fault. The matriarch furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why have you transcribed the lessons for women?" Just as Luo Wanwan was about to respond, Aunt Qin interjected with a look of maternal concern, saying, "Matriarch, this matter is the second young lady's fault. She failed to properly discipline the servants, and as a consequence, the madam imposed a penalty on her, deducting half of her monthly allowance and requiring her to transcribe the lessons for women 10 times. What was discussed yesterday must be submitted today." The second young lady toiled through the night to complete it, eager to present it to the madam at the earliest opportunity, wishing to demonstrate her genuine understanding of her mistakes. On the surface, the conversation seemed to concern Lu Yunir's anxious admission of guilt, yet it subtly insinuated that Luo Wanwan's punishment was excessively severe, exhibiting undue harshness towards a concubine's daughter. The matriarch, Lu Leofuren, typically refrained from meddling in household affairs, having long since entrusted the management of the estate to the capable hands of Luo Wanwan. Upon hearing these words, her brows furrowed even tighter. Though Lu Yunir was a concubine's child, she was nonetheless her granddaughter. As the legitimate mother, it is a grave transgression to treat a concubine's offspring with such cruelty. While Luo Wanwan often appeared amiable and gentle in demeanor, it was disheartening to discover such pretense behind closed doors. The old lady's tone grew more severe. "It amounts to merely a failure in managing the servants. A few words of admonishment sufficed. Yunir is still quite young, and it is inevitable that the servants may act out of her sight. Since you are her mother, you ought to guide her on how to properly manage the servants. Why must the punishment be so harsh?" Her gaze shifted toward Luo Wanwan, awaiting an explanation. What could Luo Wanwan possibly say? As the mistress of the household, any word she uttered might seem like bullying Lu Yunir and favoring her own biological daughter. At this moment, Lu Mingxi, who had been sipping ginger tea quietly, set down her cup, adjusted her collar, and rose to curtsy before the matriarch, speaking softly. "Grandmother, this matter pertains to me as well, which is why mother is upset and has punished my younger sister too severely. I take responsibility for this, so please do not be angry, for it may harm your health." The young girl's gentle voice carried a hint of grievance. Instantly, the old lady's dissatisfaction dissipated, replaced by curiosity and inquiry. Having lived to such an age, what could she possibly fail to comprehend or discern? The reason for inquiring about Luo Wanwan, following Lu Yunir's words, was to protect the lineage within the household, to prevent the mistreatment of illegitimate children and the harm to her son's bloodline. However, with Lu Mingxi stepping forward, it became evident that the matter at hand was not so simple, but rather the entanglement between the legitimate and illegitimate daughters. The old matriarch would never allow the distinction between the two to lead to the downfall of the legitimate offspring. Even though Lu Mingxi bore a flaw on her face, the status of a legitimate child ultimately surpassed that of an illegitimate one. "What does this have to do with you?" The old matriarch, aligning with Lu Mingxi's sentiments, opened the conversation. Lu Mingxi seemed unable to contain her grievances, lamenting to her grandmother, "Second sister was punished because her personal maid pushed me into the water. I struggled for quite some time before anyone came to my aid. Grandmother, do you know how chilling the lake water is in winter? When I fell in, I felt as though my entire being was frozen. Had I not been rescued in time, I might have perished in that lake, never to see you again. Upon hearing this, the old matriarch's displeasure was palpable as she furrowed her brows, softly reprimanding, "What nonsense are you speaking? Were you not just here conversing with me in good spirits? Do not speak of such ominous things in the future." Lu Mingxi wiped her tears and, softening her tone, replied, "What you say is true, grandmother. I was simply overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing you, and I spoke carelessly. I promise not to utter such words again, for I wish to remain by your side for a long time." Lu Mingxi had not previously possessed such eloquence, and the old matriarch's heart softened. What elder does not delight in the company of their grandchildren? It seems that the young girl has indeed been greatly frightened. She has become considerably more sensible now. Chapter 6. The embarrassment of Aunt Jean and Lu Yuna. Madame Lu was quite pleased with Lu Mingxi, yet her demeanor towards the illegitimate daughter, Lu Yuner, was less than favorable. The fact that a maidservant had the audacity to push the legitimate young lady into the lake was a grave matter. Rather than reflecting on her actions and accepting the punishment, Lu Yuner had instead caused a disturbance right under her nose, disrupting her peace. After all, an illegitimate daughter, raised by a lowly concubine, often resorts to petty schemes. She gestured for a nearby maid to assist Lu Mingxi. "Sire, you are still unwell. Do not rise unnecessarily. Please, take your seat." Lu Mingxi obediently complied, returning to her place and casting a glance at her mother. Luo Wangquan hadn't anticipated Lu Mingxi to be so astute. Nonetheless, she felt a wave of relief. With her eyes lowered and remaining silent, she awaited the elder lady's words. Lu Yuner could scarcely fathom that Lu Mingxi, whom she deemed contemptible, would retaliate in such a manner. In the past, she had never displayed such cleverness and grace before the elder lady, often behaving like a mere wooden post. Lu Yuner realized that she had indeed mishandled the situation today. As expected, after taking a sip of tea to clear her throat, the elder lady raised her drooping eyelids to regard Lu Yuner, speaking in a calm yet disapproving tone. "If your maidservant is capable of such actions against the legitimate young lady, it undoubtedly reflects poor discipline and warrants punishment. If others were to learn that my Lu family's eldest daughter suffered due to the negligence of the second young lady servant, would they not perceive our household as a place of turmoil?" Her tone was, unlike the reproach directed at Lu Mingxi, tinged with a hint of displeasure. "You, my dear girl, have copied the text. Let your mother review it thoroughly. If there are any errors, you must recopy it. And what of the maid who pushed Sheer into the water? Has she been dealt with?" Lu Yuner clutched the handkerchief in her grasp, unable to raise her gaze, her sharp fingertips nearly piercing her palm. "Grandmother, that maid received 30 strokes and was taken away by the steward to be sold." The old lady replied indifferently. 30 strokes, indeed, are rather lenient for her. Well, since she has already been sold, there is no need to pursue the matter further. However, Sheer must take care of her health during this time. When you depart later, have your maid and the nurse visit my small storeroom to collect some medicinal herbs for her recovery. Lu Mingxi softly expressed her gratitude, not declining, sitting in her place with a pale face, appearing exceptionally obedient. The old lady recalled her earlier words, having just awakened from a cold plunge, yet already concerned about paying her respects. Truly, a filial child. Lu Yuner and concubine Qin remained awkwardly in the middle in such a situation. Concubine Qin's status was even lower than Lu Yuner's, making it inappropriate for her to interject. The old lady noticed them standing there and waved her hand. "Please, take your seats. It would not look proper for us to remain standing when others arrive." Lu Mingxi lowered her head, a small bowl of ginger tea nearly empty, as voices approached from outside the courtyard. Concubine Bai and Concubine Zhou, along with other sons and daughters from the household, had also arrived. Lu Mingxi felt a pang of regret. Her elder and second brothers were not in the residence at present, and she could not see them. For a considerable time, Lu Mingxi had been unable to see her 2 elder brothers. The wind-draped curtain at the door was lifted, and Aunt Bai, along with Aunt Zhou, accompanied by a crowd of illegitimate sons and daughters, entered in succession, each bowing respectfully to the matriarch at the head of the table. The old lady smiled warmly, graciously inviting everyone to take their seats before instructing the servants to bring in the meal from the kitchen. Preparing to enjoy breakfast with her numerous grandchildren and the lady of the house, Luo Wanwan, the aunts followed closely behind, standing by the table, using communal chopsticks to serve dishes for the young ladies and the old matriarch. Lu Mingxi sipped her porridge, savoring it slowly. her peripheral vision catching sight of Lu Yun'er seated diagonally. The corners of her lips curled slightly. It seemed that Lu Yun'er was genuinely upset, nearly losing her appetite. Aunt Qin observed her daughter's demeanor with quiet concern, realizing that her youth rendered her vulnerable to setbacks. After receiving a reprimand from the old lady, to display such discontent at the dining table could lead to even greater trouble if the matriarch perceived her dissatisfaction. After serving the dishes for the old matriarch, Aunt Qin intended to approach Lu Yun'er to subtly remind her to be mindful of her behavior. Lu Mingxi noticed Aunt Qin drawing near, with her head bowed. She scooped a spoonful of porridge, drinking it slowly and silently. Beneath the table, her foot, concealed within her skirt, gently shifted direction, extending outward as Aunt Qin approached. Aunt Qin stumbled and fell to the ground, startling the young ladies and gentlemen nearby, while the waiting maids hurried to assist her. The old lady's expression darkened. She had already been displeased with Aunt Qin for her failure to manage the servants properly, and now, her dissatisfaction with Lu Yun'er's inability to control her subordinates was further exacerbated. After all, how old was Lu Yun'er? A child, once innocent, finds herself embroiled in such a predicament, all due to her mother's indiscretions that have tarnished her daughter's reputation. The spoon, resting in the bowl, emits a crisp sound, resonating like a striking note upon the heart. Aunt Qin is overwhelmed with despair. It remains a mystery as to which scoundrel has caused this misfortune. She had intended to caution Lu Yun'er, yet now she has only succeeded in inciting the displeasure of the matriarch. The matriarch rebukes, "You cannot even serve a dish properly, and yet you manage to fall in such a disgraceful manner. You must not linger here. The others require their meal, and your appearance is most unappetizing. Do hurry back to your quarters, summon a physician to tend to your wounds, and recover before rejoining us." Aunt Qin's attire is disheveled, and her palm bears a fresh cut. Under the matriarch's public scolding, her complexion pales dramatically. Raising her gaze, she catches the subtle smiles of Bai and Zhou aunts, their amusement palpable. Aunt Qin's face shifts between shades of green and white. She can only repeatedly apologize to the matriarch, casting reluctant glances at Lu Yun'er as she is assisted away from the matriarch's courtyard. Lu Mingxi remains detached, enjoying her meal with tranquility and delight. The other illegitimate sons and daughters, sensing the matriarch's ire, exhibit signs of trepidation, yet Lu Mingxi's spirits remain high, and her appetite flourishes as a result. She smiled sweetly at the old lady and said, "Grandmother, the osmanthus glutinous rice cake in your courtyard is indeed the most delectable. Yesterday, I could hardly swallow my porridge in my own courtyard, yet now, enticed by its fragrance, I have indulged in several pieces. Please do have a taste as well." Her voice was gentle and soothing, creating a sense of comfort. The old lady finally revealed a smile, instructing a nearby maid to serve her a piece of the rice cake. "If you enjoy it, my dear, ask the kitchen to prepare more for you this evening. However, you must be cautious with your consumption, as your health is not yet at its best. Once you recover, you are welcome to come to my courtyard, and I shall provide you with as much as you desire." Lu Mingxi responded with a cheerful agreement. Luo Wanwan observed her daughter interacting so naturally with the old lady, who, evidently charmed by Lu Mingxi's demeanor, had developed a fondness for her. Unable to suppress a sigh of relief, she thought that as long as Xi'er was sensible, she need not worry excessively about her in the future. With Lu Mingxi's interjection, the atmosphere in the room lightened considerably. Yet, Lu Yun'er sat amongst them, feeling like a thorn in her side. With her head bowed, she watched Lu Mingxi and the old lady enjoying their harmonious interaction, and recalled the inexplicable fall of her mother, suspecting that Lu Mingxi might have had a hand in it. How could her mother be so oblivious? Falling for the tricks of that wretched Lu Mingxi? The old lady, too, appeared to be rather myopic, utterly failing to perceive Lu Mingxi's deliberate attempts to curry favor. What was so delightful about this wretched cake? Gripping her chopsticks tightly, she found herself at a loss for what to do. If only her aunt were present, they could have conspired quietly together. Lu Mingxi gazed at Lu Yun'er, who appeared somewhat flustered, a stark contrast to the cunning and calculating individual she had come to know. Pausing for a moment, her hand gripping the spoon, she suddenly recalled that Lu Yun'er was merely 14 years of age. Despite her ability to wield schemes, she was still a young girl reliant on her aunt for support. Since awakening, Lu Mingxi had been on high alert, constantly contemplating a fierce rivalry with her, her mind taut like a tightly pulled string. However, the sudden realization that Lu Yun'er was still just a girl, not yet the formidable opponent she would later become, caused that tension to ease significantly. With a cheerful demeanor, Lu Mingxi smiled and feigned surprise, inquiring, "Dear sister, what troubles you?" "There is no need to worry about Aunt Qin. I believe her concern stems from your late-night transcription of the lessons for women. She likely fears you did not rest well, which may have led to this minor mishap. Rest assured, the household will summon a skilled physician to tend to Aunt Qin's injuries. She should be fine." Transcribing the lessons for women? What purpose could that serve? Had Lu Yun'er erred? The two aunts and the other concubine's children immediately perked up, eager to uncover the unfolding drama. Lu Mingxi's attitude alone was enough to pique their curiosity. Wasn't Lu Yun'er once quite close with Lu Mingxi? Thanks to Lu Mingxi's care and the lady's favoritism, Lu Yun'er had almost attained the status of a legitimate daughter within the Lu household, with other concubines' children and their mothers treating her with deference, wary of offending her. It appears that a rift has truly emerged. Aunt Qin has committed such a blunder, and the mistress has remained silent, failing to smooth over the situation. In an instant, a myriad of scrutinizing gazes fell upon Lu Yun'er, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. She forced a gentle smile, responding to Lu Mingxi's words. "What my sister says is indeed true. That wretched Lu Mingxi." She deliberately brought up the matter of transcribing the admonitions for women in front of those concubines and illegitimate daughters. Today, she has thoroughly embarrassed both herself and Aunt Qin, and even incurred the displeasure of the old matriarch. Chapter 7. Lu Mingxi actually did not extend an invitation to her and directly got into the carriage. Lu Yun'er was filled with resentment towards Lu Mingxi, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Yet, she was compelled to maintain a smile upon her face. The breakfast served was indeed splendid, but it seemed that only Lu Mingxi truly enjoyed a hearty meal. After the meal, the old matriarch instructed several concubines to escort the illegitimate sons and daughters away first. Lu Yun'er also feigned a delicate demeanor as she curtsied and took her leave. As the servants cleared the dishes, the old matriarch was assisted to a grand pearwood chair at the head of the table, which was generously cushioned. The crackling sound of the charcoal fire in the center of the room filled the air. Once only Lu Mingxi and Luo Wanquan remained. The old matriarch's expression softened considerably. "I have retained you both to discuss an important matter. In a few days, it will be the 50th birthday of Shir's grandmother. This is a significant occasion, and the Luo family must organize it well. We are all family, and we must not lose our sense of propriety. Wanquan, you are the mistress. You should have a plan in mind to prepare appropriate gifts for the celebration. Additionally, with Mingjue and Mingyao returning from the Imperial Academy, you must remind them to make early preparations as well. The Luo family wields immense power in the court, and the Lu family naturally relies on their support. Not to mention the benefits our family has reaped from the Luo family over the years. We cannot afford to take this birthday celebration lightly." With these thoughts, the old matriarch's demeanor towards Luo Wanquan and Lu Mingxi grew even more benevolent. She instructed a nearby maid to fetch some precious medicinal tonics from the storeroom, intending for Lu Mingxi to take them home and restore her health, ensuring that she would not arrive at her grandmother's birthday celebration in a state of illness. Unbeknownst to others, they might mistakenly believe that the Lu family had wronged the daughter and granddaughter of the Luo family. Luo Wanquan, filled with joy, departed the old matriarch's courtyard alongside Lu Mingxi, unable to resist affectionately ruffling Lu Mingxi's hair, exclaiming, "My dear Shir, you truly have grown understanding. Today you even know how to assist your mother." Had it been before her fall into the water, when Lu Mingxi still maintained a friendship with Lu Yun'er, she might have naively believed in Lu Yun'er's innocence and attempted to intercede on her behalf. Lu Mingxi recalled her past folly and softly addressed Luo Wanquan, saying, "Mother, I was once deceived, causing you much worry. It was my fault. In the future, I shall obediently heed your advice and refrain from causing you any distress." Luo Wanquan, nearly moved to tears by Lu Mingxi's words, replied, "As your mother, it is only natural for me to worry about you. I merely hope that my Shir can protect herself and not fall victim to those with ulterior motives." Lu Mingxi grasped Luo Wanquan's hand, solemnly assuring her, "Mother, you need not worry. I shall no longer be gullible in trusting others." In her previous life, she had stumbled, but in this life, she would not falter. Those who harbored ill intent towards her would face consequences. She would reclaim everything owed to her. Lu Mingxi, still frail, visited the old matriarch's quarters briefly, then returned to her room, shedding her hairpin and skirt, drinking her medicine, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In her courtyard, Lu Mingxi diligently tended to her health, taking her medicine punctually each day. By the 4th day, she felt considerably better, no longer burdened by the heaviness that had afflicted her. While she held her medicine bowl, a maid outside called out, "Eldest young master, second young master." "Miss, the eldest and second young masters have come to see you." As the windscreen at the door was lifted, two similarly built young men entered, one clad in indigo and the other in moon white, both wearing cheerful expressions. Before the cold breeze could intrude, the curtain was promptly lowered. The taller of the two was Lu Mingjue, Lu Mingxi's elder brother, who had already taken on a youthful appearance. Following closely behind him was Lu Mingyao, her second brother in indigo attire. Upon seeing their sister, both brothers displayed expressions of joy, but Lu Mingxi's eyes reddened at the sight of her still-living elder and second brothers. In her previous life, they had perished far too young, vibrant youths with aspirations and talents that had never been realized, tragically lost to the machinations of treachery. Noticing the medicine in Lu Mingxi's hands, Lu Mingjue's joyful demeanor faltered, replaced by a furrowed brow. "Sister, are you unwell? Why are you taking medicine? What ailment do you have? Is it serious?" He scrutinized her complexion and noted that she appeared noticeably paler and somewhat diminished compared to before. How could it be that in the brief time they had been away from the Imperial Academy, their sister had come to look this way? Before Lu Mingxi could respond, Lu Mingjue turned to the attendant, Sueyu, and said, "Sueyu, you explain." Sueyu could no longer contain her emotions. Upon seeing the eldest and second young masters, she felt compelled to report, "Eldest young master, the young lady is not ill by her own doing, but rather has been wronged. A few days ago, the second young lady invited her to the lakeside, deliberately soiling the young lady's cloak and dismissing the maidservant before pushing her into the lake." Sueyu spoke rapidly, and Lu Mingxi did not attempt to intervene. Should her brother wish to uncover the truth, he could easily summon one of his own servants outside her courtyard to ascertain the details. Upon hearing this, the brothers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized the peril their sister had faced in their absence. Lu Mingyao, being younger and more impulsive, flared with anger, lifting his robes as he turned. "Sister, do not worry. I shall seek retribution for you. Such audacity from Lu Yuner, since she pushed you into the water. I shall ensure she experiences the same frigid fate. Let her know how it feels." Lu Mingjue swiftly restrained him. "What folly is this? Must you cause our sister further distress? You are a man. How can you stoop to squabble with your half-sister? If word of this spreads, what will become of our sister and mother's reputation?" Lu Mingyao stood beside his elder brother, crestfallen, and asked, "Then what do you propose we do? Shall we simply stand by and watch our sister suffer?" Lu Mingjue shook his head in resignation. "When will you learn to temper your impetuous nature? Always think before you act. Our sister has endured hardship. Surely our mother will not remain indifferent to a half-sister's malice towards a legitimate daughter." Lu Mingxi nodded in agreement. "Indeed, elder brother, you are wise. Second brother, there is no need for you to fret on my behalf. Please take a seat, Fong Lan, and prepare tea for elder brother and second brother." Fong Lan responded obediently. "Yes." Lu Mingjue sat down and inquired, how his mother addressed this matter. Lu Mingyao slammed his thigh and urged Sueyu to speak. "Let Sheer explain. She will undoubtedly defend that Lu Yunyu again." The two of them were once the closest of friends, and Sheer always favored that illegitimate daughter. Lu Mingxi, feeling helpless, recognized that upon her sudden rebirth, her mother and brothers still held onto their previous impressions of her. She could not immediately convince them that she had thoroughly discerned Lu Yunu's true nature. Thus, she simply nodded for Sueyu to continue. Sueyu, brimming with indignation, declared, "The young lady was pushed into the water by the second miss, yet no one else is aware of this incident except for the young lady herself. The second miss had her maid, Lu Xiang, take the blame, compelling the madam to sell the maid and merely impose a minor fine on the second miss, along with a task to transcribe the lessons for women 10 times. Meanwhile, the young lady suffered greatly after being rescued from the lake. She remained unconscious for a full day and night." As Sueyu twisted the handkerchief in her grasp, she continued, "Moreover, just a few days ago, during the 15th, when the second miss went to pay her respects to the old madam, she even wept over her punishment for transcribing the lessons for women in front of her. Had it not been for the young lady's explanation, the old madam might have blamed the madam." Upon hearing this, Lu Mingyao exclaimed with bitterness, "In my opinion, the punishment was far too lenient. Merely a half-month's worth of silver and 10 copies of the lessons for women. She should be punished for a year and required to transcribe it 20 or 30 times. Would she still have the audacity to weep before grandmother then? His sister had nearly lost her life while wandering on the icy lake, and yet Lu Yun'er had the audacity to shift the blame onto a servant, believing that a mere few months' worth of silver and some teachings could absolve her of her guilt. Anger clenched his fists tightly, were it not for Lu Mingjue's presence. He might have succumbed to the urge to storm into Lu Yun'er's courtyard and deliver a fitting reprimand. Lu Mingjue's expression darkened as he set down his teacup, advising Lu Mingxi, "Sire, my brother may not grasp the complexities of a woman's heart, nor does he overlook your camaraderie with Lu Yun'er. However, she is far from virtuous. It is imperative that you discern her true nature and limit your interactions with her. Exercise caution, do you understand?" His sister, cherished and sheltered by their parents, remained blissfully naive. If she were not adequately protected, she might fall prey to treachery. Lu Mingxi nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, brother, I am not foolish. Since she has treated me thus, I shall no longer consider her a sister. It is far better to regard her as an adversary." Lu Mingjue, unaware of the fleeting coldness that flickered in his sister's eyes, sighed. "Alas, father is currently away on official business, and it will be a month before his return. Otherwise, it would be best to leave this matter to him. Mother, in her role as a stepmother, may hesitate to impose harsh penalties, given that Lu Yun'er is a concubine's daughter. Furthermore, without concrete evidence linking her to this incident, any excessive punishment would reflect poorly on mother." Lu Mingjue spoke these words out of concern that Lu Mingxi might harbor discontent regarding their mother's approach, similar to Lu Mingyao's perception that the punishment was too lenient. Had it been the past, Lu Mingxi would have undoubtedly failed to discern the subtle implications within the words spoken, yet now, she comprehends entirely. She increasingly feels that her former self was truly foolish, as even her mother's assistance required her elder brother to reiterate the matter to her at this juncture. A gentle smile graced her lips as her youthful voice chimed with cheerfulness. "Elder brother, I am well aware. Mother is wholeheartedly devoted to me. How could I possibly harbor discontent over such trivial matters? It is already my fault to cause mother to worry about me." Lu Mingjue, witnessing his sister's clarity of understanding, felt a sense of relief. She has indeed matured, and this trial was not endured in vain. Lu Mingjue remarked, "Today, Mingyao and I have returned to prepare for the upcoming celebration of our grandmother's birthday. Sister, have you arranged a gift for her?" Their return to the Luo family necessitated thorough preparation, ensuring they did not fall short compared to their peers. At last, Lu Mingyao, seizing the opportunity to join the conversation, eagerly engaged in the discussion with them. Their grandmother's 50th birthday was a significant occasion, and the siblings had always been favored by her. Thus, their gift must be thoughtfully chosen. Several months prior to the grand celebration, Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao had begun preparations. Yet they were uncertain how Lu Mingxi had fared in her own planning. A hint of embarrassment flickered in Lu Mingxi's eyes. In her previous life, she had indeed been unprepared for her grandmother's gift at this moment, having pondered for months without arriving at a decision on what to present. This time, she must diligently prepare a fitting tribute for her grandmother. In 3 days, the Luo residence would host a grand birthday banquet for the esteemed matriarch. After several days of medication, Lu Mingxi's health has finally improved, and a rosy hue has returned to her cheeks. Early one morning, she requested Sueyu to prepare her attire. After adorning herself, she donned her jewelry. Today, her ensemble was remarkably vibrant, despite being merely a girl in her teens and even with some blemishes on her face. She was far from unattractive, for the foundation of her features was still exquisite. Sueyu presented a veil for her young mistress, which she gracefully tied on, before stepping out into the courtyard. At the entrance, Luo Wanshan was already waiting. Upon seeing her daughter's splendid appearance, she expressed her satisfaction. "Sire, you look splendid. Your grandmother will surely be delighted to see you." Lu Mingxi's eyes sparkled with joy as the veil concealed most of her blemishes, revealing only her forehead and a pair of beautiful eyes, which made her remarkably captivating. In her youth, old Madame Luo had fought alongside her husband for the previous emperor, and later, the Luo family was bestowed the title of Duke of the Nation. As the Duchess, her status was undeniably prestigious. On such a significant occasion, even the palace would send representatives, and as relatives by marriage, the Lu family could not afford to be negligent. Everyone dressed in their finest, while young servants and maids carried their prepared gifts. Lu Mingyao leaned closer to his sister and whispered, "Sister, what exactly have you prepared as a birthday gift for grandmother?" Just a couple of days ago, she had insisted on keeping it a secret. He and Lu Mingjue had each prepared thoughtful gifts, One had procured exquisite Nanhai red coral, while the other had sought after a precious Bien jade disc, both requiring considerable effort to acquire. Lu Mingxi blinked her eyes. When the time comes to present the birthday gifts at the banquet, second brother will certainly be aware. Lu Mingyao scratched his head. Your lips are remarkably tight these days, even keeping secrets from second brother. Lu Mingxi chuckled softly, remaining unfazed. Accompanying them on this outing, besides the siblings, were two young ladies of lesser birth, Lu Yunyu and the third Miss, Lu Qingqing. The two of them were of similar age to Lu Mingxi, and in a couple of years, they would reach the age of maturity, making it appropriate for them to attend banquets and meet potential suitors. Although Lu Yun'er had recently found herself in a predicament, at such a juncture, the matriarch still prioritized the family's lineage and reputation, insisting that Luo Wanquan bring the two young ladies along to the birthday celebration. Despite her reluctance to allow Lu Yun'er to benefit from this, Luo Wanquan could not offend the matriarch and thus complied, bringing Lu Yun'er along. However, things were undeniably different from the past. The doorman soon brought forth the carriage, and Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao boarded first. Lu Qingqing lingered behind, gently covering her upturned lips with a handkerchief. In previous instances, Lu Yun'er, due to her close relationship with Lu Mingxi, would invariably be invited to share the carriage with her. It was well known that Lu Mingxi enjoyed the privileges of a legitimate daughter, and Lu Yun'er's company in the same carriage had always been exceedingly comfortable. It remained uncertain whether, after their recent quarrel, Lu Mingxi would still graciously invite Lu Yun'er into her carriage. Luo Wanwan cast not a glance at Lu Yun'er, but swiftly ascended the foremost carriage, calling out to Lu Mingxi, "Sierra, come here." Lu Mingxi understood that her mother feared she might soften in this moment, and obediently responded before following suit. Sueyu assisted her in lifting the curtain, and after Lu Mingxi entered the carriage, she lowered it. Even the maidservants entered the carriage. Lu Yun'er's countenance turned pale. How could Lu Mingxi not invite her and simply board the carriage? Lu Qingqing chuckled softly. "Second sister, it appears that elder sister wishes for you not to share the carriage with her today, so it seems we shall sit together. Come, do not tarry, or we shall miss the appointed time." Chapter 8. I perceived that she was skillfully evading the crux of the matter, undoubtedly concealing deeper secrets. As she finished speaking, she was assisted by her maid to the side of the carriage, stepping up onto the stool to board. The biting chill of the winter wind was unbearable, and Lu Yunu's complexion was exceedingly pallid, forcing her to take her place in the carriage occupied by Lu Qingqing. Upon entering, she was struck by the stark simplicity of the interior. The cushions were insufficiently soft, and there was no brazier to ward off the cold. Even a brief journey in such wintry conditions was enough to chill one to the bone. It was utterly inferior to the carriage usually used by Lu Mingxi. Lu Qingqing could not suppress her amusement at Lu Yunu's predicament. How could Lu Yun'er fail to perceive the condescending glint in Lu Qingqing's gaze? Lu Mingxi was indeed petty, her demeanor betraying no semblance of pretense, insisting on a separate carriage to avoid the scrutiny of others, as if she feared anyone might miss the discord between them. She seemed unconcerned that others would discern the rift between the sisters, potentially rendering the Lu household a subject of ridicule for its internal turmoil. Frustration brewed within her, compounded by the cold wind that seeped through the carriage curtains, rendering even the hot water bottle in her grasp devoid of warmth. She tucked her hands into her sleeves, pressing her lips together tightly, her face now truly ashen. The carriage rattled along until it arrived at the Duke of State's residence, where numerous dignitaries had halted their carriages to enter and offer their congratulations. The steward, stationed at the entrance to greet guests, descended the steps upon sighting the Lu carriage. Approaching the foremost carriage, he exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lu Mingxi alight. "Ah, Miss and Miss Sun have arrived. Quickly, someone fetch the horses. The young masters are surely in the carriages behind. The wind is fierce, miss, please. Do enter with Miss Sunday." The Lu family dismounted from the carriage, following the butler through the grand entrance, where they were soon separated into the designated areas for female and male guests. Before parting, Luo Wanwan cautioned Lu Mingjue, urging him to keep an eye on his younger brother and to prevent any reckless antics that might lead to embarrassment, especially since today marked their grandmother's 50th birthday celebration. Lu Mingjue responded with a smile, while Lu Mingyao attempted to protest, only to be pulled away by Lu Mingjue. Lu Mingxi quietly trailed alongside Luo Wanwan, surveying the familiar surroundings of the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. It had been an indeterminate length of time since she had last encountered these well-known sights and faces. Upon entering the women's seating area, several ladies, accompanied by their daughters, greeted Luo Wanwan with courteous bows. Although the Lu family's influence paled in comparison to the Luo family's, the presence of the Lu family's matriarch, a legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhenghua, commanded respect and attention at the birthday feast. Naturally, they were keen to curry favor. Once inside the women's section, screens and curtains were drawn to shield against the cold breeze, and warm braziers were placed around the table, creating a cozy atmosphere. Lu Mingxi handed her warming pot to Cueyu, requesting her assistance, as she felt a bit overheated. Cueyu quietly advised, "Miss, your health has only just improved. It would be unwise to remove your cloak." Lu Mingxi, with a hint of exasperation, acquiesced. Meanwhile, Luo Wanwan engaged in lively conversation with the ladies. These young ladies must be the daughters of Madame Lu, for they each possess such exquisite beauty. Truly, Madame is fortunate. Lu Qingqing and Lu Yun'er responded with bashful smiles. Lu Yun'er appeared delicate and fragile, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze, evoking a sense of tenderness. Much like a water lily, graceful and poised. Lu Qingqing, while not as enchanting as Lu Yun'er, was still a charming beauty, bearing some resemblance to her. Yet each possessed a distinct elegance. In contrast, Lu Mingxi stood quietly to the side, her face veiled, revealing only her brows and eyes, which exuded a serene and gentle aura, adorned with a subtle smile and elegantly curved at the corners. Lu Mingxi was considered unattractive, her face marked by blemishes, a well-known fact among the esteemed families in the capital. Nonetheless, no one dared to speak ill of her in front of Luo Wanwan, tactfully overlooking Lu Mingxi and refraining from further inquiry. Their attention was predominantly focused on Lu Yun'er and Lu Qingqing. At such gatherings, presenting two young illegitimate daughters was often indicative of a desire to attract suitable suitors. After all, who among them did not have a few eligible young men in their households? Curiosity arose regarding the ages of the two young ladies. Indeed, they blossomed with such beauty. It was likely they were nearing the age of coming of age. Luo Wanwan nodded, stating that both Xier and Yun'er were already 14, soon to reach that milestone, while Qingqing was 13 and in 2 years would also be of age. Her words clarified the intentions of the gathered ladies. Today's event was primarily to showcase their daughters. If a suitable match presented itself, arrangements could be made for courtship. If deemed appropriate, an engagement could be settled prior to their coming of age, allowing for marriage soon thereafter. Although the Lu family may not rival the Luo family, they were still respectable. Furthermore, the connection through the matriarch being from the Luo family could create advantageous familial ties should a daughter from the Lu family be wed, even if she were not the legitimate daughter. It can indeed be said that this is a matter of familial connection. However, it is regrettable that if the daughter of the Lu family were more presentable, marrying her would be the most advantageous choice. Luo Wanwan, disliking the scrutiny her daughter faced, gently turned her head and said, "Xier, Yun'er, and Qingqing, you 3 sisters should go and converse with those young ladies. I shall remain here to accompany the esteemed ladies." Lu Mingxi and the others complied and made their way to where the young ladies had gathered. Many had already arrived, and as Lu Yun'er approached, she immediately spotted her acquaintance, Cui Wanru, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Her eyes brightened, and she sat beside Cui Wanru, who was equally delighted and whispered, "I've been waiting for you for quite some time. I was beginning to think you wouldn't come at all. But here I am now," replied Lu Yun'er. Cui Wanru, being a legitimate daughter, was of a higher status than Lu Yun'er, which typically would preclude them from associating closely. Fortunately, Lu Mingxi had always included Lu Yun'er in her social circles, fostering relationships that allowed Lu Yun'er opportunities to endear herself to these noble young ladies. Lu Mingxi observed the interaction with a discerning eye. Cui Wanru held a special bond with Lu Yun'er, having assisted her in navigating the complexities of social relations among the young ladies. When Lu Yun'er saw her, she was likely to put on an active pretense.
Indeed.
Cui Wanru, overjoyed, reached for Lu Yun'er's hand, but as she grasped her wrist to continue their conversation, Lu Yun'er slightly furrowed her brows and let out a soft hiss. Cui Wanru, startled, released her grip and asked, "Yun'er, what is the matter? I didn't hold you tightly at all." Lu Yun'er forced a smile and shook her head. "It's nothing, just a slight ache in my wrist." Cui Wanru immediately became anxious. "How could your wrist hurt? Are you injured? Who harmed you?" Lu Mingxi lowered her gaze, her hands resting on her knees as she listened to Lu Yun'er speak. Lu Yun'er cautiously cast a glance at Lu Mingxi and shook her head. "It's my fault. A few days ago, I made a mistake, and my mother punished me to transcribe the njia, which resulted in this. Chui Wanru, filled with concern, grasped her hand and was astonished to find that her delicate fingers were wrapped in bandages. A wave of anger surged within her. How much had she transcribed to injure her wrist and fingers in such a manner? Could it be that the legitimate mother of the Lu family treated Lu Yuner so harshly? In the past, Lu Mingxi and Lu Yuner had maintained a semblance of friendship. Merely a facade for the eyes of outsiders. Lu Yuner, being a concubine's daughter, must have endured countless trials from the legitimate mother while residing in the Lu household. Chui Wanru's heart burned with indignation, and her gaze fell upon Lu Mingxi, who sat nearby, appearing distant and aloof, evidently unwilling to maintain even a semblance of camaraderie. Her fury intensified as she spoke with a hint of sarcasm. Yuna, you were simply born into the wrong household. If it were my mother, she would never treat a concubine's daughter so harshly. Only those narrow-minded and jealous legitimate mothers would mistreat their own daughters. Fortunately, my mother is not that kind of person, and my siblings have never been subjected to such harsh treatment. Lu Yuner glanced at Lu Mingxi and was about to respond with a few comforting words when a light laugh emerged from the side. The young girl's voice was crisp and bright, her laughter resonating with clarity. That's right. As the matriarch, Lady Shangshu has managed the inner household exceptionally well. Thus, it is unlikely that any illegitimate daughters within the Shangshu residence would err and incur the matriarch's ire. It would indeed be a blessing if my mother possessed such remarkable managerial skills and had similarly obedient illegitimate daughters, for it would certainly ease many burdens. Chui Wanru's anger waned slightly, her expression stiffening. Why was Lu Mingxi not agitated, even praising her mother? She was not foolish. She discerned the implication in Lu Mingxi's words, that Lu Yuner must have erred to warrant such severe punishment. Chui Wanru's brows knitted together gently. An error? Very well. Then tell me, what precisely did Yuner do wrong to deserve such a punishment? Do not dare suggest it was a trivial mistake, for if your mother's reputation is tarnished, I shall bear no responsibility. However, if it is indeed a grave fault, then it is clear that Lu Yuner is attempting to deceive me, seeking to use me as a pawn. Lu Yuner could not help but grit her teeth, astonished by Lu Mingxi's sudden sharpness. Should she not be incensed by Chui Wanru's words and engage in a quarrel with her? Chui Wanru's voice rose, drawing the attention of the surrounding young ladies, their furtive glances sweeping over to discern whether the illegitimate daughter had truly committed a grave error or if the matriarch of the Lu family was being excessively harsh. Chui Wanru's gaze burned intensely upon Lu Mingxi, awaiting her to reveal the truth. Meanwhile, Lu Yuner felt increasingly uneasy under the scrutiny of those around her, cautiously suppressing her urge to scrutinize Lu Mingxi in return. Her nails dug into her palm, and she sensed that she had perhaps made a blunder today. Lu Mingxi merely smiled, observing Lu Yuner's anxious demeanor, and found it quite amusing, which lightened her spirits considerably. One couldn't help but wonder if, amidst such turmoil, Lu Yuner would still find time to engage in romantic discourse with Xian Yuanhe today. It seemed likely. Even if Lu Yuner lacked the inclination, Xian Yuanhe, enamored with her, would undoubtedly seek to draw near. Lu Mingxi softly remarked, Miss Chui has truly put me in a difficult position. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be aired in public. A legitimate daughter should grasp these nuances, but I, as a subordinate daughter, must still be aware. Therefore, I shall refrain from sharing this to spare the ladies from laughter and to protect my sister's reputation. She cast a light glance at Lu Yuner, whose fingers were wrapped in a manner that seemed exaggerated, and continued to Chui Wanru, There is no need for concern, Miss Chui. The punishment of transcribing the lessons for women 10 times is hardly a severe reprimand. Family disgrace? What scandal could possibly tarnish Lu Yuner's reputation? Curious glances were cast toward Lu Yuner, laced with derision. This subordinate daughter truly lacked decorum, exposing domestic affairs to public scrutiny. It was indeed a breach of propriety. Pray tell, how did her hands become so bandaged from merely transcribing 10 times? I had thought she had been beaten, whispered the young ladies, stifling their laughter. Who knows? Perhaps she wishes to unveil her bandages to display the severity of her injuries, thus solidifying her stepmother's reputation for mistreating her subordinate daughter. Chui Wanru's complexion fluctuated between crimson and pallor. She had stood up for Lu Yuner, hurling scornful remarks at Lu Mingxi and even Lady Lu. Yet the consequence she faced was merely the repetition of the lessons for women 10 times?
A Frauen Christ Chui Wanru esse brau.
Her expression darkening. How could her hands have ended up in such a state from merely transcribing 10 times? Lu Mingxi maintained her usual smile, seemingly possessing an extraordinary level of composure, in stark contrast to Cui Wanru's altered demeanor. As if the illegitimate daughter had not betrayed her own biological mother. Then, I must inquire of my second sister. Lu Yun'er hastily interjected, Wanru, you have misunderstood. My fingers are bandaged because I accidentally scalded them earlier, which aggravated the injury while I was copying. It is not solely due to the writing. This punishment is one I must endure. It is a result of my lax discipline towards my servants. She downplayed the gravity of the situation and reached out to grasp Cui Wanru's hand. Initially, Cui Wanru was consumed by indignation, but Lu Yun'er had merely mentioned her own punishment for copying, and before she could elaborate, she had rushed to defend her. Upon reflection, it seemed that this ruckus had inadvertently cast her in a negative light. A sense of discomfort settled within Cui Wanru. Yet when she glanced at Lu Yun'er's forced smile, which bore a glimmer of hope and a silent plea, her heart softened, realizing that perhaps it was indeed her own misunderstanding of Lu Yun'er's intentions. Cui Wanru returned to her seat, but the surrounding young ladies, having eavesdropped on the exchange, lowered their heads and began to whisper among themselves. It turned out that the issue stemmed from a lack of proper discipline over the servants. Was that truly a family disgrace? After all, it was merely a matter of managing the servants. If they were poorly trained, what was the harm in that? Disciplining the servants too harshly by enforcing the punishment of transcribing the lessons for women 10 times seems rather excessive, does it not? They are merely servants. Why should the young lady be subjected to such a penalty? I cannot believe it. Look, even Cui Wanru has stood up for her. Yet Lu Mingxi swiftly silenced Cui Wanru with just a few words, leaving her unable to utter a single rebuttal, clearly indicating her lack of justification. Indeed, Lu Mingxi even claimed that it would tarnish the reputation of the Lu family's illegitimate daughter. How could such a trivial matter of not managing the servants properly affect one's reputation? It appears that she is merely diverting attention from the real issue. There must be some hidden circumstances. Hush, speak softly. It would be unfortunate if we were overheard. Lu Yun'er, seated among them, could vaguely hear the discussions among the young ladies, her fingers nearly piercing the handkerchief in her grasp with frustration. What do they know? No, she must devise a plan. Yet before Lu Yun'er could concoct any scheme, the birthday banquet commenced. A maid from the Luo family entered the gathering, inviting all the ladies and gentlemen to the banquet hall. The young ladies rose, inquiring of their personal maids if their appearances were satisfactory. Upon entering the hall, they would be meeting with the gentlemen. They must not let themselves be shamed. The young ladies moved slowly, while Cui Yu also wished to assess her lady's attire and adornments for any discrepancies. Lu Mingxi stood up, entirely unconcerned with such matters, and turned to Cui Yu, saying, "Prepare the items well. Let us go pay our respects to grandmother." Upon seeing Lu Mingxi, Luo Wanwan immediately approached her, taking her hand as they walked into the hall, whispering, "We will present the birthday gifts to your grandmother later. Have you prepared, Sierra?" She privately inquired with Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao, yet each was oblivious to what Lu Mingxi was truly preparing to present. Unable to oversee Lu Mingxi's intentions, a sense of unease settled within her. Lu Mingxi softly reassured, "Mother, you need not worry." Upon entering the hall, Lu Mingxi immediately spotted her grandmother. Chapter 9 Farewell to Xian Yuanchen. Seated at the head of the table, she exuded a commanding presence, surpassing even that of the venerable Lady Lu. At the age of 50, traces of her youthful elegance still shone through, and her position of authority elicited an involuntary sense of restraint among those present. Yet, such a matriarch served as a stabilizing force for the younger generations within the household. The Duchess of the State had weathered many storms in her earlier years, her insights far beyond the ordinary, rendering typical birthday gifts beneath her notice. Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao stepped forward from the assembly, approaching the venerable Lady Luo to pay their respects. Addressing her as grandmother, they recited an elaborate string of blessings, after which Lu Mingjue instructed his attendant to present the meticulously prepared birthday gift. With a composed smile, he had brought forth a half-zhong high piece of red coral. Though not particularly large, its vibrant hue and rarity made it a sight seldom seen. "Grandmother," he began, "this is the South Sea red coral that I have spent considerable time acquiring, having enlisted the aid of numerous classmates. I have heard tales of a princess from a bygone dynasty who possessed a coral of several zhong in height, resplendent in its brilliance. After much searching, I was fortunate enough to procure this half-zhong coral, and I hope you will not find it lacking." Lady Luo's demeanor softened, her smile warm as she expressed her fondness for her grandson's thoughtful gift.
How considerate of you.
Quickly, have someone take care of it. Lu Mingyao then presented his own gift, a blue jade disc, his voice tinged with shyness. Compared to my elder brother's offering, mine is rather unremarkable. Please, grandmother, do not think ill of it. Lady Luo beamed, her joy evident. Both are wonderful gifts. You have both shown great thoughtfulness. Now, please take your seats. Observing the delight on her grandmother's face, Lu Mingxi felt her spirits lift in tandem. She gracefully rose, holding her skirt, and bowed to the venerable matriarch. Her voice soft as she spoke. Grandmother, I have no friends among my brothers, nor do I possess their wealth. After much contemplation, I resolved to create a landscape painting of my own. Though I have practiced diligently, it pales in comparison to the masterpieces of renowned artists. However, knowing your fondness for such art and poetry, I dared to paint this for you. Please do not mock my humble endeavor. Beside her, Sueyu presented a brocade box to the steward, who instructed a young servant to open it and unveil the painting, revealing the landscape within. The ink flowed gracefully, depicting verdant mountains and cascading waterfalls with such vigor that one could almost envision the scene of water plunging over rocks. Those present leaned in to gaze upon the artwork, unable to suppress their astonishment. The matriarch beamed with delight, repeatedly exclaiming her approval, urging the steward to bring the painting closer for her to examine. After scrutinizing it several times, her smile broadened, and the usual air of authority she held in front of others softened. It was evident to all that the venerable matriarch cherished this gift deeply. No other offering, no matter how extravagant, could rival the painting presented by the young lady of the Lu family. Furthermore, the artwork possessed a certain ethereal quality that captivated the audience. Curious young gentlemen in the gathering could not help but seek further insight. One boldly inquired, "Is this painting truly the work of Miss Lu?" Lu Mingxi, neither humble nor arrogant, nodded slightly. Indeed, it is. The few young gentlemen present, well versed in the art, were taken aback, their eyes sparkling with surprise. They had not anticipated that this esteemed young lady from the Lu family possessed such remarkable artistic talent. He clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "Miss Lu, your artistic skills are remarkable. At such a young age, you have produced such a stunning masterpiece. It is not inconceivable that you might one day be celebrated alongside the greats." This Miss Lu, veiled as she was said to bear a birthmark that marred her beauty. Yet, gazing into her eyes, one could see they resonated beautifully with her artwork. Others joined in praising Lu Mingxi, astonished to discover that this young lady possessed such hidden talent. If only her appearance could match the splendor of her painting, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a rare beauty. As a multitude of scrutinizing glances swept her way, Lu Mingxi graciously acknowledged them, responding softly and with composure, "Gentlemen, you flatter me excessively. This is merely a trifling skill, intended to please my grandmother, and is hardly worthy of mention." Beside her, Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao exchanged glances, each reflecting the astonishment and confusion palpable in the other's eyes. When had their sister acquired such exquisite artistic prowess? They had never heard a whisper of it before. Unable to restrain their curiosity, they turned to observe Luo Wanwan at the ladies' table, noting that their mother appeared no more informed than they were, her expression unchanged. Yet, clearly unaware of Lu Mingxi's unexpected display of talent today. When had their sister been secretly honing her painting skills? They had never heard of her procuring brushes and ink for her little courtyard. Lu Yuner, witnessing Lu Mingxi's audacity in claiming the artwork as her own, could not help but scoff inwardly. What audacity! Lu Mingxi had always been in her own company, harboring a profound aversion to reading and writing since childhood, let alone dabbling in the arts of calligraphy and painting. She had scarcely scratched the surface of these disciplines. Luo Wanjiao, unable to bear the thought of forcing her to learn, saw her abandon the pursuit altogether, barely even glancing at it. How could one produce such exquisite artwork? It was evident that this was the handiwork of a ghostwriter. One could only speculate who had been commissioned for such a task. If she could uncover the identity of the artist, perhaps she could leverage it against Lu Mingxi, compelling her to heed her words in the future. At the very least, divulging this information could lead to a scandal among the young lords present, turning Lu Mingxi into a subject of ridicule, rendering her unmarriageable. As a daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yunu naturally found herself seated alongside Lu Mingxi. At that moment, as Lu Mingxi turned to return to her seat, she caught sight of Lu Yuner's expression. How could she be oblivious to Lu Yuner's thoughts? A chill crept into her smile. Ironically, Lu Yun'er had inadvertently contributed to her own growth. When Lu Yun'er ascended to the palace as the consort of Xian Yuanhe, Lu Mingxi had foolishly believed it was her own inadequacies that had deterred Xian Yuanhe from visiting her chambers. Thus, she dedicated herself to mastering the arts of music and painting for many years, and it was through those years of solitude that she honed her remarkable artistic skills. She raised her gaze, locking eyes with Lu Yun'er. The coldness in her dark eyes caused Lu Yun'er to feel an inexplicable unease, prompting her to instinctively avert her gaze. Clenching her handkerchief, she inwardly cursed Lu Mingxi, questioning why she should ever feel intimidated by that wretched girl. Merely a fool who can be easily deceived with a few words, she is determined to uncover what ghostwriter Lu Mingxi has engaged. When the time comes, she will ensure Lu Mingxi faces the consequences. Just then, a loud announcement echoed from the entrance. His Royal Highness the Regent Prince, His Royal Highness the Sixth Prince, and Her Royal Highness Princess Anha have arrived. Instantly, the gathering fell silent, and all eyes turned towards the entrance as everyone rose to pay their respects. In their hearts, they could not help but ponder the significance of the Grand Duke's family, for even the Regent Prince had come to celebrate the Grand Duchess's 50th birthday, along with 3 members of the royal family. At the entrance, 2 young men and a young woman adorned in splendid attire made their entrance. The younger man on the left wore a sky-blue brocade robe, draped in a matching cloak, exuding an air of elegance and charm that caused many young ladies to blush as they stole glances at him. The elder man in the center, however, bore a more serious demeanor. His dark eyes, long and narrow, held an imposing presence without a hint of anger. He appeared calm yet pale, clad in a deep black robe that accentuated the lack of color in his face. On the right, the young woman was a picture of vivacity, dressed in a crimson gown, enveloped in a white cloak. Upon entering, her gaze swept across the female seating area, seemingly searching for someone. Upon spotting Lu Mingxi, her eyes instantly sparkled with recognition. These 3 were none other than the esteemed 6th Prince Xian Yuanhe, the Regent Prince Xian Yuanchen, and the only legitimate daughter of the Empress, Princess Anha, Xian Yuan Mingzhu. Lu Mingxi bowed her head, her emotions in turmoil. In that moment, with her gaze cast downward, she found herself at a loss as to how to navigate her feelings. Chapter 10. Who is this feigned indifference meant to impress? Within her heart, she harbored both resentment towards Xian Yuanhe and a sense of guilt and gratitude towards Xian Yuanchen, alongside the surprise of encountering Xian Yuan Mingzhu once more. It had been an eternity since she last laid eyes on Xian Yuan Mingzhu, the royal princess who, in her previous life, had been dispatched to a far-off land for the purpose of marriage at a tender age. Later, Lu Mingxi learned from Xian Yuanhe that Princess Anha had sadly passed away just a year after her distant nuptials. Yet, how young Princess Anha still appeared. If Lu Mingxi's memory served her right, the day of the princess's marriage was not far removed from the present, looming just on the horizon. As she gazed at Anha, who was looking back at her with that youthful, vibrant face and bright eyes, a pang of suffocating pain gripped her heart. The radiant young girl before her was blissfully unaware of the fate that awaited her, a stark contrast that Lu Mingxi found difficult to bear. Lady Luo rose personally to greet the princes. "I am honored to meet you, esteemed princes. Today, this residence truly shines with glory, and it is a privilege for me." Xian Yuanchen assisted Lady Luo, saying, "There is no need for such formality, my lady. Please rise, and everyone else as well," while he supported Lady Luo. His gaze momentarily halted upon catching sight of a slender figure before hastily retreating. As Lu Mingxi stood, she looked up, uncertain if it was merely an illusion. But it seemed as though Xian Yuanchen had cast a glance in her direction. Lu Mingxi was unsure whether this was just a figment of her imagination. Although she had learned of Xian Yuanchen's feelings for her before her demise, it was precisely this knowledge that made her worry that she might be overthinking, thus leading to such a misperception. Princess Anha instructed her attendant to present the ornate box, personally opening it and placing it before the venerable Lady Luo. "Esteemed matriarch, this is the night pearl of the Eastern Sea. When placed indoors at night, it serves as a radiant source of light, illuminating the entire room." Lady Luo received it with both hands, her face beaming with gratitude as she repeatedly expressed her thanks. As she beheld the pearl's brilliance, a soft gasp of astonishment escaped her lips. Lu Yun'er's eyes widened in awe, reflecting upon the grandeur of the royal family, which could so casually bestow such exquisite gifts. If only she could wed into the royal lineage, perhaps she too would partake in these splendid privileges. Unable to resist, She stole several glances at the regent and the sixth prince. In terms of demeanor, the sixth prince could not rival that of the regent. However, whispers of the regent's frail health lingered in her mind. Thus, she shifted her focus to the sixth prince. The arrival of the royal family captivated everyone's attention, especially after the presentation of the invaluable night pearl, rendering the subsequent gifts rather mundane in comparison. After paying their respects to the royals, the guests returned to their seats. Though Lu Mingxi appeared somewhat distracted, Luo Wanwan gently tugged at Lu Mingxi, puzzled by her daughter's sudden preoccupation. "Sheer, sit down and share your thoughts with me." She was well aware of her daughter's affections for the sixth prince. Each mention of him elicited a distinct change in her demeanor. Although Lu Mingxi refrained from voicing her feelings, a mother could hardly be oblivious to her daughter's secret longings. With a resigned yet affectionate pat on Lu Mingxi's hand, she advised, "Exercise some restraint. If you truly hold affection for him, I shall find a way to assist you in marrying a worthy suitor." Her daughter is indeed a suitable match for the sixth prince. Although he holds the title of a prince, lacking the support of a maternal family renders him not so unattainable. In contrast, her daughter possesses the backing of both the Lu and Luo families, and is cherished by the Empress and Princess Anha, making her status far more esteemed than that of the sixth prince. Should she desire to marry, no suitor would be beyond her reach. Lu Mingxi, aware of her mother's intentions, softly interjected, "Mother, that is not my thought. I was merely contemplating other matters." She furrowed her brow slightly, leaving Luo Wanyuan puzzled. Previously, her daughter had shown considerable admiration for the sixth prince. Why, then, this sudden change? Before she could inquire further, Princess Anha finished her conversation with the elderly Lady Luo and, after exchanging pleasantries with her royal uncle and brother, joyfully approached the table to seek out Lu Mingxi. Luo Wanyuan beamed, "Your Highness." Xian Yuan Mingzhu instructed the household servants, "I wish to sit beside Miss Lu. Please rearrange my seat." She warmly grasped Lu Mingxi's hand, and upon witnessing the affection between them, Luo Wanyuan could not help but smile. "It seems the princess and my dear Sheer are quite compatible. I wonder if Sheer has ever caused any inconvenience to the princess during their time together. If so, please do inform me, so that I may properly instruct her at home." Xian Yuan Mingzhu, with a cheerful smile, held Lu Mingxi's hand and gently shook it, saying, "Madam, you think too much. Sheer would never be a bother to me. Please take a seat." She treated Luo Wanwan with exceptional courtesy, for she was the mother of her dear friend, and would not indulge in any airs of royalty in her presence. Having been confined within the palace by her mother for a considerable time, she had not seen Lu Mingxi for a while, and now, brimming with joy, she longed to engage in conversation with her.
Luo Wanwan,
aware that it would be impolite to intrude upon the two young ladies, smiled and took a seat nearby. Lu Mingxi, pulled along by the young girl, felt a mix of helplessness and delight. She still resembled the lively and charming little princess from her memories, yet her fate had turned so grim. If only she could prevent Xianyuan Mingzhu from being married off. How splendid it would be to find a gentle and virtuous young man within the imperial city to serve as her husband, allowing them both to lead a secure and joyful life together. They could meet frequently, exploring the world side by side. A complex array of emotions flickered in Lu Mingxi's eyes, leaving Xianyuan Mingzhu, who was eager to converse with her, quite perplexed. "Sire, what troubles you? Do share your thoughts with me. Perhaps I can help alleviate your concerns," she urged with a playful smile. Across from them sat Xianyuan Chen and Xianyuan He, and Xianyuan Mingzhu winked, subtly nodding toward them. "Could it be that you are pondering this matter?" After several members of the royal family took their seats, the presentation of birthday gifts continued, and everyone admired the various rare and exquisite treasures. Shortly thereafter, the dancers, clad in light attire, remained undeterred by the winter chill, gracefully swaying to the melodious strains of silk and bamboo instruments while all present engaged in merriment and conversation over wine. Both men and women were particularly mindful of their demeanor, striving to leave a favorable impression on one another, as it could significantly influence future matrimonial prospects. Xian Yuan, his smile radiated brightness as he leaned towards his imperial uncle, whispering, "Uncle, look at he," the moment he spotted Miss Lu. He couldn't wait to approach her. His demeanor reflected a mix of exasperation and affectionate indulgence, akin to that of an older brother, as he gently shook his head. In contrast, Xian Yuan Chen, holding a wine glass, took a delicate sip and responded indifferently, his brow furrowed, displaying a lack of warmth towards Xian Yuan He. Having grown accustomed to his uncle's demeanor, Xian Yuan, he couldn't help but feel a slight tightening at the corners of his lips. Though they were not far apart in age, the disparities in their power and status were vast. Xian Yuan, he was reluctant to continually display warmth towards someone so frigid. After sitting for a while, he glanced towards Xian Yuan Mingzhu and, raising his glass, made his way across the table, softly calling out to her, and he, "Do be mindful not to overindulge." As he spoke, he couldn't help but steal glances at Lu Mingxi beside her. Having previously encountered Lu Mingxi several times alongside Xian Yuan Mingzhu, he found her appearance this time strikingly different. She wore her customary veil, yet her eyes seemed more captivating than ever before. Particularly the way she looked at him. It felt rather peculiar. Xian Yuan, he struggled to contain his probing gaze. Xian Yuan Mingzhu pouted. "Brother, why have you come over? I won't drink too much, and besides, there are palace maids in attendance, so what is there to fear?" Xian Yuan, he replied with a wry smile and a shake of his head. "You may not fear now, but when we return to the palace and mother reprimands you, do not come crying to me." Xian Yuan Mingzhu, resigned, set her cup down. Xian Yuan, he then turned to Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi rose, her hands tightly clenched within her sleeves, managing to mask any sign of vulnerability on her face, and greeted softly, "Your Highness, the sixth prince." Xian Yuan Mingzhu's eyes flickered, and she stifled a laugh behind her hand, realizing that the drunken revelry was merely a pretext. Although it was claimed that he feared her inebriation, her sixth brother clearly intended to use her as a means to engage Lu Mingxi in conversation. Xian Yuan Mingzhu was delighted by this development. After learning of Lu Mingxi's affections for her sixth brother during their previous encounters, she had been devising ways to bring them together, especially since it was evident that her brother harbored feelings for Lu Mingxi as well. It seemed plausible that Lu Mingxi might soon become her sister-in-law. However, Lu Mingxi's reaction was tepid, marked by respect but lacking in genuine joy. Xian Yuan, he, sensing her indifference, squinted slightly, yet his smile remained even more genial. Any other unmarried young lady would have undoubtedly been moved, their faces blooming with warmth. Regrettably, Lu Mingxi was acutely aware of the insidious nature lurking beneath Xian Yuan, he's gentle facade. She could only harbor resentment, lamenting her necessity to endure. She must bide her time, step by step maneuvering Xian Yuan he into an appropriate position so that she could plunge him into the mire, exacting retribution for her child's life. Xian Yuan, he raised his wine cup, gently toasting Lu Mingxi. "Today is a joyous occasion. The venerable Lady Luo is your maternal grandmother. Miss Lu, I toast to you, in hopes that you will grace me with your favor." He had already demonstrated his closeness and goodwill to such an extent. Surely Lu Mingxi could no longer be oblivious to his intentions? His gaze fell upon the veil adorning Lu Mingxi's face, and a flicker of disdain momentarily crossed his eyes. However, considering the influential Lu and Luo families she represented, along with the Empress and Princess Anha, he suppressed this fleeting feeling of distaste. Observing Xian Yuanhe's contempt for her, juxtaposed with his forced attempts to please, Lu Mingxi found the situation utterly laughable. She lifted the teacup from the table and softly remarked, "Forgive me for my disrespect, Your Highness. I have been unwell recently and unable to indulge in wine, so I offer tea in its stead. Allow me to toast to you." Without waiting for Xian Yuanhe's response, she drained the cup and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Upon hearing Lu Mingxi mention her recent ill health, the peculiar sensation in Xian Yuanhe's heart dissipated. He reasoned that her previous discomfort must have affected her spirits, leaving her unable to be her usual lively self. After all, she had shown signs of genuine affection towards him. It was inconceivable that she would suddenly grow cold without cause. Instead of taking his leave, Xian Yuanhe inquired with genuine concern, "Miss Lu, are you feeling better now?" His demeanor radiated care for her well-being. The more he exhibited such attentiveness, the more those around them perceived him as a worthy companion. Even Luo Wanwan, seated not far away, cast several approving glances in Xian Yuanhe's direction, her eyes betraying her satisfaction. Lu Mingxi replied calmly, "It is nothing serious, merely a touch of the chill. Thank you, Your Highness, for your concern." Since she had previously expressed fondness for Xian Yuanhe, it was now time for her to sever those ties. It is imperative that everyone perceives the complete absence of any connection or romantic involvement between her and the sixth prince. Only in this way can the potential entanglement of the sixth prince with her be thoroughly severed. Lu Mingxi's aloof demeanor caused Xian Yuan he to furrow his brow. It seemed Lu Mingxi was rather ungrateful, daring to display such insolence after being granted a modicum of favor. Who is she attempting to impress with such cold indifference? Yet, despite his many thoughts, Xianyuan he remained composed. It seems that I, along with he and the royal uncle, arrived somewhat late. May I inquire what gift Miss Lu has prepared for the birthday celebration of the venerable Lady Luo? During the gathering, there were murmurs of praise regarding the thoughtfulness of Lu Mingxi's gift. Lu Mingxi maintained her respectful yet distant demeanor, replying, "It is merely a landscape painting, rather rudimentary in technique, but fortunately my grandmother does not mind, hence it was presented as a birthday gift. The gentlemen here, perceiving me as a young lady, have been overly courteous in their compliments." Xianyuan he gently countered, "How can that be deemed flattery? If Miss Lu's work had not genuinely delighted others, there would be no such courtesy behind closed doors. After all, Miss Lu would not overhear it, would she? There is no need for such modesty. It is simply unfortunate that I arrived too late to behold Miss Lu's artwork. Were it not for the imposition, I would indeed wish to request a glimpse of it from Lady Luo." Lu Mingxi lifted her gaze, regarding Xianyuan he with a cool detachment. What was there to see? In her previous life, she had painted countless works within the palace, pleading for Xianyuan he to observe them, yet he had never deigned to cast a glance. Lu Mingxi's chilliness was nearly palpable. "Your Highness is too kind." Xianyuan he is not a fool, given Lu Mingxi's frigid and dismissive demeanor. It would be beneath his dignity as a prince to persist in his presence. Suppressing the irritation stirred within him by Lu Mingxi's indifferent attitude, he declared, "In that case, I shall take my leave and refrain from further intruding upon Miss Lu and he-s reunion." Chapter 11. Xianyuan Chen and Lu Mingxi exchanged tea. Xianyuan he was met with a frosty reception from Lu Mingxi, leaving him unsettled. However, he did not perceive her disdain for him. Rather, he speculated that her mood was soured by her recent recovery from illness. Nevertheless, he felt that Lu Mingxi was excessively indulgent in her temperament, treating him with such coldness. As Xianyuan he turned away, a flicker of coldness passed through his eyes. His gaze caught sight of Lu Mingxi's half-sisters, Lu Yun'er and Lu Qingqing, seated not far off, causing him to pause. Clearly, these individuals belonged to the Lu family, being Lu Mingxi's half-sisters. He paid particular attention to Lu Yun'er. It was quite unexpected that while Lu Mingxi had grown into such an unappealing figure, she had a sister of such striking beauty. Had Lu Mingxi possessed a similar charm, he would not have to endure his daily aversion while feigning goodwill. Lu Yun'er had noticed Xianyuan he early on. As a prince of remarkable handsomeness, he was undoubtedly an excellent match for marriage. Yet, as she watched him approach Lu Mingxi and engage her in conversation, utterly oblivious to her presence, a surge of jealousy coursed through her veins, fueling a desire to tear apart Lu Mingxi's indifferent facade. What was the purpose of her cold demeanor towards the sixth prince? Who was she trying to impress? If it were not for Princess Anha's presence beside her, would the sixth prince have come over at all? Despite her attempts to console herself, Lu Yun'er could not shake the bitterness of her thoughts. Why was the sixth prince so gentle towards Lu Mingxi? Why did he not cast a glance her way? Fortunately, perhaps her thoughts had manifested, for as the sixth prince turned, he indeed cast a few glances in her direction. The man's deep, dark eyes seemed to possess a tangible quality, causing Lu Yun'er's cheeks to flush with a delicate hue, making her shyly avert her gaze and nervously clutch the handkerchief in her grasp. He was watching her. The sixth prince let out a light chuckle, striding away from the ladies' section. Lu Mingxi noticed the scene and pondered the authenticity of Lu Yun'er and Xianyuan he's affection, wondering how swiftly they had begun to entangle themselves. Xianyuan Mingzhu, blissfully unaware of these developments, joyfully tugged at Lu Mingxi, exclaiming, "Look, my sixth royal brother evidently holds a fondness for you. If you genuinely admire him, cast aside your reservations. My sixth royal brother is adored by many young women in the capital, you know, Sheer." She detected Lu Mingxi's aloofness that day and mistakenly believed it to be an act of feigned modesty. Observing her innocent and vivacious demeanor, Lu Mingxi recalled the events of her past life and thought that Xianyuan Mingzhu, like herself, was remarkably naive. Despite growing up in a ruthless environment, she wore an expression of unawareness, which perhaps explained why nothing but remnants remained of those who had been devoured. Did they truly believe Xianyuan he to be a benevolent soul? Why did he maintain such a close bond with Xianyuan Mingzhu, treating her with such care? Akin to a beloved sister? Was there indeed genuine affection between siblings of the imperial family? It seemed more likely that Xianyuan Mingzhu, having no brothers, found in him a timely protector and caretaker. with the empress bearing no sons and only this legitimate little princess in existence. It was certain that the empress would contemplate who should ultimately ascend the throne for Xian Yuan Mingzhu's future stability. Compared to someone who treats Xian Yuan Mingzhu poorly, the empress, as a mother, naturally prefers a prince who genuinely cares for her daughter and regards her as a sister to ascend to power. Xian Yuan He, with his keen insight, grasped this notion perfectly. He was determined to win Xian Yuan Mingzhu's affection, aiming for her to truly see him as a trustworthy elder brother. In pursuit of this closeness, he even set his sights on Lu Mingxi. It was only later that Lu Mingxi realized that her being targeted by Xian Yuan He was not solely due to her association with the Luo family. After all, to win over the Luo family, Xian Yuan He could have simply married one of their daughters instead of compromising himself by marrying Lu Mingxi. One of the primary reasons he was drawn to Lu Mingxi was her close friendship with Xian Yuan Mingzhu. Throughout her life, Xian Yuan Mingzhu's dearest friend has been Lu Mingxi, whom the empress also holds in high regard, treating her almost like a daughter due to her connection with Xian Yuan Mingzhu. If Xian Yuan He were merely kind to Xian Yuan Mingzhu, other princes could achieve the same without distinction. However, if Lu Mingxi were to harbor feelings for him, it would set him apart from the other princes in Xian Yuan Mingzhu's eyes. Additionally, Xian Yuan He, not being favored by the emperor, was easier to manipulate, prompting the empress to consider nurturing him as her legitimate son. In her previous life, after becoming betrothed to Xian Yuan He, the empress deliberately sought to establish him as her legitimate son, providing substantial support in his quest for the throne. It was indeed thanks to the empress's backing that Xian Yuan He enjoyed a status akin to that of the crown prince among the other princes, enabling him to secure his position on the throne in the future. Were it not for this, Xian Yuan He's mother was merely a humble footwasher, who ascended the dragon bed to bear him only while the emperor was inebriated. With such a lineage, lacking the support of a maternal clan, he could scarcely compete with the other princes. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lu Mingxi smiled and said, "Please do not speak in such a manner, should others misconstrue it. How shall I ever find a worthy husband in the future?" Xian Yuan Mingzhu chuckled softly, replying, "Oh dear, is not your ideal husband already right there? All you need to do is smile at him and utter a few kind words, and he shall leap willingly into your embrace." Lu Mingxi whispered, "Anha, if I were to express that I find your sixth royal brother rather unremarkable, would you be offended and deem me disrespectful?" Her voice was barely audible, meant solely for Xian Yuan Mingzhu's ears. Xian Yuan Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief washing over her. "I would certainly not. To me, you are of utmost importance. Let us not concern ourselves with matters of rank and status. But was it not the case that you held a certain fondness for my sixth royal brother before?
Why?
Now, when all seems well, do you no longer feel the same? Has he erred in some way that has vexed you?" She simply could not comprehend how, as young women, Lu Mingxi's affections could shift so rapidly. Lu Mingxi sighed. "In truth, I never held him in high regard. I simply found him admirable in comparison to the few men I had encountered. Now that I have seen more, I realize he is rather ordinary, and my sentiments do not reach the point of feeling I must marry him." Xian Yuan Mingzhu's eyes widened as she surveyed the gathering, finding it difficult to believe there were many among the male assembly who could surpass her sixth royal brother in merit. In this world, how many men possess the ability to not only surpass her sixth royal brother in appearance, but also hold a status more illustrious than his, all while being gentle and considerate toward Sierra? Xian Yuan Mingzhu found it hard to believe and pouted, saying, "Pray tell, who here do you deem superior to my sixth royal brother?" If Sierra cannot identify one, it must surely be a sign of her displeasure towards him. Mere words spoken in frustration. Lu Mingxi gazed across the room and immediately spotted Xian Yuan Chen, seated with an upright posture, his pale visage not detracting from an imposing aura that rendered him seemingly unapproachable. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of the birthday celebration, Xian Yuan Chen appeared to be entirely detached from his surroundings. In truth, his countenance was even more striking than that of Xian Yuan He. However, his exalted status and icy demeanor made it difficult for anyone to approach him, and few women dared to meet his gaze directly. Lu Mingxi herself had once been among them, yet now, she surveyed Xian Yuan Chen's features with a remarkable calmness, then arched her brows and said to Xian Yuan Mingzhu, "Look over there. Isn't there someone seated who fits the bill? I find your ninth uncle pales in comparison to His Highness the Sixth. In both appearance and presence, he falls short of the regent prince. Upon closer inspection, I believe your ninth uncle embodies a remarkable grace." If only he would lower his guard a little and show a smile to the ladies. He would be as splendid as a fragrant orchid or a radiant moon in the sky. She recalled having seen Xian Yuanchen smile once, and even witnessed him in tears. A wave of guilt surged within Lu Mingxi as she recalled the image of Xian Yuanchen weeping in the dim dungeon. She ultimately owes Xian Yuanchen a great deal. What she could not repay in her past life must be settled in this one. As Lu Mingxi found herself lost in thought while gazing at Xian Yuanchen across from her, Xian Yuan Mingzhu was rendered utterly astonished. She scrutinized Lu Mingxi intently, realizing that the latter had the audacity to stare at Xian Yuanchen, leading her to ponder whether Lu Mingxi might indeed be speaking the truth. Could it be that Mingxi had turned away from her sixth royal brother and instead found affection for her ninth royal uncle? Xian Yuan Mingzhu cast a glance at the stoic figure of her ninth royal uncle, whose demeanor was as forbidding as it was aloof. Few dared to approach him, let alone delicate young ladies, while even the young gentlemen kept their distance. Mingzhu could not help but think that Lu Mingxi must have lost her senses to believe that such a man could be a suitable partner. Indeed, her ninth royal uncle held greater power than her sixth royal brother and possessed a more handsome visage, yet with his frigid disposition. How could he ever exhibit tenderness towards a woman? Unable to restrain herself, Xian Yuan Mingzhu tugged at Lu Mingxi to prevent her from continuing to gaze at Xian Yuanchen and inciting the ire of her ninth royal uncle. Furrowing her brow, she whispered with concern, "Mingxi, you know well that my ninth royal uncle has always shunned female company. How could you entertain thoughts of him? You must not harbor such sentiments. He will never reciprocate your feelings, nor will he ever wed you. If you truly find yourself enamored with him, what will you do in the future?" To alleviate any possible misunderstandings, she added, "Mingxi, I do not mean to suggest that you cannot marry my ninth royal uncle. It's just that you are well aware of his nature. Who in the capital does not know that he has never permitted any woman to draw near?" The emperor had indeed contemplated arranging a marriage for the ninth prince, yet his intentions were promptly dismissed by the latter. "I suspect that the ninth prince may never take a wife in this lifetime. Why must she, of all people, choose the seemingly unattainable ninth prince over her perfectly suitable sixth brother?" As Lu Mingxi observed her friend's agitation, fearing she might stray from the right path, she could not help but chuckle softly, suggesting, "Perhaps it is not as certain as you think. Why not take a closer look?" She lifted her cup, and Suayu quietly interjected, "Miss, the tea has gone cold. Shall I fetch you a fresh cup?" Lu Mingxi declined the offer with a gentle shake of her head, saying, "No need." She then raised her cup, her gaze fixed intently upon Xian Yuanchen across the table. And he had made no mistakes in his assertions. Save for one misjudgment, Xian Yuanchen was indeed fond of her. Lu Mingxi felt a pang of regret, had she only known this in her previous life. Xian Yuanchen sensed a gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, accustomed to the scrutiny that came with his elevated status. He rarely encountered someone brave enough to maintain such steady eye contact. Pausing momentarily, he lifted his head and discerned the source of the gaze from the opposite side of the table. The young maiden, adorned in a resplendent dress and veiled, possessed striking features. Her expressive eyes, a striking contrast of black and white, sparkled with a hint of amusement as she raised her teacup in a silent salute, before discreetly consuming her drink and offering him a radiant smile. Xian Yuanchen was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, his expression was typically inscrutable, leaving others uncertain whether he was indifferent or simply astonished into silence. Lu Mingxi set down her teacup, while Xian Yuanchen across from her seemed momentarily taken aback. Xian Yuan Mingzhu murmured softly, "Sire, why are you offering tea so suddenly? If anyone were to witness this, it would be a tremendous embarrassment today. And who knows how you would be spoken of in the capital thereafter. See, I told you that the ninth prince would not." Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in astonishment. Xian Yuanchen unexpectedly raised his teacup, gesturing from afar, and tilted his head back to drink a cup of tea. Was this an exchange of tea between Lu Mingxi and him? Xian Yuan Mingzhu was so shocked that she nearly lost her composure, and in disbelief, she asked Lu Mingxi, "What is happening, Sire? Why is the ninth prince suddenly so agreeable today, willing to grant you such a favor?" She pondered that Lu Mingxi had not interacted much with Xian Yuanchen, and after much contemplation, concluded that she herself did not possess such influence. Ultimately, she could only speculate, could it be that he is considering your maternal grandmother as position? After all, today marks the birthday banquet of the Duchess of the State, and it would be rather improper to let her granddaughter lose face and become the subject of ridicule, wouldn't it? This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Lu Mingxi smiled with pursed lips, an expression of someone who had known all along, which caused Xianyuan Mingzhu to pout in frustration. Well, Sierra, did you already know that today is the birthday banquet, and that the ninth prince would not let you lose face, thus daring to do this? Have you been toying with me? Before she could conclude her statement, the ninth prince had already rendered her unable to maintain her composure. Lu Mingxi was utterly amused by Xianyuan Mingzhu's lively demeanor and softly pleaded for mercy, saying, I merely wish to try. Who would have thought that His Royal Highness would be willing to grant me this favor? All right, am I not allowed to admit my mistake to you? Two young maidens whispered to each other, unnoticed by the man across from them, who, after placing his teacup down, felt a faint flush of red creep up his colorless earlobes. Mini theater, Lu Mingxi offered tea. He must like me. He will surely reciprocate and not let me lose face. Xian Yuanchen responded, Shao Shi has noticed me. Shao Shi wishes to share a cup of tea or wine with me. Chapter 12. Why is your cheek so red? If one could draw nearer, the surprise would surely be remarkable. Xian Yuanshan suppressed the quickened beat of his heart as he observed the dancer before him, finding the spectacle utterly tedious. Even the melodious strains of the instruments around seemed somewhat discordant, mingled with the pervasive aroma of wine, rendering the atmosphere rather unpleasant. He glanced up once more, only to find that the maiden who had been so intently gazing at him had averted her eyes. As the banquet progressed past its midpoint, Xian Yuanchen lifted his robe and rose from his seat. Xian Yuan, he, taken aback, inquired, Where are you off to, ninth uncle? He too stood, intending to accompany him. Xian Yuanchen, his expression impassive, replied, There is no need for that. Remain here. I shall take a stroll in the garden. He sought the cool breeze from outside to temper the warmth upon his face, lest it betray his true feelings. Naturally, Xian Yuan he had no desire to venture out into the chill, yet he nodded in agreement with a gentle smile. Across the table, Lu Mingxi's eyes brightened upon witnessing Xian Yuan Chen's departure. She covered her mouth and lowered her voice to speak to Xian Yuan Mingzhu, saying, You stay here for a moment. I shall step away briefly and return shortly. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Xian Yuan Mingzhu promptly waved her off. Go ahead.
Do not mind me.
With that, Lu Mingxi rose, beckoning Suyu to accompany her as she left the banquet, but rather than seeking a restroom, she took a detour towards the garden. Having visited the Luo residence numerous times, she was quite familiar with its layout, easily navigating the path without the need for a guide. She lowered her gaze, seemingly aimlessly strolling through the garden. The jade-green companion beside her was unaware of her intentions, assuming she merely wished to escape the stifling atmosphere indoors for a breath of fresh air. A chill wind swept through the garden, and away from the warmth of the charcoal stove, the temperature plummeted, prompting the guard, Shinfeng, to furrow his brow in concern. My lord, the weather is quite cold. Do take care not to catch a chill. Perhaps you should don your cloak? He held out the cloak of Xian Yuanchen. Xian Yuanchen was not in robust health, burdened by numerous responsibilities. Without careful attention, he could easily fall ill. Acknowledging Shun Feng's words, Xian Yuanchen wrapped himself in the cloak, yet his visage grew increasingly pallid, the faint blush that had graced his cheeks dissipating entirely. As he lifted his gaze, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. The person across from him had evidently also recognized him. Lu Mingxi had indeed encountered Xian Yuanchen in the garden. A sigh of relief washed over her. Thankfully, she had not missed the opportunity. Striving to appear composed, Lu Mingxi feigned surprise as she approached. Your Highness. What a coincidence to find you here. However, her words were swiftly met with Shin Feng's retort. Miss Lu, it seems you have also happened upon this place by chance? Such coincidences are rather rare, are they not? In the capital, countless individuals harbored malicious intentions towards his master, and many coveted his position. Shin Feng had long since become accustomed to this reality. Where, indeed, could there be so many coincidences? A flutter of unease gripped Lu Mingxi's heart. She felt a pang of regret for momentarily forgetting Shin Feng's vigilant presence. In her previous life, she had encountered Xian Yuanchen several times alongside Xian Yuan Mingzhu, with Shin Feng ever at his side, ever wary of outsiders. Lu Mingxi paused momentarily, yet Xian Yuanchen addressed Shin Feng. Step back. Miss Lu harbors no ill will towards me, so there is no need for such formality. He turned his gaze toward Lu Mingxi, his countenance devoid of overt expression. Yet his eyes radiated a warmth that left Shin Feng puzzled. However, since his master had issued a command, he had no choice but to bow to Lu Mingxi. I apologize for my previous indiscretion. I beseech your forgiveness, Miss Lu. Lu Mingxi replied with a touch of resignation. There is no need, it was I who was impolite. Xian Yuanchen instructed, Shenfeng, you may withdraw. He made a concerted effort to divert his gaze from Lu Mingxi and spoke firmly to Shenfeng. Shenfeng remained increasingly bewildered. Did his master wish to accompany this woman, allowing her to draw near? What was it about her that prompted such treatment? Shenfeng could not fathom the reasoning. Yet he was compelled to retreat, albeit cautiously, wary of any unforeseen occurrences concerning his master. Lu Mingxi found the situation quite exasperating. Shenfeng appeared to be rather inflexible. Yet fortunate for him, he was in the service of Xian Yuanchen, where cunning and adaptability were unnecessary as long as he could perform his duties well. Lu Mingxi inclined her head slightly and gently inquired, I have heard that His Highness the Regent is adept in the arts, his painting skills lauded by many.
Today,
I have brought a painting for my grandmother, a landscape piece, which garnered some compliments at the gathering. I suspect they were mere polite remarks. I wonder if it would be possible for your highness to offer some critique, so I might discern the areas where my artistic ability still falls short? She concluded her words with a gentle addition. If I have been abrupt or impolite, I beg your pardon, your highness. Xian Yuanchen swiftly replied. There is nothing abrupt or impolite. Realizing that his response was perhaps too hasty and might evoke a sense of strangeness, he promptly elaborated. Such trivial matters cannot be deemed as abrupt. Miss Lu's willingness to allow me to critique her work signifies her respect for my artistic skills. Lu Mingxi felt a tinge of helplessness in her heart. Xian Yuanchen had unconsciously adopted a self-referential tone in her presence. How had she failed to perceive his affections for her in her previous life? Xian Yuanchen continued. Miss Lu's paintings are undoubtedly vivid and surpass those of most in this world. If you persist, you shall surely attain fame as a master in the future. His praise flowed effortlessly, yet it struck an oddly discordant note when uttered from his lips. Lu Mingxi was astonished that he could so easily offer such compliments without even glancing at her work. His attempts at concealing his feelings were rather ineffectual. However, she had long been accustomed to Xian Yuanchen's cold demeanor, aware of his ruthless nature, having heard tales of his bloodthirsty methods, and knowing that he kept his distance from others. In her mind, she had always regarded the regent as a formidable and unapproachable figure, never imagining he could reveal such a side in her company. It was truly unexpected and only deepened Lu Mingxi's discomfort. She offered a soft laugh, lowered her head, and refrained from responding. Finally, Xian Yuanchen began to sense that something was amiss. His pallid face flushed with a faint hue as he calmly explained in a low voice, I had the fortune of previously encountering Miss Lu's artwork, which is why I am aware of her exceptional talent. My words are not mere fabrications. I hope you do not misunderstand, Miss Lu. Upon finishing his sentence, he felt an increasing sense of frustration. Why is it that, despite his usual composure, he finds himself making such glaring blunders in moments like these? To utter such words only serves to deepen his predicament. Lu Mingxi felt an escalating sense of helplessness. If she had previously maintained a modicum of distance from Xian Yuanchen, it had now evaporated entirely. This man truly left her speechless, even crafting such clumsy lies. Her painting skills before her rebirth were nothing short of subpar, hardly worthy of mention. She had merely dabbled for a few days, never having truly honed her craft. How could she possibly produce anything commendable? To spare Xian Yuanchen from embarrassment, Lu Mingxi feigned ignorance and gradually walked alongside him, subtly shifting the topic. Meanwhile, Zueyu, who walked closely beside Lu Mingxi, was utterly astonished. How could it be that even she, the maid, was unaware of her mistress's sudden prowess in painting, yet the regent prince was? Had he truly seen her paintings before? When had this occurred, and why was she, his devoted attendant, completely in the dark? Zueyu scrutinized the regent prince with caution. In her mind, he was undoubtedly a fearsome figure. Yet, at present, he appeared remarkably amiable. Could it be that the regent prince harbored feelings for her mistress? As Zueyu pondered this, Shenfeng, who followed closely behind Xian Yuanchen, fixated his gaze intently on Lu Mingxi. It was entirely different from what Zueyu had imagined. He was deeply concerned that Lu Mingxi might harbor inappropriate feelings towards their master, fearing that she would draw too close and act in a manner unbecoming. Their master was certainly not someone who could be fancied by just any woman. He felt it was his duty to safeguard his master's virtuous integrity. Lu Mingxi originally intended to invite Xian Yuanchen to appreciate paintings together. However, since Xian Yuanchen had mentioned he had already seen her artwork, she felt it would be inappropriate to broach the topic again, leaving an awkward silence as they strolled through the garden. Looming, she noticed that Xian Yuanchen walked beside her with a certain restraint, a stark contrast to the intimidating regent that everyone spoke of. She couldn't help but reminisce about her previous life, where her impression of the regent was vastly different. She had viewed Xian Yuanchen as someone lofty and unapproachable, a figure not to be trifled with. In light of her current experiences, the disparity was striking. After a brief while, Looming Shi sensed the penetrating gaze of Shin Feng behind her, as if he wished to pierce through her very being, leaving her somewhat exasperated. At that moment, they suddenly heard a faint moan. The sound was ambiguous, seemingly filled with agony, yet tinged with a hint of pleasure. It was the moan of a woman. Sueyu, intrigued, turned to her mistress and quietly inquired, "Miss, did you hear anything?" Looming Shi was far from oblivious. It is evident that someone has been engaging in inappropriate activities within the garden. One cannot help but wonder which audacious maid or young servant from the manor would dare to act so brazenly in broad daylight, while a banquet is still in progress. Seemingly oblivious to the potential scandal that could tarnish the reputation of the Duke of Jinggua's household. Looming Shi's face flushed crimson. Furrowing her brow, she delicately cleared her throat, producing a sound just loud enough for those nearby to hear. The ambiguous and suggestive noises abruptly ceased. She let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunate to have stumbled upon this scene herself. Had it been anyone else, it would undoubtedly sully the family's name, and one could only imagine the rumors that would ensue. However, Looming Shi could not completely ease her tension. She recalled that she was not alone, accompanied by both Xian Yuanchen and Shin Feng. The warmth on her face surged again, turning her cheeks a deep shade of red in an instant. She lowered her head, hoping the cool breeze might dissipate the heat, though it proved ineffective. Xian Yuanchen and Shin Feng were equally at a loss. Xian Yuanchen turned to her, intending to say something, yet words eluded him. Looming Shi found it increasingly difficult to remain in Xian Yuanchen's company. She curtsied, saying, "Your Highness, I have been away from the banquet for some time. If I do not return soon, it may cause concern for my mother and the princess. I shall take my leave." Xian Yuanchen nodded, feeling a sense of regret. His ears burned from having overheard something he ought not to have, mirroring Looming Shi's flushed complexion. He watched as she hurriedly lifted her skirt and departed, her figure quickly vanishing behind the winding path and artificial hills, and he let out a soft sigh. Looming Shi moved in a fluster, her heart racing as she hurried back to the banquet, her mind uncontrollably conjuring the memories of that fateful night from her previous life. At that time, she believed the man was Xian Yuan He, her husband, which filled her heart with joy. It was only upon her demise that she realized the truth. It was Xian Yuanchen. Though she had been under the influence of medicine that night and could not discern the identity of the man beside her, the hazy recollections lingered in her mind. The unfamiliar scent and fervent warmth of the man now resurfaced, causing her already flushed cheeks to burn even more vividly. Damn it! Why must these thoughts intrude upon her? She quickened her pace, her skirts billowing in the cold wind, the warmth on her face finally dissipating somewhat due to the brisk air. Suyu, by her side, was perplexed by her mistress's peculiar demeanor, sensing that she had overheard something she should not have. She struggled to keep up with Looming Shi's swift strides, barely managing to match her pace. Fortunately, they finally returned to the gathering. Once seated at her place, Looming Shi feigned composure, taking a sip of the chilled tea, the icy temperature jolting her back to reality. Xian Yuan Mingzhu noticed Looming Shi's return and whispered, "Where have you been for so long? I was utterly bored waiting for you. No one was here to converse with me." As she spoke, she scrutinized Looming Shi's complexion, as if discovering something curious. "Sire, what is the matter? Why are your cheeks so flushed?" With a hint of concern, she continued, "Did the cold wind catch you while you were outside? You must be cautious, especially since you've just recovered. It would be dreadful if you fell ill again." Looming Shi felt a twinge of guilt, her heart racing slightly at the words spoken. She could only nod in acknowledgement, assuring, "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, there is nothing amiss." Sueyu stood quietly beside her mistress, pretending to be oblivious to the unfolding situation. Not far away, Lu Yunu observed the concern displayed by Princess Anha towards Looming Shi, her heart filled with disdain. The sole reason Looming Shi garnered the sixth prince's favor was her ingratiation with Princess Anha. Without the princess, what would Looming Shi amount to? With such an unattractive appearance, the sixth prince would undoubtedly find even a mere glance at Looming Shi's visage a strain on the eyes. Reflecting on this, she could not help but gaze at Xian Yuanha across the hall, increasingly convinced he was a worthy suitor. Once she reached maturity, she too would be wed. Why settle for an ordinary young man from a prominent family when she could aspire to marry into the royal family and become a consort? With her beauty, few in the capital could surpass her, could they? Out of the corner of her eye, Lu Mingxi noticed Lu Yun'er's self-satisfied demeanor, her gaze frequently drifting towards Xian Yuanhe at the opposite table. It became clear that Lu Yun'er was likely concocting schemes to win his affection. As for Xian Yuanhe, he probably would not require much persuasion to willingly submit to Lu Yun'er, cherishing her as his beloved. Yet it remained uncertain whether, in this lifetime, Xian Yuanhe could ascend to the throne and Lu Yun'er become the imperial consort, and if they would share the same affection as in their previous existence.
Oh.
How could she have forgotten? Lu Yun'er held no genuine affection for Xian Yuanhe. In the depths of the dungeon, Lu Yun'er was consumed with thoughts of bringing Xian Yuanchen back, yearning to marry him. Reflecting on these memories, Lu Mingxi felt the warmth on her face dissipate, replaced by a profound coldness. Meanwhile, after Lu Mingxi departed, Xian Yuanchen lingered in the garden for a moment, suddenly struck by a sense of ennui. He pondered the purpose of his excursion, eventually recalling that he had intended to escape the clutches of intoxication. He turned to Shenfeng and said, "Let us return." Shenfeng, perplexed, found today to be particularly peculiar. The prince had inexplicably permitted the Lu family's legitimate daughter to approach him, exhibiting an unusually gentle demeanor.
Now,
they were returning to the banquet earlier than usual. In the past, the prince had always despised such gatherings reeking of wine. He would have preferred to remain outside rather than return promptly. It was indeed a most unusual occurrence. As the master and servant reached the banquet hall and were about to enter, they noticed several servants from the Luo residence cautiously transporting an array of items nearby. These treasures, encased in ornate silk boxes, were handled with utmost care, indicating their considerable value. The meticulous manner of their transport suggested they were gifts for the Luo matriarch's birthday, destined for her courtyard. Upon spotting Xian Yuanchen, the servants bowed respectfully. He bid them to rise, but just then, one of the servants carrying several silk boxes inadvertently dropped a long, rectangular box. The lid flew open, and a scroll tumbled out, unfurling to reveal a breathtaking landscape painting. The cascading waterfall commanded attention with its grandeur, the scenery depicted in such vivid detail that it seemed almost alive before one's eyes. Xian Yuanchen halted his steps, bending down to pick up the painting. He scrutinized it for a moment, and the more he gazed, the more the astonishment in his eyes intensified. Chapter 13. The Consumption of Souls for Longevity. And the devouring of innocent children. The servants were in a flurry, having inadvertently crossed paths with the regent. Terrified, they fell to their knees, exclaiming, "My lord, please forgive my transgression. It was a moment of carelessness. I beseech you to spare me." Xian Yuanchen waved his hand, his gaze fixed upon the painting in his grasp. After a prolonged silence, he inquired, "Who presented this as a birthday gift for the venerable Lady Luo?" The servant hastily bowed his head, replying, "Your Highness, this is a painting by Miss Lu, crafted personally for our esteemed matriarch." Noticing that the regent bore no ill will, the servant felt a wave of relief wash over him, his previous anxiety dissipating. When he cautiously lifted his gaze, he beheld the regent, seemingly captivated by the artwork, his expression one of genuine admiration for its exceptional quality. Xian Yuanchen, upon hearing the servant's words, was astounded. He had previously encountered Lu Mingxi's artwork and found it markedly inferior to this piece. He had never anticipated that the painting he had just extolled in the garden was indeed as remarkable as he had claimed. When had Lu Mingxi honed her skills to produce such a magnificent work? Xian Yuanchen recalled her earlier invitation to evaluate her artistry, which he had dismissed at the time. It now appeared that she was earnest in her pursuit of mastery, seeking his appraisal. As he scrutinized the painting, a hint of reluctance surfaced in his eyes. With great care, he rolled it up and returned it to its ornate box, admonishing gently, "Handle it with caution. We must not damage such a splendid creation." Alas, this was intended as a gift for Lady Luo, otherwise he would have been inclined to keep it for himself. The attendants responded in unison, and when they lifted their heads again, the presence of the regent had vanished, presumably having returned to the banquet. Upon his return to the gathering, Xian Yuanchen was met with a smile from Xian Yuanhe, who inquired, "Uncle, what brings you such apparent joy? Have you perhaps encountered some delightful news on your outing?" Xian Yuanchen, typically devoid of expression, wore a rather cold demeanor, yet for reasons unknown, his countenance appeared notably softened. Xian Yuanhe, intrigued, felt a blend of admiration and trepidation towards this young uncle. He sought his support and the power he wielded while simultaneously fearing his ruthless coldness and overwhelming authority. Xian Yuanchen replied in a nonchalant manner, "It is nothing. Merely stepping outside for some fresh air." He had little to say to Xian Yuanhe, whom he had never particularly favored, especially since Lu Mingxi seemed to harbor an inclination towards Xian Yuanhe. At this thought, a flicker of malevolence crossed Xian Yuanchen's gaze, accompanied by an inexplicable bitterness. Xian Yuanhe, perceptive as he was, sensed that Xian Yuanchen's mood had shifted from its earlier buoyancy. Wisely retracting the words that hovered on his lips, he offered a gentle smile, raising his wine cup to observe the dancers at the banquet. When the festivities concluded, Xian Yuanchen lifted his gaze once more, only to find Lu Mingxi from the opposite female table had already vanished from sight. A sense of regret filled him, yet he felt that the outing had not been entirely in vain. It was indeed a pity that the couple in the garden had interrupted him. Otherwise, he would have instinctively accompanied her for a while longer. After the banquet, Lu Mingxi and Luo Wanshan shared a carriage as they returned to their residence. In the carriage, Luo Wanwan affectionately grasped her daughter's hand and teased softly, "Today at the banquet, Shir, your artwork captivated quite a few young lords from noble families. I wonder, did you perhaps find any young talent your liking?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief, while Lu Mingxi remained remarkably composed, lacking the bashfulness typically found in someone of her age. She replied gently, "Mother, how could I possibly pay attention to those young lords? I was too busy conversing with Princess Anha, who is quite vivacious, as you well know." With a resigned shake of her head, she continued, "Are you truly so eager for me to marry? If that is the case, I suppose I could choose a suitable young gentleman and hastily wed, to spare you any further distress." Luo Wanwan, taken aback by her daughter's playful retort, chuckled and said, "What nonsense is this? I am not weary of you. It is simply that I wish to be aware, in case my precious Shir finds a man she fancies. So I can keep an eye out and prevent other young ladies from stealing him away, wouldn't you agree?" With a subtle shift in her gaze, she lowered her voice and added, "Or is it that my dear Shir, in truth, finds the young lords unremarkable, yet has her sights set on the sixth prince?" Though Lu Mingxi had previously expressed disinterest in the sixth prince, she had noticed today that he treated her daughter quite well. If Shir were to develop feelings, it would not be an unworthy match. With Princess Anha and the Empress Dowager watching over, surely Shir would not be subjected to any hardships should she marry into the royal family. However, Lu Mingxi firmly countered, "Mother, I assure you, I have no feelings for the sixth prince. The sixth prince adores beautiful women, yet I am no beauty. Mother, please refrain from discussing such matters. My elder brother is not young anymore. Are you not anxious to select a couple of sisters-in-law for me?" Lu Mingxi was rather blatantly diverting the topic. Reflecting on her past foolish infatuation with Xian Yuanhe, she felt quite absurd. Luo Wangquan, well aware of her daughter's sentiments, subtly followed her lead. "Your brother, well, let us not discuss the eldest. What about your second brother? Pray tell, which young lady would deign to notice him? It truly troubles me to the point where my hair has turned grayer." Lu Mingxi let out a soft chuckle, amused by the remark. Upon returning to the Lu residence, the doorman held the carriage and Lu Mingxi was assisted down by Cuiyu. As she made her way inside, Lu Yuner trailed behind, sweetly inquiring, "Elder sister, we were once the closest of friends. I had no idea you had become so adept at painting. You've truly concealed it from me." Before Lu Mingxi could respond, Lu Mingyao frowned in displeasure. "How utterly unrefined of you. Shir is your elder sister. You are but a concubine's daughter. Does she require your permission for her endeavors?" Were it not for the fact that Lu Yuner was a girl and a younger sister within the family, Lu Mingyao would have surely lost his temper. He placed a hand on his sister's shoulder and gently urged her forward. "Shir, you've just recovered. Do not linger in the cold wind outside. Hurry inside. What use is there in listening to such nonsense?" Lu Yunu's face flushed with anger at Lu Mingyao's words. What infuriated her most was the mention of her status as a concubine's daughter. What was so remarkable about them? It is merely a matter of being adept at reincarnation. What significance does it hold? Lu Ming reprimanded lightly yet firmly, "Mingyao, do not speak indiscriminately. Quickly escort Shir inside." Having said this, he disregarded Lu Yuner and, along with his siblings, proceeded into the residence. Lu Yuner, infuriated, twisted her handkerchief tightly. Lu Mingxi, that wretched girl, would pay for this. Upon returning to her chamber, Lu Mingxi sat quietly for a moment, sipping the ginger tea brewed by the kitchen, then instructed Sueyu to bring forth the ink and an array of prepared colors. She pressed down the paper with a weight, grasped the brush, and stared pensively at the pristine canvas. After a brief pause, she dipped the brush tip into the ink, rolled up her sleeves, and began to paint. Her mind was filled with the images and events of the day, the fidgeting Lu Yuner, eager to curry favor, yet still unrecognized by the empress, and the lofty and untarnished regent, Xian Yuanchen. Sueyu observed her mistress at work, too cautious to utter a word. Although she had witnessed Lu Mingxi's talent while painting a landscape for the matriarch's birthday, seeing it again was simply astonishing. When had her mistress acquired such remarkable artistic skill? She stood meticulously at the side, careful not to disturb Lu Mingxi. 3 distinct figures sprang to life on the paper. Sueyu widened her eyes, recognizing the subjects depicted. Were they not the very individuals who attended the birthday banquet today? The regent, the 6th prince, and Princess Anha? Every detail of their attire and demeanor was captured with exquisite precision, as though real people were rendered upon the canvas. Sueyu was filled with admiration, feeling that her young lady was truly remarkable. After completing half of her painting, Lu Mingxi set down her brush, waiting for the ink to dry, her gaze momentarily vacant. From Lu Yunu's demeanor today, it seemed she would soon trouble her again, so preparations were necessary. Little did she know how Xian Yuanhe would respond to and he, with his flattering words after experiencing a setback here. Having encountered an old acquaintance, Lu Mingxi found it impossible to sleep, and throughout the night, she completed the entire painting. At dawn the following day, she instructed Sueyu to roll up the artwork and place it in a brocade box for delivery to the regent's residence. Sueyu, carrying the brocade box, left Lu's residence and made her way to the regent's mansion. The 2 estates were not far apart, yet upon reaching the entrance of the regent's residence, Sueyu found herself barred from entry. Behind the imposing stone lions at the gate stood 4 guards, 2 on each side, their expressions impassive, each holding a sword firmly at the entrance, exuding an air of authority. As Sueyu attempted to enter, the guard stopped her, declaring, "No unauthorized personnel may enter." Trembling at the sight of the swords, Sueyu, on the verge of tears, stammered, I am here to deliver a painting on behalf of my lady. My lady is the legitimate daughter of Lord Liu, the Minister of Justice. Yesterday, at the birthday banquet of the Duke of Xinghua, she met your lord, who promised to appreciate my lady's painting, which is why she has brought it today. Despite her fearful explanation, the guards remained unmoved, their faces still devoid of expression. If that is the case, do you have an invitation from a lord? Without an invitation, entry is forbidden. A painting was sent by a lady, reminiscent of the days when the prince of the family was surrounded by numerous flirtations, utilizing all manner of tactics. Standing at the door, Sueyu found herself at a loss, hesitant to intrude. The artwork she held could not be returned in its original state. Fortunately, at that moment, Shin Feng entered from the main entrance and noticed Sueyu's tearful expression, along with the familiar item cradled in her arms. This maidservant, was she not the attendant of the esteemed Miss Lu? What was she doing here? Shin Feng initially intended to ignore the situation. Yet the peculiar demeanor of his master towards Miss Lu in the garden the previous day lingered in his mind, contrasting sharply with his treatment of other women. Thus, he approached her and inquired, "Are you the maidservant of Miss Lu?" Sueyu, relieved to see a familiar face, eagerly nodded, "Yes. Sir, my lady has painted this artwork and asked me to deliver it to the prince. You witnessed their encounter in the garden yesterday." With a pleading tone, Sueyu implored Shin Feng, "Might you allow me to enter and present this painting to the prince?" She wished for the painting, crafted painstakingly by her mistress throughout the night, to be delivered personally to the prince for her peace of mind. Shin Feng nodded in response, "Follow me." The guards at the entrance exchanged glances, astonished that a lady was indeed permitted to bring something to the prince without being turned away. Sueyu followed Shin Feng to the study, where he gently knocked on the door. "Your Highness, a maidservant from Miss Lu has come to deliver something for you. She claims it is a painting by Miss Lu. Would you care to see it?" After speaking, he turned to Sueyu, reaching for the brocade box she held, ensuring it contained nothing harmful to the prince. Before Sueyu could present the box, the door swung open. Xian Yuanchen gazed down at Sueyu, specifically at the brocade box she cradled. Startled by the proximity to the regent, Sueyu immediately knelt, proclaiming, "This humble servant, Sueyu, pays her respects to your highness. My young mistress has sent me to deliver a painting." Fear gripped her as she recalled the ghastly visage she had just encountered. Pale, devoid of color, with eyes as dark as night, and an expression that was utterly chilling. Uncontrollable rumors about the regent flooded her mind, tales of his frail constitution that allegedly compelled him to siphon the essence of others to sustain his life, or worse, to consume the flesh and blood of 3-year-old children. Sueyu trembled uncontrollably. A slender, pallid hand extended toward her. Sueyu lowered her head even further, her body rigid with trepidation. Yet, that pale hand merely withdrew the brocade box from her grasp. A cold voice instructed, "Rise. There is no need for excessive formalities. After all, you are but Lu Mingxi's personal maid." Sueyu stood, her head bowed, too fearful to meet Xianyuan Chen's gaze. She remained oblivious to the carefulness with which he unwrapped Lu Mingxi's painting, nor did she notice the glimmer of delight concealed within his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Mingxi would create a painting specifically for him. Upon unveiling the painting, he was startled to find it depicted himself. A subtle blush crept onto Xianyuan Chen's ears, while he momentarily disregarded the other 2 figures in the artwork. His eyes brimmed with admiration, and it would be no exaggeration to assert that Lu Mingxi's talent warranted accolades. The piece bore the hallmarks of a seasoned artist rather than that of a mere adolescent. It was as if years of diligent practice had culminated in the ability to capture the essence of the subject with just a few deft strokes, achieving a perfect balance. Was this truly how he appeared in Lu Mingxi's eyes? He seemed far more imposing and dignified than he had previously imagined. The corners of Xianyuan Chen's mouth subtly curved upward, unnoticed by anyone around him. After reveling in the portrayal of himself, Xianyuan Chen shifted his focus to the other 2 figures. The scene illustrated their attendance at the birthday banquet of the Duke of State, featuring An He and Xianyuan He. Xianyuan Chen's gaze lingered on Xianyuan He's visage. Although the painting was exquisite, with striking features reminiscent of a living person, there was an inexplicable sense of dissonance about Xianyuan He compared to the other 2. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the other 2 figures radiated warmth and joy, while Xianyuan He, despite his handsome portrayal, emanated an air of distaste. Lu Mingxi had always seemed to hold Xianyuan He in high regard, and he had even mentioned that she had intentions of matchmaking Lu Mingxi with Xianyuan He. Why, then, did the depiction of Xianyuan He evoke a sense of aversion in Lu Mingxi? Xianyuan Chen gently caressed the edge of the scroll and, after a moment's contemplation, softly instructed Shenfeng, "Hang it up." Cui stood cautiously to the side, not daring to utter a word. Observing her fearful demeanor, Xianyuan Chen waved his hand and said, "Shenfeng, escort her back to the Lu residence." As Shenfeng led Cui away, Xianyuan Chen remained poised before the painting, lost in thought. Once Cui had exited the study, she breathed a sigh of relief, finally able to steady her nerves. In her heart, she resolved never to visit the regent's mansion again. Shenfeng escorted Cui back, and upon his return to the royal residence, he entered the study only to find his master still engrossed in the artwork. He was taken aback, having never witnessed his lord so captivated. Even the finest masterpieces would not typically command such an extended gaze. Shenfeng silently stood by, recognizing that the issue lay not with the painting itself, but rather with the artist who had created it. Chapter 14. Painting on the spot to prove innocence. Meanwhile, Sueyu hurried back to the Lu family estate, racing to Lu Mingxi's courtyard. Upon entering the room, she was overwhelmed with the urge to vent her grievances. However, seeing Lu Mingxi still peacefully slumbering on the bed, she suppressed her emotions, recalling that her mistress had not slept a wink the previous night. It was not until noon that Lu Mingxi finally awoke. Sueyu could no longer contain herself and leaned over the bedside, softly weeping. "Mistress, the painting has been delivered to the Wang residence. Please do not send me there again. Let someone else go. The prince is truly terrifying. I am genuinely afraid he might drag me out and behead me or even drink my blood." Her shoulders trembled as she cried, prompting Lu Mingxi to chuckle despite her incredulity. Gently pressing her forehead against Sueyu's, Lu Mingxi teased, "Oh, dear girl, I trust only you with such an important task. Naturally, it must be entrusted to you. Besides, the regent prince is handsome, and while he may be aloof, he is far from ferocious. How could he possibly frighten you to this extent?" Sueyu wiped her tears with a handkerchief, utterly bewildered by her mistress's perspective. "Mistress, have you not heard the rumors circulating in the capital? The regent prince is quite fearsome. It is said that countless souls have perished at his hands, enough to silence the cries of children at night." Lu Mingxi rose from the bed, shaking her head in resignation. She had never perceived Xian Yuanchen as frightening. Even in her past life, she merely viewed him as someone distant and unattainable. To label Xian Yuanchen as terrifying, especially given his appearance, seemed a grave injustice. His pale, frail visage, if not for his wielded power, appeared exceedingly vulnerable and easily intimidated. Sueyu wiped her tears and stepped outside, instructing someone to bring water in and asking for Lu Mingxi to wash her face. Subsequently, she assisted Lu Mingxi with her makeup at the dressing table. The small kitchen also prepared porridge to be delivered. Before Lu Mingxi could finish the porridge in her hands, a little maid entered, saying, "Miss, Sister Chuanxi from the old madam's courtyard has come and said that the old madam wishes to see you to ask something." Sueyu looked up in surprise. It was quite unusual for someone to suddenly summon her young lady, especially when she had not engaged in any noteworthy activities recently. Lu Mingxi raised her gaze and replied gently, "I understand. Please have her wait outside for a moment. I will join her in the old madam's courtyard shortly." She had suspected that Lu Yun'er would certainly stir up trouble, but she had not anticipated such swift action. Lu Mingxi set down her bowl of porridge, wiped her lips, and stood up, allowing Sueyu to arrange her clothing and hair before she gracefully exited, following Chuanxi toward the old madam's quarters. Upon entering the courtyard, before reaching the door, she overheard whispers from behind the curtain, indicating that a considerable number of people were gathered. It was unclear what Lu Yun'er had said to the old madam to prompt such a gathering, especially since the old madam was typically clear-headed. Lu Mingxi lowered her eyes as the maid lifted the curtain, allowing her to step inside. Upon raising her gaze, she saw the hall filled with people, nearly all of her family present. As soon as Lu Mingxi entered, various expressions appeared on several faces, some joyful, others sorrowful, each gaze scrutinizing her with differing intensity. Upon observing her seemingly unaware expression, some individuals exhibited a heightened sense of schadenfreude. Lu Mingxi approached the elderly matriarch, first performing a respectful bow before gently inquiring, "Might grandmother have summoned me for a specific purpose? Please do not hesitate to express your wishes. I shall endeavor to alleviate any concerns you may have." The elderly matron wore a warm smile, beckoning Lu Mingxi closer, grasping her hand as she asked, "My dear, I did not come today for any particular matter other than to inquire when you acquired such remarkable painting skills. I heard that the piece you gifted your maternal grandmother yesterday was crafted by your own hand, garnering admiration from numerous young gentlemen and ladies of esteemed families. It appears our household was unaware of your hidden talent." Indeed, this was the reason for her visit. However, Lu Yun'er would undoubtedly be disappointed. Lu Mingxi smiled softly, "Grandmother, the paintings were merely a pastime for me, a way to fill my idle days. It is not a great skill, and naturally, it would not be known to everyone in the household. I still have my pride, so please, do not jest about this." She attempted to deflect the conversation with humor, yet some were unwilling to let it go. Upon hearing this, concubine Qin smiled gently and remarked, "Ah, the young lady truly possesses extraordinary talent. To casually hone her skills in private and achieve such artistry is remarkable indeed. With dedicated practice, your works would surely leave even the most renowned masters feeling inadequate." She covered her face with a handkerchief, chuckling softly before shifting the subject, yet, in the past, I had not perceived that the young lady possessed such exceptional abilities. If this painting was not created by the young lady herself, she ought to be forthright with the elder madam, who might then assist her in concealing the matter. After all, the painting was received by Madame Luo, the young lady's maternal grandmother, and it would be easier to resolve among family. However, should this reach the ears of outsiders, it would not only tarnish the young lady's reputation but also besmirch the entire Lu family's honor. Lu Mingxi observed her with composed indifference, her gentle smile unwavering. Yet, upon hearing Aunt Qin's words, the elder madam's expression gradually darkened, and she no longer regarded Lu Mingxi with the same warmth. With a sigh, she reached out to pat the back of Lu Mingxi's hand, saying, "Dear, please speak the truth to your grandmother." She harbored doubts regarding Lu Mingxi's purported talent. If it were genuine, why had there been no whisper of it until now? Only to unveil such a grand artwork at the birthday celebration for so many esteemed young gentlemen and ladies to behold? It would be one thing for Lu Mingxi to suffer disgrace alone, but as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, her disgrace would reflect poorly on the family's reputation. The elder madam's demeanor shifted, and the perceptive individuals present could see the change. Their gazes towards Lu Mingxi grew increasingly complex. Before Lu Mingxi could speak, Luo Wanwan, visibly anxious, interjected, clearing her throat to address the elder madam. Mother, it is merely something Sheer has been privately studying in recent days, and her personal maid, along with Ming Yao and Ming Jue, are all aware of it. Lu Yun'er, observing the elder madam's expression, felt a surge of triumph in her heart, knowing well that the elder madam would not believe Lu Mingxi capable of producing such a painting. Lu Mingxi regards others as fools. Yet she cannot deceive those within the household who are familiar with her true nature. Seated in her designated spot, she smiled gently and expressed her delight for Lu Mingxi. I see, elder sister, you have indeed devoted yourself to your craft. It is no wonder you are capable of creating such an exquisite painting. Your landscape work has captivated many esteemed families in the capital. Surely, in future gatherings, there will be opportunities for live demonstrations of your art. At that time, you will undoubtedly gain widespread acclaim and become one of the prominent talents in our city. Lu Yun'er, adorned with an air of praise for Lu Mingxi, spoke with a soft and delicate voice laced with a hint of envy. Were it not for the underlying tensions between her and Lu Mingxi, one might genuinely believe she was admiring Lu Mingxi's future success. However, Lu Yun'er's words struck a nerve with the old matriarch of the Lu family. If it were any other matter, the Lu family could manage to keep Lu Mingxi's endeavors under wraps. Yet, if there were a demand for Lu Mingxi to perform her art in public, once or twice might be manageable, but repeated occurrences would be hard to conceal in the capital. At that point, the Lu family would become the subject of ridicule, and even her son would struggle to hold his head high in the court. The old matriarch sighed deeply. Lu Mingxi blinked her eyes and asked her, Grandmother, do you not trust me? The old matriarch patted her hand, maintaining a warm demeanor. My dear, it is not that I lack faith in you. It is just that the renown of your painting from yesterday has spread far and wide, causing concern among others in the household. Rest assured, I believe in you. Since you have painted a piece for your maternal grandmother, how about today you indulge me and create one for your grandmother as well? Without waiting for Lu Mingxi to respond, she raised her hand, signaling the maid beside her to prepare the necessary items. The maid acted swiftly, clearly having been forewarned. Lu Mingxi understood the unspoken implication, lowering her gaze in silence, neither affirming nor declining. The old matriarch of the Lu family observed her demeanor with increasing concern. She pondered that if Lu Mingxi were indeed to commission someone to paint on her behalf, it would necessitate keeping Lu Mingxi confined within the estate, minimizing her public appearances to avoid situations where she might be compelled to create art spontaneously. As for the painters she engaged, the Lu household would ensure to bring the individual back for their service, to cater to future needs. Above all, the reputation of the Lu family must not be tarnished by Lu Mingxi's actions. Should Luo Wanwan and her daughter refuse, Lu Mingxi would be made to practice diligently in the courtyard until her skills were sufficiently honed before being allowed to leave the estate. The painting displayed at the recent birthday banquet could serve as an excuse, portrayed as a fortunate occurrence that exceeded her usual standard. While this reasoning might be somewhat strained, it would ultimately safeguard the Lu family's reputation. Luo Wanwan was in a state of distress, her eyes fixated on Lu Mingxi, who stood silently beside the old matriarch, yearning to rush forward and reclaim her from the elder's grasp. The matriarch, who usually exhibited a fondness for her granddaughter, was now compelling Lu Mingxi in front of so many onlookers. Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao were equally troubled, yet, witnessing their mother's demeanor, they could only suppress their emotions and comfort Luo Wanwan, whispering, Mother, since Sheer claims the painting is her own work, it must indeed be so. She would not deceive us. Lu Mingyao cast a glance at Lu Mingjue, noticing his elder brother's composed demeanor, which revealed a sense of uncertainty that contradicted his words. Deep within, he too was engulfed in turmoil. Observing Lu Yun'er's fervent conviction left him feeling unsettled. After all, he and his brother had spent the majority of their time in the academy, unable to attend to their younger sister. Moreover, as a girl, their bond, albeit close, could not compare to the understanding Lu Yun'er possessed of her. Lu Yun'er had once regarded Lu Mingxi as a sister. Yet her unwavering belief that Lu Mingxi had employed a ghostwriter raised questions. Lu Mingyao abruptly halted his thoughts, gazing at the table prepared within the room, adorned with meticulously ground pigments and ink. The scroll lay flattened beneath weights, awaiting Lu Mingxi's brush. If, indeed, Sheer had truly commissioned a ghostwriter, he and his brother would undoubtedly need to exonerate her, ensuring that the matriarch would not impose harsh penalties upon her. At the very least, the punishment must not be excessively severe. She was merely a young girl in her teens, and it was entirely understandable for her to act impulsively in such a manner. Within the room, The various concubines and the illegitimate sons and daughters huddled together, whispering amongst themselves while brazenly scrutinizing Lu Mingxi. It remained uncertain whether Lu Mingxi would indeed face the consequences Lu Yun'er desired from the matriarch amidst such a commotion. Each individual held their own thoughts, harboring ulterior motives. Only Lu Mingxi remained undisturbed, her faint smile unwavering, though the mirth in her eyes had dimmed slightly. Qin Yingyang exchanged a glance with Lu Yun'er, their expressions brimming with malicious glee. They exuded an air of confidence, eagerly awaiting Lu Mingxi's misstep that would provoke the matriarch's ire and lead to her chastisement. What of being a legitimate daughter? Even one of high birth would face reprimand should she jeopardize the interests of the Lu household. Even if the Duke of the State came forth, he could not offer her any protection. Once the items on the table were arranged, the matriarch addressed Lu Mingxi, saying, "Sire, you shall paint before the family." Lu Mingxi nodded, softly responding, "Yes, grandmother." Approaching the table, she took up her brush, dipped it in ink, and after a moment of contemplation, began to create on paper. Painting in front of the assembled company did not necessitate intricate detail. A few strokes sufficed to showcase her fundamental skills. As Lu Mingxi set to work, those seated around her strained their necks in eager anticipation to glimpse what she was depicting. Soon, even those at a distance could discern the general essence of her artwork, a scene of a pond adorned with wilted lotus leaves. Not all present were connoisseurs of art, yet it was evident that Lu Mingxi possessed genuine talent. With a few deft lines, figures began to come alive on the page, and with the addition of color, they became increasingly vivid. Upon completing her piece, Lu Mingxi set down her brush, a smile gracing her lips as she said, "Grandmother, Sierra has finished painting. The ink is still wet. I kindly ask you to come closer and view it." With poise, she stepped aside, allowing the painting to be fully revealed to all. The matriarch, supported by a maid, rose to her feet, while Luo Wanfang and the Lu brothers, Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao, followed suit. Others craned their necks, disregarding decorum, to gaze at the painting upon the table. They beheld a scene by a pond, where a few desiccated lotus leaves floated, and 3 or 4 women stood. One woman sat by the water's edge, while another, adorned with an exquisite gold hairpin, reached out her hand, seemingly pushing the seated woman from behind. The brushstrokes were few, rendering the figure's expressions indistinct, yet the sight evoked a profound sense of unease, as if the woman by the water's edge might be thrust into the depths. Upon discerning the entirety of the painting, Lu Yun'er and Aunt Qin's faces drained of color. It unmistakably depicted the moment when Lu Yun'er had once pushed Lu Mingxi into the pond. Lu Yun'er shot a glare at Lu Mingxi, only to find her standing aloof, her demeanor strikingly indifferent. This wretched Lu Mingxi had clearly anticipated this. She possessed a remarkable talent for painting, skillfully concealed from Lu Yun'er and everyone else. What a calculating mind Lu Mingxi possessed. Lady Lu, initially taken aback, soon found her countenance brightening with a blend of astonishment and delight. Indeed, what a splendid painting! Truly worthy of being my granddaughter's work. Who could not sing its praises? She was utterly astonished to discover that within the Lu household, a true talent had emerged. Chapter 15. Does climbing to the position of the legitimate daughter equate to enjoying the same treatment? Lu Mingxi merely smiled. Yet old Madame Lu understood that today's incident was bound to wound Lu Mingxi's heart. The uproar was primarily instigated by concubine Qin and her daughter Lu Yun'er. Casting her gaze once more upon the contents of the painting, the old lady suddenly recalled the earlier incident where Lu Mingxi had fallen into the water. The painting clearly depicted Lu Yun'er pushing Lu Mingxi into the water. It was far from a mere accident caused by a maid. Old Madame Lu's brows furrowed in displeasure as she turned to grasp Lu Mingxi's hand, urging her to sit beside her. She gently patted her hand but addressed Lu Yun'er and concubine Qin with a chilling tone. Today's grand spectacle is largely thanks to Yun'er and concubine Qin. What? Now that you see Shi'er possesses exceptional artistic talent, your expressions have soured? Concubine Qin felt cold sweat trickle down her brow as she replied softly, "Old madam. Today's events were merely out of Yun'er's concern for the Lu family's reputation." "Is that so?" the old lady retorted sharply. "Do you truly believe I have grown so senile as to be oblivious to your intentions? First, you caused your elder sister to fall into the water, and now you slander her reputation. What sort of heart do you possess? It is because of you that our household is in turmoil. If others were to learn of these matters, our Lu family would be utterly disgraced." Lu Yun'er's face turned ashen, and she weakly implored, "Grandmother, I truly harbor no ill intentions." Her delicate, pale face furrowed in distress, evoking sympathy. However, old Madame Lu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Mingxi, whose demeanor remained composed yet somewhat indifferent, and questioned, "Are you suggesting that I am slandering you? Look at how you present yourself. Clearly the master of the house, yet feigning fragility. Why not return to your studies of the scriptures?" Aunt Jean is forbidden from seeing the second miss for the remainder of the month and must sincerely reflect upon her actions to avoid further tarnishing the reputation of the young ladies in the household. Aunt Jean was taken aback by this admonition. It implied she would be confined and that Lu Yuner had incurred the old matriarch's displeasure. In a moment of despair, Aunt Jean knelt, weeping like a rain-soaked flower before the matriarch. Despite her advancing years, Aunt Jean's beauty had undeniably borne a daughter as lovely as Lu Yuner, and her tears added to her delicate, heart-wrenching demeanor. She implored softly, "Esteemed matriarch, I harbor no doubts regarding the intentions of the eldest miss, nor do I wish to cause her any harm. The last incident with the water was truly an accident, a misstep from an inattentive servant, and the second miss has already faced repercussions for it. This is clear to you, my lady. My sole desire was to ascertain whether the eldest miss had received guidance from a master. I have heard that the second miss admires the eldest Miss's artistry and thought perhaps she could also benefit from the same masteress' wisdom. This was merely a misguided attempt, devoid of any ill will. Please trust my sincerity. The eldest miss has always been kind to the second miss. How could I ever act against her interests?" Her voice was filled with sorrow, punctuated by moments of wiping away her tears, evoking the deepest sympathy. Observing her aunt's kneeling figure, Lu Yunu, after a brief moment of trepidation, also knelt and quietly wept. "Grandmother, it is all my fault. I was simply too envious of my elder sister. I beseech you to forgive me this time." At last, Luo Wanwan felt a sense of relief wash over her. Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao exchanged glances. Both had received training in painting, yet their skills paled in comparison to Lu Mingxi's, revealing her undeniable talent in the art. How splendid that was! Presently, observing Lu Yuner and her mother kneeling before the old matriarch, lamenting in a pitiful plea, Luo Wanfang could only feel disdain and fury. She scoffed, "Even if Sheer has indeed received guidance from a master, do you believe you are worthy of seeking her favor? Do not forget, Sheer is the legitimate daughter, while Yuner is but a concubine's child. There is a clear distinction between the two. Do you presume that the Lu household treats concubines' offspring poorly, and aspire to elevate yourself to the status of the legitimate daughter?" This was a grave transgression, for within the inner chambers, the greatest taboo was the blurring of lines between legitimate and illegitimate offspring. The old matriarch's expression darkened, and both concubine Qin and Lu Yuna realized they had misspoken. Luo Wanfang's words only added fuel to the fire as they hastily defended their intentions, all the while harboring deep-seated resentment towards Lu Mingxi. Why should Lu Mingxi, by mere birthright, be elevated above them? How dare she treat them with such disdain? Everything that Lu Mingxi possessed should rightfully belong to her. She was more beautiful than Lu Mingxi and understood how to leverage her advantages and win favor. Had it not been for the lack of a reputable maternal lineage to secure her position, how could she possibly be inferior to Lu Mingxi? She should have excelled in every aspect compared to Lu Mingxi. In the past, Lu Mingxi had willingly shared her privileges with her. Yet now, Lu Mingxi had reclaimed all the rights of a legitimate daughter, forcing her to endure the status of a mere concubine's child once more. How can she endure this? That despicable Lu Mingxi, does she regard herself as someone on par with Lu Qingqing and the others? Lu Qingqing and her companions were born into lowly stations, yet Lu Yuner is not. She was destined for a life of privilege, to revel in the finest of luxuries and to rise above all others. Does that wretched Lu Mingxi even deserve to stand in her presence? Lu Yuner seethed with resentment, her heart burning with hatred, yet her face displayed an increasingly sorrowful visage. Observing Lu Mingxi's demeanor, the matriarch of the Lu family noticed the gathering of various members of the household within the room. Should she show leniency towards Lu Yuner and her mother, it would set a precedent allowing anyone to trample upon the dignity of the legitimate daughter and the matriarch. How could tranquility ever reign in the inner chambers after such a breach? The matriarch struck the table with her hand, her voice grave. "What is this incessant wailing? It is utterly unbecoming. Bring forth concubine Qin and the second young lady, and have their allowances. Let them reflect upon their actions. You too should cease your weeping. Upon returning, transcribe scriptures and recite the verses, ridding yourselves of distractions before you exit the courtyard." Upon hearing the matriarch's words, Concubine Qin and Lu Yunu grasped the implications immediately. This was a form of house arrest. Concubine Qin wished to protest further, but upon seeing the matriarch's stern expression, she understood that no amount of tears would spare them from this punishment. After all, so many eyes were upon them, including the vigilant gaze of Luo Wanwan nearby. Should the repercussions prove too lenient, it would undermine the matriarch's authority and reflect poorly upon her. The matriarch would never risk incurring the wrath of Luo Wanwan and her mother, who had the powerful Luo family backing them. Madame Qin had no choice but to retreat as a means of advancing, using her handkerchief to wipe away her tears. What the matriarch has said is indeed true. I shall take my leave with the second young lady, and I hope the eldest young lady and the madam will forgive our transgressions. Seeing her aunt speak in such a manner, Lu Yun-er could only grit her teeth and accept the punishment, following Madame Qin as they exited. Shortly after their departure, the matriarch sent a large collection of scriptures to them, which left Lu Yun-er utterly exasperated. After Madame Qin and Lu Yun-er had left, the matriarch let out a sigh, returned to her seat, and waved her hand, saying, "Enough, let today's events be forgotten. You may all return to your respective quarters." The concubines, leading the younger illegitimate children with them, rose to take their leave. The once lively courtyard immediately fell silent, leaving only Luo Wanquan and her child within the confines of the house. The matriarch cast a reproachful glance at Lu Mingxi and lamented, "My dear child, possessing such remarkable artistic talent, why did you not reveal it sooner? As you approach the age of maturity, had you showcased this ability earlier, our family's name would have surely resonated throughout the capital, attracting many eligible young men seeking your hand." It was not that the matriarch held Lu Mingxi in disdain. Rather, it was the fear that few men would be willing to overlook her ordinary looks in pursuit of a union with someone deemed lacking in merit. Fortunately, at present, Lu Mingxi possessed exceptional painting skills, which alleviated her perceived shortcomings. There would undoubtedly be noble young men who valued talent over mere appearance, willing to come forth to propose. Observing the matriarch's affectionate demeanor towards Lu Mingxi, Luo Wanquan felt a twinge of discontent, but recognized that Lu Mingxi could not afford to show any displeasure towards the matriarch. Thus, the venerable matriarch would increasingly perceive that Lu Mingxi was a sensible and understanding child, feeling remorse for her previous actions towards her. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Mingxi had matured considerably. As she listened to the elder's words, a shy expression graced her face. Yet her thoughts drifted to her past life and her union with Xian Yuanhe. Having been married once, she was acutely aware of the realities that accompany matrimony. Lu Mingxi's heart was as tranquil as still water, devoid of any longing. Why marry at all? It was merely a matter of being entangled with those who valued her for the benefits she represented. How many virtuous souls truly exist in this world, and how many can one genuinely rely upon? Rather than depending on others, it is far wiser to depend on oneself. With a gentle smile, Lu Mingxi softly replied to the matriarch, "Grandmother, I am in no rush. I wish to remain by your side and honor you." The elder, hearing her words and observing her lack of resentment, could not help but smile. "Truly, you are a good child, my dear. Your filial piety brings me great comfort." It was evident that Lu Mingxi had indeed grown more mature. This was commendable. The legitimate daughter of the household ought to exhibit some understanding, ensuring the harmony of the home and preserving the Lu family's dignity. Lu Mingxi spent time conversing with the elderly lady in her courtyard. The matriarch, wishing to alleviate any lingering grievances Lu Mingxi might harbor from earlier events, adopted a particularly kindly demeanor and inquired about her health. Lu Mingxi smiled gently, reassuring her grandmother. "Grandmother, I am not as fragile as you think. I have already recovered quite well, so there is no need for your concern." Lady Lu held her hand and tenderly patted it, saying, "Do not take today's events to heart, dear. I only worry about your reputation in the future. In this capital, not everyone is easy to deal with. Should anything unfortunate occur, it is essential for me to know so I can assist you in resolving it. Fortunately, you possess genuine talent, which is indeed the best outcome." Naturally, Lu Mingxi would not show displeasure towards Lady Lu. She remained warm and agreeable, responding, "I understand your heartfelt concerns, grandmother." Luo Wanquan and Lu Mingjue, who stood nearby, occasionally interjected with comments. And it was not until a considerable time later that Lu Mingxi emerged from her grandmother's courtyard. The old lady had even instructed Chuanxi to fetch 2 exquisite ink blocks from the storeroom for Lu Mingxi, urging her to practice diligently and not to squander her innate gift. Lu Mingxi allowed Suayu to accept the items and left with Luo Wanquan and the others. Once outside the old lady's courtyard, Luo Wangquan quietly inquired of Lu Mingxi, "When did you learn to paint? Is it true, as Aunt Qin mentioned, that you have received guidance from a master?" It was indeed quite perplexing. She knew her daughter well and recalled that Lu Mingxi had previously shown no interest in reading or painting, unable to sit still for long. Before Lady Lu had even seen the painting Lu Mingxi had gifted, she had been taken aback, suspecting her daughter of employing a ghostwriter. She was contemplating how to help her daughter cover her tracks to avoid revealing the truth. However, before she could take any action, this incident unfolded, thus alleviating her concerns. Lu Mingxi was acutely aware that her mother was not easily deceived like the old matriarch. With a smile that remained unchanged on her face, she pondered briefly before responding. "Mother, I have previously witnessed the scene where Aunt Qin compelled Lu Yuner to master the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I distinctly heard Aunt Qin tell Lu Yuner that she must study diligently and surpass me, her legitimate daughter, in order to elevate herself and trample me beneath her feet." Chapter 16 Was Lu Mingxi truly a fool, or was something amiss? With a wistful expression, she softly recounted, Aunt Qin was exceedingly strict with her. If she failed to learn well, she would be denied food. I had intended to invite her out to play, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the scene. Later, when I was with Lu Yuner, she constantly urged me not to take my studies too seriously, insisting that such knowledge was of little value and that my happiness was all that mattered. At that moment, I pondered why, if it were indeed useless, Aunt Qin would so adamantly compel her to excel. Upon hearing Lu Mingxi's words, Luo Wangquan clenched the handkerchief tightly in her grasp, seething with indignation at the malicious intentions of Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner towards Lu Mingxi. Had it not been for Lu Yuner's inability to restrain herself and harm Xier, she might have remained blissfully unaware, led astray by Lu Yuner. Lu Mingxi offered a faint smile, saying, "Mother, I sensed that Lu Yuner's words were misguided. Yet I could not immediately articulate my counterarguments. Thus, I acquiesced to her, dabbling superficially in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, ceasing my studies thereafter. However, in her absence, I diligently practiced in secret, lest she discover my progress and develop a wariness of me, concocting other schemes to bring me harm." Her words were a mixture of truth and deception. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanquan's chest heaved with anger, for she believed Lu Mingxi's account to be undoubtedly true. Were it not for her daughter's cleverness, she would have fallen prey to the machinations of that treacherous mother-daughter duo. Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao, who stood nearby, were equally incensed, having never imagined that their sister had been so perilously targeted by such underhanded tactics in their absence. Was this not a form of subterfuge akin to the use of Borix? Luo Wangquan pondered for a while and concluded that she must seek a tutor for Lu Mingxi once more. After all, Lu Yuner had undoubtedly squandered a considerable amount of her time. "My dear, I shall find another female tutor for you, to ensure that you thoroughly relearn all that you have not yet mastered. Surely, this will surpass anything you learned from Lu Yuner. As my daughter, you are far too intelligent to be overshadowed by a mere concubine's illegitimate daughter. In the past, we treated her with kindness, yet she remained ungrateful and harbored ill intentions. Now that the mask is torn, focus on your studies, for the better you learn, the less they will dare to provoke you." Lu Mingyao chimed in enthusiastically, nodding his head vigorously. "Indeed, let us hire 10 or 8 tutors for my sister, ensuring she masters every subject, driving that Qin concubine and Lu Yuner to the brink of despair." He was convinced that his sister's brilliance would enable her to excel as magnificently as she did in painting. Lu Mingxi, however, found the entire situation amusing yet frustrating. Quickly declining, "Mother, there is no need to find me a female tutor. I have already grasped what the previous tutor taught me. I simply chose to conceal my abilities. There is no need to expend further effort on that front. Besides, I am not a child anymore. In a year or two, I will reach the age of maturity, and it is rather unusual for someone my age to have tutors at home." Luo Wangquan wanted to argue that age was of little consequence, but upon hearing Lu Mingxi claim she had already learned, she felt a flicker of doubt. Have you truly mastered it? She rarely saw Lu Mingxi diligently studying these subjects in private. Could it be that she was indeed a prodigy, capable of grasping concepts with the slightest hint? Lu Mingxi nodded. "While I cannot claim to be an expert, I do possess a fair understanding. Ultimately, I shall not bring shame upon myself in the future." In her solitude within the deep palace, awaiting Shen Yuanhe, she had diligently studied those subjects day and night, mastering them thoroughly. In the present day, There exist numerous tasks that demand attention, rendering it unnecessary for her to squander time on matters that once consumed her. Observing Lu Mingxi's steadfast refusal, Luo Wangquan felt it inappropriate to press further and nodded in agreement. If that is the case, I shall acquiesce to your wishes and refrain from seeking the scholar's counsel. However, my dear Sheer, should any issues arise in the future, you must confide in your mother. Do you understand? Your mother and your two brothers will undoubtedly assist you. For any challenges you cannot surmount alone, we shall bear the burden together. Lu Mingxi's eyes brimmed with emotion as she quietly responded, embracing her mother and whispering mother. Sheer understands. In her previous life, her tragic downfall could very well have stemmed from the absence of her mother and brothers, leaving her without a support system in her time of need. Lu Mingxi found it perplexing, yet in this lifetime, she was resolute in her determination to avoid repeating past mistakes. She wished for the well-being of all those around her. Lu Mingjue, observing the sorrowful expressions of his mother and sister, lowered his head to touch his nose and gently patted their backs, softly stating, "Very well. My sister has endured enough distress. There is no need for you, mother, to further upset her. I can see that Sheer does not appear well. After such an ordeal today, she must be weary. Let us return home for her to rest." If the servants were to witness this, it could reach grandmother's ears, and those unaware might misconstrue it as dissatisfaction towards the old matriarch. Luo Wangquan promptly released Lu Mingxi, letting out a sigh. "Your elder brother speaks wisely. Let us return and ensure you rest well." After this encounter, the mother-daughter duo of Aunt Qin should remain subdued for some time. Lu Mingxi nodded in agreement, contemplating that until the household had forgotten this incident, Lu Yun'er would likely refrain from acting rashly. Lu Yun'er and Aunt Qin had been reflecting in the courtyard for quite some time, unable to emerge. As the year-end approached, the matriarch eventually relented after a period of reflection and permitted Lu Yun'er to venture out. She also instructed Luo Wanwan to teach the three daughters of the household, who were nearing their coming-of-age ceremony, the art of managing the household. As scions of a noble lineage, it was rare for the daughters of their family to serve as concubines, unless they were to secure a prestigious marriage. Even in such cases, they could not resemble the daughters of lesser families, who were often only versed in superficial charms. Mastery of household management was undoubtedly essential. Luo Wanwan found herself quite exasperated with the two illegitimate daughters, particularly with Lu Yun'er. At present, she could not entrust any significant household matters to them. With the festive season approaching, the families would be engaging in mutual gift-giving and reciprocation, an endeavor that tested one's ability to navigate relationships delicately. It was imperative to discern which families were close allies and which were more distant, determining the appropriate level of gifts based on both reason and sentiment. A miscalculation in the value of gifts could adversely affect the relationships between families. Given the gravity of this matter, Luo Wanwan was understandably hesitant to delegate it entirely to them. However, it also presented a valuable opportunity for their growth. Thus, the following morning, she summoned the three of them to the courtyard and clearly articulated the task at hand. Their mother held no favoritism, nor did she exclusively rely on any one of them. Each of them was to return and compile a list detailing the gifts they deemed appropriate for each household, specifying which families warranted lighter gifts and which deserved more substantial offerings, ensuring they each developed a sense of discernment. Luo Wangquan tilted her head towards her devoted maid, who promptly handed a stack of 3 folded papers to the 3 individuals. "This is the list of gifts to be presented. Please refer to it and clearly note how to deliver these gifts. Tomorrow morning, bring me the completed list for my review." Her voice was calm and measured, and after concluding her instructions, she took a sip of tea. Lu Yun'er examined the list in her hand, her heart swelling with delight. However, upon glancing at Lu Mingxi, she felt a twinge of unease. After all, Lu Mingxi was Luo Wanquan's biological daughter. As the matriarch, Luo Wangquan was undoubtedly well acquainted with the intricacies of social etiquette. A mere hint from her could enable Lu Mingxi to surpass both Lu Qingqing and herself in this endeavor. What a farce this so-called test was. Lu Yun'er harbored discontent within, though her exterior remained composed. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxi held the list with a nonchalant demeanor. Having lived an additional lifetime, she was no less knowledgeable about such matters than Luo Wangquan. In fact, her prior experiences afforded her a deeper understanding of the intentions behind the interactions of certain influential families with the Lu family, whether they were foes or allies. As she exited Luo Wanquan's courtyard, Lu Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement, wisely choosing not to provoke the legitimate daughter. "Elder sister, I shall take my leave now to ponder over how to present these gifts. Lu Mingxi inclined her head in agreement. Lu Qingqing, along with her maid, departed first. While Lu Yun'er let out a soft chuckle, does elder sister know how to present these gifts? But of course, even if you are unsure, mother will always know. Tomorrow's examination will surely see you excel above all. Lu Mingxi easily discerned the veiled implications in Lu Yun'er's words, yet her arched brows and gentle demeanor remained unchanged. A pair of pitch-black, indifferent eyes gazed coldly, devoid of emotion, exuding a chilling detachment that resembled the look one might cast upon a corpse. The sight sent shivers cascading down Lu Yun'er's spine. Lu Mingxi softly reassured her, "Do not worry, there is no need for mother to instruct. These matters are not particularly challenging for me." Lu Yun'er, with her neck held high, forced a laugh. "Oh, really? When my elder sister was so close to me before, I had no idea you possessed such skills." She had always been by Lu Mingxi's side. It was inconceivable that Lu Mingxi could have concealed such talents from her so effectively. If that were the case, Lu Mingxi's intellect would indeed be formidable. It was simply impossible. Lu Mingxi, that fool, had always been easily bewildered by her few casual words. How could she possibly hide her learning from Lu Yun'er while secretly acquiring knowledge? Lu Yun'er consoled herself with these thoughts, while Lu Mingxi showed no inclination to elaborate further. With a gentle smile, she advised, "Second sister, you should return and ponder how to present your gifts. The festival approaches, and this is no trivial matter. It requires thoughtful consideration." Lu Yun'er nodded softly. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, sister. I shall return now." She turned and departed towards her courtyard, her mind still echoing with the peculiar gaze Lu Mingxi had just cast. What was the matter? Could it be that Lu Mingxi, that fool, was not quite right? Lu Yun'er pondered deeply, yet could not discern the reason. Was it possible she had misinterpreted? Rather than attributing significance to that fleeting glance, Lu Yun'er preferred to trust her long-standing understanding of Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi cannot be considered intelligent, for even if our relationship had soured, she would not have regarded me with such a gaze. I must have been mistaken. Chapter 17. Formulas for enhancing vitality and nourishing the kidneys. Suitable for men. Lu Mingxi was unaware that Lu Yun'er had been frightened by her. Upon returning to her courtyard, she pondered over the list for a moment before instructing Sueyu to prepare the writing materials, ready to commence the creation of a gift. Her writing flowed effortlessly, and it seemed that the instant she beheld the mansion, she had already conceived the appropriate offerings. Only upon glimpsing the regent's residence did she hesitate for a brief moment. The Lu family was not particularly close to the royal household, however. It was customary for all families to present gifts to the royal residence, and the offerings must not be meager. There were precedents to reference in terms of customary amounts. Yet, Lu Mingxi still found herself momentarily entranced by the royal estate. She grappled with her feelings towards Xian Yuanchen. While she was aware of his affections for her, she did not reciprocate those romantic sentiments, at least not at present, leaving her with a profound sense of guilt. After much contemplation, Lu Mingxi ultimately set her pen to paper. The following morning, after adorning herself, she was accompanied by Sueyu to her mother's quarters. Lu Mingxi handed the meticulously crafted list to Luo Wanyuan and then took a seat, awaiting her mother's review. Luo Wanyuan, filled with curiosity, wondered how her daughter would compose the list. Setting aside the household management aspect, she could discern the significance of certain individuals on the list in Lu Mingxi's heart. However, the more she examined it, the more astonished she became. Lu Mingxi's arrangements for gifting were remarkably well articulated, with many of the entries aligning almost perfectly with her own expectations, save for a few discrepancies. Could it be that she possesses a talent for managing affairs? Luo Wanwan, unable to contain her excitement, paused momentarily upon noticing yet another line. It pertained to the allocation from the sixth prince's residence. Due to the connection with Princess Anha, the offerings from the sixth prince's household had always been more generous compared to those from other princes over the past 2 years. Luo Wanwan examined Lu Mingxi's handwriting. The gifts listed by Lu Mingxi were quite ordinary. They did not exude disdain or negligence, yet could hardly be deemed intimate. Based on Luo Wanwan's previous assumptions, she believed Lu Mingxi harbored some affection for the sixth prince. Although Lu Mingxi had previously denied such sentiments, as a mother, Luo Wanwan always felt it was merely a fleeting moment of shyness and stubbornness from her younger daughter. Little did she anticipate that Lu Mingxi would arrange gifts for the sixth prince in such a manner. As she continued to read, the offerings from Princess Anha and other noble families were standard, indistinguishable from those of previous years. However, the items from the Regency Prince's residence stood out. In stark contrast to the ordinary offerings from the sixth prince this year, Lu Mingxi had notably indicated a gift of 500-year-old ginseng for the Regency Prince. Such a precious gift, even if presented on a momentous occasion, would be a remarkable offering. It was entirely unnecessary for routine festive exchanges. This ginseng was originally part of Luo Wanwan's dowry, intended for Lu Mingxi's future marriage. Yet, Lu Mingxi had chosen to bestow such a valuable item upon the Regency Prince? Could it be that she had mistaken the gifts intended for the Regency Prince and the sixth prince? With Lu Yuner and Lu Qingqing still present in the room, Luo Wanwan felt it inappropriate to directly inquire with Lu Mingxi. She placed the list on the table and said, I have pointed out the errors made by Yuner and Qingqing. However, Sierra's work is indeed commendable, nearly matching the standards of previous years. Very well. I shall take my leave for today. Remember my words. One must remain vigilant to avoid becoming the subject of gossip in the future. Lu Yuner felt this to be true. Lu Mingxi would undoubtedly receive accolades. She could hardly believe that Lu Mingxi had composed this on her own. While she wore a smile, her teeth were clenched in frustration, wishing she could tear the words from Luo Wanwan's mouth, who had so brazenly assumed the role of matriarch. Why had she not been blessed with a mother of noble birth? Lu Yuner left, her heart filled with resentment. Once the room was clear of idle onlookers, Luo Wanwan turned to Lu Mingxi and inquired, Sierra, I see that your list is quite well done. However, why have you chosen to send the sixth prince such ordinary calligraphy and paintings? Although there are no apparent mistakes, compared to previous years, this gift seems rather meager. Lu Mingxi anticipated this question from Luo Wanwan and had prepared her explanation. With a melodious voice, characteristic of youthful charm, she replied earnestly, Mother, the sixth prince is a royal. We are but subjects. While it is customary to present gifts during the festive season, if the offerings are too lavish, it may provoke the emperor's displeasure. The sixth prince has now come of age, and the emperor has surpassed the age of understanding. If subjects appear overly familiar with the prince, what do you think it implies? It implies a private alliance between the prince and his subjects, a conspiracy to usurp the throne. In the past, with Princess Anha and the queen's connection, the Lu family did not ponder much. However, when Lu Mingxi suddenly pointed it out, Luo Wanwan was taken aback. Indeed, their amicable relations with the queen and Princess Anha were due to the fact that Princess Anha could never ascend the dragon throne, and thus the emperor had no reason to be wary of them. However, cultivating a friendship with the sixth prince would alter that dynamic and potentially incite the emperor's discontent. Luo Wanwan realized that Lu Mingxi's words held great truth. She had been somewhat negligent in her considerations. Yet, she initially believed that the sixth prince was fundamentally different when it came to her daughter. Hearing Lu Mingxi's remarks, she couldn't help but inquire once more, Sierra, do you truly have no feelings for the sixth prince? In the past, Luo Wanwan often thought Lu Mingxi was rather naive, having been overly cherished and somewhat oblivious to the realities of the world. Yet, witnessing Lu Mingxi's thoughtful consideration for their family, she felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter, believing she should not bear such burdens at her tender age. Why should she be weighed down by such thoughts? Unable to restrain herself, she offered reassurance. Sierra, if you have any intentions, do not worry about the emperor's reservations towards the Lu family. Simply confide in your mother. Whomever you wish to marry, I shall strive to secure it for you. Even if it is a prince, what of it? If you desire to wed the crown prince, I could return to the Luo family and weep before your mother, and that would suffice to fulfill your wishes. Lu Mingxi recognized her mother's misunderstanding, displaying a hint of helplessness, and nodded affirmatively. Mother, please believe me, I harbor no thoughts for him. If my daughter were to marry, even if it were to a humble man from the countryside, she would never consider him. Having been married once, she is acutely aware of the cold-blooded serpent that lies beneath a beautiful exterior. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Luo Wanquan felt a sense of certainty. She widened her eyes and exclaimed, What kind of talk is that? If others were to hear you, what would happen? After gently admonishing her, Luo Wanquan's gaze shifted to another name on the list, and she inquired, What about this ginseng? I had previously mentioned that this ginseng is part of my dowry, untouched, with the intention of serving as your future bridal gift. How could you so casually gift it to the regent? Are you not concerned that His Majesty might perceive the regent as forming cliques and harboring ulterior motives? Lu Mingxi realized that her mother was using her earlier words against her. With a playful blink, she replied, He is already the regent. if he had any nefarious intentions. He wouldn't need our family's assistance. Enough of that, mother. He has helped me before, and I wish to present this ginseng to the prince as a token of gratitude. I presume he lacks for nothing within his own estate. Seeing that Luo Wangquan was about to ask further questions, Lu Mingxi stood up, saying, "If you believe this list is acceptable, then I shall send the items to the regent's residence as per the specifications." With that, she made to slip out the door. Luo Wangquan, both amused and exasperated, remarked, "You child." She followed a couple of steps behind, admonishing, "A physician will be visiting the house for consultations at noon. Be sure to have him examine your health thoroughly. You recently recovered from a severe illness during the winter. Do not be careless, understand?" Lu Mingxi's voice echoed back, "I understand, mother." As she exited the courtyard, Luo Wangquan stood at the door, lost in thought. Sheer had just mentioned that the regent had once assisted her. When had that been? Why was she unaware of it? She couldn't shake the feeling that Sheer was concealing many secrets from her. As a mother, she couldn't help but worry. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxi returned to her courtyard and instructed Sueyu to retrieve the ginseng from her small chest. Sueyu took the key, unlocked the chest, and brought forth the brocade box containing the ginseng. Upon opening it, the ginseng lay there in pristine condition. Lu Mingxi closed the box and heard the announcement that the doctor summoned from the estate had arrived, beckoning him to enter. The doctor, a familiar face to the Lu household, inquired about her health every fortnight. Upon entering, he greeted her respectfully, then placed a cloth upon her wrist to feel her pulse. Lu Mingxi's gaze fell upon the brocade box containing the ginseng, and a thought suddenly struck her. She recalled the pale complexion of Xianyuan Chun at the banquet. His health was frail, and he often appeared wan. Sending him a piece of ginseng might not be immediately beneficial, for one cannot replenish a depleted body hastily. Excessive nourishment could be detrimental. Perhaps it would be wiser to consult the doctor for a remedy. The Lu family had engaged the services of a renowned physician in the capital who had been attending to them for a decade. Known for both his medical skill and integrity. Thus, as the doctor examined her pulse, Lu Mingxi casually inquired, "Might Dr. Wang have any prescriptions for restoring the vitality of young men? If so, could you kindly write one for me?" Dr. Wang looked up in surprise, his curiosity piqued. "Might I ask what the young lady intends to do with this prescription?" In varying circumstances, there exist distinct remedies that correspond appropriately. Thus, one must address the ailment at hand. Lu Mingxi reflected upon Xianyuan Chen's condition. He must have suffered from poor health since childhood, his complexion perpetually pale, his physique slender, and his hands cold to the touch, presenting an image of fragility. I pondered that administering tonics directly might lead to a deficiency in fortification. Rather, employing a medicinal formula alongside nourishing supplements would yield better results. Though Xianyuan Chen exuded an air of authority, a closer inspection revealed him to be a delicate beauty, albeit tall and exuding a chilling demeanor that deterred close proximity, rendering him seemingly fearsome. Alas, Lu Mingxi was unaware that Xianyuan Chen presented a different visage before others than when he was in her presence. In the company of others, regardless of how pale and feeble he appeared, he undeniably struck an intimidating figure that instilled trepidation. After detailing Xianyuan Chen's symptoms, Lu Mingxi, concerned that the physician might misconstrue her intentions as soliciting a remedy for an outsider, clarified, "I am inquiring on behalf of my brother." They were too proud to seek assistance themselves, hence her audacity in approaching Dr. Wang. Upon uttering these words, she felt a twinge of regret. It indeed seemed an unnecessary embellishment, an attempt to mask the obvious. Fortunately, Dr. Wang did not dwell on her words. Upon learning she sought to procure tonic for the two young masters of the household, he pondered briefly and nodded, "Certainly. I have what you need. Please wait a moment." Mississippi Lu Mingxi's heart soared with delight as she hastily instructed Sueyu to prepare the ink, paper, and brush for the doctor. After observing Lu Mingxi's pulse and noting her health had improved significantly, the doctor informed her accordingly, then proceeded to gather his medical kit and approached the table to compose the prescription. In days of yore, the young masters of the household often sought his medical expertise. Enjoying robust health, why, then, did they require prescriptions for tonics? Dr. Wang pondered deeply, considering the age of the two young masters who were nearing the time of matrimony. Perhaps there were issues of a more delicate nature that they were reluctant to disclose. Ultimately, it seemed that Miss Lu, concerned for her elder brother, was the one to broach the subject of such remedies. It was indeed commendable of her to harbor such a protective heart. Dr. Wang swiftly penned the prescription, set down his brush, and with a respectful bow to Lu Mingxi, declared, "Miss, the young masters should adhere to this regimen, taking the prescribed medicine twice daily. It will assuredly bolster their vitality. I shall take my leave now." Lu Mingxi signaled to Tsueyu, who promptly understood and swiftly procured a silver ingot from her sleeve, discreetly presenting it to Dr. Wang. "Please, Dr. Wang, ensure that today's matters remain confidential. Let no one else be privy to this." Dr. Wang accepted the silver, without hesitation, nodding appreciatively before taking his leave. This was indeed a gratuity for his services. Such offerings were not uncommon, yet this particular sum was notably substantial, likely intended as a hush money. It was surprising to discover that the seemingly dignified young masters harbored such vulnerabilities. However, their ailments did not align precisely with what Miss Liu had described. Lacking a better solution, he resorted to a generic prescription for invigorating tonics that all men could safely utilize, ensuring that it would not cause harm nor yield no benefit. After all, he was not particularly versed in such maladies. If the situation proved dire, the two young gentlemen would likely need to seek the expertise of a renowned physician specializing in such conditions. Chapter 18. Xianyuanchen. Follow this prescription to nourish your health. As he walked outside, he couldn't help but sigh. Lu Mingxi was utterly unaware that, inadvertently, she had placed her two elder brothers in a predicament. She gazed at the prescription on the table, its ink still drying, and felt a flicker of joy in her heart. Xianyuanchen held immense power and had access to anything he desired. She felt incapable of repaying him adequately, so she resolved to offer her modest gratitude in these small, thoughtful gestures. With a bright smile illuminating her eyes, she carefully tucked away the prescription and instructed Tsueyu. "You must go now and deliver this prescription along with the ginseng intended for the regent to the royal residence. It is best to attend to matters of nourishment promptly." Xianyuanchen often appeared with a pallid countenance, leading one to believe that a spirit had drained his vitality. Upon hearing her request, Tsueyu's expression fell, and she couldn't help but murmur softly in protest, "Miss, can't we send someone else? You know how terrified I am of the prince. I truly feel he could devour me whole." Lu Mingxi found herself both amused and exasperated, urging her, "Hurry now. I trust you the most. This ginseng is a treasure. I can only feel assured if you are the one to deliver it. He would not harm you, I assure you." This statement held truth, for she had witnessed Tsueyu's selfless bravery in her previous life, and now, Tsueyu occupied a unique place in her heart, far beyond that of an ordinary maidservant. For matters of importance, Lu Mingxi always entrusted them to her, seeking that sense of reassurance. With no choice but to comply, Tsueyu accepted the task, gathering the ornate box and the prescription before making her way to the entrance of the regent's residence. Before she even crossed the threshold, memories of her last encounter with the regent flooded her mind, causing her heart to race in her chest. Hesitating at the entrance of the royal mansion, she cast a glance at the guard. However, this time, the guard, having gained experience, recognized Tsueyu upon seeing her. He recalled her previous visit when the prince had allowed her entry. The guard addressed her. "Are you here to pay your respects to His Highness? Please do go in." Trembling slightly, Tsueyu stepped into the palace, following a servant who guided her to the study. Upon her arrival, a servant promptly rushed to inform Xianyuanchen of her presence. Thus, when he heard her outside the door, he said directly, "Come in." Tsueyu was the personal maid of Lu Mingxi. Her last visit had been to deliver a painting. What could be the purpose of this visit? Could it be that she sought a favor? Xianyuanchen continued to write, yet his thoughts began to drift. If Lu Mingxi truly needed his assistance, he would undoubtedly help her. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he considered the possibility. As Tsueyu entered, she barely caught a glimpse of the regent's face before she knelt down, bowing respectfully, her voice trembling slightly. "Your Highness, my young lady has sent me to present a gift to you." She held up a brocade box high, accompanied by a neatly folded prescription, and whispered, "This is a 500-year-old ginseng, sent by my lady to help restore your health, along with the prescription obtained from the doctor for your nourishment." Before Tsuelu could utter another word, Xianyuanchen eagerly seized the items from her hands. Holding them, his dark eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness, and he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Does your young mistress have any other tasks for you? After sending such a generous gift, is there nothing she requires of my assistance?" Lu Mingxi had never been particularly close to him, nor had their relationship been especially amicable. Why, then, had she suddenly begun to show concern for him and even sought a remedy on his behalf? In truth, such gestures were unnecessary. He would willingly assist her with anything she requested. Nevertheless, he felt a profound joy at her thoughtful gifts. A faint blush unexpectedly appeared on Xianyuan Chen's pallid complexion, rendering him less frail than before, as if a touch of vitality had been restored. Suelu listened with a hint of confusion, yet her overwhelming fear clouded her perception, preventing her from detecting the subtle anticipation in Xianyuan Chen's tone. Instead, she perceived an air of frustration, and with her head bowed, she trembled as she replied, "Your Highness, there is nothing else. The young mistress simply instructed me to deliver these items. Was this not sufficient? Did the regent prince find the gifts from her mistress lacking in value?" Yet, in previous years, she had heard from the household staff that such lavish presents were not customary for the regent prince. Moreover, why had the young mistress taken it upon herself to consistently send offerings to the prince's residence? Could it be that she required some favor from the regent prince? This seemed implausible. Surely there were other channels, such as seeking assistance from the princess directly, rather than relying solely on the regent prince. Suelu was left utterly perplexed. Fortunately, Xianyuan Chen soon urged her to rise. Beneath his deep voice lay a hint of secret excitement. "Bring forth a reward of 100 taels." Upon hearing the words of the regent, a servant promptly approached, bearing a richly adorned pouch filled to the brim with silver, delivering it before Sueyu. Stunned, Sueyu found herself at a loss, trembling with trepidation as she replied, "This humble servant, merely fulfilling the young lady's command to present a gift, truly cannot accept such a generous reward. I am deeply grateful to your highness." Yet, Xianyuan Chen believed her deserving of it. Clutching the box in his hand, he had received gifts from Lu Mingxi twice in succession, and such unexpected fortune left him almost incredulous. Maintaining a steady tone, he insisted, "Accept it. You have performed your duty admirably, and this is the reward you rightfully deserve." Sueyu dared not refuse the regent a second time. Having been called to stand, conversing with him had already consumed all her courage, and now she could only timidly respond, retrieving the heavy silver from the tray. Xianyuan Chen waved his hand, saying, "Quickly return to report to your young lady and express my gratitude for her gift." Sueyu complied, leaving the courtyard in a daze, struggling to believe that she carried such a substantial amount of silver. So much silver, all granted to her? The weight in her hands was daunting, and she feared being robbed in broad daylight. Though she found it perplexing, she was not foolish. As soon as she exited the regent's residence, she quickly comprehended that the reason the prince had bestowed upon her such wealth was due to her young lady. After all, one tends to favor those they cherish. However, it was never observed that the young lady had much interaction with the prince. How is it that they seem to have become quite familiar of late? Sueyu pondered this conundrum, unable to unravel the intricacies of the regent's thoughts, which were undoubtedly beyond the comprehension of a mere maidservant. She hurriedly covered her sleeve and made her way back to the Lu residence, eager to report to her mistress. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, Xianyuan Chen remained somewhat entranced after receiving the 500-year-old ginseng sent by Lu Mingxi. Such a rare treasure is not easily found. Even in a family as esteemed as the Lu's, how could Lu Mingxi possibly part with it? He placed the intricately designed box on the table and glanced at the neatly arranged prescription. At that moment, Shen Feng entered and noticed his master studying a piece of parchment. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled that the young lady of the Lu family had sent her maidservant again, bringing something for her mistress. With the ginseng displayed on the table and the prescription in the prince's hands, it was evident that these were gifts from Lu Mingxi. Yet, one could not fathom the purpose of sending a prescription. Observing his master's expression, Shen Feng noted a smile gracing his lips, suggesting that he was quite pleased with this gift. This led him to believe that the Lu young lady must hold a special place in his master's regard. The royal household lacked for nothing. While ginseng is indeed precious, it hardly warranted such a reaction from his master. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his master suddenly commanded, "Shen Feng, summon the physician to examine the use of this prescription." He was not a doctor himself, and Lu Mingxi had merely stated it was to bolster his health, leaving him perplexed as to the contents of the document. He remarked, "If this prescription proves effective, I shall adhere to it, taking 2 doses daily as instructed." This is indeed the heartfelt intention of Lu Mingxi and must not be squandered. However, it is unfortunate that, should it merely be a standard tonic for replenishing one's health, no matter how copiously I consume it, it will bear no significant consequence. The imperial physicians had examined him countless times. Immediately, Shen Feng went to summon the physician from the manor. Xian Yuanchen's health was hardly robust, and the manor was graced with a resident physician of considerable skill. Yet, upon reviewing the prescription Xian Yuanchen presented, the physician's expression betrayed an inexplicable concern. Shen Feng's vigilance was instantly piqued. What could this mean? Is there something amiss with the prescription that could jeopardize the master's health? To think that Miss Liu would harbor such ill intentions. Before he could voice further apprehensions, the physician interjected, "That is not the case. It is indeed a tonic for health, though it specifically targets the kidneys. This prescription possesses properties for invigorating and replenishing vitality. What could possibly prompt the prince to resort to such a remedy? There is no princess in residence. What benefit could this bring?" Upon hearing this, Xian Yuanchen's ears flushed crimson. Lu Mingxi, how could she send him this? What audacity! A young lady. Xian Yuanchen's mind was a tempest as he contemplated Lu Mingxi's daring gesture of providing him with a prescription for vitality enhancement, ostensibly to bolster his health, leaving him in a labyrinth of convoluted thoughts. What was Lu Mingxi truly implying? Did she harbor feelings for him?
No, that could not be.
Xian Yuanchen's turbulent emotions suddenly settled, and he was acutely aware that the man who captured Lu Mingxi's heart was none other than Xian Yuanhe, his own royal nephew. Their bond was exceedingly close, and he had joyfully mentioned it to him on several occasions. It was entirely possible that Lu Mingxi would soon become his royal sister-in-law, thus intertwining their families even further. In that moment, Xian Yuanchen's grip on the teacup faltered, causing it to slip from his hands and shatter on the floor with a sharp crack. The doctor and Shin Feng were instantly alarmed, kneeling in supplication. "Your Highness, please quell your anger." After all, who would not feel insulted if, out of the blue, a woman presented them with a recipe for a vitality-enhancing tonic? It was no wonder the prince was so incensed. The doctor trembled with trepidation, fearful that the prince's wrath might be directed at him, especially since he had declared that the formula was for invigorating purposes and had allowed others in the chamber to overhear, thereby tarnishing the prince's reputation. A brief silence enveloped the study. Finally, Xian Yuanchen's voice broke the stillness. "Rise. I am not angry, merely caught off guard." His tone was remarkably calm, indeed betraying no trace of fury. The doctor and Shin Feng cautiously stood, gauging Xian Yuanchen's expression. Although puzzled, Xian Yuanchen gazed at the prescription Lu Mingxi had provided and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "In the future, we shall adhere to this formula. It may very well prove useful at some juncture." Chapter 19. The bento bestowed by your future son-in-law. Xian Yuanchen held the prescription in his hand, placing it upon the table. The physician exhaled in relief and replied, "Your Highness, this is merely a common prescription. Allow me to amend it to better suit your constitution. And thereafter, you may take it once daily." Given that Xian Yuanchen's health was unlike that of an ordinary individual, he could not recklessly partake in remedies. Careful consideration of the dosage was necessary. Xian Yuanchen acquiesced, instructing them to procure the medicine, yet his mind remained preoccupied with the matter at hand. He could not fathom what Lu Mingxi truly intended, yet found himself utterly incapable of declining. Was it feasible for Lu Mingxi to maintain such a close demeanor towards him indefinitely? Xian Yuanchen felt uncertain in his heart. It seemed that since that encounter in the garden of the Luo residence, Lu Mingxi had begun to regard him differently from the past. His gaze fell steadily upon a painting crafted by Lu Mingxi's own hand, which hung behind him. Cui Yu, entirely oblivious to the commotion her mistress's gift had stirred within the royal palace, felt her heart race as she hurriedly lifted her skirts and returned to Lu Mingxi's courtyard. Gasping for breath, she exclaimed, "Miss, the items have been delivered to the royal palace and into the hands of the prince. He even rewarded me with 100 taels of silver." She presented the coins she had carefully carried back, having kept them hidden for some time, and urged Lu Mingxi, "Miss, it must surely be the prince's gesture of gratitude for you. Please accept it. 100 taels. Surely. It could not be that he genuinely bestowed such a sum upon a mere maidservant." Lu Mingxi lowered her gaze upon the bulging silk pouch that Sueyu presented to her, her brows arching in a gentle smile. Even the blemishes on her visage could not diminish her warmth and brightness, revealing a hint of exquisite beauty. Xian Yuanchen, indeed, was quite generous.
What could he not afford?
He could relinquish his power and throne, so a mere 100 taels of silver seemed trivial. Lu Mingxi shook her head and sipped from her cup. "Accept the reward silver. It is yours." Sueyu was taken aback, feeling the weight of the coins, which seemed almost scalding in her hands. "Miss, My monthly wage is only 2 taels. Such a sum is beyond my means. I cannot accept it. You should keep it. She knew it would take her years to amass such wealth. How could she dare to accept it? In the household, even during festive occasions, rewards for servants were never this generous. Seeing Sueyu's apprehensive demeanor, Lu Mingxi could not help but chuckle softly. Just take it. Consider it. She paused, her gaze flickering slightly. The remainder of her thoughts remained unspoken. Suddenly, she recalled certain matters. She truly had little to offer in return to Xian Yuanchen. He possessed everything one could desire, while she had nothing to boast of, not even beauty that might attract his attention. Ultimately, she would have to marry. She could not remain a spinster in the Lu household forever. It was not just about bearing the weight of idle gossip. She had to consider her brother and mother as well. Lu Mingxi was determined to safeguard the lives of her mother and brothers throughout her life, yearning to provide them with a better existence. As for herself, rather than marrying someone indiscriminately and treading the same path as in her previous life, why not wed someone who holds affection for her? This would also fulfill Xian Yuanchen's desires. In gratitude for his life-saving grace, she could devote herself to him. It would be a privilege for Xian Yuanchen to regard her so, and rather than becoming a pawn to Xian Yuanhe, who would exploit her family background, why not unite with Xian Yuanchen? This way, Xian Yuanhe would forever be left watching, unable to grasp any leverage over Xian Yuanchen, who would wield even greater power than in their past existence. In her previous life, Xian Yuanhe had been consumed by jealousy towards Xian Yuanchen, relentlessly devising schemes to bring about his downfall. Suddenly, Lu Mingxi set down her teacup, gazing at Chuiyu, and softly remarked, "Consider it a gift from your future son-in-law. 100 taels. There is nothing that cannot be accepted. If you truly hesitate, for my sake, you ought to at least accept it." Her eyes twinkled as she looked at Chuiyu, her mind inevitably drifting to memories of her past life. 100 taels paled in comparison to Chuiyu's loyalty towards her. The moment Lu Mingxi uttered these words, Chuiyu was rendered speechless, entirely disregarding the notion of silver. Had she truly heard correctly? Did her young mistress just imply that the regent would one day be her son-in-law? Was her mistress expressing interest in the regent? Chuiyu was so astonished that she could scarcely gather her thoughts, her mind racing back to the moment when the regent received her mistress's gift, seemingly in good spirits. After a considerable pause, she finally regained her composure, suddenly realizing that the reason her mistress had sent her twice to present gifts to the regent was not merely to curry favor or seek assistance. It was likely intended to ensure that she appeared before the regent more frequently. Consequently, as the regent gazed upon the items in his chambers, he would inevitably be reminded of her mistress. With repeated thoughts, he might develop an inclination. Sueju found her mistress exceedingly astute. However, the notion that her future brother-in-law would be the regent filled her heart with trepidation. If her mistress were to marry into the royal household, Sueju would undoubtedly have to accompany her, leading to a future where she would face a husband who feasted on flesh and drank blood daily. Merely contemplating such a fate brought her to the brink of tears. Hadn't her mistress once harbored affections for the sixth prince? How had she so abruptly shifted her affections to the regent? Clutching the silver in her arms, Sueju looked up at her mistress and observed her radiant smile, a clear indication of her resolute decision. Reflecting on the regent's demeanor, Sueju felt that an escape from this dreadful destiny was increasingly unlikely. Everyone in the capital feared the regent. How could her mistress be so fearless, so bold as to approach him directly? Her mistress's audacity was truly remarkable. Lu Mingxi, noticing the shifting expressions on Sueju's face, could not help but chuckle. "What are you thinking?" Sueju pouted and murmured, "It's nothing. But why does my mistress so suddenly wish to marry His Highness the Regent?" Such a question is surely beyond the bounds of servant and master. After posing her inquiry, she hastily added, "I have spoken out of turn." Lu Mingxi's gaze was profound. "Is it not all the same whom one marries? Moreover, considering my appearance, if not for the presence of a respectable maternal grandfather and an admirable elder brother, how many young gentlemen in the capital would be inclined to wed me? Given this, I might as well choose the most handsome and powerful one." As half a month swiftly passed and the new year approached, Lu Tiancheng, the master of the Lu household, dispatched a messenger bearing a letter, assuring that he would return to the capital before the festivities commenced. Initially, he had communicated to his family that he might not return in time for the new year, advising them not to worry. To their surprise, The business at hand concluded much sooner than anticipated, allowing him to return early and partake in the celebrations. Upon receiving the letter, the household was infused with joy, and preparations for the new year commenced in earnest. Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao also returned from the Imperial Academy, opting to remain home for the time being. The siblings busied themselves with various tasks, occasionally visiting Luo Wangquan for conversation or paying respects to the matriarch in her courtyard. However, they seldom encountered Lu Yuner. Even when they did, she seemed notably subdued, refraining from any antics in front of Lu Mingxi. Yet, Lu Mingxi was acutely aware that Lu Yuner was not one to easily relent. She would undoubtedly seek opportunities to stir trouble. Lu Mingxi harbored no fear of her schemes. Rather, she was concerned about the possibility of Lu Yuner becoming dormant, which would leave her with no means to take action against her. Soon, the day of Lu Tiancheng's return to the capital arrived. He first sent a trustworthy servant to the Lu residence to convey his arrival, while he himself proceeded to the palace to report to the emperor. Upon receiving the news at home, everyone sprang into action, filled with joy and excitement. Considering the arduous journey of Lu Tiancheng's return, the family decided to celebrate. The matriarch instructed that the confined Qin concubine be released to roam freely. Upon hearing the news, Qin concubine sighed with relief and immediately went to visit Lu Yuner. Learning that Lu Yuner had not clashed with Lu Mingxi recently, she felt a wave of comfort wash over her. She had been concerned for Lu Yuner's well-being in her absence.
Now,
she had come to realize that Lu Mingxi was not to be underestimated. It was likely that Lu Yuner had been deceived in the past, remaining oblivious until now. Contemplating this, Qin concubine discreetly tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Lu Yuner grasped her mother's hand and, with her head bowed, said, "Auntie, father is returning tonight. We must go to the main gate to welcome him. If he learns of the matters at home, he may well reprimand me." Lu Tiancheng was a strict and upright man, highly favored by the emperor and regarded as a significant official in the court. He valued propriety and possessed a commendable character. Had it not been for this, the Luo family would not have allowed Luo Wanwan to marry into the Lu household. He placed great emphasis on rules. While the matriarch might still consider Lu Yuner her own flesh and blood, Lu Tiancheng would not, though they were all his children. Failing to adhere to the established order was unacceptable, and strict discipline was necessary to instill lasting lessons. However, Qin concubine confidently reassured her, "There is no need for concern. Your father has returned after much toil. The matriarch will undoubtedly ensure that he is not troubled by affairs in the inner chambers." In this regard, Qin concubine felt quite assured. Lu Yuner, filled with concern, inquired, "Is that true?" While she dared to scheme against Lu Mingxi, she inherently felt a twinge of fear towards Lu Tiancheng. Qin Yinyang gently patted her hand, reassuring her. Just then, a joyful maid entered, announcing to the two, "A young servant has returned with a message. The master has exited the palace. The old madam requests that the young masters, young ladies, and concubines all proceed to the entrance to greet him. Ladies, let us hasten. We must not delay." Qin Yinyang and Lu Yuner promptly rose and made their way towards the grand entrance. There, they beheld the masters of the Lu household eagerly awaiting. Lu Yuner immediately spotted Lu Mingxi standing beside the old madam. Dressed in a flowing white feather cloak, she appeared remarkably warm against the biting cold wind at the entrance. The delicate collar fluttered softly in the breeze, adding an air of grace to her slender figure. If one were to glance at her, without seeing her face, they would surely perceive her as an enchanting beauty. Observing the jingling of her ornaments, Lu Yuner noted the hairpin atop her head. Crafted from thin gold sheets shaped like camellia flowers, with a heart adorned in vibrant red gemstones. Even in the dim light, it radiated a luster that bespoke its considerable worth. Lu Yuner, feeling a surge of resentment as she regarded Lu Mingxi's appearance, lamented her own plight. Since the rift between them had widened, her status within the household had been relegated to that of a common-born daughter. Not only had the fine possessions dwindled, but even the fabric of her garments had become inferior compared to those of Lu Mingxi. All the finest items were first selected by the legitimate sons and daughters, leaving only the remnants for those of lesser birth. From frugality to extravagance is an easy transition, yet the reverse is fraught with difficulty. Lu Yuner truly cannot endure such treatment. The more this is the case, the more she finds Lu Mingxi utterly detestable. As daughters of the Lu family, what justifies Lu Mingxi's superior attire and provisions? She has entirely forgotten that Lu Mingxi, in addition to being the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, is also the granddaughter of the Duke of the State. Not to mention other factors, merely her mother's dowry brought into the family is unparalleled. Many of the possessions Lu Mingxi holds are not sourced from the public treasury. Noticing Lu Yun'er's gaze, Lu Mingxi slightly turned her head to glance at her. Their eyes meeting. For some unknown reason, Lu Yun'er felt her heart skip a beat. However, Lu Mingxi quickly turned away, leaving Lu Yun'er momentarily stunned. Her gentle smile remained, but inwardly she thought to herself that she must have been mistaken. How could Lu Mingxi possibly possess such a terrifying gaze? Chapter 20. I have a method to make father disdain that mother-daughter pair. Madame Qin and Lu Yunyu arrived not too late. Yet their tardiness was somewhat improper, as even the old matriarch had already arrived. The old matriarch stood in the center, supported by a maid at her side, casting an annoyed glance at Madame Qin. Since the last incident, her dislike for Madame Qin had become quite apparent. While it was true that Lu Yun'er was a concubine's daughter, she was still the offspring of her son. Any outrageous behavior could only be attributed to the influence of an unworthy mother. Nevertheless, the matriarch merely cast a glance without uttering a word. After standing in the chilly wind for a brief moment, they noticed a carriage approaching with a clatter. The old matriarch couldn't help but display a hint of joy on her face. Lu Mingxi, standing beside her, exclaimed, "Grandmother, that is father's carriage." The old matriarch nodded repeatedly, saying, "Indeed, indeed. Your father has toiled outside, returning weary and travel-worn. He certainly deserves a good rest." Beside them, Luo Wangquan also wore a smile. As the carriage reached the entrance, the doorman promptly went to tether the horse. A broad figure emerged from the carriage, clad in a deep crimson official robe. His square jaw and stern countenance exuded a sense of gravitas. Though he had entered middle age, he appeared increasingly composed, hinting that he must have been a strikingly handsome man in his youth. He lifted his robe and dismounted, noticing the family at the entrance, his serious expression softening as he strode up the steps. The old matriarch grasped his arm, beaming with joy. "At last, you have returned. At last, you have returned. My son has suffered." Luo Wangquan called out from the side, "Master, you seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." Having met his father and grandfather, Lu Tiancheng found himself enveloped in the harmonious intertwining of voices from his aunts and cousins. With a gentle demeanor accentuated by soft brows and eyes, he supported Lady Lu, his mother, and said, "Mother, the wind at the entrance is quite strong. There is no need for you to come out to welcome me. Please, everyone, let's retreat inside to converse. It would be unwise to catch a chill out here." He had been away from home for 2 to 3 months, and while he had not felt the absence acutely during his time away, returning now brought an unparalleled sense of comfort. The elderly lady responded with repeated affirmations, and the group, accompanied by maids and servants, entered the residence. The kitchen had been diligently prepared in advance, and as the dishes were finalized, Lu Tiancheng engaged in conversation with the matriarch before making his way to his own quarters to freshen up and change his attire. An hour later, he sat down for dinner. At the dining table, the aunts stood nearby, serving the dishes. Aunt Qin positioned herself beside Lu Tiancheng, attentively observing his preferences and delicately placing food into his bowl. She often cast him tender glances, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Aunt Qin was indeed a beauty. Otherwise, she would not have borne a daughter as stunning as Lu Yun'er. Though she was no longer a teenage maiden, having given birth, her allure remained undiminished, each subtle expression and glance capable of stirring desire. After being taken as Lu Tiancheng's concubine, she had enjoyed a period of favor, and even now, she remained the most favored among the concubines, with a young son to her name. When Lu Tiancheng was at home, he frequently visited Aunt Qin's quarters. Though he adhered to propriety and refrained from actions that might provoke the ire of his wife, treating her with the utmost respect, Aunt Qin subtly hinted to Lu Tiancheng in various ways, and though he understood her intentions, he maintained an indifferent expression, feigning ignorance. Lu Mingxi, as a younger generation, lowered her eyes while dining, yet she did not miss the nuances of Aunt Qin's demeanor. She mused that Aunt Qin had miscalculated. Her father would never breach propriety. After such a lengthy absence, it was only natural for him to seek out his legitimate wife first, rather than venture into Aunt Qin's quarters. Aunt Qin was well aware of this fact, yet witnessing Lu Tiancheng's disregard for her still stirred her jealousy. Unable to restrain herself, she cast a furtive glance at Luo Wanwan. Meanwhile, the other concubines serving the young master and mistress exchanged knowing looks, their faces betraying mocking smiles. Aunt Qin was indeed overestimating her charms. After all, The master had been away for 2 or 3 months. What reason had he to visit her chambers? Naturally, he would first pay his respects to the lady of the house. Alas, her flirtations seemed to fall on deaf ears. Noticing the silent exchanges among the women, Aunt Chin's ire only grew. After the meal, Lu Tiancheng engaged in conversation with the matriarch for a while before departing her quarters. Unable to contain herself, Aunt Chin called out, "Master." She gazed at Lu Tiancheng with a feigned fragility. He inclined his head slightly, replying, "If there is nothing of great importance, we shall discuss it tomorrow. I am weary." Aunt Chin could only watch forlornly as Lu Tiancheng left, clearly heading to the mistress's quarters alongside Luo Wanwan to rest. Enraged, Aunt Chin stormed through the corridor, with Lu Yuner trailing closely at her side. Once they had distanced themselves from the throngs of people, Aunt Chin could no longer contain her frustration. "Look at your father," she exclaimed. "Does he even acknowledge us, mother and daughter? Since his return, he has either engaged in conversation with the eldest young lady and the eldest young master, or sought solace in the ladies' courtyard. Although Luo Wanwan is indeed beautiful, she has been raised as a demure young lady by the Luo family. She lacks the understanding of how to serve a man as I do. I have always believed that men are drawn to delicate women. How could any man see a fragile beauty and not feel a sense of pity? Yet, inexplicably, Lu Tiancheng is as rigid as they come." Aunt Chin could not suppress her indignation any longer. "Just observe the gathering. With so many children in the family, the only inquiries your father made were about the eldest and second young master's studies, and he only asked about Lu Mingxi, his sole daughter. He even praised her for her return to painting after hearing the old lady mention it. You needn't doubt her talents. She excels in every aspect: music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In beauty, she is unmatched. It is beyond my comprehension what your father is thinking. Does he truly expect that Lu Mingxi's looks will attract a suitable match? Who would want to marry her? She is bound to settle for a lowly match. You must understand that the marriages of daughters are highly scrutinized, and marrying well is of utmost importance. If one cannot secure a prestigious match, at the very least, the families should be of equal standing. However, for Lu Mingxi to find a suitor, it requires a young man of good family to be willing to marry her. With her appearance, which suitor would be foolish enough to choose her? When the time comes, if Lu Mingxi remains unclaimed, she will only become a laughingstock for the Lu family. Unlike my daughter, who possesses a stunning visage, there are few in the capital who can rival Lu Yuner in beauty. In the future, the Lu family's connections will surely depend on Lu Yuner. If appropriately executed, with her daughter's extraordinary beauty, it would indeed be fitting for her to marry into royalty." Upon witnessing her mother's indignant demeanor, Lu Yuner consoled gently, "Aunt, do not let your anger consume you. It is not worth jeopardizing your health." Lu Mingxi's ability to win her father's favor. Who can say what means she employed or how she charmed him with her words? We're left in the dark. Although she felt a surge of frustration herself, she understood that mere anger would yield no fruitful outcome. Ultimately, the head of the household remained her father. As long as he stood firm, even the old matriarch would have to bow her head. The old matriarch, after all, preferred to consider her son and the welfare of the entire Lu family. If only her father were to come to despise that mother and daughter duo, what would it matter if they were of legitimate birth? Lu Yunu's eyes sparkled as a sudden wave of delight washed over her, and a smile graced her lips. She whispered softly, "Aunt, I have a plan that can incite Father's disdain towards that mother and daughter." She lowered her voice, allowing her words to drift lightly into Qin Yinyang's ears. On that frigid winter night, the flickering candlelight in the corridor cast an eerie chill. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, someone observed their exchange, having listened intently to every word. Chapter 21. It is inconceivable that the lady could commit such an act. There must be someone deliberately framing her. On the other side, Lu Tiancheng furrowed his brow, removing the facade of a smile in the courtyard of Luo Wanyuan. Observing his worried demeanor, Luo Wanyuan inquired, "Is the master in low spirits? Is there something troubling you? Was the task not executed smoothly? Did they not say it went exceptionally well?" With a sigh, Lu Tiancheng replied, "The emperor had originally dispatched me to investigate a murder case. However, as I delved deeper, I uncovered connections to a close official of the second prince. While this might not seem significant, the deceased local official's identity is quite complex." Upon hearing this, the emperor was exceedingly enraged, commanding the second prince to kneel outside the court and forbidding him to rise. Yet, as I continued the investigation, the clues became too conspicuous. It remains uncertain whether the second prince is truly culpable or if he is being framed. I fear that the other princes have already begun to contemplate their ambitions. As a court official, he could not recklessly voice his speculations, and thus, he reported only what he uncovered to the emperor. Nevertheless, this predicament weighed heavily on his mind. With several princes now reaching adulthood, the crown prince is decidedly not the most astute or capable among them, which inevitably stirs ambitions among his brothers to usurp his position. Being sons of the emperor, each harbors aspirations for the throne, and none would passively watch the crown prince ascend. If only the crown prince were exceptionally shrewd, capable of suppressing his predatory brothers, it would be one matter. Alas, he possesses merely average abilities. Throughout history, the transition of imperial power has invariably led to bloodshed within the court, and a single misstep could implicate entire clans. It is indeed a source of great distress. Luo Wanwan gently massaged his forehead, her heart weighed down by a hint of melancholy. In comparison to the Lu family, the Duke of Zhengua's residence presented a far more complex predicament. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Well, ultimately, these matters do not concern us. Our sole focus must remain on His Majesty. Regardless of how fiercely the princes may contend, we, as loyal subjects, must not be recklessly entangled. As long as you maintain the emperor's favor, it shall not be an insurmountable challenge." Lu Tiancheng sighed. It is not as simple as it seems. If the turmoil escalates, conflict is inevitable. It is impossible to predict which prince may take offense, and when the time comes, we may find ourselves ill-equipped to handle whatever schemes may arise. As the Minister of Justice, holding a first-rank position, I am a target for many princes seeking to form alliances. Moreover, Lu Tiancheng continued, maintaining loyalty to the emperor is no easy task. Is it not true that Shir has set her sights on the sixth prince? Should she wed him, we must prepare ourselves adequately. Lu Tiancheng had long contemplated the prospects of the sixth prince upon realizing his daughter's inclination towards him. His daughter had forged a friendship with Princess Anha, thereby capturing the Empress's attention, and had frequent interactions with the sixth prince. The Empress seemed particularly fond of the sixth prince, indicating her intention to support him. If Lu Mingxi aspired to marry the sixth prince, with the Empress's backing, she would undoubtedly thrive within his household and deepen her ties with the Empress. Furthermore, the sixth prince was a man of noble character, treating Lu Mingxi with kindness, in stark contrast to the other princes who were often duplicitous. Lu Tiancheng held a deep affection for his only legitimate daughter. Despite her physical imperfections, which sometimes troubled her heart, he consistently endeavored to fulfill her desires and ensure her well-being. As for the idea of arranging a marriage for her, it had never crossed their minds. Luo Wanwan was well aware that Lu Tiancheng genuinely cherished his daughter, and she could not help but smile. However, recalling Lu Mingxi's words, she hesitated for a moment before saying, "My lord, perhaps we have misunderstood Shir's intentions. During her mother's birthday banquet not long ago, she'd assured me that she holds no interest in the sixth prince, and her repeated assurances seemed far from mere childish petulance." She reflected on Lu Mingxi's demeanor when the sixth prince was mentioned. It starkly contrasted with her previously somewhat bashful appearance, now excessively indifferent, revealing no signs of affection towards him. If she truly had no interest in the sixth prince, it would be unwise to attempt to bring them together. Lu Tiancheng, taken aback by her words, expressed his surprise. Wasn't she previously quite enamored with the sixth prince? How could her feelings have changed so abruptly? Could it be that the sixth prince has treated her poorly and incurred her displeasure? He remained oblivious to Lu Mingxi's recent actions, still perceiving her as the innocent and naive girl nurtured by her mother. He shook his head in resignation. It seems we are simply speculating. Regardless, she has yet to come of age, and there is ample time for her to contemplate this matter. We shall set it aside for now. If she does not wish to marry the sixth prince, it may be for the best. A match with a suitable and accomplished young man would allow us to protect her. Once she enters the royal family, our influence will inevitably diminish. The thoughts of a young girl could indeed shift rapidly. Not only could he not fathom them, but even her mother could not decipher her mind. Very well. Luo Wanwan nodded in agreement, accepting the situation as it stood. After discussing this matter, Lu Tiancheng then brought up the upcoming palace banquet during the New Year celebrations. Lu Tiancheng had risen to the esteemed rank of a first-class official, necessitating the attendance of family at the imperial banquet. As his wife, Luo Wanwan was naturally expected to accompany him. Lu Tiancheng instructed, "Prepare yourself well. When we enter the palace, we must not lose face. Luo11 acknowledged with a slight nod. The couple was engaged in hushed conversation when suddenly a young maid appeared at the door, exclaiming, "Master, madam. Someone from concubine Qin's courtyard has sent word that the young master is ill." Lu Tiancheng frowned. What ailment does he suffer from? Is it serious? Has a doctor been summoned? He spoke while donning his shoes. Luo11 also hastily put on her clothing and tidied her appearance, ready to investigate the matter in concubine Qin's courtyard. The young master, Lu Yanqi, was only 3 years old, a tender age fraught with the danger of illness. And any ailment could invoke great concern. The matriarch was likewise alarmed. The maidservants and the old matron accompanied her to concubine Qin's quarters. The household was thrown into disarray. Lu Mingxi had just fallen asleep. Her slumber was light, and upon hearing the commotion, she opened her eyes and asked Sueyu, "What is that noise outside?" Sueyu went out for a moment and soon returned, saying, "Miss, the young master is ill, and it seems quite serious. A doctor has already been summoned, and both master and madam have gone to concubine Qin's courtyard." Hearing this, Lu Mingxi promptly rose, donned her outer robe, and wrapped herself in a cloak, instructing Sueyu to accompany her to concubine Qin's quarters. Upon arriving at the courtyard, they found the cherubic child, his face flushed and tear-streaked, being restrained by 2 young maidservants who held down his hands and feet to prevent him from thrashing about. His round, fair visage was marred by a number of alarming red rashes, evoking a sense of dread. As Lu Yanqi had just learned to articulate his words fluently, his cries pierced the air with desperation, exclaiming, "It itches. Auntie sister, it itches so much." He repeatedly lifted his hands, yearning to scratch the rash on his face. Yet his arms were restrained by the maidservant, rendering him immobile. All he could do was weep, continually turning his head to gaze at Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner. Aunt Qin's face reflected profound sorrow as she implored, "Do not scratch, dear. Let us endure. The doctor will arrive shortly." The young master complied. His inherently delicate and beautiful visage was now streaked with tears, rendering him exceptionally pitiable. Lu Yuner, too, bore a few droplets of tears on her snow-white face, anxiously stationed by the bedside, her expression one of deep concern for her younger brother. Witnessing her son's torment, Aunt Qin could no longer bear to see him restrained and called for the maidservant to release him. She gathered him into her embrace, soothing his back while tenderly cooing, "Be good, my dear little master. The doctor shall soon arrive, and your discomfort will soon be alleviated." The maidservants encircled Aunt Qin, quickly seizing Lu Yanqi's hand whenever he attempted to reach for his face, fearing the consequences of a child's unrestrained scratching. Such small hands could inflict grave harm. What if he marred his delicate features? When Lu Mingxi arrived, Lu Tiancheng and Luo11 had already gathered, and several family members were present. Upon seeing his sister, Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao exchanged hushed inquiries. "What brings you here? You should remain in your own courtyard. There was no necessity for you to come to Aunt Qin's domain." As a legitimate young lady, Lu Mingxia's absence would not have posed any significant issue. Winter often invites illness, and Lu Mingxi had only recently recovered from her own ailment. She gently shook her head and inquired, "Has grandmother also arrived?" Lu Mingjue nodded, stating that he had already risen to come over. Lu Mingyao, standing beside him, explained that he had dispatched someone to summon Dr. Wang, but he had yet to arrive. The younger brother had developed a rash, and the cause was uncertain. Lu Mingxi squinted slightly, observing Lu Yanqi cradled in Aunt Qin's arms. Lu Tiancheng furrowed his brow and stepped forward to grasp one of Lu Yanqi's tiny hands, examining the crimson spots upon it. This was his own son. Even though he was a secondary child, his heart ached profoundly for him, especially at such a tender age. Lu Mingxi watched from the periphery, her face betraying concern. Yet her eyes reflected a cold indifference, remarkably composed. Before long, Dr. Wang was hurriedly ushered into the room, bypassing the customary greetings for the master and young ladies. And with a slight nod, he approached to examine the child in Aunt Qin's embrace. His brow knitted in concentration. He scrutinized the infant for an extended period but could not arrive at a conclusion, causing a palpable heaviness to settle among the onlookers. Should he fail to discern the issue, the matriarch would undoubtedly urge her son to send for the imperial physician to take a look. Fortunately, after a brief interval, the doctor finally spoke. Observing the young master's symptoms, it appeared to be poisoning, though fortunately not severe. The episode was intense, but not life-threatening. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qin could no longer contain herself. He is so young. How can one say that life-threatening is the only measure of seriousness? Had it not been discovered in time, he could have marred his own visage. What would become of the young master's future? All prospects would be obliterated. To enter the court as an official, one must present oneself with decorum. One's appearance must not be disfigured, and one's demeanor must not be coarse. Should one's visage be marred, it would irrevocably sever the path to a future in the court and the pursuit of an official career. The physician, upon hearing this, nodded slightly in agreement. He continued, "The poison resides only on the surface, having not infiltrated the lungs. It must be concealed within the everyday items, or perhaps the fabric of clothing. In any case, I shall prepare a medicinal concoction for the young master to ingest. As for the other matters, they pertain to the domestic affairs of the Liu household, which are beyond my purview. It is imperative that we expedite the preparation of the remedy." As Dr. Wang set about inscribing the prescription, Lady Qin thrust the child into his mother's arms, unable to contain her anguish any longer. She collapsed to the ground, clutching Lu Tiancheng's leg. "My lord, you must advocate for the young master. He is but a child, yet there are those who would seek to harm him. How can he possibly survive in such a world? My lord, he is your own blood, your flesh and blood. He is still so young and unaware of these treacheries. You must not let the perpetrators of this injustice go unpunished." Lu Tiancheng, observing Lady Qin's heart-wrenching tears and her fierce maternal instinct, lowered his voice. "I shall certainly stand for him and uncover the true culprit. Please rise. Such a posture is unbecoming." Luo Wanwan added, "Indeed, Lady Qin, the young master is the Lord's own son. How could he not stand up for him? Please do get up." As she bent down to assist Lady Qin, before any further lamentations could escape, the old matron hurried into the room, leaning on her cane. Upon seeing the young Liu Yanqi, whose delicate face was marred by splotches of red and whose round, tear-filled eyes were a poignant sight, she felt a surge of despair at the child's suffering. She mournfully exclaimed, "My dear grandson, what has happened? Where is the doctor? Why has he not yet arrived? How could you maids and servants allow the young master to suffer like this? How could he develop a rash out of the blue?" On one side, Lu Yuner wiped away her tears with a handkerchief, her voice filled with sorrow. "My poor brother, so young, how could he endure such suffering?" The maids and servants knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. Lu Tiancheng felt as though his head would burst from the cacophony of weeping. The old matriarch was still unaware that Liu Yanqi had been poisoned, while Lu Yuner interjected, "Grandmother, you do not yet realize that this is not merely a rash. He has been poisoned. Clearly, someone intends to harm him. At such a tender age, who could harbor such malicious intent?" Upon hearing this, the old lady was nearly knocked off her feet with indignation, her hands trembling as she demanded, "What did you say? Poison? What kind of poison? It must be investigated." Concubine Qin knelt on the ground, refusing to rise, replying to the old lady. Dr. Wang stated that the poison must be concealed either in the commonly used items or on the young master's clothing. "Yet I have always been meticulous, and the maids have been exceedingly cautious. How could there be poison?" After speaking, she wiped away the tears on her face, her brows furrowed in deep sorrow. Appearing utterly fragile, Lu Tiancheng instructed the maids to assist concubine Qin to her feet. She leaned against them, feigning the agony of near collapse. However, the old matriarch remained skeptical of concubine Qin's claims, her previously gentle demeanor transforming into one of stern severity as she coldly commanded, "Search every item in this room that the young master regularly uses, and do so with utmost thoroughness." Dr. Wang, having completed the prescription, realized that he could not leave the premises today, as the investigation into the source of the poison was imminent. He stood aside, and the elderly matron implored him, stating, "I beseech you, Dr. Wang. Today's matters pertain to the lineage of our family and are of utmost significance. I kindly request your utmost diligence in discerning the truth." Dr. Wang clasped his hands in respect, replying, "Madam, you are too kind. It is my duty." As he spoke, he surveyed the items that had been uncovered in the room. The bedding and undergarments required no mention. Yet even the frequently used tea set and the recent instructional books on literacy were all laid bare. Dr. Wang meticulously examined and sniffed through these items, and after a while, he held up a piece of clothing and inquired, "This garment seems to pose some concern, though its scent is faint. I cannot be entirely certain." One of the maidservants attending to concubine Qin promptly interjected, "This is the new attire of the young master, worn only once before being sent for laundering. However, the fabric used for this garment is still available." With that, She retrieved a piece of fabric of the same pattern from a trunk. The fabric had been partially used, evidently the very material of the outfit the young master had donned. Dr. Wang carefully sniffed the fabric, and to err on the side of caution, he cut a small piece, placing it in a cup filled with clear water. After a brief examination, he nodded, affirming, "Indeed, there can be no mistake. This is the poison. The toxin has permeated the fabric, and given the young master's delicate skin, prolonged contact with it has led to the emergence of a ras." Upon hearing this, concubine Qin trembled uncontrollably, her gaze suddenly fixating on Luo Wanwan, her eyes filled with a fury that appeared to reach a boiling point. However, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she gritted her teeth and declared, this fabric was sent by the lady. I did not contemplate much, and simply instructed someone to craft garments for the young master." After uttering these words, she shook her head in a futile attempt to conceal the truth, nearly collapsing. No, the lady could not possibly commit such an act. It must be that someone has deliberately framed her. Chapter 22. To splash filth on one's own biological mother. The boldness of a bastard daughter were she to directly accuse Luo Wanwan of poisoning, both Lu Tiancheng and the old matriarch would likely remain indifferent, perhaps even perceiving Qin Yinyang as somewhat aggressive. However, she refrained from implicating Luo Wanwan, which only served to kindle a flicker of suspicion in Lu Tiancheng and the old matriarch. Could it truly be that Luo Wanwan was the poisoner? Both Lu Tiancheng and the old matriarch turned their gazes toward Luo Wanwan, the latter's eyes brimming with authority, awaiting an explanation. In a moment of anxiety, Lu Mingyao instinctively considered stepping forward to defend his mother, but he was subtly restrained by a gentle tug on his sleeve. Though he was somewhat impulsive, he was not a fool. He halted his advance, swallowing the retort that threatened to escape his lips, and glanced sideways at his sister. Luo Wanwan, perceiving the scrutinizing gazes of both the master and matriarch, felt a tremor in her heart. She pressed her lips together and glanced at the tearful Qin Yinyang, asserting, "Master, matriarch, are you not aware of my character? I would never stoop to such cruelty against a child. Moreover, this is your bloodline. He is to call me mother. How could I possibly harm my own son?" While her words may not have been entirely accurate, it was undeniable that Luo Wanwan had two sons, both legitimate and exceptionally gifted, rendering any concern over a mere toddler, a child born of a concubine, utterly unwarranted. Given this, why would she expend effort in a futile endeavor to cause harm? As soon as Luo Wanwan finished speaking, Lu Yun'er let out a sob, casting a fearful glance at Luo Wanwan before suddenly kneeling before Lu Tiancheng, weeping, "Mother, although my maid is erred and incurred your wrath, I have already promised you to sell my personal maid. But why must you be so cruel? My younger brother is still so young. How can you bear to do this? If you are still angry, you may direct your fury towards me. I would accept any punishment without a word of complaint. But my brother is so small, he cannot withstand such torment." Her voice was filled with sorrow, entirely protective of her younger sibling, her expression a blend of fear and devotion towards her biological mother. She possessed beauty and fragility, and as she knelt weeping, it did not come off as improper. Rather, it evoked a profound sense of pity and compassion, compelling one to seek justice on her behalf. The notion of selling her personal maid? Lu Tiancheng, who had initially held but a fleeting doubt regarding Luo Wanwan, now found his suspicions deepening. What grave transgression warranted the sale of a concubine's personal maid? It is important to understand that personal attendants are distinct from ordinary servants. Unless a grave mistake has been committed, they typically face merely a beating, not the extreme of being sold. Why was he unaware of this matter? As Luo Wanquan observed Lu Tiancheng's furrowed brow, she was about to offer an explanation when the maidservant beside Qin Yinyang hastily interjected. "The master is unaware," she began, "that the second young lady recently made an arrangement with the eldest young lady to frolic by the pond. However, in a moment of carelessness, the second young lady's close attendant, Lu Xiang, accidentally slipped and inadvertently pushed the eldest young lady into the water. Consequently, the madam punished the second young lady by requiring her to transcribe the female precepts and sold Lu Xiang. Nonetheless, the eldest young lady fell ill after this incident, causing the madam considerable distress for quite some time. While she spoke of the madam's worry, it was evident that Luo Wanquan harbored discontent towards the punishment and was deeply angered by the incident involving her daughter. This resentment towards Qin Yinyang's children manifested in her harsh treatment of the young master. Indeed, Luo Wangquan had borne two fine sons and saw no need to regard this insignificant illegitimate child. Yet, the fate of this child's legitimate sister was inexcusable. How could the sale of a mere servant quell the fury in her heart when her beloved daughter was thrust into the depths? Qin Yinyang dismissed the support of her maidservants and knelt before Lu Tiancheng, aligning herself with Lu Yuner. With a handkerchief to her eyes, she wept, for as a concubine, she could not scold the young ladies but could only lament. Second young lady, what words are these? The madam possesses a tender heart. Since she has already sold Lu Xiang, she will not hold this matter against you or me. How could this situation possibly implicate the madam? She wept with profound sorrow, gazing up at Lu Tiancheng, her eyes shimmering with tears. My lord, in this matter, every mistake lies with me. It is my negligence, along with the maidservants attending to the young master, that allowed such nefarious individuals to exploit our vulnerabilities. I implore you to punish me. As she spoke, she turned to look at Luo Wangquan, hesitating momentarily before casting a weary glance at the tearful Lu Yanqi, and resolutely declared, however, this incident has no connection to the second young lady, nor does it concern the young master, an innocent child. If the madam possesses the antidote to this poison, I beseech you to provide it, to save the young master. He is also your son, and deserves to call you mother. Her earnest maternal love was truly moving. Lu Tiancheng's expression grew increasingly frosty. Could it truly be so? After years of marriage, he knew his wife well. A lady of the house, even in anger, would not resort to such malicious deeds. Just observing the naive and innocent Lu Mingxi, who caused him as a father to worry, was enough to dissuade him from doubt. Nevertheless, witnessing the heartbreaking cries of concubine Qin and Lu Yuner, he found it impossible to dismiss his suspicions entirely. Lu Mingxi regarded concubine Qin and Lu Yuner, this mother-daughter duo, with icy disdain, recognizing the grand performance they were staging. The old matriarch leaned heavily on her cane and admonished sternly. This matter concerns the heirs of the household. It is of utmost significance and cannot be treated so lightly. Whoever is responsible must be held accountable, and the truth must be uncovered. If it is the filthy servants who have been negligent, then they shall be sold off, for the Lu family cannot tolerate such lackeys. If it is a master, they too must face punishment according to the rules. The old matriarch has spoken. Who would dare to argue? Luo Wanwan was filled with indignation, her fingertips digging into her palm to maintain her composure as she cast a cold glance at Qin Yinyang and Luo Wanwan. Qin Yinyang, seemingly frightened, edged closer to Lu Tiancheng, seeking his protection. Luo Wanwan gritted her teeth, seething with rage, still harboring a shred of disbelief. Previously, she had only known of the nefarious schemes of Qin Yinyang and Lu Yuna, yet she did not expect that Qin Yinyang could even turn against her own son. At such a tender age, how could she not feel sorrow for the turmoil? Since the matriarch has spoken, an investigation will ensue. The maids and servants in the room exchanged cautious glances at Luo Wanwan, eager to gauge her reaction. At that moment, the previously silent Lu Mingxi finally spoke. Qin Yinyang, did you claim that this fabric was sent by mother? Are you certain? A hint of a cold smile graced her lips. Lu Mingyao and Lu Mingjue, who had been held back by their sister, promptly shifted their gaze to Lu Mingxi. What does this mean? Is this matter entirely unrelated to mother? Everyone turned their attention to Lu Mingxi, awaiting her explanation. Even the wronged Luo Wanwan found herself momentarily dazed, observing her composed daughter. Lu Yuner glared fiercely at Lu Mingxi, silently seething with resentment. That wretched woman. Her father has already begun to harbor suspicions, and yet she chooses this moment to meddle. She and concubine Qin have concocted a meticulous plan. Does she truly believe that with her solitary efforts, she can exonerate her mother? Absolutely not. A fleeting glimmer of malice flashed in Lu Yuner's eyes, her voice soft and tremulous, tinged with a hint of sobbing. I understand, elder sister, that you wish to vindicate our mother. However, this fabric was indeed sent by her. In our household, every item within the various courtyards is meticulously accounted for by the stewardesses. They diligently record who sent what, ensuring that nothing is amiss. The maid in the room wept, adding this fabric was indeed sent by the mistress. Lu Mingxi regarded Lu Yunu's feigned frailty with a sidelong glance, her gaze steady yet cool. For reasons unknown, Lu Yuner felt an icy disdain emanating from Lu Mingxi's eyes. A hint of derision laced with an amused scrutiny, as if she were merely performing for an audience. The tears in Lu Yuner's eyes began to congeal, nearly preventing her from crying. Lu Tiancheng turned to Lu Mingxi, inquiring, "Was it not sent by your mother?" Lu Mingxi smiled lightly, gliding toward the table and gently brushing her fingers over the fabric. Her youthful voice was buoyant. Indeed, mother previously had a batch of Anishang fabric delivered, intended for the new garments to be made for the upcoming festival. Once the fabric arrived at the manor, it was distributed to all the courtyards, not just to concubine Qin's. Aunt Qin immediately responded, "What the eldest young lady says is true, but the fabric is separate. Even if each courtyard has sent it, it does not signify that there are no issues with the fabric. Dr. Wang has clearly observed that the poison lies within this cloth." "Are you implying that Dr. Wang has made a mistake in his examination? He has been diagnosing the masters of the Lu family for many years. How could he possibly endure such slander?" At that moment, Dr. Wang interjected. "Though I have practiced medicine for many years and my skills may not match those of the physicians in the palace, I certainly would not make such an error." Lu Mingxi smiled gently, her gaze calm as she looked at Aunt Qin. "Aunt, your words seem to misinterpret my intention. Dr. Wang is undoubtedly correct. It is simply that this fabric was not sent by my mother." Aunt Qin was taken aback by Lu Mingxi's scrutiny. Lu Mingxi continued, "The batch of fabric from Anishanga that my mother had sent not long ago consists of the latest patterns, which I particularly admire. Before it arrived, I examined each piece individually. Yet this fabric bears last year's design. Anishanga should have long ceased to offer such patterns, and even if they did, they would not supply our household with outdated materials at the year's end, unless the shopkeeper has no desire to continue this business." In a soft voice, Lu Mingxi added, "Naturally, if grandmother and father wish to hear my words, they can send someone to the storeroom for verification. Or they may wait until tomorrow morning to summon the shopkeeper of Anishanga for clarification. If it truly is the case that the shopkeeper has sent us old materials, then the Lu family should resolve this matter and consider engaging another fabric store." Lu Tiancheng gazed at Lu Mingxi's earnest demeanor and exchanged a glance with the old matriarch. "Mother, it is wise to ascertain the truth of this matter." The old matriarch nodded in agreement. Her murky eyes swept over the assembly, seeking to identify the culprit who had wronged her grandson. Lu Tiancheng promptly gestured for a servant to summon the steward to examine and verify the accounts of the storeroom. Every item sent would be meticulously recorded in the ledger. The fabric sent by Anishanga would first enter the main storeroom before being distributed to the various courtyards as instructed by the matriarch. An inquiry would reveal the exact patterns received. Lu Mingyao could not restrain himself and let out a derisive laugh. "Aunt Qin, you claim this fabric was sent by mother, yet it is clearly not the same piece she dispatched. What a coincidence, wouldn't you agree?" Lu Mingjue gently reprimanded, "Younger brother, both father and grandmother are present. Mind your words. We shall await the steward's review of the ledger." Lu Mingyao quickly adopted a chastened demeanor, feigning compliance. In truth, this was a familiar tactic employed by the brothers, allowing Lu Mingyao to voice the accusation while Lu Mingjue pretended to chide him, rendering others hesitant to interject. Their coordination was impeccable. Lu Mingxi approached Luo Wanwan, offering a reassuring smile as she softly spoke. "Mother, this matter is certainly not of your doing. It remains unclear who seeks to tarnish your reputation. As for whom we all suspect, it is understood among us." Aunt Qin and Lu Yun'er gritted their teeth, nearly unable to suppress their retorts. Had it not been for the unmistakable displeasure etched on Lu Tiancheng's face, they might have succumbed to the subtle provocations of Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi had always been under their control. How could she ever dare to trip them up in such a manner? The previous two instances could be overlooked, as they had been ensnared by the deceitful facade of that wretched girl. Yet today, despite their meticulously laid plans, how had this scoundrel managed to disrupt their affairs? The steward soon arrived, clutching a stack of account books, perspiration beading on his forehead as he hurriedly began to review the records before the esteemed members of the household. He first confirmed that the fabric sent to Aunt Qin did not include this particular pattern. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he murmured, "To the master and madam, the fabric sent by Anishanga some days ago does not feature this design." The winter clothing materials previously delivered to the young master's courtyard consisted of 3 rolls, sky blue floral, ink bamboo, and 1 roll of red beast pattern. After glancing at the fabric samples on the table, he added, "However, half a year ago, Anishanga did deliver fabric, but as it was last year's outdated style. No payment was taken, and it was merely a favor. Once these materials were stored in the warehouse, they were dispatched to the various courtyards as per the Madam's orders 3 months ago." This clearly indicated that the fabric had indeed been in Aunt Qin's courtyard for 3 months. Upon finishing, The steward wiped his brow again, too apprehensive to meet the gazes of the master and madam. Meanwhile, Lu Tiancheng felt a dull ache throb at his temple. As Qin Yinyang was about to speak, Lu Mingxi smiled and interjected, "Dear second sister, your concern for mother stems from the incident of my falling into the water, which has unfortunately led you to misplace your anger towards our younger brother. Truly, you are overthinking it. Observe the fabric that was delivered 3 months ago, prior to my unfortunate mishap, when our relationship was still so close. Mother generously sent numerous precious items into your courtyard, things she herself cherished. Is it possible that you have harbored such resentment towards her due to a single reprimand? Since Mother assumed control of the household, she has never treated the illegitimate children with anything less than kindness. Your bond with me has always been strong, and Mother has cherished you as if you were her own daughter. As for Lu Xiang, she is but a mere maid. If you hold any grievances against Mother because of her, it would surely chill Mother's heart. To cast aspersions upon your legitimate mother, as a daughter of lesser status, is indeed a boldness that borders on the reckless." Lu Yun'er, who had only just managed to stem her tears, now found her eyes brimming once more, on the verge of weeping. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, Lu Mingxi continued lightly, "Furthermore, since this fabric has resided in Qin Yinyang's courtyard for 3 months, is it not surprising that you have not noticed it? In such a span of time, it is difficult to ascertain how many hands it has passed through and what actions it may have undergone. It seems unlikely that it bears any relation to Mother. Would you not agree?" Chapter 23. If they truly orchestrated this, then the poison must indeed be real. Aunt Qin, under the weight of numerous scrutinizing gazes, dared not assert otherwise. Yet, the fabric was evidently delivered only a few days prior. How could it possibly have originated 3 months ago? This did not add up. With her head bowed, Aunt Qin exchanged a glance with Lu Yun'er. Lu Yun'er promptly remarked, "Father, grandmother, if the fabric was sent 3 months ago, why was it only recently fashioned into new garments for my younger brother? Perhaps the manager of Naishang Pavilion has mistakenly delivered the wrong materials, and the steward of the household, failing to notice, believed it to be from the batch sent 3 months prior? Father, it is my brother who suffers in this matter. Look at how hoarse his voice has become from crying. Should we not invite the manager of Naishang Pavilion to inquire tomorrow?" Lu Tiancheng's expression was far from pleasant. This situation could either stem from the actions of his long-trusted wife, Luo Wanwan, or from Qin, the biological mother of Lu Yanqi. He was unwilling to accept the notion that his beloved wife could commit such a nefarious act, yet he also shuddered at the thought of his own mother possibly harming her young son in the pursuit of dominance within the household. Since Lu Yun'er suggested inviting the manager of Naishang Pavilion, he had no objections. He nodded. "Tomorrow morning, let the steward summon the manager of Naishang Pavilion to the courtyard for a thorough inquiry. For now, let us prepare the medicine to administer to the young master and take good care of him." The maids and servants responded in agreement, and Lu Tiancheng bowed to the old matriarch, saying, "Mother, you should return to rest. It is getting late. We shall deliberate further on this matter tomorrow." "I too shall take my leave." The old matriarch nodded in acknowledgement. In the stillness of the deep night, the masters returned to their respective quarters to resume their rest. Originally, Lu Tiancheng had been in Luo Wenyuan's courtyard, but upon the occurrence of such an incident, he felt a surge of agitation and chose to retreat to the study for the night, neglecting to console his wife. He walked hastily, barely exchanging a word with Luo Wenyuan, his footsteps almost seeming to summon the wind. His evident anger was palpable, though its target remained unclear even to himself. Lady Lu, the matriarch, was well aware of her son's vexation. Having just returned, the household was already embroiled in such disgraceful matters, tarnishing her son's reputation and causing him distress. With a stern expression, she paused as Lu Tiancheng strode away. Luo Wenyuan and Lu Mingjue were about to depart as well, but naturally, they allowed their elder to proceed first. Upon noticing the matriarch's halt, they understood that she was about to deliver a reprimand. She tapped her cane, her demeanor grave and austere, a stark contrast to her usual amiable nature. "I care not for your petty rivalries, but such acts that harm the bloodline of this household are utterly intolerable. Do you understand?" When had they ever witnessed Lady Lu in such a furious state? Concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er bowed their heads, submissively responding in acknowledgement. Lu Mingxi and the others also expressed their understanding. Luo Wenyuan responded affirmatively. Yet a discomfort lingered within her, as she sensed the matriarch's gaze upon her was laced with thorns. Had she truly spent all these years in this household without the matriarch grasping the essence of her character? If she truly intended to harm others, executing such a devious act, how could so many illegitimate sons and daughters in the household have thrived? She herself is a mother, and her children are all remarkable. There is no reason for her to harbor jealousy towards the offspring of concubines. Why engage in such a thankless endeavor? It was then that old lady Lu turned, supported by her maid and nurse, and returned to her quarters. Aunt Jean had already risen, gazing at the retreating figures of Luo Wanquan and the others. She gently wept behind her handkerchief, lamenting, "My poor little young master." Luo Wanquan, her face rigid, hastily departed from the scene. Lu Mingjue and the others followed suit. Before leaving, Lu Mingyao cast a scornful glance at Aunt Jean and Lu Yuna, letting out a cold snort. However, Lu Mingxi, before her departure, offered a smile to Aunt Jean and Lu Yuna, then approached the maid to observe the exhausted Lu Yanqi. She softly remarked, "It is indeed pitiable for such a young brother to endure such suffering at this tender age of merely 3. One wonders what kind of heartless individual would stoop so low as to target such a delightful child. Truly malicious." Aunt Jean felt a pang of guilt, sensing an underlying implication in Lu Mingxi's words. Lu Yun'er managed a strained smile, reflecting that had it not been for Lu Mingxi's unexpected intervention tonight, Luo Wanquan would have already been condemned, with no need to wait until tomorrow. She could not fathom what had gone awry. How could perfectly good materials suddenly turn out to be from 3 months prior? When they were initially presented, they were clearly from a recent shipment. She bit her lip, suppressing the urge to reveal her unease to Lu Mingxi. After observing Lu Yanqi, Lu Mingxi turned her head and expressed her gratitude to Dr. Wang. "I truly appreciate your assistance today, Doctor. Before my brother's poison is resolved, I must trouble you to take extra care." Dr. Wang repeatedly clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "It is my duty, indeed. This is but a part of my responsibilities." Madame Qin, witnessing Lu Mingxi's demeanor, regarded it as mere pretense. While she harbored deep resentment within, her ability to maintain composure surpassed that of the young girl Lu Yun'er, enabling her to face Lu Mingxi with a facade of gratitude, feigning to wipe away non-existent tears, and said, "Thank you, miss, for your compassion. Surely, with your thoughts for the young master, he will recover swiftly." As she spoke, she turned away and softly reprimanded her maid. "Where is the young master's medicine? Why is it not ready yet? Hurry and check on it." Lu Mingxi cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yun'er before departing the courtyard with a gentle smile, while Tsueyu assisted her in holding the edge of her cloak. Luo Wanwan, feeling agitated, walked ahead without noticing that Lu Mingxi had taken a few steps back. Only Lu Mingjue was observant enough to notice. Upon exiting Madame Qin's courtyard, Luo Wanwan quietly reminded her children, "Today we owe much to Sierra, otherwise I would truly struggle to articulate my thoughts. However, tomorrow, it would be wise for you to refrain from acting rashly and not to harbor grievances against your father and grandmother because of this incident. Their hearts will always remain aligned with the 3 of you." Lu Mingjue gently supported Luo Wanwan's arm, softly assuring her, "We all understand, mother. It is getting late. You should return to your chamber and rest. Do not dwell on this matter. Tomorrow, the truth will be revealed, and father and grandmother will surely understand that it was not your doing, but rather the unjust accusations of concubine Qin." Luo Wanwan nodded, and her maid accompanied her back to the courtyard, while Lu Mingyao and Lu Mingxi remained rooted in place, mirroring Lu Mingjue's stillness. Once they noticed the absence of others around, Lu Mingyao could no longer contain himself, exclaiming with bitterness, "Cursed concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er, they have already harmed our sister. And now they seek to tarnish mother's reputation. Do they truly believe we are so easily bullied?" Lu Mingxi, with a smile, replied, "Second brother, do not be so vexed. You performed admirably today, showing remarkable restraint." Being praised by his younger sister caused Lu Mingyao's face to flush with embarrassment. Lu Mingjue nodded in agreement, adding, "What Shi'er says is true. Your composure today was commendable. Concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er are merely adopting the guise of the oppressed to elicit our father's sympathy. The more you display anger and aggression towards them, the more father and grandmother will side with them, leading to a situation where even the truth becomes obscured. This is a lesson you should learn from Shi'er." Lu Mingyao cast a curious glance at Lu Mingxi, pondering how much his sister had matured since her ordeal, becoming so perceptive and composed that she swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. Lu Mingxi, feeling a bit shy, smiled and said, "Elder brother, It is merely because girls tend to pay attention to such details that I recognize the differences in patterns. It was just a coincidence. How could she possibly accept such praise? At her age in her previous life, she was still being toyed with by Lu Yuner. Had it not been for the heavens showing her mercy and granting her a second chance, she would undoubtedly be in the same predicament as Lu Mingyao. Consumed by anger and frustration at the injustice faced by her mother, unable to offer any assistance, Lu Mingjue, witnessing Lu Mingxi's humility, sighed inwardly, realizing that his sister had indeed matured significantly this time. Yet, numerous uncertainties lingered. Although Lu Mingxi recognized the fabric as having been delivered 3 months prior, the question remained, why had this perfectly fine material become associated with that time? Lu Mingjue was skeptical that Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner could orchestrate such a scheme without making a significant blunder. Lu Mingyao, with a sense of entitlement, remarked, "What else could it be? They are merely staging a plot to harm others, and yet they made a mistake. Look." Even Mother failed to notice which batch the fabric came from. Who remembers the patterns from years past, except for Sheer? Lu Mingjue shook his head and sighed. If it truly were their own production, then the poison must be real. Aunt Qin has shown such cruelty as to subject her own son to this torment. Lu Mingxi listened, pondering, who could possibly believe otherwise? It was not only difficult for him to accept, but his mother would likely struggle to believe it. And neither would their father nor grandmother wish to entertain such a notion. In her past life, a similar incident had occurred at this juncture. Although there had been no falling out with Lu Yuner then, and they had been the best of friends, sharing everything, Aunt Qin had not abandoned her intentions to frame her mother. Aunt Qin harbored a deep resentment for her status as a concubine while her mother held the esteemed title of a legitimate wife. She felt bitter that her father revered her mother and refused to show her any preferential treatment, which ultimately led her to target her mother. In her previous life, she was naive and oblivious to the unfolding events. Her second brother could no longer contain his anger towards Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner, and rightfully so. Yet the truth remained elusive, and the blame was unjustly placed upon her mother, firmly affixed and impossible to shake off. Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner feigned innocence, persistently pleading for leniency, insisting that their mother was not responsible, which paradoxically led their father to believe that they bore no malice towards her. His fury reached a boiling point, and he nearly cast aside their mother. Ultimately, had the situation not escalated to such an extent that the Duke of Zhengguo's household intervened, quelling his thoughts of divorce and compelling a thorough investigation, the source of the poison would have traced back to Aunt Qin's quarters, and their mother would have indeed faced abandonment by their father. In the end, Aunt Qin faced no repercussions. She merely coerced a maid to take the blame, thus obscuring the charges against her. Although the Duke of Zhengguo wielded considerable power, he was reluctant to meddle excessively in the affairs of the Lu family and had no choice but to swallow his indignation. Ultimately, the dynamics between Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner were inconsequential. Their sole focus lay on their self-interests. Even when they appeared to treat her kindly, they merely regarded Lu Mingxi as a tool, perhaps even mocking her in secret for being so easily deceived. In this new life, Lu Mingxi was determined not to allow them to succeed. She swiftly replaced the fabric, leaving them with a significant flaw, awaiting the revelation of their nefarious scheme. Fortunately, she did not follow the tumultuous path of seeking a divorce. With her eyes cast down, she fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent as Lu Mingyao seethed beside her. But truly, what is father thinking? He was originally with mother, and yet, in light of this incident, he chooses to retreat to his study. Could it be that he genuinely suspects mother of wrongdoing? Lu Ming glared at him. Is this a matter for you to concern yourself with? Be cautious, lest our conversation reaches father's ears. Now return home. Tomorrow, we shall summon the manager of Nishang Pavilion, and the truth will be revealed. He turned to Lu Mingxi, his expression softening as he gently patted her head. Sierra, do not dwell on this any longer. Return home and rest. Lu Mingxi nodded in agreement, accompanied by Tsuyu back to the courtyard. Along the way, Tsuyu could not help but murmur softly, "Miss, how cruel are Qin Yinyang and the second miss." The young master wept so sorrowfully that I could hardly bear to listen. How could they endure such a thing? Lu Mingxi merely smiled faintly, offering no response. Everything would be resolved by tomorrow. Early the next morning, the steward dispatched a servant to Nishang Pavilion to summon their manager. Upon hearing of the incident, the manager felt an ominous sense of urgency and hurriedly followed the servant to Lu's residence. After the old matriarch and the others had risen, they sent someone to check on Lu Yanqi's condition. Lu Tiancheng personally went to see. And noticing that Lu Yanqi was still asleep and the redness on his face seemed to have diminished somewhat, he felt a slight sense of relief. When the servant announced the arrival of the manager from Nishang Pavilion, he waved his hand, frowning. Bring the lady, Qin Yinyang. And everyone who was present in Qin Yinyang's courtyard last night. Madame Qin's children, alongside those of Luo Wangquan, gathered in the hall. The other concubines refrained from approaching, eager to distance themselves, fearing that misfortune might cling to them. The nature of the relationship between the mistress and Madame Qin remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, it was prudent to maintain a safe distance, with any news to be procured through the servants. Upon hearing that the manager of the Nishang Pavilion had arrived, Lu Mingxi set down her bowl of porridge and said to Tsuyu, "Let us go and ascertain the situation." When Lu Mingxi entered the main hall, she found Luo Wangquan and Lu Mingjue already present, while Madame Qin and her daughter Lu Yuner were approaching with a bundle of cloth. Upon seeing Lu Mingxi enter, Lu Yuner shot her a quick glare. Though her reaction was swift, Lu Mingxi caught a glimpse of it. She smiled gently and addressed Madame Qin. "Why have you brought the young master here, aunt? Given that he has been poisoned and is in frail health, it is unwise to expose him to the winter chill." Madame Qin replied softly, "What the eldest young lady says is quite right. I thought, with the old matriarch present, it would be best to bring the young master over for her to see, lest she worry." With a smile, Lu Mingxi said no more, lifting her skirts to part the windbreak curtain as she entered the main hall. Upon entering, she first saluted the matriarch and Lu Tiancheng before taking her seat beside Luo Wangquan, calmly observing the manager of the Nishang Pavilion. Madame Qin and Lu Yuner followed suit, completing their greetings as they presented Lu Yanqi to the matriarch. The old matriarch gently furrowed her brow, reproaching, "Why on earth did you bring him out?" Aunt Qin echoed the words of Lu Mingxi from outside the door, and the expression on the old lady Lu's face visibly softened. She raised her hand and gently teased Lu Yanqi, asking, "Are you still feeling unwell? Cheer?" Lu Yanqi, nestled in Aunt Qin's embrace, was well behaved. After taking his medicine, the itchiness had temporarily subsided. He refrained from scratching his face and obediently replied, "Grandmother, Cheer feels much better." "I am being good." The old lady immediately smiled, her eyes radiating kindness. "Very well, Cheer, be a good boy." Quickly, someone fetched some pastries for the young master. Instantly, a maid brought forth several plates of delicacies. Lu Mingxi tilted her head, took a sip of the tea presented by the maid, and observed the old lady doting on her grandson, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Across from her, Lu Mingyao seemed increasingly restless, prompting Lu Mingxi to glance his way. Lu Mingyao quickly composed himself. He could not allow himself to be outdone, even by his younger sister. Lu Tiancheng, a man of principles, understood that since the steward was present, he could not leave him unattended. He spoke in a deep voice, "Have the steward inspect the fabrics." The maid presented the materials to the steward. While Aunt Qin fed Lu Yanqi some pastries, she discreetly kept an eye on the steward. After Lu Yanqi had eaten a few pieces, she excused herself to the old lady and took a seat in a chair below, still holding Lu Yanqi. Lu Tiancheng instructed, "Steward, please examine when these materials were delivered." Hearing there was an issue, the steward had brought the account book along. As he touched the fabric and reviewed the records, he confidently affirmed, "Master Lu, these materials were sent to the estate a few months ago, as documented in this account book. Please take a look." He turned to the corresponding page of the ledger and presented it before Lu Tiancheng. With a composed expression, Lu Tiancheng read through it and then handed it to the old lady for a glance. Indeed, it was delivered 3 months prior. Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuner immediately interjected, "Perhaps the steward made an error in delivery. This fabric was clearly brought to the concubine-s courtyard only recently. I even took a look when it was delivered. It is precisely this batch of cloth." Chapter 24. Afterward, "Mind the servants in your house," the steward anxiously implored. "Miss, please refrain from making unfounded remarks. The fabric delivered recently features the latest patterns. Our establishment, Nishang, has never engaged in such practices of substituting inferior goods for superior ones." Internally, he cursed the second young lady for her thoughtless words. It was evident that she intended to jeopardize his relationship with the Lu family, a significant source of income. How much silver was at stake? The commotion in their courtyard had unjustly fallen upon his shoulders. It was truly shameless of them. The steward, being astute, had lived in the capital and supplied fabrics to esteemed households, thus he had heard of all manner of scandal. When summoned to inspect the fabric, He sensed trouble lurking beneath the surface. Although no words were spoken, he could discern that no good would come of this encounter. Fearing the suspicions of the matriarch and Master Lu, he hastily bowed and said, "Master Lu, esteemed matriarch, my service to the Lu household has spanned many years. As you both well know, throughout this time, Anai has consistently demonstrated its dedication, never once engaging in such misconduct. You may rely on my integrity." Lu Tiancheng replied, "Indeed, you are overly concerned, steward. Today, we merely asked you to come for an inquiry. I appreciate your efforts in making this trip, and rest assured, there will be a token of gratitude forthcoming." He gestured to a servant, "Escort the steward out of the estate." The steward breathed a sigh of relief as he followed the housekeeper out of the Lu residence, receiving a pouch of silver, which he deemed a fair recompense.
Yet,
The memory of the illegitimate second young lady suddenly biting his words still lingered, leaving him with a sense of ill intent. Reflecting on it now, he couldn't help but feel the urge to utter a few curses. Once the steward of Anai departed, the hall was left devoid of outsiders. The old matron's demeanor grew cold upon witnessing Lu Yanqi's unexpectedly gentle expression. Her gaze swept between Luo Wanwan and concubine Qin, and upon observing her son's demeanor, she discerned that the mother and son were aligned in their thoughts. Yesterday, concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er had brazenly accused the matron, claiming their animosity towards Lu Yanqi stemmed from Lu Mingxi's unfortunate fall into the water. However, with the fabric in question dating back 3 months, such reasoning faltered. 3 months prior, Lu Mingxi and Lu Yun'er had been on amicable terms. Any fine offerings from Luo Wanwan's courtyard were sent to Lu Yun'er and concubine Qin out of consideration for their relationship with Lu Mingxi. Among all the secondary daughters and concubines within the estate, none shared a bond as harmonious as that of concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er. In fact, following the incident of Lu Mingxi's fall, the distance between her and Lu Yun'er had only widened, prompting several attempts by Lu Yun'er and concubine Qin to tarnish Lu Mingxi's reputation. Thus, it seemed far more plausible that concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er were the ones attempting to frame Luo Wanwan, a notion that held more weight. Naturally, they were reluctant to cast such aspersions on Lu Yanqi's biological mother. It was conceivable that, besides concubine Qin's orchestrations, perhaps someone from her courtyard had meddled in these matters. Contemplating this, the old matron swallowed a sip of tea and placed her cup on the table, producing a soft yet crisp sound. She spoke calmly. "Since this fabric is from 3 months ago, it bears no relation to the matron. Concubine Qin and the second young lady need not presume that this is the work of the matron. They should rest assured. However, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Our Lu household cannot harbor such malicious and vile individuals." The elderly matron gazed at Lu Tiancheng and inquired, "Tiancheng, what are your thoughts?" Lu Tiancheng responded, "Mother is correct. This matter must be thoroughly investigated." His eyes lingered on Qin Yinyang, revealing a depth of seriousness. Qin Yinyang felt a twinge of anxiety under his gaze. The matron continued, "In that case, Chuanxi, take a few maids and servants to search both Qin Yinyang's and the second young lady's quarters meticulously." Chuanxi complied, departing with a group of maidservants. Qin Yinyang experienced a sense of suffocation. She exchanged a glance with Lu Yun'er, who offered a reassuring look, signaling her not to panic. After the tumultuous events of the previous day, when they failed to pin the blame on Luo Wanwan, they had steeled themselves for what was to come. The previous day's insistence on verifying the accounts with the manager of Anai was merely a tactic to buy them time and prepare for the impending scrutiny. This matter would, without a doubt, remain unconnected to them. As the master sat in silence in the hall, after a while, Chuanxi returned. Following her were several maidservants, who brought in a girl, forcing her to kneel. Chuanxi approached the matron, presenting the items they had discovered. "Matron, master, we found poison in this girl's quarters." The maid struggled desperately, tears streaming down her face, while a servant struggled to maintain her grip. The matron pressed her temples, her voice low and commanding as she questioned, "You wretched girl, the household provides you with food, clothing, and a monthly allowance. Why would you resort to poisoning the young master? Such a small child, what could possibly provoke your discontent?" The young maid, not much older than Lu Yun'er, perhaps just a year or two her senior, held her head high, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "What kind of household provides for my sustenance? I am the daughter of a respectable family. Why must I be sold into servitude like this? It is all because my parents bore a son. Had it not been for him, how could I have been sold into this wretched existence?" The mere sight of him reminds me of my brother, and I could almost wish to strangle him. To poison him would be too merciful. The old matron glared in disbelief, unable to contain her outrage at the maid's audacious words, and shattered her teacup in fury. What nonsense is this? The actions of your parents have nothing to do with the young master of the Liu household. Madame Qin, in tears, attempted to strike the maid, only to be restrained by a servant beside her. Have I ever wronged you in my household? Did you not live better here than the daughters of poor families? The maid fell silent, tears continuing to flow as she clenched her jaw. The old matron appeared weary, while Lu Tiancheng's expression was cold and inscrutable, lost in thought. After a long moment of observing Madame Qin, he waved his hand dismissively, ordering, "Take her away and administer 50 lashes. If she survives, sell her off. If she perishes, discard her outside the estate." The maid was promptly dragged away, her cries of agony echoing through the halls, soon muffled, likely silenced by force. Madame Qin sat weeping in her chair, comforted gently by Lu Yuna, yet the expressions of Lu Tiancheng and the old matron remained unchanged, burdened with a heavy silence. The elderly matron rose to her feet, supported immediately by her mother at her side. With a sigh, she remarked, "After such a commotion, I find myself weary. I shall return home." Thus, she departed with the assistance of her mother and a maidservant. The others in the main hall remained motionless. Lu Mingxi grasped the handkerchief in her hand, appearing as though the plight of Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner had no bearing on her. Once again, they had summoned this maidservant to take the blame. Yet, what significance did it hold? This time, her mother had not fallen victim to the scheme, and neither her father nor the elderly matron were fools. How could they believe that such an act was perpetrated by a mere third-rate maid? Such a lowly servant could scarcely touch the valuables within the household, let alone venture beyond its confines. With scarcely anyone willing to heed her words or be swayed by her influence, how could she possibly procure poison? Furthermore, to apply it to the fabric worn by Lu Yanqi was a feat beyond her means. It is well known that the safeguarding of such materials is entrusted solely to the most capable maidservants close to their masters, even if this maid managed to acquire poison. She could not access the garments worn by the young master. As expected, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Tiancheng remained silent until a young attendant entered to report that the maidservant had not perished and still breathed. Lu Tiancheng declared, "Since she still lives, let her be sold off afterwards." Thus, he spared the maidservant's life. Rising, he clasped his hands behind his back and addressed Aunt Qin. "During this time, you shall take good care of Qi'er in the courtyard. He is still young and, having been poisoned, is likely to have toxins accumulating within him. Until he recovers, do not leave the courtyard. Tend to him diligently, transcribing scriptures and offering prayers for his swift recovery, that he may suffer fewer ailments in the future. Furthermore, manage the servants in your household with due diligence." Aunt Qin was momentarily stunned. How could she fail to comprehend the underlying meaning of his words? Lu Yanqi's insistence that she not leave the courtyard was nothing short of a form of confinement. Furthermore, the decree to transcribe scriptures and manage the servants indicated that her recent actions of dismissing 2 servants had indeed aroused suspicion. Lowering her gaze, Aunt Qin regarded Lu Tiancheng with a hint of trepidation in her heart and replied, "Yes, my lord, I shall undoubtedly take good care of the young master." Chapter 25. Even heaven seems to believe that I ought to marry into the Regency Prince's residence and become a princess. Lu Tiancheng glanced at him and strode away. Luo Wanwan followed suit, not sparing a glance at Qin Yinyang and Lu Yunu. After exchanging a few soft words with Lu Mingxi and her brother, she too departed from the main hall. Lu Mingxi smiled faintly as she set down her teacup, softly remarking, "Andy, this matter is indeed unrelated to Mother, correct? Therefore, you need not worry about Mother taking action due to the incident of her falling into the water. She is not the type to harbor malicious intentions towards her own child." These words fell upon Qin Yinyang's ears, and she felt a hint of implied meaning. She forced a smile and nodded. "What the eldest young lady says is true. I was indeed muddled yesterday." Lu Mingxi shook her head, smoothing the folds of her skirt as she rose. "However, Auntie must learn to properly manage her household. If you truly cannot, you may report to grandmother and request a qualified elder to provide guidance, lest my second sister remain as unaware as you are in dealing with subordinates. Previously, it was the second sister's servant who pushed me into the water, and now it is Auntie's maid who has poisoned my brother. If this continues, I fear it will bring harm to other masters." Hearing this, Lu Mingyao also began to smile. Indeed, if Auntie cannot manage, Please do not lead the second sister astray, lest outsiders claim that our Lu family fails to educate its daughters properly. Lu Mingjue did not intervene this time, but quietly observed from the side. Seeing Lu Mingxi rise, he too set down his teacup and said, "All right, let's take our leave. It is rather chilly in the main hall." Lu Yuner attempted to speak several times, but bit her lip and held her tongue. The recent actions of my father were clearly directed at punishing Aunt Qin. At present, as Lu Mingxi and her siblings covertly mocked her, she could only endure the humiliation. Should she provoke further, who could predict how her father might react? She fidgeted with the handkerchief in her grasp, watching helplessly as Lu Mingxi, Lu Mingjue, and Lu Mingyao lifted the curtain and departed, leaving no trace behind. Unable to restrain herself any longer, she turned to Aunt Qin and inquired, "Aunt, what is the meaning of this? That little girl has already confessed. Why then is it you who faces punishment? What is this nonsense about caring for my brother by copying scriptures for blessings? Is it not merely a guise for the punishment of transcribing religious texts?" Aunt Qin gestured for her to lower her voice, and they returned to their courtyard with Lu Yanqi. Once Lu Yanqi was escorted back to his room, the two women remained alone, and upon shutting the door, Aunt Qin spoke. "Do you believe your father is easily deceived? If he had truly been convinced, it would have sufficed. Yet, as he detected inconsistencies, he refrained from acting due to the lack of concrete evidence. Instead, he resorts to subtle reprimands. You must exercise caution. Should any further incidents arise at this critical juncture, even without evidence, Lu Tiancheng can certainly find a pretext to punish us." Recalling Lu Mingxi's faintly amused smile from earlier, a surge of anger welled up within Lu Yuner, and she clenched her teeth in indignation. How can father be so biased? Since the maid has been implicated, it is evident that she is responsible. He clearly lacks evidence yet still chooses to penalize you. Aunt, what kind of reasoning is this? Lu Yuner continued, "Moreover, my brother is born of your concubine. Even if father harbors doubts, he should overlook this matter for my brother's sake. Yet, he insists on punishing you before that wretched Lu Mingxi, which is clearly an affront to our dignity." Qin Yinyang felt a deep sense of injustice, but seeing Lu Yuner so incensed, she feared that her impulsive rage might lead to rash actions. She gently patted Lu Yuner's hand and said, "I understand your anger on my behalf, but let this matter pass." With a resigned sigh, she added, "Though you and Cheer are my children, in the eyes of outsiders, I can only refer to you as young miss and young master. Now that the young master has been poisoned, the blame falls upon me, and any punishment I receive will only seem just to others." At this point, her gaze turned melancholic. "What can I say? I am but a concubine, merely a secondary wife. In this household, while I may appear more splendid than the servants, in truth, I am but a half-servant." Lu Yuner paused, reflecting on the reality that her mother, as a concubine, could never compare to the legitimate wife. It was only natural that her father would favor his lawful spouse. Lost in thought, Lu Yuner felt Qin Yinyang's firm grasp on her hand. "Yuna, you have witnessed the plight of your mother within this household. Therefore, you must ensure that in the future, you marry as a legitimate wife and never as a concubine. Otherwise, you will be treated as a mere servant, subject to reprimands and punishment. Such a life is not one you can endure." Her daughter possessed unparalleled beauty. Few in the capital could rival her grace. With such a visage, even as a daughter of a concubine, she was more than worthy of being a legitimate wife. Moreover, regardless of circumstances, Lu Yunu's biological father is Lu Tiancheng, a prominent official of the highest rank in the current dynasty. It is entirely feasible for her to marry into a family of equal standing as a legitimate wife. However, Lu Yunu's marriage prospects rest in the hands of the matriarch, and if she wishes to wed into a respectable family, careful planning is essential. Aunt Qin fell into contemplation, yet before she could devise a plan, Lu Yunu's face gradually flushed due to her earlier remarks. Lu Yuner could not help but recall the sixth prince she had seen at the banquet in the Duke of Zhen's residence. He was so handsome, with an elegant demeanor, and he was indeed a prince of the realm. Lu Yuner lowered her head, nervously tugging at the handkerchief in her grasp, and softly uttered, "Aunt, I saw the sixth prince at the Duke's birthday celebration not long ago, and he." Aunt Qin could hardly be oblivious to Lu Yunu's bashful demeanor. It was evident that she had taken a fancy to the sixth prince and aspired to enter his household. Aunt Qin's expression darkened, and she spoke with unusual seriousness. "You must promptly abandon such thoughts. You used to stay by Lu Mingxi's side. Cannot you discern that she intends to marry the sixth prince? If she were to wed him, she would undoubtedly become the primary wife, while your aspirations would only lead you to be a secondary consort. Though a consort of the royal family, in essence, you would merely be a concubine. Have you completely forgotten what I previously advised? Furthermore, sharing a husband with Lu Mingxi is something your father would never consent to. Lu Yunu's expression stiffened, and she could not resist lifting her head to retort. How could the sixth prince possibly take Lu Mingxi, with her unattractive appearance, as his legitimate wife? Any man with a discerning eye would never find Lu Mingxi appealing. Aunt Qin expressed her disdain for Yunu's naivety, stating, "Let us not even consider whether the sixth prince will take you as his wife. Do you truly believe you could ascend to the position of his legitimate consort? Our statuses are worlds apart. The sixth prince is a royal, the son of the emperor. How could he ever choose a mere concubine as his principal wife?" Yunu's face paled at Aunt Qin's words, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. After all, she was but a young girl in her teens. Despite any hardened resolve she might possess, the cruel reality of her unrequited affections was nearly insufferable. Although she was a concubine's daughter, what made her any lesser than Lu Mingxi? Was it truly acceptable for Lu Mingxi to be chosen as the principal consort while she herself was deemed unworthy solely due to her birth? Why should that be the case? Aunt Qin softened her tone. "Yunur, though my words may seem harsh, they reflect an undeniable truth. Moreover, Lu Mingxi's aspirations to wed the sixth prince are not without reciprocation from him, even if her looks leave much to be desired." Here, Aunt Qin's eyes flickered with a shadowy depth. She grasped Yunu's hand gently and whispered, "The sixth prince's intention to marry her as his principal consort is not born of affection for her, but rather for her esteemed status as a legitimate daughter and the granddaughter of the Duke of Jinghua. She possesses a commendable grandfather, do you understand?" Yunur blinked in astonishment, lifting her gaze to Aunt Qin. "Aunt, are you suggesting that he wishes to marry Lu Mingxi not out of genuine love, but for power and influence?" Finally breaking free from the shackles of her infatuation, Yunur began to contemplate the situation with a clearer mind. Aunt Qin nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, thus. As long as Lu Mingxi is willing to marry, he will undoubtedly take her as his principal consort. You need not dwell on this any longer. The concubine will assist you in seeking a more suitable and admirable husband." With that said, Lu Yunur could only reluctantly respond in a low voice, "I understand, Auntie." However, she noted that she was not far from coming of age, yet apart from the sixth prince, she had encountered no other gentleman. During that day's gathering, she did see several young masters from the estate, but to what avail? Not a single one of them left a lasting impression on her, nor did she find any of them appealing. If she were to be wed to those whom she could not even recall after meeting, she would undoubtedly refuse. Aunt Qin smiled softly, brushing a strand of Lu Yunur's hair behind her ear, and lowered her voice to inquire, "When you were at the Duke of Zhen's residence, aside from the sixth prince, did you ever meet the regent?" The regent? Lu Yunur had indeed encountered him. Initially, the regent, alongside the sixth prince and Princess Anha, had entered the duke's residence, and she had caught a fleeting glimpse of the regent. He was far more handsome than the sixth prince, albeit with an icy demeanor that made her hesitant to gaze upon him for long. Yet, that brief glance had etched his striking visage deeply into her memory. Why did Auntie bring up the regent now? As she pondered Aunt Qin's intentions, a faint blush returned to her alabaster cheeks, though the shyness in her eyes quickly dissipated. "Auntie, what relevance does the regent have? He holds a higher rank than the sixth prince, and I cannot even aspire to be the legitimate wife of the sixth prince. How could I possibly dream of marrying into the regent's household? It is truly wishful thinking. The sixth prince's mother comes from humble origins, and perhaps I could entertain such a notion, but the regent is simply beyond the realm of possibility." The concubine felt that it was impossible for her to become the legitimate wife of the sixth prince. How could she possibly entertain the notion of marrying the regent? Did she think that entering the regent's residence would grant her the status of a primary wife? Qin, the concubine, observed Lu Yunur's expression, fully aware of her thoughts. With a smile, she lowered her voice and said, "This is where your ignorance lies. For other noble families, I genuinely do not wish for you to marry into them, as your only path would be to become a secondary wife. However, the regent is different. He is inherently frail, although he wields power. Daughters of high-ranking noble families are reluctant to wed such a sickly man." Lu Yunur attempted to speak, but was silenced by Qin's glance, which signaled her to wait until she finished. There have been many young women aspiring to marry the regent, yet for years, he has shunned romantic pursuits. If you could find a way to become his first woman, he would surely come to appreciate the charms of a woman. With your beauty and being his inaugural companion, how could you not captivate him utterly? At that point, your desire to enter the royal household as his legitimate wife would merely be a matter of your own words. This strategy would only be effective with the regent. Though he holds immense power, his health precludes him from the throne, rendering the status of his wife inconsequential. The sixth prince, however, is quite different. If he harbors aspirations for that position, his primary wife must be a woman of stature who can assist him. Lu Yun'er's face flushed crimson at Qin's candid remarks. How could the concubine speak to her in such a manner?
Yet,
She could not deny that the idea stirred her heart. Lu Yun'er did not immediately acquiesce to Aunt Qin's words. Instead, she softly countered. But the regent's health is frail, Aunt. If I were to marry him, my husband would be a sickly man. At my tender age, why should I endure such a fate? Aunt Qin, frustrated by Lu Yun'er's obstinacy and unable to fathom her reasoning, could only explain. He is the regent, attended by the court's physicians. Why must you concern yourself with such matters? Furthermore, as long as he wields immense power, if you marry him as his legitimate wife and conceive swiftly, the throne shall undoubtedly belong to your child. Even if he were to pass away suddenly, you would still stand as the exalted princess, the mother of the heir. From a mere lowly concubine to the rightful wife of the prince, to the mother of the heir who shall inherit the throne, this is an unparalleled fortune. Lu Yun'er's face flushed deeper. Her thoughts diverged from her mother's. Yet if she were truly to marry into the regent's household, could she not care for him properly and aid in his recovery? Lu Yun'er whispered, Aunt, if I truly could marry into the royal household, then I would be willing. Aunt Qin smiled with satisfaction, as if the heavens themselves were aiding their cause. The day prior, Aunt Qin and Lu Yun'er had been discussing the regent, and the following day, they received word from a servant announcing that the regent, under imperial command, had arrived at the Lu residence to confer with the master regarding matters of state. Upon hearing this news, Aunt Qin felt it was a divine opportunity. It seemed that her Yuna was destined to have a connection with the regent. Unable to leave the courtyard, Aunt Qin summoned a nearby maidservant, instructing, go to the second young lady's quarters and merely inform her that the regent has come to the estate.
be swift.
The maid responded promptly, hastily lifting her skirts as she dashed towards Lu Yun'er's courtyard. Lu Yun'er's courtyard was not far from Aunt Qin's, and in a short while, the maid arrived breathlessly. At that moment, Lu Yun'er was by the window in the corridor, extending her fingers and instructing the maid to dye her nails with the juice of the balsam flower. Upon seeing the familiar maid rushing in, she delicately arched her slender brows and inquired, what brings you here in such haste? Is there something amiss in Aunt's courtyard? The maid, having paid her respects, replied, Second miss, Aunt Qin mentioned that the regent has come to the manor to discuss matters with the master. Lu Yun'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. She immediately withdrew her hand and said, no need for the dye. Quickly help me with my attire and prepare a new outfit. Casting a glance at the maid who still stood in place, she waved her hand and instructed, hurry back and inform Aunt that I am aware of the situation. She need not worry. Joy radiated from Lu Yun'er's face as she directed her personal maid, fetch that moon-white dress. It will complement my fair complexion beautifully. Turning again, she urged, quickly, bring some water to wash off the flower juice from my nails. The maids in the room were bustling about in a flurry. Lu Yun'er's heart raced with exhilaration. She could hardly contain her excitement. Just yesterday they spoke of the regent, and today he graced the Lu manor with his presence. Could it be that the heavens themselves conspire for my union with the regent, to become a royal consort? Chapter 26. The First Kiss. Lu Yun'er, her face aglow with joy, resolved to present herself splendidly before the regent, determined to leave him utterly captivated and ensure he would remember her. Simultaneously, within Lu Mingxi's courtyard, news had also reached her. Upon hearing the announcement from the servant, Lu Mingxi was momentarily taken aback. What could the regent want with her father? The servant, alas, had no knowledge of such matters. After all, how could a mere attendant comprehend the weighty affairs of the court? Lu Mingxi nodded slightly, dismissing the servant, and after a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly rose and said to Tsueyu, let's take a stroll in the front courtyard. Tsueyu, startled by her words, exclaimed, Miss, did you not hear? The regent has arrived. It is unwise to venture into the front courtyard where we might encounter unfamiliar men. We ought to avoid it. If the old madam learns of this, we shall surely face her wrath. Why, pray tell, would you wish to go there all of a sudden? Ordinarily, The old madam would not reproach her legitimate daughter over such matters, yet today was different, given the presence of a distinguished guest like the regent. Lu Mingxi smiled, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and softly replied, "Oh, dear girl, have you forgotten what I mentioned not long ago?" Not long ago? Sueyu suddenly recalled.
Indeed.
Her mistress had previously expressed her desire to marry the regent, to have him as her esteemed husband. Thus, her intention to go to the front courtyard was indeed aimed at the regent. The thought of the regent filled Sueyu with trepidation, yet seeing her mistress so delighted, she could only grit her teeth and acquiesce. "Very well, miss, but if you wish to meet the lord, should you not change into something more splendid? A more elegant attire might endear you to the regent even further." Lu Mingxi lowered her gaze to inspect her attire, feeling unconcerned. Xian Yuanchun would not mind such trivialities. Despite her appearance, Xian Yuanchun still cherished her, willing to go to great lengths for her. How could he possibly care whether her clothing was beautiful or plain? Nevertheless, Lu Mingxi ultimately acquiesced to Sueyu's insistence and changed into a different dress, adorning herself anew with hairpins. Sueyu took up the silver fox cloak and draped it over Lu Mingxi's shoulders, ensuring the hand warmer was ready, and together they proceeded to the front courtyard. A partition separated the front courtyard from the rear, not far from which lay the pond where Lu Mingxi had once fallen. Sueyu seemed even more anxious than Lu Mingxi, fearing that her pace might delay them from encountering the regent. Upon nearing the pond, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The young lady donned a gown of moonlight white, with delicate shades of blue complemented by deep blue gem embellishments, enhancing her snow-like complexion. Her petite face nestled within the fur collar of her cloak, slightly flushed from the cold breeze, resembling a bashful beauty. Such a captivating presence. It was no wonder Xian Yuanhe had been utterly smitten, elevating her to the status of his favored consort. Seeing Lu Yun'er in this moment, Lu Mingxi was reminded of the words Lu Yun'er had spoken to Xian Yuanchun during her imprisonment in a past life. Thus, it became clear that, compared to Xian Yuanhe, Lu Yun'er had yearned to marry Xian Yuanchun. No wonder she had hurried here today. Alas, in the previous lifetime, Xian Yuanchun had paid her no heed, and in this one, Lu Yun'er was even less likely to fulfill her desires. These thoughts flickered through Lu Mingxi's mind in an instant. She smiled gently and addressed Lu Yun'er. "Sister, what brings you here? On such a frigid day, your face has turned crimson. Is there something of great significance?" Lu Yun'er was quite astonished, having never anticipated encountering Lu Mingxi here. Particularly striking was Lu Mingxi's attire, which was evidently chosen with care. Who could she possibly be meeting in such garb? Surely, she would not dress so to meet their father. It must mean she, like Lu Yun'er, was here to see the regent. Could it be that Lu Mingxi harbored the same intention, hoping for a chance encounter with the regent to capture his attention? Lu Yun'e's thoughts shifted, yet her expression remained impeccably composed. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Mingxi had already perceived the flicker in her eyes. Youth is indeed a revealing thing. At such a tender age, even someone as venomous as Lu Yun'er could not entirely conceal her motives. After much contemplation, Lu Yun'er decided to probe Lu Mingxi, curious about her purpose for being here. With a delicate and timid smile, she said, "Sister, I have heard that the regent has come to our residence to discuss matters with father, and I thought to steal a glance at the regent's distinguished presence." She continued softly, "It is said that His Highness the Regent possesses an extraordinary demeanor, unmatched appearance, and exceptional talent. Such a remarkable man piques my curiosity. However, I presume only a beauty of unparalleled grace could be deemed worthy. Those with lesser looks might not even catch his eye." While Lu Yun'er suspected that Lu Mingxi shared her sentiments, she also recalled Lu Mingxi's affection for the sixth prince. If she was so determined to wed the sixth prince, how could she possibly hold any interest in the regent? Unless she desires to marry the sixth prince while simultaneously attempting to entice the regent. Her deliberate words are intended to provoke Lu Mingxi. With Lu Mingxi's appearance, she undoubtedly does not fall within the realm of women the regent would find appealing. Should she hastily defend herself, it would certainly imply her own interest in the regent. Lu Yun'er mused, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Mingxi, eager to witness her response. Lu Mingxi could easily discern Lu Yun'er's probing. It was evident that she had previously encountered Xian Yuanchun at the Duke of Zhen's residence, yet she feigned ignorance, as if she had never met him before. However, she chose not to conceal her awareness, and instead aligned with Lu Yun'er's insinuation, softly remarking, "The regent is indeed remarkable. Yet a man of such distinction would never be so superficial as to judge solely by appearance." If Xian Yuanchen were to choose based on looks, he must be blind to have set his sights on you. A subtle smile graced Lu Mingxi's lips, inciting Lu Yun'er's ire to the point of grinding her teeth, wishing fervently to strangle Lu Mingxi.
How dare she?
How dare she be so fickle? Just previously, she had clung to the sixth prince, intent on marrying him, and now she sought to pursue the regent. Did she not ever glance in the mirror to behold her own visage? Beyond being the legitimate daughter of a noble family with a favorable maternal lineage, what else did Lu Mingxi possess? Why could she not content herself with the sixth prince and instead vie for the regent against her? Lu Yun'er was consumed with rage and jealousy. She believed that her original affection was for the sixth prince, but she had relinquished that due to Lu Mingxi's fondness for him, ultimately choosing the regent instead.
Yet,
at this moment, Lu Mingxi dared to vie for the same affections. This wretched woman seemed determined to oppose her at every turn. Must Lu Mingxi covet everything she desires? She could no longer endure this indignation. Lu Mingxi, with her crescent-shaped eyes, quietly observed Lu Yun'er, seemingly oblivious to the simmering fury that threatened to overflow from her. Lu Yun'er's anger stemmed from jealousy. She was acutely aware that should Lu Mingxi speak up, she would surely be left out. She could barely maintain the delicate smile upon her face. Just then, both women were startled by voices resonating from a distance. Lu Yun'er caught sight of a tall figure clad in magnificent attire, conversing with Lu Tiancheng. That striking visage could only belong to the regent, Xian Yuanchen. With one glance at Lu Mingxi beside her and another at the regent in the distance, she gritted her teeth and abruptly seized Lu Mingxi's hand, exclaiming, "Sister, no."
ah,
With a splash, Lu Yun'er plunged into the frigid waters. With both the regent and her father present, she was determined to incite their ire toward Lu Mingxi, portraying her as a heartless schemer. She aimed to ensure that Lu Mingxi not only failed to attract the regent's attention but also lost her father's affection, shattering her image as the pure and virtuous legitimate daughter in his eyes. After all, had not Lu Mingxi already fallen into the water once? In the present moment, her plunge into the water is nothing short of a calculated act of revenge by Lu Mingxi, harboring deep-seated resentment. The incident unfolded unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. Even Lu Yun'er, who suddenly entertained this nefarious thought. Her intention was to catch everyone unawares, ensuring that Lu Mingxi had no time to react, thereby solidifying this event as a reality. Lu Mingxi, too, was taken aback by Lu Yun'er's ruthless resolve. To frame her, she had brazenly leapt into the frigid pond. It was winter after all. Regaining her composure, Lu Mingxi let out a cold laugh and followed suit, plunging into the icy waters. Since Lu Yun'er sought to frame her, she was eager to see how the two of them would navigate this predicament. The maids accompanying them were horrified, shrieking in panic. Sueyu nearly followed her mistress into the water, exclaiming, Miss, help! Someone! The young lady has fallen into the water."
Quickly, nearby.
Lu Tiancheng and Xian Yuancheng heard the sound of two splashes, but could not discern who had fallen. However, upon noticing Sueyu, who was Lu Mingxi's personal maid, and another maid who seemed to be Lu Yun'er's attendant, an ominous feeling washed over them. With both maids present, could it be that Lu Mingxi and Lu Yun'er had fallen into the water? Xian Yuancheng's heart raced as he spotted Sueyu, prompting him to hasten after Lu Tiancheng to investigate. Meanwhile, in the water, Lu Yun'er was utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that Lu Mingxi, that wretched girl, would dare to jump in after her. At present, winter has enveloped the landscape, and the pond's water is both icy and frigid. The limbs of Lu Yun'er have grown somewhat stiff from the cold. She strives to flail about, but to her surprise, Lu Mingxi has seized her and forcefully pressed her head beneath the water. Lu Mingxi exerts considerable strength, her gaze fierce, intent on extracting a measure of retribution from Lu Yun'er. Time and again, Lu Yun'er ensnares herself in misfortune, truly believing herself to be an easy target. If Lu Yun'er wishes to plunge into the depths, then Lu Mingxi shall oblige, ensuring that she remains submerged for a while longer. Despite the malice in Lu Mingxi's eyes and the force with which she presses Lu Yun'er down, her outward demeanor feigns a desperate attempt to rescue her, calling out, "Someone! Quickly! Someone!" She pretends to struggle valiantly while, in truth, she continues to force Lu Yun'er further underwater. Having learned to swim the summer after her last near drowning in a previous life, she now relishes this opportune moment, unbeknownst to others. Lu Yun'er, held beneath the surface, finds her mouth and nose nearly submerged, and soon her breath wanes, swallowing mouthfuls of water. This wretched Lu Mingxi harbors intentions of ending her life. Lu Yuner never anticipated that the usually naive and foolish Lu Mingxi could be so ruthless. A flicker of regret ignites within her, yet it swiftly turns to despair. For she realizes that regret is futile. If Lu Mingxi desires her demise, then perhaps they might perish together. Clutching Lu Mingxi tightly around the waist, she drags her down into the depths, and from the corner of her eye, she suddenly catches sight of a tall figure, a man shedding his cloak and plunging into the water. It is the Regency King. Hope ignited within Lu Yuner's heart. The regent must have come to rescue her. Lu Tiancheng anxiously called for servants skilled in water to come, his eyes wide in disbelief as he witnessed the regent, without a moment's hesitation, shed his cloak and plunge into the water. The sight left him utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Shen Feng was not in a much better position, clutching the regent's cloak, helplessly watching his master in the frigid lake. Overwhelmed with concern for his lord's well-being, he longed to dive in and save him. However, the thought of his master's peculiar affection for Miss Lu made him realize that he could not dare to do so. If he were to encounter the body of Miss Lu, his master might very well devour him alive. Xian Yuanshen's gaze was intently fixed on Lu Mingxi, noticing her submerged in the water, with only a dark crown of hair visible above the surface. His heart raced as he swiftly swam towards her, submerging himself. He grasped Lu Mingxi, intending to bring her to the surface and back to shore. Yet at that moment, Lu Yunyu unexpectedly clung to him, refusing to let go. Xian Yuanshen had no desire for physical contact with this woman. Although winter garments were thick, rendering direct contact minimal upon entering the water, he still wished to avoid it. Moreover, he could only save one of them, and his choice was clear: Lu Mingxi alone. He forcefully kicked Lu Yuner away, yet to his astonishment, she remained clinging to him. Struggling against her grip, he had no choice but to lift Lu Mingxi with all his strength while delivering several more kicks to Lu Yuner. Lu Yuner had water forced into her mouth and nose, rendering her unable to utter a word. Despair enveloped her as Xian Yuanshen delivered several kicks in succession. How could the regent be there to rescue Lu Mingxi? He must have come to save her. Yet, he had mistaken her identity. If only he would pull her up and gaze upon her face. She was the true Lu Yuner, while in his arms lay the ugly Lu Mingxi. He had saved the wrong person. Xian Yuanshen, utterly repulsed by the woman's incessant grasping at him, finally kicked her away and turned his attention to Lu Mingxi. Her complexion was pale, frozen by the icy water, and having exhausted her breath from calling for help, she coughed violently, struggling to breathe. Gritting his teeth, Xian Yuanshen disregarded everything else and pulled Lu Mingxi close, lowering his head to press his lips against hers. Chapter 27. Only by treating Lu Mingxi as myself would I save her instead of myself. The winter water was frigid and piercing, yet within Xian Yuanshen's embrace, there existed an unusual warmth. The sensation of his lips was soft and warm, though merely a breath. The distinction between genders became apparent. At the moment their lips met, Lu Mingxi's body became rigid. She clung tightly to the man's sleeve, too anxious to move. In her previous life, she had never shared a kiss with a man. Not even on that fateful night with Xian Yuanshen, it seemed there had been none. Lu Mingxi did not struggle, obediently leaning into Xian Yuanshen's arms until he finally departed from her lips, allowing her to regain her composure. Xian Yuanshen wrapped his arm around her waist, lifting her as he paddled towards the shore, all the while reassuring Lu Mingxi, "Do not be afraid, we shall soon reach land." Lu Mingxi, having swallowed water, felt her throat dry and painful, rendering her momentarily speechless. Those on the shore were in a state of heightened tension. A servant leaped into the water to save Lu Yuner, but she was no longer the focus of attention. Xian Yuanshen carried Lu Mingxi to the shore, where Shen Feng had been waiting anxiously. Upon seeing his lord drenched, he hurriedly offered a cloak, urging him to put it on. However, Xian Yuanshen draped the garment around Lu Mingxi instead, enveloping her tightly. Lu Mingxi trembled from the cold, her face pale in Xian Yuanshen's embrace. Without hesitation, he rose with her in his arms, while Lu Yuner was also retrieved by the servant, having inhaled too much water and now rendered unconscious. Lu Tiancheng was utterly flustered by the chaotic scene before him. He reprimanded the maids, urging them to quickly wrap the young lady in her outer garment. In a state of desperation, he called for a servant to rescue her. It was already inappropriate for her to have been touched by an outsider, and they needed to cover her up swiftly to avoid any damage to her reputation. However, upon glancing at Lu Mingxi, cradled in the arms of the regent, his expression darkened considerably. Where are the attendants? Bring the eldest and second young ladies back to the courtyard and summon a physician. Lu Tiancheng commanded. Your Highness, you must also accompany me. I have arranged for hot water. You should cleanse yourself and change into fresh garments to prevent catching a chill. A robust maid approached to take Lu Mingxi from Xianyuan Chen's hold, yet Xianyuan Chen's brow was furrowed, and his piercing black eyes exuded an intimidating aura. He did not relinquish Lu Mingxi, instead inquiring of Lu Tiancheng, where is her courtyard? Was he truly intending to personally carry Lu Mingxi there? Such a course of action was most improper. After all, there were distinctions between the sexes, and Xianyuan Chen was the esteemed regent. However, Lu Tiancheng found himself at a loss for words, as Xianyuan Chen's icy demeanor clearly indicated his displeasure regarding Lu Mingxi's unfortunate plunge into the water.
Fail?
Though apprehensive of the regent, could not ignore the state of her young lady, whose face had turned pale and was on the verge of losing consciousness. Anxiously, she urged, Your Highness, please follow me. After all, the regent was to be her future uncle by marriage, and for the moment, Sueyu saw nothing amiss in Xianyuan Chen's embrace of Lu Mingxi. Only Lu Tiancheng stood in shock for a moment, before hastily following suit, instructing someone to promptly prepare the courtyard for Xianyuan Chen and to heat water, while also summoning a physician without delay. Lu Mingxi and Lu Yunu's courtyard was situated in the inner compound, somewhat distanced from their location. Given the current circumstances, returning was not an option. They would have to find a nearby courtyard to usher the two young ladies inside, change their attire, and have the maids attend to them with a hot bath to dispel the chill. Xian Yuanchen carefully laid Lu Mingxi upon the bed, observing the pallor of her lips, which caused his heart to ache slightly. How could such a thing happen? Falling into the water on a winter's day, where the icy depths would be unbearable even for a man, let alone a woman. He couldn't help but worry about how she was faring. As Lu Mingxi was assisted by the maids to take a bath, Xian Yuanchen felt it inappropriate to linger any longer. He brushed off the droplets of water from his face and turned to leave, softly advising Sueyu as he passed, Take good care of your young mistress. Sueyu nodded earnestly. With purposeful strides, Xian Yuanchen departed, guided by a servant to the designated courtyard. Lu Mingxi, shivering slightly, descended into the bath with the support of Sueyu. The steaming water enveloped her, gradually restoring a hint of color to her cheeks, while her body ceased to tremble. Sueyu, with a tone of concern, whispered, Mistress, what compelled you to jump in? Is the second young lady out of her mind? How could you harm your own health by following her? You've fallen into the water twice this winter. This relentless strain is untenable. As she spoke, her heart ached, and she wiped away her tears. Yet, this display of affection brought a smile to Lu Mingxi's face. She pressed her lips together and softly said, Good girl, why are you crying? It's not as if you fell into the water. It seems as though I have bullied you. Sueyu whispered, Perhaps it would be better if I had indeed fallen into the water, sparing you from this ordeal, Mississippi. The second young lady truly. Is she not afraid that you will inform the master? It was evident to her that the second young lady harbored no good intentions, repeatedly causing trouble for the young miss. She was clearly intent on scheming against her own mistress. Lu Mingxi blinked and replied, Just keep this to yourself for now. Do not speak further. Her voice was still hoarse, as she had choked on several mouthfuls of water earlier. Although there was no serious harm, her throat ached slightly. Gradually, her body warmed in the hot water, and after a while, Sueyu helped Lu Mingxi rise from the water, changing into dry garments. The charcoal brazier in the room burned warmly, and fearing Lu Mingxi might catch a chill, they added 2 more pieces of coal. Lu Mingxi exhaled, donned clean clothes, and lay back in the bedding, finally able to relax. Although she had endured suffering, it did not trouble her. In fact, she felt a hint of joy. For the torment Lu Yun'er faced was undoubtedly far worse than her own. This could be seen as a partial repayment for the incident when she had been pushed into the water. The doctor arrived shortly, and upon entering the courtyard, he immediately proceeded to Lu Mingxi's side. When the maid informed him that he could enter, the doctor then stepped in with his medicine box and began to take Lu Mingxi's pulse. Lu Tiancheng entered alongside the doctor. Once the doctor finished taking Lu Mingxi's pulse and assured that there was no serious ailment, merely advising the expulsion of cold to prevent illness, he prescribed a remedy and instructed a servant to hasten to procure the necessary herbs. Lu Mingxi was advised to rest adequately. After leaving Lu Mingxi, the doctor proceeded to the adjacent room where Lu Yun'er resided to attend to her. Learning that Lu Mingxi was not gravely ill, Lu Tiancheng breathed a sigh of relief. Once the doctor departed, He observed Lu Mingxi's pale complexion and furrowed his brow, inquiring gently, "Sire, what exactly transpired today?" His tone bore a hint of tenderness. After all, she was his cherished legitimate daughter, especially after enduring such hardship. However, if discord arose between the legitimate and illegitimate daughters, resulting in such a disgrace before the regent, it would reflect poorly on his parenting and family values, potentially leaving an unfavorable impression on the regent. This matter required clarification. Lu Mingxi had anticipated her father would inquire about the incident. Blinking softly, she replied, "Father, today I accidentally fell into the water. My sister likely rushed to save me, which is why she fell in as well." Sueyu, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. It was evident that the second young lady had deliberately set a trap. Why did the young lady not speak the truth and instead shield her sister, even if it were a rescue? It was clear that it was her lady who had gone to save her. Sueyu stepped forward to adjust the quilt around Lu Mingxi, her eyes aflame with indignation, which Lu Mingxi noticed distinctly. She cast a gentle glance at Sueyu, signaling her to remain silent and avoid revealing any flaws. Sueyu endured and restrained her fury, bowing her head to avoid detection by her father. Lia Mingxi's words were not without reason. Her father, after all, was distinct from her mother. Her mother was solely hers, offering unconditional trust and support. However, her father was not only her father, but also the father of Lu Yuner. Despite his slight favoritism towards her, Lu Yuner remained his daughter, and he could not entirely favor her alone. When Lu Yuner cried out, many, including the master and servants, overheard. If she were to claim that Lu Yuner was plotting against her, her father might not believe it, and even if he did, there would be no evidence to support her claim. Furthermore, with the regent present today, the trust between her and the regent aside, Lu Tiancheng considered the regent an outsider and could not allow such sordid matters of internal strife to come to light. It would be wiser to concoct a reason to deflect the situation for the time being. Having already gained interest, she did not view today's ordeal as a loss. Upon hearing her words, Lu Tiancheng scrutinized his legitimate daughter for a moment. The young lady's voice remained hoarse. Her strikingly clear eyes gazed quietly into his, her face still glistening with moisture, and her lips pale. She certainly did not appear to be lying. After all, what kind of deceit could a girl of merely a few years possess? Having just been rescued from the water, she must have been in a state of panic, with little time to fabricate a story. Lu Tiancheng pondered for a brief moment and chose to believe Lia Mingxi's words. Lia Mingxi maintained a calm demeanor, for Lu Yuner was unconscious and could not expose her. Even if she were awake, what could it change? She ought not to be so foolish as to tarnish her reputation while I strive to protect it, only to claim that her sister has harmed her. Surely, our father would perceive this as a deliberate provocation. As Lu Tiancheng gazed upon Lu Mingxi in such a state, his heart softened slightly, and he spoke gently. "Father is aware now. My dear Shir, do rest well. I shall go check on your sister. It was the regent who saved you today, and I must express my gratitude." At the mention of Xian Yuanchen, Lu Mingxi's eyelashes trembled, and she softly replied, "Then I must trouble father to convey my thanks to the Lord." Lu Tiancheng felt that Lu Mingxi had grown considerably more understanding, and he nodded in agreement. "Of course. Now do take your rest." With that, he turned to leave. After Lu Mingxi and Lu Yuner were rescued from the water, the news spread throughout the household, with Luo Wangquan being the first to arrive. Upon seeing Lu Tiancheng emerge from Lu Mingxi's resting chamber, she realized he had inquired about her condition. Maintaining her composure, Luo Wangquan suggested, "Master, it would be prudent to check on Yuner before visiting the regent. His well-being is of utmost importance at this moment." Lu Tiancheng nodded and assured his wife, "Shir is inside. The doctor has examined her and reported no serious concerns. Just take good care of her." Relieved, Luo Wangquan hastened into the room, eager to see Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi had just tidied her garments and was about to return to her courtyard when she spotted Luo Wangquan approaching, a smile gracing her face. "Mother, what brings you here?" she inquired. Luo Wangquan, filled with concern, replied, "My dear Shir, let me see you. How could you fall into the water again? How could I possibly refrain from coming?" she exclaimed in annoyance. Once again, Lu Yuner is involved in this matter. "Pray, tell me what transpired." Lu Mingxi, facing Luo Wanwan, felt no need for concealment. With a smile, she lowered her voice and whispered, "I have not disclosed this to father, so please do not let it slip." Luo Wanwan nodded, reassuringly saying, "Rest assured, Mother will not. Lu Mingxi continued softly. Lu Yuner must have intended to flaunt herself before the regent. Upon seeing me, she sought to entrap me. Thus, when the regent and father arrived together, she leapt into the water. I followed suit, and then informed father that she fell in to save me. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanwan furrowed her brow, but soon grasped the underlying rationale. Lu Mingxi's account was indeed correct. As long as Lu Yuner had not completely lost her wits, she would know to feign innocence and align with Lu Mingxi's narrative, claiming her intent was to rescue. Otherwise, should the truth come to light, it would be Lu Yuner who would ultimately bear the brunt of the fallout. Gently patting Lu Mingxi's head, Luo Wanwan affirmed warmly, "You acted rightly. It was indeed the proper course of action." However, she then shifted her tone, her voice becoming somewhat stern. "This Lu Yuner is truly audacious, pushing her luck. It seems I must discipline her properly, otherwise, she will truly believe I am no longer her rightful mother. No mother can endure seeing her child repeatedly harmed." Lu Mingxi rose, her voice soft and hoarse, stating, "Mother, I wish to return." Luo Wanwan promptly replied, "Very well, let us return to our own courtyard."
Cui you supported Lu Mingxi.
While Luo Wanfan instructed her devoted maid to assist Lu Mingxi as they collectively returned to her courtyard. Meanwhile, Lu Tiancheng had entered Lu Yunu's chamber. Lu Yuner lay in a state of unconsciousness, attended to by maids and matrons. The doctor, upon feeling her pulse, furrowed his brow in concern. After a moment of contemplation, he arose to pen a prescription. Observing the doctor's grim demeanor and Lu Yuna still in a state of unawareness, Lu Tiancheng anxiously inquired, "How fares my second daughter?" The doctor replied, "There is no need for alarm, my lord. Although the second miss remains unconscious, her condition is considerably more serious than that of the eldest. Yet it is not a grave matter. She has suffered from a chill and inhaled a considerable amount of water. Fortunately, the matrons have managed to expel much of it, or else the situation would have been dire. I shall compose a prescription. If she diligently consumes the medicine over the next few days, she will recover." Lu Tiancheng felt a sense of relief. Gazing at Lu Yuner, still in her stupor, he sighed and instructed the matrons, "Take good care of the second miss, and send someone to the courtyard to inform Aunt Qin to tend to her properly." After all, Aunt Qin was her biological mother and would be more attentive than others. Aunt Qin had heard the news of Lu Yunu's accident and was hurrying over. While still en route, she caught sight of the maids and matrons returning with the second miss, prompting her to turn back in haste towards Lu Yunu's courtyard, eager to ascertain her condition. What on earth had transpired? How could she, in a perfectly fine state, go to meet the regent and have her presence so noted, only to fall into the water before him? Once again, it was the water where Lu Mingxi had fallen. Aunt Qin hurried back to the courtyard and, upon seeing the woman who had accompanied Lu Yuner home, inquired urgently about what had transpired. The woman explained that it was reported the eldest young lady had fallen into the water, and the second young lady, in a fit of concern, had rushed to save her, inadvertently choking on the water herself. It must be noted that the second young lady possessed a kind heart. On such a cold day, she had leapt into the pond. No wonder the eldest young lady had once cherished her companionship so dearly. Aunt Qin pondered. Could it be that Yuner intended to employ a scheme of self-inflicted suffering to first win the forgiveness of the foolish Lu Mingxi, and then bide her time to act further? The woman realized she had spoken too freely in front of Aunt Qin, who, despite her lesser status compared to the madams and young ladies, was still a figure of authority. Moreover, the discord between the eldest and second young ladies was well known throughout the household. The woman took her leave, having many tasks still to attend to. Aunt Qin forced a smile and instructed a maid to fetch some reward money, which she handed to the woman as a token of appreciation. The woman left, beaming with joy, as such rewards were rarely bestowed upon those who toiled in menial labor. With the reward given, Aunt Qin busied herself calling for someone to prepare the medicine as prescribed by the doctor, administering it spoonful by spoonful to the unconscious Lu Yunu. Lu Tiancheng arranged for Lu Yuner to be taken home and, without pause, made his way to the courtyard where Xian Yuanqin resided. The winter wind blew cold. Yet Lu Tiancheng found himself sweating profusely from anxiety. What a predicament this was. He wiped the sweat from his brow and entered the courtyard, where he spotted the guards of the regent prince stationed outside. He inquired in a hushed tone, "How is the prince faring?" Without waiting for the guard's response, the door swung open. Xian Yuanqin, dressed in fresh attire, still bore damp hair, yet it did not diminish his imposing presence. However, he appeared somewhat anxious. Upon spotting Lu Tiancheng, he inquired, "How is Miss Lu faring? Surely, the physician has attended to her? Falling into water in winter, especially for a lady, must have been quite a trial. She requires ample time to recuperate." His concern for Lu Mingxi was palpable, and he yearned to see her personally.
Yet,
While his earlier leap into the water to save her could be attributed to urgency, the current situation was decidedly different. To seek her out now would border on impropriety. He fixed his gaze on Lu Tiancheng, awaiting a response. Xianyuan Chen's demeanor towards Lu Tiancheng was, in truth, rather amiable. After all, he was Lu Mingxi's biological father, and a degree of regard was warranted. Lu Tiancheng, observing the unmistakable concern radiating from the regent, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed as though the regent was more invested in her well-being than he, her own father. This same urgency had been evident when he witnessed Sierra's fall into the water, prompting him to leap in without a second thought. The regent, of such high stature, had personally entered the water to save a maiden and express such care. The implications were clear. But when, precisely, had the regent developed an affection for Sierra? His expression unchanged, Lu Tiancheng smiled and said, "I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. Today, you saved my daughter's life. She has asked me to extend her gratitude to you. The physician has examined her, and she is not in serious condition. Thank you for your worries." Upon hearing that Lu Mingxi was out of danger, Xianyuan Chen finally exhaled in relief. Yet, he could not help but feel a lingering concern. Regrettably, he could not personally witness the situation. He recalled that before Lu Mingxi fell into the water, her half-sister seemed to have called out her name. Xianyuan Chen could not believe that Lu Mingxi would harm her half-sister. She was inherently kind-hearted and less compelled by others. Even if she had indeed done something, Xianyuan Chen would stand unwaveringly by her side. Thus, he inquired, "Might I ask the reason behind the two young ladies falling into the water today? How could such a mishap occur?" Upon arrival, Lu Tiancheng knew that the regent would likely probe into the matter. He replied with a smile, "According to Sheer, she accidentally fell into the water, and my second daughter, in a moment of panic, forgot that she could not swim and rushed to rescue her sister, resulting in both of them plunging into the water. It was an act of goodwill." Xianyuan Chen pondered the image of the woman in the water, desperately clinging to him, unable to be shaken off, and felt a tinge of disdain. However, since Lu Tiancheng claimed this was Lu Mingxi's account, he chose to temporarily place his trust in it. Sitting in his chair, he raised his teacup and took a few sips of the hot tea. Yet his mind was consumed with thoughts of Lu Mingxi's pale and frozen visage. He had heard that she had fallen ill previously, and after this incident, her health must have suffered further. She had gifted him with a precious ginseng worth 500 years, and he felt compelled to send her some nourishing gifts to aid her recovery. Xianyuan Chen contemplated the supplies in his storeroom, which should contain ample tonics, as he had long been frail and had accumulated many such items. After sitting in silence for a while and seeing no sign of Lu Mingxi, he reluctantly decided to abandon his thoughts. Staying here any longer serves little purpose. It would be far more prudent to return home and select the nourishment intended for Lu Mingxi. He rose decisively and bid farewell to Lu Tiancheng. Lu Tiancheng accompanied him to the door, watching as Xianyuan Chen boarded the carriage, finally exhaling in relief after the departure of this esteemed individual. The events of the day had left him on edge. Turning away, Lu Tiancheng inquired of the attendant beside him, "Has the old matriarch been informed of this matter?" The attendant replied, "All the courtyards should be aware by now. The old matriarch learned of the regent's presence here and wished to come to apologize, but was dissuaded by Mama Luo." Lu Tiancheng nodded, concluding that since the regent bore no ill will, it would be unwise to escalate the situation. However, since they had saved Lu Mingxi, the Lu family should extend their gratitude to the regent appropriately. As night fell, Lu Yuner, who had been in a deep slumber for the entire day, finally stirred awake. Upon seeing Lu Yuner awaken, Aunt Qin was overwhelmed with joy. Grasping her hand and wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, she exclaimed, "Yuner, you have finally awakened. I was so worried." She turned quickly and called out, "Is the second young lady's medicine ready? Hurry and bring it here." She had kept vigil over Lu Yuner all day, consumed with anxiety over her well-being. The maid swiftly brought the bowl of medicine, which Aunt Qin held, urging Lu Yuner to finish it slowly. After wiping her mouth, she gently chided, "What on earth happened to you today? I told you to make an appearance before the regent, yet you went off to save Lu Mingxi instead? Are you truly so foolish, my dear? What good could possibly come from aiding Lu Mingxi?" Even if your father and the regent were to come, as a young lady, you could easily send a maid to rescue your sister without anyone daring to criticize you. She sighed deeply at this thought, feeling quite resentful. At least the regent would witness your embarrassing predicament in the water. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise, for it may reveal to him your kind-hearted nature. Lu Yun'er was utterly perplexed. What was this all about? When had she ever attempted to rescue Lu Mingxi? The only reason she hadn't put an end to Lu Mingxi was due to her current inability. How could she possibly endeavor to save her? Listening to Aunt Qin's words, Lu Yun'er wore a confused expression. Observing her bewilderment, Aunt Qin assumed she was merely slow to comprehend the situation. So she elaborated, "The regent and your father happened to witness your fall into the water and came to your rescue. You lost consciousness from choking on water, while Lu Mingxi's condition was not severe. She explained to your father that you, seeing her in distress, acted impulsively to save her, resulting in this unfortunate incident. Thankfully, that foolish girl Lu Mingxi did not cause any trouble, allowing for a proper resolution. Otherwise, how would it look for two young ladies of the household to fall into the water before a distinguished guest, especially one as significant as the regent? If rumors of discord between a legitimate daughter and a concubine's daughter were to arise, who knows what complications might ensue?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yun'er furrowed her brows and began to reflect carefully. Since Lu Mingxi claims to have gone to rescue someone, she would naturally not be foolish enough to admit that she intentionally jumped into the water to frame Lu Mingxi. Following her narrative serves her own interests best. Thus, Lu Yun'er did not dwell on this matter. She believed that since Lu Mingxi also sought to entice the regent, she likely did not wish for the regent to learn of their discord, lest it tarnish her own image in his eyes. Her reputation was already sufficiently blemished, and any further rivalry would certainly not endear her to the regent, especially given the stigma surrounding the status of illegitimate daughters. Reflecting on this, Lu Yun'er recalled that while she was in the water, she seemed to have clung to the regent, only to be kicked away. How could the regent have kicked her aside? Upon witnessing such a beauty in distress, he should have been the first to come to her aid. Why would he then rescue Lu Mingxi, that ugly girl? This thought ignited her indignation, and she cried to Aunt Qin, "Aunt, Lu Mingxi and I fell into the water simultaneously, yet the regent saved Lu Mingxi. How could he possibly choose to save that ugly girl? He must have made a mistake, mistaking Lu Mingxi for me, which is why he rescued her instead of me." In the murky water, visibility was poor. It was difficult to discern one from the other, especially since they were so closely positioned. It was indeed infuriating. The regent saved Lu Mingxi, inevitably making physical contact with her, and he unwittingly assumed the role of a benevolent savior. If Lu Mingxi were to persist in pursuing the regent in the future, she would undoubtedly leverage this incident to her advantage. Lu Yun'er gritted her teeth in anger, convinced that Lu Mingxi had pursued the matter herself. It was clear that she desired to render the regent speechless, hoping to exploit the incident in which the regent had inadvertently encountered her in the water, thereby entangling him in her schemes. Chapter 28. The arrival of gifts at the regent's palace. How despicable is Lu Mingxi, a woman of such fleeting affections. Having already secured the affections of His Highness the Sixth Prince, she brazenly aspires to entangle herself with the regent. Does she truly believe she can monopolize all the admirable men in this world? Simply because of her unappealing visage?
Liu Yun'er kridtet hertil.
Lamenting why she could not have a distinguished maternal grandfather to bolster her standing. Upon hearing Lu Yun'er's words, concubine Qin's brow furrowed tightly, her expression darkening as she learned that Lu Mingxi harbored intentions towards the regent. After much deliberation, she had set her sights on the regent as an excellent match for her beautiful daughter. Why would Lu Mingxi forsake her relationship with the Sixth Prince to pursue the regent? Did she not fear the repercussions of losing the Sixth Prince's affections? Could it be that Lu Mingxi intends to marry two men? Concubine Qin eagerly anticipated Lu Yun'er's union with the regent, envisioning her as the regent's consort and the mother of a future heir to the throne. At that moment, she would hold the esteemed title of the heir's maternal grandmother, and none would dare to slight her within the Lu household, not even Luo Wanyuan. The mother and daughter were both in a foul mood, yet they resolutely agreed that Lu Mingxi must not be allowed to ensnare the regent. After much contemplation, concubine Qin sought to reassure Lu Yun'er. Perhaps the regent had simply mistaken Lu Mingxi for someone else, and soon, this matter would be forgotten. All that Lu Yun'er needed to do was maintain her impeccable image. With such beauty, what man could possibly look upon Lu Mingxi's face without turning away? Madame Qin, upon mentioning Lu Mingxi's visage, squinted slightly, revealing a smile of satisfaction and pride. Lu Yun'er shared this sentiment. What man could possibly resist such beauty? Lu Yun'er was exceedingly confident in her allure, convinced that the regent would inevitably be captivated by her charms. The following morning, a servant from old Madame Lu's courtyard arrived at the quarters of Madame Qin and Lu Yun'er, summoning them to meet the matriarch. They had anticipated this summons. Upon their arrival in old Madame Lu's chamber, they lifted the curtain to find Luo Wangquan and Lu Mingxi present, though the Lu brothers were conspicuously absent, likely due to restrictions on their involvement in the affairs of the inner quarters. Lu Yun'er approached the old matriarch with a gentle demeanor, deliberately omitting any rouge from her lips, rendering them pale and giving her an even more delicate appearance, evoking a sense of tender sympathy. She appeared so fragile that one might suspect a mere gust of wind could topple her, truly a delicate willow swaying in the breeze. Old Madame Lu had learned of the incident the previous day, but, out of compassion for her granddaughter, allowed Lu Mingxi and Lu Yun'er to recuperate without immediate inquiry. Today, having heard that Lu Yun'er had awakened the night prior and rested well, she summoned them. The old matriarch's expression was kind as she spoke. Yesterday, I heard that you and Mingxi both fell into the water. The icy pool in winter is indeed perilous for one's health.
How do you feel now?
And what of Mingxi? You all appear to be in rather poor spirits. Allow me to summon someone to fetch some supplements from the storeroom for you both. The kitchen shall prepare them, and you should take them home to restore your health. Lu Mingxi and Luo Wangquan have just arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun'er, her face paling, softly replied, I apologize for troubling grandmother. It is my fault. Please rest assured, grandmother, I am not seriously unwell. As she finished speaking, she gently covered her mouth and coughed lightly twice. Lu Mingxi couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Yun'er's feigned frailty. In the past, she would have scorned such behavior, perhaps naively believing Lu Yun'er to be genuinely weak, thus appearing far more delicate than herself. However, since feigning vulnerability brings its own advantages, why not indulge in the act? Everyone possesses an innate compassion for the weak, and Lu Yun'er is well aware of this dynamic.
Consequently,
Lu Mingxi decided to acquiesce to Lu Yun'er's wishes. In a soft voice, Lu Mingxi said, Grandmother, do not worry. I previously fell into the water, and my mother prepared ample supplements, many of which remain unused, and will serve well now. How could I possibly touch grandmother's provisions? This was a subtle reminder to the old matriarch that Lu Mingxi had indeed suffered 2 near drownings, the first of which had been significantly more severe, leading to a high fever and a day and night of unconsciousness. Yet, she had been able to visit the old lady's quarters the following day to pay her respects. Moreover, while the old lady's storeroom is indeed bountiful, it is not customary for grandchildren to frequently access their grandmother's reserves. The old lady's generosity is a reflection of her esteemed position as the eldest and most capable matriarch of the household, necessitating her benevolence. However, whether one is truly willing to part with so many possessions remains uncertain. Lu Mingxi spoke words that held little significance, her tone soft and mellifluous, yet laced with a hint of hoarseness, revealing that she had yet to fully recover. Although she did not cough as violently as Lu Yun'er, anyone who heard her voice could discern her discomfort. Lu Yun'er, observing Lu Mingxi's affected demeanor, felt a surge of resentment within her. How could this wretched woman resort to such theatrics? Just as the old matriarch was about to voice her thoughts, a young servant rushed in, breathless, announcing loudly, Old Madam, the regent has sent someone to deliver gifts, and they have arrived at the entrance. The steward has already gone to receive them. The arrival of gifts from the regent took the old matriarch by surprise, while Lu Yun'er was filled with elation. Why would the regent send gifts at this moment? Surely, they were meant for her. After her fall into the water yesterday, the gifts were a gesture of consolation from the regent. Lu Yun'er could hardly contain her joy as she exchanged a furtive glance with concubine Qin, who mirrored her delight. No one suspected that the gifts were intended for Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi simply smiled faintly, her expression serene, devoid of any visible joy or surprise. Yet, upon catching a glimpse of Lu Yun'er's radiant happiness, she inwardly chuckled, thinking that Lu Yun'er would likely be disappointed. While Lu Yun'er could captivate the hearts of all men, she would never gain any favor from Xian Yuanchen. The old matriarch, leaning on her cane, rose and, after a moment's contemplation, instructed Luo Wangquan and concubine Qin to accompany their daughters to the main entrance to express their gratitude for the gifts. The individual delivering gifts to the Lu residence is the steward of the regent's palace. After bowing respectfully to the matriarch and Luo Wangquan, he cheerfully remarked, yesterday. The prince visited your esteemed residence and unexpectedly witnessed Miss Lu falling into the water. He has been quite concerned. Thus, he specifically instructed me to bring these nourishing supplements for Miss Lu, hoping for her swift recovery. The matriarch repeatedly expressed her gratitude, asking the steward to convey their thanks to the regent. Lu Yuner gazed at the cartload of gifts, her eyes shimmering with delight. After exchanging a knowing glance with Aunt Qin, she could not suppress her elation. Such an abundance of presents was all intended for them. Chapter 29. These gifts are for Miss Lu. The regent must be aware that Miss Lu fainted for an extended period yesterday, which is undoubtedly the reason for sending these gifts. A flicker of pride ignited within Lu Yuner's eyes as she cast a few glances at Lu Mingxi from an angle where she was not seen. What was the use of Lu Mingxi's attempts to charm the regent yesterday? With such an unattractive appearance, the regent would hardly be inclined to spare her a second glance. Observe how today he has sent supplements to her, yet none for Lu Mingxi. Both young ladies fell into the water, yet only she received the gifts. Lu Mingxi must feel utterly humiliated. The old matriarch instructed the servants to accept the gifts and continued to engage in pleasantries with the steward. Observing this scene, concubine Qin could not suppress her anxiety. Although the gifts were intended for Lu Yuner, the steward had not made it clear. Should the old matriarch decide to store these gifts away, they would inevitably fall under the jurisdiction of Luo Wanwan, the mistress, leaving no share for either her or Lu Yuner. The gifts from the regent would thus go to waste. Concubine Qin would not allow Luo Wanwan and Lu Mingxi to gain such an advantage. If Luo Wanwan were to determine the fate of these items, her own daughter, Lu Mingxi, would surely reap all the benefits. She glanced at the gifts, all obviously of great value, sent by the regent's residence. Without a moment's hesitation regarding her status as a concubine, she turned and inquired with a smile of the steward from the regent's household, "Might I ask which of these gifts are designated for the eldest young lady and which are for the second young lady?" The steward, unaware of the details, could only reflect that there were indeed two young ladies who had fallen into the water yesterday. Madame Lu cast a sharp glare at concubine Qin, contemplating how this lowly mistress could be so unrefined as to speak in such a manner before the steward of the regent's household. If these words were to reach the ears of the regent himself, it would reflect poorly on the Lu family, suggesting they lacked propriety and decorum. How, then, could her son navigate his career in the court? Although the regent was not the emperor, the significance of his title was unmistakable. Offending him or leaving a negative impression could lead to a treacherous path in one's official career. Lu Tiancheng held a high position in the court, yet he could not surpass the regent. Should he incite the regent's displeasure, there was no telling what pretext might be used to petition the emperor for Lu Tiancheng's demotion. Such a lack of decorum was truly intolerable. Luo Wanwan also felt discontent. She was well aware of the insinuation behind concubine Qin's inquiry. However, as the legitimate wife of the household, hailing from a distinguished family, how could she be so easily swayed? Unbeknownst to her, concubine Qin had already concluded that these gifts were intended solely for Lu Yuner and that Lu Mingxi had no rightful claim to them. Lu Mingxi quietly observed the unfolding farce from the side, finding it rather amusing. In her previous life, both she and her mother had been excessively kind to Lu Yuner and concubine Qin, and thus had never witnessed concubine Qin's shameless eagerness over a mere handful of gifts. At this moment, concubine Qin could hardly contain herself. With a determined demeanor, she cast a hopeful gaze upon the steward, anticipating his declaration that these items were indeed meant for the second young lady of the Lu household. She could not fathom that the steward would, in front of all the maids and masters, make a statement that would allow the old lady to seize these items for the main storeroom. Upon hearing the words, the steward cast a scrutinizing glance at Lady Qin, perplexed, and inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed master this lady represents?" How could the steward possibly recognize a concubine from the Lu household? As the steward of the regent's residence, he was not obliged to show reverence to every individual or remember every name. He embodied the dignity of the regent's estate. If he were to bow to everyone, where would the prestige of the regent's residence reside? Yet, observing Lady Qin's unexpected inquiry, he found himself uncertain, questioning whether there were any legitimate members of the Lu household he had overlooked. Lady Qin, taken aback by the steward's words, felt her composure waver. The atmosphere grew tense, and the old matriarch showed no inclination to diffuse the situation. At that moment, Lu Yuner, with a gentle and delicate smile, softly addressed the steward. "I am the second young lady of the Lu family, and this is my concubine." Lu Yuner was confident that upon hearing her identity, The steward would undoubtedly extend his courtesy towards them, aiding in the transport of their gifts to their quarters. She gazed at the steward with anticipation, awaiting his response. To her dismay, upon learning that she was merely a concubine's daughter from the Liu family, the steward's demeanor shifted and any semblance of respect vanished. After all, she was just a secondary daughter and a concubine. However, considering the way this concubine had approached him, the steward recalled the regent's unique regard for the eldest daughter of the Liu family, and his thoughts began to stir with newfound clarity. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to express the regent's concerns for her well-being, thus ensuring that the young lady comprehended the regent's special regard for her. The steward immediately turned towards Lu Mingxi and Luo Wanwan with a beaming smile, his tone imbued with utmost respect. The prince has instructed that these supplements are intended to restore the health of the young lady. His Highness personally selected the finest medicinal herbs from the storeroom, specifically chosen to aid in the young lady's recuperation, and has commanded me to deliver them. The young lady must certainly make good use of these supplements to restore her health, for it is only then that His Highness can be at ease. To avoid appearing overly deliberate and considering the reputation of a young lady in her boudoir, the steward added, His Highness has expressed great anticipation for the young lady's future paintings. They are sure to be even more splendid. Should the opportunity arise, the prince would be most eager to appreciate them. These words were indeed spoken by their prince, though he was not explicitly instructed to convey them to the young lady of the Liu family. Was this not an opportune moment? Lu Mingxi's smile was gentle, and despite the prominent birthmarks marring her visage, rendering her beauty less apparent, her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure when she smiled softly. Her voice, though slightly hoarse, carried a warm softness. I beg you, steward, to convey my heartfelt thanks to His Highness. It would indeed be a great honor for me if His Highness were to take an interest in my humble creations. Her tone was calm, measured, and gracefully courteous. The steward observed Lu Mingxi more closely and found that although she was not as conventionally beautiful as other young ladies, she possessed a depth of character and an enchanting charm all her own. Most importantly, he noted that His Highness regarded the young lady of the Liu family with a distinct difference in demeanor. Only this young lady of the Liu family possesses the unique ability to alter the prince's demeanor. Contemplating this, the steward could not help but wonder when this esteemed lady would finally wed into the regent's household and become the prince's consort, their prince having reached such an age. While even the sixth prince and others have arrived at the marrying age, remains utterly indifferent to the matter of matrimony. It is a rare occurrence for a lady to capture the prince's favor. Thus, those of us in service must remain astute and vigilant. After delivering the gifts and conversing with the esteemed guests, the steward took his leave, accompanied by the household servants as they returned. This left behind the astonished and incredulous concubine Qin and Lu Yun'er, who stood in disbelief. Chapter 30. How could Lu Mingxi possibly garner such affection and admiration from so many men? They found it utterly incomprehensible. The regent actually chose to send supplements to Lu Mingxi instead of to them. He displayed an unmistakable disregard, refusing even the slightest pretense of politeness. Despite two young ladies having fallen into the water, he offered no words of consolation to the other. All gifts were exclusively bestowed upon Lu Mingxi. How could the regent possibly hold any feelings for Lu Mingxi? She was so unattractive that it was nearly impossible to find any young lady in the capital whose looks could be deemed more displeasing. In contrast, she herself possessed beauty that far surpassed that of her peers. Such allure was irresistible to any man. At the banquet in the Duke of the State's residence, even the sixth prince, who intended to marry Lu Mingxi, had cast lingering glances in her direction, treating her with warmth and kindness. Lu Yun'er could hardly fathom why the regent would disregard her in favor of that ugly creature, Lu Mingxi. Yet, regardless of her disbelief, the truth lay before her. The pride she once felt had now morphed into profound embarrassment, her cheeks burning as if she had been dealt a stinging slap. Lu Yun'er felt as though she were on the verge of collapse from the shock. She couldn't help but recall the events of the previous day. In the water, the regent had directly embraced Lu Mingxi to rescue her, showing no inclination to extend a hand to herself. When she had attempted to reach out to him, he had even kicked her away several times. She was convinced that the regent had mistaken her for someone else, yet it appeared that he had not erred. He sought to save Lu Mingxi. As for her, he displayed such cruelty. Lu Yun'er trembled with barely suppressed rage, her heart ablaze with indignation. Of course, this fury was not directed at the regent, but rather at Lu Mingxi. How could Lu Mingxi possibly deserve the affection and admiration of so many suitors? Lu Yuna clenched her teeth, utterly unable to accept this notion. The sixth prince was one matter. Unlike the all-powerful regent, he, as a prince, required the backing of influence and power. Thus, for the sake of the Duke of Jinggua's estate, he had begrudgingly wed Lu Mingxi, a situation Lu Yuner could somewhat tolerate. However, the regent was entirely different. He already wielded immense power. Whether or not Lu Mingxi had the backing of the duke's estate should not affect his choice of a bride. After much contemplation, Lu Yuner ultimately concluded that the regent simply could not see how truly repulsive Lu Mingxi was. Little did he know just how strikingly beautiful she herself was. Having fallen into the water yesterday, she had failed to present her most enchanting self before the regent, who remained unaware of the vast chasm that separated them. If only she could appear before him in her most alluring form, alongside Lu Mingxi, unmasked and revealing that scarred visage, he would undoubtedly come to realize whom he ought to admire. Lu Yuner bit her pale lips, her thoughts tangled in a tumultuous knot, oblivious to the cold gaze of old Madame Lu directed at her and Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin had behaved most inappropriately today in the presence of the regent's steward. In days gone by, Aunt Qin was not so unaware of propriety. It is surprising that before outsiders, she would reveal such a lack of decorum. No wonder her daughter consistently finds herself at odds with a legitimate daughter. She has undoubtedly inherited her mother's shortcomings.
Indeed.
A child born of an unrecognized union is utterly disgraceful. The matriarch, old Lady Lu, cast a frosty glance at Lu Yuner and her mother, commanding her servants. Did you not hear the words of the envoy from the Wang residence? These items are to be delivered directly to the eldest young lady's quarters. Since the regent had declared that these gifts were intended for Lu Mingxi, as her grandmother, she felt compelled to acquiesce to the regent's wishes and ensure the items were taken directly to Lu Mingxi's chambers, entirely bypassing the storeroom. This action also served to demonstrate her partiality towards her granddaughter, Lu Mingxi. With a gentle grasp of Lu Mingxi's hand, she earnestly advised, "My dear, since the prince has bestowed upon you such an abundance of nourishing provisions, you must take good care of yourself. You must recuperate properly and not allow your recent misfortune to affect your health. As a young lady, it is imperative that you pay special attention to these matters. Do you understand?" Lu Mingxi nodded obediently. "Granddaughter understands. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I shall certainly take good care of my health and not cause you to worry." Witnessing her dutiful demeanor, and in stark contrast to Aunt Qin's earlier indiscretion, old Lady Lu found herself increasingly fond of Lu Mingxi, affirming that the legitimate daughter truly embodies the qualities of her status. Luo Wangquan, as the matriarch, hailed from the prestigious Jinggua Duke's residence. Thus, the upbringing of her daughter, in comparison to a concubine's offspring, was incomparable. Satisfied, old Lady Lu nodded appreciatively. "It is good that you understand. Moreover, the grand banquet at the palace is approaching, and you must attend with your mother, ensuring that you are in good health to partake in the festivities." Lu Mingxi continued to respond gently, her demeanor compliant and demure. This elicited gritted teeth from Aunt Qin and Lu Yuner, who felt affronted by the old matriarch's blatant display of favoritism. How could she disregard her own granddaughter, Lu Yuner, despite her being born of a concubine? The previous discussions regarding the procurement of supplements from the storeroom now seemed futile. It was indeed infuriating. Lu Mingxi's gaze drifted lightly over Lu Yuner and Aunt Qin as she turned to follow the old lady back, returning to her own quarters alongside her mother. As Lu Mingxi contemplated the forthcoming palace banquet, she anticipated the moment she would once again encounter Xian Yuanchen and Xian Yuanhe. It was perplexing to ponder how Xian Yuanhe would manage to cultivate a relationship with Lu Yuner in this lifetime. His affection for her was evident. Yet Lu Yuner seemed indifferent to his feelings at present. Without the support of the Duke of the State, and lacking the connections that linked her to the Empress and Princess Anha, Xian Yuanhe's path to the throne would undoubtedly be obstructed. How could their relationship flourish without the prospect of royalty? The merciless emperor and his beloved consort. This thought sent a chill through Lu Mingxi's gaze. A fleeting coldness that vanished before anyone could notice, including Tsueyu, who had been closely following her. Meanwhile, within the residence of the sixth prince, Xian Yuan he sat at his table, contemplating a precarious chess position, pondering his next move. The servants of the estate reported to him the movements of the Lu household. Xian Yuan he harbored grand ambitions of ascending to the throne, and such aspirations necessitated meticulous planning. Rash actions were out of the question. Securing the position of a prince's consort was an indispensable step in his quest for power. He had long set his sights on Lu Mingxi. Among the elite young ladies of the capital, although many could boast lineage comparable to hers, none could rival the intricate connections that Lu Mingxi possessed. She was the sole legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice, cherished beyond measure by the Duke and Duchess of the state, and their beloved granddaughter, held close to their hearts. Chapter 31. She, a woman, has ventured into the water twice. Will her body not bear some hidden affliction? She is a close confidant of Princess Anha and the daughter of a favored minister, nearly regarded as a half-daughter of the Empress. Merely a step away from being recognized as an adopted daughter. Such an extensive network of relationships implies that if he were to marry Lu Mingxi, he would simultaneously secure the backing of both the Minister of Justice and the Duke of the State, alongside the protection of Princess Anha and all the power wielded by the Empress and her maternal family. With such formidable support, no other princes would stand a chance against him. Most crucially, the Empress has no sons, only the singular Princess Anha. Should he unite with Lu Mingxi in matrimony, their bond would strengthen his ties to Princess Anha. For Lu Mingxi's sake, she would surely safeguard Anha in the future. The Empress, devoted to her only daughter, would naturally support the prince who would benefit Anha's well-being. In summation, Lu Mingxi represents the most optimal choice for his bride, with an unparalleled backing of power behind her. Regrettably, the sole flaw lies in the fact that Lu Mingxi is, quite frankly, not pleasing to the eye. Contemplating this, the sixth prince feels an immense sense of disgrace regarding Lu Mingxi. Were it not for his humble origins, which precluded him from naturally obtaining the support of his mother's family, why must he endure the sight of Lu Mingxi's unattractive visage while treating her with such undue courtesy? The chess piece in Xian Yuan He's hand landed on the board, producing a crisp sound. The servant lowered his head and said, "My lord, yesterday at the Lu residence, the young lady of the Lu family unfortunately fell into the water once again, and coincidentally, she was spotted and rescued by the regent who was visiting Lord Lu for a discussion. Alongside the elder Lu lady, the second young lady also fell into the water. According to the whispers of the maidservants in the household, it was the elder lady who accidentally tumbled in, and the second lady jumped in to save her." Xian Yuan was indifferent to the reasons behind Lu Mingxi and Lu Yunu's fall into the water. In his eyes, even if there were other hidden circumstances, it was merely a conflict between two young girls, not worthy of concern. As for Xian Yuan being present at the Lu residence, he was already aware of it. But he did not expect him to fortuitously save Lu Mingxi. Xian Yuan paid no heed to such matters. Xian Yuan was not one to pursue women, and his act of saving Lu Mingxi posed no hindrance to him. The two could not possibly form any connection. What truly occupied his thoughts was the question of why Lu Mingxi had fallen into the water once more. Within a single winter, she had experienced two such mishaps. At this time of year, the lake water was icy and piercing. For a woman to plunge into it twice, her body might surely suffer some hidden affliction. Xian Yuan pinched a chess piece between his fingers, his expression composed as he inquired, "Have you heard from the doctor or the servants about the young lady's condition? Is there any injury due to her falls?" If Lu Mingxi had suffered bodily harm from her consecutive falls, rendering her unable to conceive, it would spell trouble. Lu Mingxi was already of unappealing appearance. If she could not bear him children, then her only redeeming quality would be her family background, which would be the sole reason for him to consider marrying her. If Lu Mingxi is unable to bear children, then upon marrying her, he would inevitably be unable to take concubines for the foreseeable future, only having the possibility to do so once he ascends to the throne. The offspring of a consort, after all, would lack proper legitimacy and would not be able to secure the position of crown prince based on the status of a legitimate son. Moreover, should Lu Mingxi fail to produce his legitimate heir, the bonds between him, the Lu family, the Duke of Jingguo's household, and the Empress may not remain as steadfast as one would hope. Upon hearing Xian Yuan's inquiry, the young servant responded candidly, stating that he had not heard any news, but observed that the servants of the Lu household did not appear overly troubled, suggesting that there was likely no grave concern. Furthermore, he mentioned that the eldest young lady was swiftly rescued after falling into the water, whereas the second young lady, who had fallen alongside her, seemed to be in a more precarious condition, having swallowed a considerable amount of water. The second young lady? Only now did Xian Yuan recall the mention of Lu Yun'er, the second daughter of the Lu family, who had fallen into the water with Lu Mingxi. He remembered her as the delicate beauty he had encountered at the Duke of Jingguo's birthday banquet, her features like a painting, her demeanor captivating, her skin as fair as snow. In comparison to her elder sister, Lu Mingxi, she seemed almost celestial. Yet, the The mere thought of Lu Mingxi's countenance made Xian Yuan feel a pang of discontent. What a pity it was that such a beauty was merely a lowly daughter. Had Lu Yun been the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, he would surely have rejoiced in welcoming her into his household, showering her with affection and favor. Truly, it is a lamentable fate. Xian Yuan was filled with a deep sense of regret. Had Lu Mingxi possessed the beauty of Lu Yun, she would indeed be a fitting match for him. With his gaze cast downwards, he contemplated the chessboard for a considerable time before stating, "Since Miss Lu has fallen into the water, it is only natural that I express my concern. Please summon the steward." The servant complied, and promptly went to fetch the steward of the prince's residence. Xian Yuan, he instructed, prepare some restorative herbs and supplements to send to the young ladies of the Lu family. Before the steward could respond, he added, "Remember to send a portion for both young ladies." At that moment, a nearby attendant hesitated and stammered, "Your Highness, I have something to report, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate to do so." Those close to the sixth prince were well aware that he intended to wed the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Mingxi. However, the news that had arrived from the Lu residence yesterday led him to believe that the sixth prince might not find it so simple to marry her. Xian Yuan, noticing the attendant's faltering demeanor, grew impatient and asked, "What is it that you wish to convey?" The attendant replied, "Your Highness may not be aware, but yesterday, the eldest daughter of the Lu family was rescued by the regent. After being saved, it was the regent himself who carried her to the courtyard. The servants reported that he did not allow the maids to intervene, wrapping the young lady in his own cloak, seemingly drenched himself, yet entirely unconcerned for his own condition."
What?
Xian Yuan lost his grip, and the chess piece he held fell onto the board with a crisp sound, rolling several times before landing on the floor. The once pristine jade piece shattered into two halves. Xian Yuan, initially indifferent, now wore a grave expression as he inquired, "What is the regent's attitude towards the second young lady? Is he particularly concerned?" If both parties showed concern, it could imply that his royal uncle had unexpectedly changed his disposition, willing to show compassion towards the young ladies. However, if he exhibited a distinct regard solely for Lu Mingxi, it would certainly provoke deep contemplation. The young servant, observing Xian Yuan's sudden shift in demeanor, bowed his head in trepidation and cautiously replied, "Your Highness, the prince only carried Miss Lu to the courtyard, displaying no interest in the second young lady, not even inquiring about her." The servant added in a hushed tone, "I have heard that today the regent sent a considerable amount of supplements to the Lu residence via the housekeeper, reportedly intended solely for Miss Lu, with no provisions for the second young lady." Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan's countenance grew increasingly frigid. Chapter 32. Apprehension. What could be the intention behind Xian Yuan's actions? Could it be that he harbors aspirations to wed Lu Mingxi? He is acutely aware that I have long been in contact with Lu Mingxi and have openly expressed my affections for her. Is he truly attempting to usurp my claim? Furthermore, the implications of marrying Lu Mingxi are what truly concerns Xian Yuan. He cannot possibly believe that Xian Yuan's intentions arise from genuine affection for Lu Mingxi, as his treatment of her seems excessively favorable. Given Lu Mingxi's circumstances, what man would willingly take her as his wife if not for the power that accompanies her? Would one not fear nightmares when sharing a bed with her? Thus, the sole reason for Xian Yuan's overtures towards Lu Mingxi can only mirror my own motives. Xian Yuan seeks the throne. Already wielding immense power, should he marry Lu Mingxi, his path to ascendancy would be all but assured, effectively securing half the realm in his grasp, merely awaiting the demise of the current emperor to claim the throne for himself. Xian Yuan understands all too well that if Xian Yuan harbors ambitions for that position, there would be no room left for his own struggle. At this moment, his hands tremble slightly with anxiety. No, this matter requires careful deliberation. Moreover, Xian Yuan has been frail since childhood, although he appears to have no critical ailments. His constitution has long been compromised. The palace physicians have even speculated whether he will live to see his 30th year. Furthermore, due to his weakened state and poor foundation, Xian Yuan faces considerable challenges in siring offspring. Even if he were to marry, he would likely remain childless. To insist would only exacerbate his frail condition, shortening a lifespan that is already deemed brief. How could such a sickly individual ascend to the throne? It is likely he would scarcely occupy the position before hastily passing away, leading to yet another tumultuous struggle for succession. It is for this reason that Xian Yuan was not conferred the title of crown prince. Instead, he was appointed as the regent to assist His Majesty in state affairs. Otherwise, given Xian Yuan Chen's capabilities, the position of crown prince would undoubtedly not fall into the hands of another. Reflecting on these bygone events, Xian Yuan, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, now that Xian Yuan Chen had revealed his distinct affection for Lu Mingxi, it was prudent to keep a close watch. He could not allow Lu Mingxi to develop feelings for him. Should she decline to marry him and instead wish to wed Xian Yuan Chen, it would spell disaster. Without Lu Mingxi by his side, his claim to the throne would surely be jeopardized. Xian Yuan, his expression shifted repeatedly, leaving the steward and the young servant momentarily frozen in place, awaiting their master's resolution before daring to act. After a time, Xian Yuan he emerged from his reverie, rubbing his forehead and gesturing dismissively. Understood, I have this matter under control. However, should you witness any clandestine interactions between the regent and the eldest daughter of the Lu family in the future, inform me immediately.
Now.
Hasten to the storeroom and select suitable tonics to send to the Lu household. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before adding, ensure that the tonics for the eldest daughter are notably more abundant, so as not to confuse her with the second daughter and disrupt the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate status. He had originally intended to extend a measure of concern towards Lu Yun'er as well. At present, Xian Yuan Chen harbors distinct feelings towards Lu Mingxi, compelling him to take heed and discern her sentiments, ensuring she perceives no hint of neglect or disdain. The steward nodded repeatedly, and upon realizing that Xian Yuan he had no further instructions, he proceeded to the storeroom to select suitable supplements for Lu Mingxi and Lu Yun'er. The task of selecting these supplements proved to be quite challenging, and the steward bore a look of distress. Observing his master's demeanor, it was evident that he held intentions towards the second young lady of the Lu family. Nevertheless, the paramount focus remained on the eldest daughter. Striking a balance in this matter was indeed a delicate endeavor. After much meticulous selection, the steward finally gathered the gifts and made his way to the Lu residence. The sixth prince's gesture of presenting gifts to the Lu family did not afford him the privileges typically reserved for the regent's household. He was welcomed into the courtyard of Luo Wanwan, the matriarch of the Lu family, where they exchanged pleasantries and expressions of gratitude. The steward conveyed numerous sentiments regarding the sixth prince's concern for Lu Mingxi, albeit unspoken. Those in service were keenly aware of such nuances. And even in the absence of direct words from their master, they felt compelled to weave a tapestry of compliments to ensure the eldest young lady understood that their prince held her in his thoughts. Luo Wanwan smiled warmly, yet an undercurrent of worry stirred within her. Her daughter appeared to have lost all interest in the sixth prince and had no desire to marry him. However, the prince seemed oblivious to Lu Mingxi's change of heart, presenting himself as if he still intended to take her as his bride in the future. Luo Wanwan instructed her maid to discreetly offer a monetary reward to the steward of the royal residence, ensuring he would escort their guests appropriately. Before turning her attention to the list of gifts presented by the steward, the sixth prince also sent a gift to Lu Yun'er. Luo Wanwan, being a woman, was particularly sensitive to such matters. After gazing at the list of gifts several times, she initially thought the sixth prince would make a suitable match. But her opinion began to waver. Men are often like this. Upon seeing something beautiful, they become restless and distracted. He had yet to win the heart of her daughter Shir, yet he was already considering the concubine's daughter in their household. Such a fortunate circumstance seems implausible. Luo Wanwan handed the list of gifts to her mother beside her and calmly instructed, "Please have everything meant for the second miss delivered to her." The mother hesitated. "Madam, although these gifts are intended for the second miss, they have originated from the sixth prince's residence. Shouldn't we store them first? Given the current discord between them and the second miss and concubine Qin, why should they send good things over?" Luo Wanwan cast her a gentle glance. "What are you thinking? After all these years by my side, you still fail to see through this. Since these gifts are expressly designated for the second miss, there is no need for them to go to the storeroom. They should be sent directly along with the list to avoid any suspicion that I, as her legitimate mother, might be withholding her things, which could lead to gossip." The mother then realized the wisdom of her words and promptly replied, "You are right, madam. I shall attend to it immediately." Luo Wanwan then glanced at the portion intended for Lu Mingxi, waved her hand, and further instructed, "Send the gifts for the eldest daughter, as well. Inform her truthfully that they were sent by His Highness the sixth prince out of concern for her." Another supervising mother nodded. "I understand, madam. I will ensure the gifts are delivered to the young lady." Having spoken, she instructed 2 maidservants to bring a pile of items, which they carefully carried to Lu Mingxi's courtyard. At that moment, Lu Mingxi was seated by the window, engrossed in her painting. After a while, she paused. Setting her brush aside, she gazed at her half-finished artwork and let out a soft sigh. Suiyu, puzzled, inquired, Miss, your painting is splendid. Why have you stopped? Lu Mingxi shook her head, replying, I am merely contemplating a matter. Contemplating a matter? Suiyu was bewildered. What is there to ponder? Suddenly, a maid outside exclaimed joyfully, Miss Mama Song, who serves the madam, has arrived. Fong Lan, elated, lifted her skirts, assisting Mama Song in lifting the curtain, while a younger maid followed closely behind, carrying an abundance of items in her arms. Chapter 33. How could all of the sixth prince's gifts be sent out without delivering anything to the regent? Lu Mingxi was astonished. What is all this? Why have so many items arrived? Could they be for my mother? Lu Mingxi's confusion was soon clarified. Mama Song, with a beaming smile, explained, Oh, my young lady, these are from His Highness the Sixth Prince, who has been concerned about you and, upon hearing of your fall into the water, instructed the steward to deliver them. Upon inspecting the gifts and realizing they were sent by Xian Yuanhe, Lu Mingxi's interest waned instantly. She instructed her servants, just accept them, and Fong Lan, please keep a record. Then select a few suitable items from the storeroom to send back as a token of gratitude to His Highness the Sixth Prince for his thoughtfulness. Mama Song hastily interjected, My lady, there is no need for you to reciprocate. The madam has already sent a response. It is customary, as Xian Yuanchen has sent gifts, and it is expected to return the courtesy. While the items may not match the value of what they sent, failing to reciprocate would show a lack of etiquette and upbringing. Mama Song glanced around discreetly and whispered, My lady, this time. The sixth prince has not only sent you nourishing gifts, but has also prepared a portion for the second miss, albeit not as lavish as yours. In the past, Lu Mingxi would have failed to catch the subtlety in Mama Song's words, believing she was merely praising Xian Yuanhe's thoughtfulness. However, at this moment, Lu Mingxi smiled gently and replied softly, Is that so? Then my second sister must be delighted. Mother has already sent the items to her courtyard, hasn't she? Mama Song nodded. Indeed, along with the list of gifts. The daughter raised by the concubine is always rather superficial, requiring a gift list to be presented before she feels assured. Lu Mingxi nodded slightly. In that case, please convey my gratitude to Mother through Mama Song, and inform her that I am aware. By the way, in a few days there will be a palace banquet, and my second sister, having suffered a severe injury from her recent fall into the water, will not be able to join us in the palace as she did before. Mama Song nodded vigorously. What the young lady says is indeed true. The madam shares the same sentiment. I shall return promptly to report to her. As there is currently no one at her side, I must hasten back. Lu Mingxi inclined her head, instructing Suiyu to present Mama Song with some silver as a token of appreciation. Once the room was cleared of people, she turned her attention to the pile of items. Fong Lan was still cataloging the items meticulously, recording them in the account book before placing them in the small storeroom. Suiyu observed for a moment, then brought her mistress a cup of hot tea, subsequently assisting Fong Lan in organizing the items in the storeroom. To Lu Mingxi, these items were of little significance. Having been raised in a life of privilege, she had encountered countless treasures. As the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Justice, the most cherished granddaughter of the Duke of the State, and the sole beloved of the Empress, she was the closest confidant of the only legitimate princess of the current reign. Such prominence ensured that every fine gift would find its way to her, rendering her status comparable to that of a princess. In contrast, Xian Yuan, he was merely the offspring of a maidservant, lacking the emperor's favor and external support, having once struggled for survival in the palace, reduced to a fallen prince whom even the palace maids and eunuchs could afford to neglect. Were it not for the Luo family, Princess Anha, and the empress, what was Xian Yuan he after all? Pity her, for in her previous life, she possessed everything, yet was exceedingly foolish. Ensnared by Xian Yuan his subtle charm, she became utterly bewildered, investing her heart in him, only to be deceived and lose all. Reflecting on those events, Lu Mingxi's gaze darkened. In her former existence, she was an innocent girl, hopelessly enamored, yearning solely to be with the man she adored. She believed that anything bestowed by Xian Yuan he was inherently precious, treasuring every gift with utmost care. As for this life, Lu Mingxi observed the mountain of gifts and remarked nonchalantly, the items sent by the regent are nearly overwhelming the storeroom. After cataloging these gifts from the sixth prince, Let us distribute some to the old lady and various concubines, lest they languish in my modest storeroom, wasting good things. Fong Luan, taken aback, inquired, Miss, are we sending to all the courtyards? Even to the second missus? Lu Mingxi took a delicate sip of tea and replied succinctly yes. With her head slightly bowed and a gentle smile upon her lips, she exuded a serene yet captivating aura. The gifts from the sixth prince are indeed of high quality. Since my second sister just fell into the water, I fear Aunt Chin's storeroom may be insufficient. I am uncertain how much the sixth prince has sent for her. In any case, it is better to have too much than too little. The other younger siblings also require nourishment to ensure their health during the transition from winter to spring. Fong Luan nodded in understanding. Though Tsuyu pondered in silence why their mistress chose to distribute the sixth prince's gifts entirely, while the regent's remained unshared. Is it because the regent intends to make her his future sister-in-law that the young lady is treated so differently? Tsuyu felt certain she had uncovered the truth. Meanwhile, in Lu Yun'er's courtyard, concubine Qin was also present, both women gazing in astonishment at the large assortment of items that Mama Jiang had brought from the ladies' courtyard. Lu Yun'er was taken aback, unable to suppress her delight. These are sent by His Highness the Sixth Prince? Mama Jiang smiled warmly. Indeed, Second Mississippi. His Highness the Sixth Prince has sent supplements for the two young ladies who fell into the water, stating that they should nourish their bodies. The lady thought that since these gifts were meant solely for you both, they should not be stored but delivered directly to your courtyard. By the way, this list of gifts is also included. The lady asked me to bring it for your perusal. Lu Yun'er was no fool. She understood the implication behind Mama Jiang's words. However, the thought that these gifts were bestowed by the sixth prince filled her with a sense of triumph. Surely, the sixth prince had noticed her beauty and developed a fondness for her, prompting him to send such thoughtful gifts. In her excitement, she was also exceedingly curious to see what the sixth prince had sent to Lu Mingxi. Thus, with a gentle smile, she accepted the list of gifts from Mama Jiang and said softly, "Then please, convey my gratitude to Mother on my behalf. It is a pity that while I am grateful for these gifts from His Highness, I cannot express my thanks to him directly." Mama Jiang replied with a smile. "There is no need for concern, Second Mississippi. The lady has already dispatched someone to return the favor to His Highness. He will surely understand your sentiments. If the second young lady has no further matters to attend to, I shall return to the ladies' courtyard." She cast a fleeting glance at Lu Yun'er, who eagerly clutched the gift list, her impatience unmistakable. The young maid, barely in her teenage years, could hardly conceal her excitement. Indeed, such a display seemed somewhat petty. Beauty alone holds little value when compared to the grace and poise of the eldest young lady. While Mother Jiang pondered these thoughts silently, her exterior remained composed. After bidding farewell to Lu Yun'er, she departed with the young maidservants who had accompanied her with gifts. Once Mother Jiang had left, Lu Yun'er and Aunt Qin could no longer hide their delight. Chapter 34. Ransom. Aunt Qin remarked, "The sixth prince actually sent gifts for you. This is truly, alas. It's a pity that marrying the sixth prince isn't a propitious path for Lu Yun'er." Upon entering the sixth prince's manor, Lu Mingxi would be the principal wife, while Lu Yun'er would only be a secondary consort, hardly different from a concubine. Wouldn't Lu Yun'er be perpetually overshadowed by Lu Mingxi? And wouldn't I, her own mother, be perpetually suppressed by Luo Wanwan? It's certainly not an auspicious match. Aunt Qin continued, "Although the sixth prince has sent these to you, your beauty is meant for a grander purpose. You absolutely cannot be confined to the position of a concubine, do you understand?" Lu Yun'er, initially delighted, hadn't paid much attention to Aunt Qin's words. But now, clutching the list of gifts in her hand and scrutinizing it, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Irritated, she tossed the list aside, retorting, "I understand, Aunt. You're overthinking it. The sixth prince is clearly just putting on a show. He hardly notices me." Observing Lu Yun'er's sudden anger, Aunt Qin picked up the gift list and examined it meticulously. A plethora of exquisite items were all intended for Lu Mingxi. Although the gifts for Lu Yun'er were also valuable, they paled in comparison to those of Lu Mingxi. This made Lu Yun'er's excessive joy seem rather trivial and unsophisticated. Lu Yun'er was certain that the maids and matrons in Luo Wanwan's quarters would ridicule her. Aunt Qin was also dissatisfied, but she maintained more composure. Seizing the opportunity, she advised Lu Yun'er, "Since that's the case, you now understand the disadvantage of having an inferior status. If you were to marry the sixth prince, your life henceforth would be confined to such a fate. Lu Mingxi would claim the finest, while you would settle for the inferior, living in her shadow. However, Becoming the regent's consort alters the narrative entirely. It is others who would find themselves in your orbit. Lu Yuner was acutely aware of this truth. Yet she needed to capture the regent's affections. Her frustration grew. How could the regent possibly be superior to the sixth prince? Auntie, have you not noticed? The gifts sent by the regent were exclusively for Lu Mingxi. All those treasures, presented before her eyes, were bestowed solely upon Lu Mingxi, leaving her with nothing but hollow disappointment. The regent, who had witnessed the two daughters of the Lu family fall into the water, only consoled Lu Mingxi, not even pretending to feign concern for the other. Initially, Lu Yuner could endure this slight, but upon seeing the sixth prince's blatantly biased list of gifts once more, all her old grievances resurfaced with a vengeance. Aunt Qin quickly offered words of comfort. The sixth prince may wish to marry Lu Mingxi, but the regent's intentions remain uncertain. Your beauty is unparalleled. If you adorn yourself well and frequently present yourself before the regent, he shall surely remember you.
Lu Yuner Frage subsidet momentarily.
Allowing her some semblance of clarity. Indeed, she possessed exceptional beauty, while Lu Mingxi was nothing but an ugly duckling. What merits did she possess to capture the regent's favor? Even if there were fleeting moments of attention, once the regent recognized the vast chasm that separated them, he would undoubtedly discern whom he ought to choose. Upon contemplating this, Lu Yuner felt her spirits lift, and she sat up, declaring, Auntie, you are absolutely right. I must diligently maintain my beauty. In this capital city, who can rival me? Qin Auntie nodded in agreement. Indeed, in terms of appearance, few could surpass Lu Yuner in the capital. After having the gifts from the sixth prince delivered to the various courtyards, Lu Mingxi instructed Sueyu to retrieve 500 taels of silver notes from the box. Sueyu, perplexed, asked, Miss, what do you need such a large sum of silver for? Although Lu Mingxi was the legitimate daughter, 500 taels was no trifling amount. Withdrawing such a sum would deplete half of Lu Mingxi's small treasury. What could possibly require such an expenditure? Lu Mingxi beckoned Sueyu closer and whispered, Go to the brocade embroidery workshop and redeem a woman named Zhihua. Lu Yuner believed her greatest advantage lay in her face, which far surpassed Lu Mingxi's in beauty. Lu Mingxi was acutely aware of this fact. Otherwise, in her previous life, Xian Yuan, he would not have treated her in such a manner. Lu Mingxi was determined not to suffer further indignities regarding her appearance. Although her birthmark and scars rendered her less than attractive, she had means to effect change. The woman named Zhihua was someone Lu Mingxi vividly remembered from her past life. With time still on her side in this lifetime, if she could redeem Zhihua early, she could utilize her to her advantage. Sueyu, hearing that the miss intended to redeem someone from the brocade embroidery workshop, was somewhat bewildered. Miss, is this person of great significance? Why would you spend so much silver to redeem her? Lu Mingxi smiled and said, Do not ask so many questions, simply go and do it. I trust only you, so ensure you handle this task well. Sueyu immediately felt the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders, nodding as she hurried to open the box and retrieve the silver notes. Taking advantage of the still bright sky, she swiftly lifted her skirt and exited the residence, making her way to the embroidery workshop. The embroidery workshop was a place filled with skilled embroiderers, many of whom had been sold into the establishment at a young age to learn the art of embroidery. Zhihua was one of them. Yet her true talent lay in painting. Thus, many of the designs in the workshop were conceived by her hand. Upon hearing that someone sought to redeem Zhihua, the manager waved his hand dismissively. Sueyu, anxious, exclaimed, I am from the Lu family, the Minister of Justice. I am here on behalf of my young lady to redeem her. Name your price. The manager's eyes glinted as he replied, 1,000 taels of silver. I will not accept less. Zhihua is a valuable asset in our workshop. Should you take her away, we would need to find another talented artist to create our designs, resulting in significant loss. 1,000 taels is already a concession, considering your connection to the Lu family. Sueyu's eyes widened in indignation. Do not deceive me. She is merely an embroiderer. How could her worth be so extravagant? At most, 500 taels. If you refuse to release her, I shall fetch my young lady. This was, of course, a bluff, and Sueyu felt uncertain. If this task were to fail, it would be a source of embarrassment upon her return. The young lady would undoubtedly be displeased. However, upon hearing the offer of 500 taels, the manager realized it was still a profitable bargain, albeit not the sum he had hoped for. The prospect of redeeming Zhihua for such a substantial sum of silver was indeed worthwhile. He immediately responded with a beaming smile, saying, "It is not impossible. Since the young lady is sincerely intent on redeeming Ji Hua, I shall do a good deed today. Please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch Ji Hua along with her deed of sale." Cui Yu, witnessing the smooth progress, truly breathed a sigh of relief. However, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret in her heart. One glance at the steward's demeanor made it clear that 500 taels of silver was undoubtedly an excessive amount. It was truly a deception. Having spent 500 taels of silver, Cui Yu successfully returned to the Lu residence with Ji Hua. At just over 20 years of age, Ji Hua had spent her youth in the brocade workshop, learning the intricate arts of weaving and floral painting, and had never before set foot in such a grand estate or encountered individuals of high status and nobility. Chapter 35. No matter how much care is taken with external matters, her countenance cannot be restored in that moment. She felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation and fear. Having been redeemed from the brocade workshop, she was uncertain of the intentions of her liberator. Sueyu, perceiving her anxiety, offered reassurance. "Do not fret. My lady is exceedingly gentle with those around her. Should she request anything of you, simply comply." Ji Hua hurriedly acknowledged her, expressing gratitude to Sueyu. Upon entering the courtyard, Ji Hua kept her head lowered, too apprehensive to glance upwards. She feared that a single extra glance might reveal something forbidden within the confines of these noble quarters. As she approached Lu Mingxi, she trembled slightly while paying her respects. Observing Ji Hua's demeanor, Lu Mingxi noted that it bore an uncanny resemblance to her past life. Seemingly unchanged, with a smile and a soft voice, she said, "There is no need for excessive formality. Rise, please. I have redeemed you for a specific purpose." Ji Hua quickly responded, "Since my lady has redeemed me, I am now your servant, at your disposal." Lu Mingxi replied, "Very well. Now lift your head and look at me." She raised her hand and unveiled her face, revealing a visage marred by scars and blemishes. Had it not been for her strikingly beautiful eyes, her appearance would have offered little redeeming quality, compelling one to avert their gaze after but a fleeting glance. Ji Hua, trembling, raised her head and beheld Lu Mingxi's face. With a gentle smile, Lu Mingxi inquired, "Are you able to transform the blemishes upon this face into something beautiful?" "This is what I have redeemed you for, to accomplish tasks on my behalf." Today, while painting, Lu Mingxi recalled Ji Hua. Ji Hua is the artist nurtured within the splendid pavilion, also a skilled embroideress. Her painting technique is distinct from ordinary artistry, placing great emphasis on subtlety and intention, harmonizing with the fabric's weave without falling into excessive complexity or chaos. What she can achieve surpasses what Lu Mingxi, adept in traditional painting, cannot. Ji Hua scrutinized Lu Mingxi's face with great care and nodded upon hearing her words, "Rest assured, Mississippi." After examining Lu Mingxi's visage, she noted that although the young lady bore birthmarks and blemishes, her features were indeed exquisite. The tip of her nose was delicately shaped, her lips were small and crimson, reminiscent of blossoming peach flowers in March, and her eyes were strikingly captivating. The unblemished areas of her skin revealed a fair and smooth complexion. After her meticulous observation, Ji Hua couldn't help but lament the unfortunate presence of the marks. Were it not for these birthmarks and blemishes, Lu Mingxi would undoubtedly be a rare beauty. She turned and, accompanied by Cui Yu, fetched rouge and powder, delicately dipping a soft lambswool brush in the mixture and gently applying it to Lu Mingxi's face. She did not make drastic changes, but rather, following the shapes of the original birthmarks, she painted several flowers, some in full bloom, others in bud, each exhibiting enchanting postures. So lifelike that they concealed Lu Mingxi's unsightly blemishes as if she had intentionally adorned her face with these blossoms. These flowers were breathtaking, drawing the eye and revealing Lu Mingxi's beautiful features. Cui Yu, who typically paid little attention to her mistress's appearance, found herself astonished, feeling that Lu Mingxi appeared exceptionally beautiful and radiant today. Suddenly, she comprehended why her mistress insisted that she paint 500 taels of silver to redeem Ji Hua. Cui Yu couldn't contain her joy. This sum was truly well spent. After finishing the painting, Ji Hua softly said, "Mistress, it is done. You may open your eyes now." She felt quite anxious, fearing that Lu Mingxi might not appreciate her work. Lu Mingxi, too, felt a twinge of nervousness and endeavored to mask it before her maids. "Cui Yu, fetch the bronze mirror so I can take a look. If it's satisfactory, splendid. If not, I shall have to devise another plan." With great enthusiasm, Cui Yu hurriedly retrieved a bronze mirror, holding it aloft as she presented it to Lu Mingxi, her face alight with admiration. "Mistress, you look utterly stunning today. The flowers appear as if they are blooming upon your face." Lu Mingxi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, momentarily entranced, almost unable to believe that the visage before her was indeed her own. Chuiyu continued to shower her with compliments. "Mistress, should you venture out looking like this? The young lords of the capital will surely be captivated, unable to notice the second miss. You are even more beautiful today than the second miss." A smile graced Lu Mingxi's lips. Yes, she indeed looked magnificent today, thanks entirely to Ji Hua's deft hands. She raised her hand, gently brushing her fingertips over the blossoms adorning her face, her eyes sparkling with delight. The flowers appeared even more vibrant, as if blooming fervently in response to Lu Mingxi's smile. She murmured, "Ji Hua, your hands are truly skillful. In the days to come, let you remain by my side, with no need for you to do anything but to assist me in my adornment, merely applying this makeup." Ji Hua hurriedly acquiesced. This was already a vast improvement compared to her experiences at the brocade house. On the day of the palace banquet, Lu Yuner rose early to prepare herself. Yet, she waited in vain for someone to notify her to attend the banquet. Instead, various attendants and servants busied themselves announcing that the master and mistress, along with the young masters and misses, were heading to the palace, with the matriarch personally seeing them off at the main gate. The concubines and illegitimate daughters felt compelled to follow suit, lest they be accused of disrespect. Lu Yuner, accompanied by concubine Qin, made her way to the entrance, and in a single glance, she spotted Lu Mingxi amidst the throng. Today, Lu Mingxi was resplendently adorned, her head adorned with a set of crimson gemstone headdress. The vibrant gold and red hues on her were remarkably free from any hint of aging. As she moved, the delicate hairpins swayed slightly, capturing the attention of onlookers. Though her face was partially veiled, her ensemble was exquisitely crafted, far surpassing her previous appearances. Lu Yuner couldn't help but recall how, in recent days, Lu Mingxi had consistently presented herself in such a manner. For some unknown reason, Lu Mingxi's attire had become significantly more refined. She was blessed with a good mother, who provided her with any garment or ornament she desired. Even a less attractive girl could transform herself into something far more appealing. The mere thought of this filled Lu Yuner with envy, and she found herself gritting her teeth in frustration. Why was it that she lacked such beauty? If she possessed such adornments, she could outshine Lu Mingxi 1,000-fold, a myriad of times over. Beside her, Lu Qingqing covered her face with a handkerchief and whispered, "It seems that lately, elder sister has grown even more beautiful. How enviable! If only I could possess such exquisite hairpins and jewelry. Dear second sister, do you not agree?" Lu Qingqing noticed the fleeting glimmer of envy in Lu Yunu's eyes and deliberately sought to provoke her. After all, Lu Yuner was no longer under the protection of the legitimate daughter, Lu Mingxi. They were both mere daughters of concubines. What right did she have to look down upon herself? A few barbs would surely leave Lu Yuner powerless to retaliate. How audacious of Lu Qingqing! When did it become her turn to mock Lu Yunu, the legitimate daughter? Lu Yunu quickly concealed her jealousy and feigned indifference. Turning her head with feigned curiosity, she inquired, "Third sister, what was it you just said? About Sister S jewelry and ornaments? What purpose do they serve?" Given her current appearance, no matter how exquisite the external adornments, they cannot restore her beauty, can they? Chapter 36. The imperial banquet. Lu Mingxi was not particularly attractive. What use was it to adorn herself with the finest of embellishments? Lu Qingqing dared not voice such thoughts. She remained silent, casting an innocent glance at Lu Yuner. Meanwhile, Lu Mingyao, who was waiting by the carriage alongside Luo Wanwan and the matriarch, suddenly turned his gaze towards Lu Yuner, his eyes conveying a silent warning that was unmistakable. Though he was a man and could not intervene in the gossip of two young girls, he was not oblivious to their chatter. Startled, Lu Qingqing instinctively distanced herself from Lu Yuner, fearful of being innocently implicated. She had said nothing after all. Lu Yuner, with her delicate demeanor, offered Lu Mingyao a gentle smile. Lu Mingxi, having overheard their exchange, subtly inclined her head and exchanged a look with Lu Mingyao, indicating that he need not take Lu Yuner's bitter remarks to heart. Before long, the carriage arrived at the entrance. Lu Tiancheng and Luo Wanwan boarded the same carriage. While Lu Mingxi traveled alone, the two young masters shared a carriage, and 3 carriages set forth towards the palace. Throughout this journey, Lu Yuna noted that not a single person turned to glance her way, clenching her silver teeth in frustration. Traditionally, during imperial banquets, officials of the third rank and above were required to bring their families along. This family typically included the legitimate wife and the legitimate sons and daughters. Naturally, if there were particularly favored illegitimate children, they could also be brought along. For instance, in previous years when the Lu family attended the imperial banquet, Lu Mingxi would always include Lu Yun'er in her company, which allowed her the opportunity to meet some of the esteemed daughters of high-ranking families. However, this time, no one informed Lu Yun'er. Lu Mingxi did not bring her, and naturally, Luo Wanwan would not take her either. As for Lu Tiancheng, he was the most rule-abiding person. In the past, he valued the sisterly bond between Lu Mingxi and Lu Yun'er, indulging his legitimate daughter, while turning a blind eye. Yet now, with Lu Mingxi not expressing a desire to bring Lu Yun'er to the palace banquet, Lu Tiancheng would never consider bringing a concubine's daughter to such an occasion. Thus, Lu Yun'er could only stand at the entrance, watching helplessly, just like Lu Qingqing, as Lu Mingxi and the others boarded the carriage, accompanied by Lu Qingqing's subtly mocking laughter. Lu Yun'er turned her head and shot Lu Qingqing a glare, quickly regaining her composure, as if nothing had transpired. The furious visage she had moments ago was but a fleeting shadow. The carriage clattered away, soon disappearing from sight. Inside the carriage, Lu Mingxi and Suiyu sat comfortably, warmed by the charcoal fire and enveloped in a thick blanket. However, Suiyu was quite displeased, having overheard Lu Yunu's remarks. She curiously inquired of her mistress, Miss, why did you not allow Jihua to adorn you for today's banquet? If Jihua were to assist, it would undoubtedly astonish the second miss, leaving her utterly speechless. Lu Mingxi shook her head, replying, today is the palace banquet, where numerous nobles gather. It is unwise to draw too much attention. As she spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. In her past life, it seemed she too had attended a palace banquet at this very time. What had transpired during that banquet? The carriage clattered to a stop at the palace gates, where several other carriages were already stationed outside, attended by drivers and guards. Carriages were not permitted to enter the palace unless granted special permission by the emperor or empress within. Suiyu lifted her skirt as she disembarked, then turned to assist her young mistress, also helping Lixingxi adjust her cloak. Lu Mingyao and Lu Mingjue jumped down from the carriage behind and strode towards Lu Mingxi with cheerful smiles, exclaiming, we have arrived at the palace gates. What a lively occasion this is. Come, sister, let us enter swiftly. Lu Mingxi nodded, gazing at the familiar palace entrance. In her previous life, she had met her demise behind these towering walls, which concealed her half-lived existence. Yet this was her first visit in this lifetime. The banquet had yet to commence, and upon entering the palace, Lu Mingxi soon spotted a familiar palace maid, one of Princess Anha's attendants. The maid's eyes sparkled upon seeing Lu Mingxi, and she approached briskly, saying, Miss Lu, the princess requests your presence. With the banquet not far off, Lu Mingxi turned to briefly inform Lu Tiancheng and Luo Wanwan. Lu Tiancheng nodded, go ahead. Just be mindful not to lose composure in front of the princess. Having known Princess Anha for many years, Lu Mingxi shared a deep bond with her, which reassured Lu Tiancheng. Luo Wanwan also smiled and nodded at Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi lifted her skirt, accompanied by Tsuyu. As they followed the maid to seek out Princess Anha, the banquet was in proximity to the garden, where Princess Anha awaited Lu Mingxi. Dressed in a vibrant goose-yellow court robe, adorned with a flowing cloak, she appeared lively and radiant beyond compare. From a distance, Lu Mingxi spotted Xianyuan Mingzhu and could not help but break into a joyful smile. Were it not for the decorum required within the palace, she would have enthusiastically waved her arms in greeting. She trotted over, eager to reach Xianyuan Mingzhu. At last, you have arrived. I could hear that group chattering away, and it nearly made my head spin. Lu Mingxi, feeling helpless, accompanied Xianyuan Mingzhu as they strolled about. Being a woman from outside the palace, there were many places she could not venture. Although following Xianyuan Mingzhu alleviated some restrictions, the large gathering today meant that she would not wander too far. Xianyuan Mingzhu understood this, and thus meandered through the garden, soon arriving at a pavilion where a group of noble ladies sat in a cluster, sharing laughter and amusing stories. Lu Mingxi cast a glance at them. Each lady hailed from a prestigious background, with several being princesses or ladies of rank. Whether strikingly beautiful or remarkably talented, they had all adorned themselves splendidly for the palace banquet, enhancing their allure from a mere 7 parts to a striking 9. Among this assembly of extraordinary young ladies, one stood at the center, akin to a bright star surrounded by a constellation. She possessed a charming countenance and wore a light purple dress embroidered with golden thread, her beauty distinct from that of Xianyuan Mingzhu. If Xianyuan Mingzhu resembled a tender and vivacious spring blossom, this lady embodied the spirit of a peony, lively, vibrant, and radiating confidence. Lu Mingxi recognized the central figure, the star of the gathering, with an undeniable familiarity. In her previous life, she was ensnared by Lu Yun'er, and there was little conflict between them. Most of her time was spent in rivalry with this young lady. The reason she garnered admiration among numerous noblewomen was her unique status as the sole daughter of an alternate surname royal in the current dynasty, known as Luo Zhiyan. Luo Zhiyan's lineage was on par with Lu Mingxi's, and if one were to disregard her connection with Princess and he, Luo Zhiyan's heritage could be considered superior to that of Lu Mingxi. Although the Duke of the State's residence was Lu Mingxi's maternal family, the distinction of maternal remained, and in the eyes of outsiders, her primary identity was that of the legitimate daughter of the Lu minister's household, rather than that of a daughter of the Duke of the State. Chapter 37. If such thoughts bring you joy, then let them be your thoughts. It is worth noting that noble ladies of such esteemed lineage inevitably attract the interest of the royal princes. Xianyuan he is no exception to this allure. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately concludes that choosing Lu Mingxi is the wisest course of action. After all, being merely a distant relative to the Duke of the State does not preclude the Duke's affections for his granddaughter. Moreover, the connection to the Empress further enhances Lu Mingxi's position. Yet, the prospect of Xianyuan he relinquishing the only current prince of a different surname, a supporter of such formidable stature, only to see that power potentially align with another prince and become his rival, is simply untenable. Thus, Xianyuan he endeavors to win the favor of Luo Zhiyan, deliberately showcasing his charms before her. Luo Zhiyan is not dissimilar to Lu Mingxi, aside from her being somewhat spoiled. She is a naive young woman who readily believes Xianyuan he's flattering words. Her heart swiftly becomes captivated by him. Even after Lu Mingxi marries Xianyuan he, Luo Zhiyan remains undeterred. In terms of status, Luo Zhiyan is not inferior to Lu Mingxi, with Lu Mingxi established as the primary consort. How could she accept a secondary role? Her father would never permit such a thing. Consequently, Luo Zhiyan resolutely refuses to marry, biding her time until Xianyuan he ascends the throne, at which point she gleefully enters the palace. Alas, it is not her that Xianyuan he values, but rather the influence wielded by her father. She was utterly oblivious, plunging into the depths of the palace, and shortly thereafter, her father, the king, passed away.
Meanwhile,
Xianyuan he was utterly captivated by Lu Yun'er, leaving Luo Zhiyan's treatment in the palace little better than that of Lu Mingxi. Both were ensnared in the cold isolation of the inner palace. The only distinction, perhaps, was that Luo Zhiyan possessed a beauty far surpassing that of Lu Mingxi, which ensured that Xianyuan he would at least deign to approach such a lovely maiden, thus sparing her from the same fate as Lu Mingxi. As Lu Mingxi reflected on those bygone days, her gaze fell upon Luo Zhiyan, and she could not discern whether to feel a shared sorrow or to see in her the same foolishness she once bore, prompting a wry self-deprecation. Lu Mingxi recalled her previous life and found herself momentarily speechless, yet Luo Zhiyan, with a keen eye, immediately caught sight of Lu Mingxi, her expression suddenly tinged with irritation. This woman again. Surely, today she would employ every means to entice His Highness the Sixth Prince. Taking advantage of her rapport with Princess Anha, she clung to the Sixth Prince, for without such connections, how could he pay attention to such an unattractive woman? Luo Zhiyan shot Lu Mingxi a glare before quickly adopting a smile, softly stating, "This humble girl has had the pleasure of meeting Princess Anha." The other noble ladies rose in unison, declaring, "This humble girl has had the pleasure of meeting Princess Anha." Princess Anha, not one to fuss over such formalities, graciously allowed them to rise, yet Luo Zhiyan, with a beaming smile, remarked, "Isn't this Miss Lu? How fortunate to encounter the princess before the banquet even begins. Your relationship with the princess is indeed enviable. Alas, we lack such fortune and have yet to catch the princess's eye." The noble women surrounding her exchanged glances, silently grasping the implications of Luo Zhiyan's words. Indeed, many among them were princesses, possessing some semblance of familial ties to her highness. Yet they had never witnessed the princess extending her affections towards these royal relatives. Instead, she seemed to favor the daughters of mere district officials. One could only ponder what stratagem Lu Mingxi employed to earn the princess's favor as a confidant. To suggest that the exalted princess Anha willingly befriended Lu Mingxi would surely elicit derisive laughter. Luo Jian cast her gaze about, only to realize that the once inseparable Lu Yuner was conspicuously absent from Lu Mingxi's side. Luo Jian harbored no fondness for Lu Yuner, who exuded an air of fragility. However, in contrast, her disdain for Lu Mingxi, who had seemingly captured the affections of the sixth prince, was far more pronounced. With Lu Yunu out of sight, she remarked with feigned innocence, "By the way, where is Miss Lu's sister, Miss Lu Air?" Before Lu Mingxi could respond, Luo Jian appeared to have an epiphany, exclaiming, "Oh, how could I forget? Miss Lu is the legitimate daughter, while the second miss is merely a concubine's offspring. Naturally, she is unfit to attend such an occasion." She lamented that although Miss Lu shared a close bond with her, it could never rival the intimacy enjoyed with the princess. Ultimately, due to her status as a concubine's daughter, she could not remain by Miss Lu's side for long. Such remarks were just shy of accusing Lu Mingxi of being sycophantic towards the Princess Anha, favoring some while disparaging others. Xian Yuan Mingzhu, standing by, could not bear to witness the unfolding scene and found it inappropriate to directly advocate for Lu Mingxi from the past when she had acted as a mediator. Lu had expressed disdain for her interference. She could only sigh, lamenting the unfortunate coincidence of encountering Luo Jian. Lu had always been at odds with this individual, and it seemed inevitable that a quarrel would ensue. To her surprise, Lu Mingxi merely cast a casual glance and smiled, saying, "If Miss Luo believes that thinking this way will bring you joy, then by all means, think so." With that, she showed no inclination to engage further in conversation with Luo Jian, completely devoid of her previous combative spirit. Luo Jian was taken aback. She had meticulously prepared for a confrontation, anticipating how she would exchange barbs with Lu Mingxi, yet Lu had dismissed her so effortlessly. When had Lu's temperament become so placid? Was it not the case that she had always insisted on a confrontation and disallowed any interruptions? In truth, Lu Mingxi was not in a better mood. She had previously clashed with Luo Jian out of affection for Xian Yuan He, and that conflict had persisted for far too long. In this lifetime, expending any energy on matters related to Xian Yuan He was a waste. Her singular desire regarding him was to see him plunged into the depths of despair, ensuring he could never attain the throne he coveted most. There was no need to engage in verbal disputes with someone as foolish as Luo Jian, who remained blissfully unaware of her own entanglement in Xian Yuan He's deceptions. As long as Luo did not overstep, Lu Mingxi would choose to ignore her entirely. She could only hope that Luo Jian would possess enough wisdom to comprehend her desire to avoid conflict. The thoughts of Luo Jian are momentarily set aside, yet Xian Yuan Mingzhu is genuinely astonished. Accompanying Lu Mingxi, she departs from this place of discord and seeks refuge in a secluded pavilion draped with gauzy curtains, where only the two of them remain. Xian Yuan Mingzhu, filled with curiosity, queries, "Sire, what has caused this sudden change in your temperament? Just moments ago, Luo Jian provoked you so audaciously, and the implications of her words were clear to all. Yet you chose not to engage in a quarrel with her." Xian Yuan Mingzhu shakes her head, pondering, "Had this been any other day, you would have undoubtedly clashed with her fiercely, and I might not have been able to intervene. What has prompted this transformation in you?" She gazes at Lu Mingxi with a playful expression. Lu Mingxi, with a hint of resignation, replies, "It is not a change in disposition. My previous arguments with her stemmed from your sixth brother. However, now that I no longer care for him, what need is there to dispute with her? It would be a waste of breath, truly unnecessary." Xian Yuan Mingzhu nods in understanding, though her heart remains profoundly astonished. Chapter 38. If she does not retaliate, would that not bring dissatisfaction to Luo Jian? She had never anticipated that Lu Mingxi genuinely held no affection for her sixth brother. She had thought that during the banquet at the Duke of Zhen's residence, Lu Mingxi's words were merely a fleeting impulse. Now, after such a considerable passage of time, Lu Mingxi remains steadfast in her indifference. Moreover, she seems disinterested in contending with Luo Jian, appearing as though she is willing to relinquish the sixth prince without a second thought. How could it be that she suddenly harbors no feelings for him? Could it be that Lu Mingxi's earlier assertion about her royal uncle truly reflected her sentiments? Xian Yuan Mingzhu could scarcely fathom the potential scenario of Lu Mingxi becoming her royal aunt. As there was still some time before the formal commencement of the royal banquet, the noble ladies were gathered together, casually exchanging amusing anecdotes. Suddenly, a group of palace maids and eunuchs approached, Addressing the young ladies in the garden, the Empress Dowager requests the presence of the esteemed young ladies. We kindly ask you to accompany us. All the noble ladies promptly shifted their gazes towards a maid. Why would the Empress Dowager summon them? The group rose, responding softly, and followed the maid to the Empress Dowager's palace. Lu Mingxi and Xian Yuan Mingzhu, of course, accompanied them. While others were puzzled, Lu Mingxi understood the Empress Dowager's intention. This royal banquet, while termed as such, was more accurately a selection of brides. However, it was not for the current emperor to choose a consort but rather to arrange a marriage for the prince who still lacked an official wife, thereby selecting a princess for the prince. The Empress Dowager summoned the noble ladies to the palace for a thorough inspection, aiming to determine which among them would be bestowed upon the emperor's sons as primary or secondary consorts. In her previous life, after attending this very palace banquet, she soon received the imperial decree that granted her to the sixth prince, Xian Yuan He. Not only she, but numerous other noble ladies, either on the verge of or already having reached maturity, were likewise granted marriages by the emperor. Such imperial arrangements were not to be declined. Hence, Lu Mingxi and Xian Yuan He were destined to wed immediately upon her coming of age. At that time, Lu Mingxi was filled with joy, which incited countless feelings of jealousy from Luo Jian. However, this time, Lu Mingxi sought to avoid the selection banquet altogether, hoping to remain unnoticed by both the emperor and the Empress Dowager. This was also the reason she came to the banquet without allowing Ji Hua to adorn her with intricate floral makeup. A conspicuous appearance at the banquet would hardly yield favorable outcomes. As Lu Mingxi followed the palace maid, accompanying Xianyuan Mingzhu, her mind raced with thoughts on how to evade this impending marriage. Beyond simply avoiding attention, she knew she must take additional measures. Otherwise, even if the Empress Dowager did not take the initiative, Xianyuan He would undoubtedly pursue the union. Presently, Xianyuan He had already caught the eyes of both the emperor and the Empress Dowager, growing closer to the empress, and considering Lu Mingxi's past affectionate demeanor towards him, the Empress Dowager and the emperor would certainly not refuse. If Lu Mingxi wished to avoid marrying Xianyuan He, she must act to prevent it before the decree was issued. The emperor's words, once spoken, were not easily altered. As long as one can alter the emperor's will before the imperial decree is issued, this matter can be averted. Lu Mingxi's mind raced with thoughts, yet her expression remained composed. Upon entering the Empress Dowager's palace, she gazed upon the familiar halls, memories of her previous visits flooding her mind. With her head bowed, she paid her respects alongside the other noble ladies, greeting the Empress Dowager. Seated regally at the top, the Empress Dowager donned a luxurious dark purple gown, her hair adorned with several gold hairpins. Though she held the esteemed title of Empress Dowager, she did not appear particularly aged, with only a few strands of silver woven into her hair. Fine lines graced the corners of her eyes. Yet it was evident that she must have been a beauty in her youth. As Lu Mingxi observed the Empress Dowager's serene demeanor, she recalled the previous life when, at a similar court banquet, the Empress Dowager had summoned the noble ladies, and Lu Mingxi had been wrongfully accused. The memory of the Empress Dowager's fury at that moment lingered vividly in her mind. In her past life, she had been falsely accused of stealing the Empress Dowager's jade pendant, labeled as untrustworthy. And it was only thanks to Xianyuan Chen's timely intervention that her reputation was spared from ruin. It seemed that today, history threatened to repeat itself. Although her prior experience had been fraught with tension yet ultimately harmless, the malevolence of those who sought to entrap her was undeniable. Without Xianyuan Chen's assistance, she feared she would have met a dire fate. Contemplating this, Lu Mingxi subtly lifted her gaze, discreetly scrutinizing the individuals present in the hall, carefully observing their movements. The number of those who could approach the Empress Dowager was indeed limited, and she had just noticed that the Empress Dowager still wore her jade pendant at her waist, suggesting that, at this moment, no one had yet made a move against her. With a gentle smile, the Empress Dowager soon instructed the palace maids to bring forth chairs, allowing the noble ladies to rise and take their seats. At the same time, the Empress Dowager graciously beckoned Xianyuan Mingzhu and Luo Jian to come and take their seats beside her. Her demeanor exuded an air of grandeur, rendering even Xianyuan Mingzhu hesitant to act out of line, displaying utmost submission and courtesy. The other noble women were even more cautious, hardly daring to breathe, fearful of offending the Empress Dowager. The palace was replete with numerous regulations, distinct from the outside world. Amongst the assembly, none could have anticipated that Lu Mingxi possessed the audacity to scrutinize the Empress Dowager. Initially, Lu Mingxi too felt trepidation. In her previous life, she was no better off than these noble ladies. However, having entered the palace in her former life and encountered such scenarios countless times, she had grown accustomed to it and no longer felt fear. Subtly, she observed as Luo Jian and Xianyuan Mingzhu perched on small stools beside the Empress Dowager. Their heads tilted upward, engaging her in conversation with charming smiles. At present, the only two permitted proximity to the Empress Dowager were Xianyuan Mingzhu and Luo Jian. Xianyuan Mingzhu would never conspire against Lu Mingxi. It was evident who had acted maliciously in her previous life. Indeed, Luo Jian conversed softly with the Empress Dowager, sharing a joke that elicited hearty laughter from her, even bringing tears to her eyes. Such moments of joy were rare for the Empress Dowager, and her fondness for Luo Jian grew ever more pronounced. It was at this juncture that Lu Mingxi noticed the jade pendant at the Empress Dowager's waist was missing. It was then that Luo Jian had set her schemes in motion. Lu Mingxi lowered her gaze, her expression turning icy, harboring a simmering anger within. It was utterly absurd. She had mistakenly believed Luo Jian to be a fellow victim, as ensnared by Xianyuan he as herself, hoping that she would refrain from provoking her, while she too would not seek trouble with her. It appears that the true naivety lies within oneself. If Luo Jian were indeed a virtuous person, how could she possibly survive under the machinations of Lu Yuner? A girl bereft of her father and mother, lacking familial support. How could she maneuver within the depths of the palace against Lu Yuner? The only truly naive one is Lu Mingxi. Contemplating this, Lu Mingxi instinctively tightened her grip on the cup. Since it was Luo Jian who first provoked her, if she does not retaliate, would it not bring Luo Jian displeasure? The Empress soon grew weary, instructing the noble ladies to depart in preparation for the upcoming palace banquet. Meanwhile, Luo Jian concealed the jade pendant within her sleeve, performed her curtsy, and approached Lu Mingxi. Before exiting the Empress's chamber, she deliberately drew closer and whispered, "It has come to my attention that Miss Lu has not fared well this winter, facing numerous calamities, including 2 unfortunate incidents of falling into water. Might it be that you have incurred the wrath of some malevolent spirit? It would be wise to visit a temple soon to seek blessings and dispel your misfortunes." Chapter 39. The Empress Dowager's missing jade pendant. She scrutinized Lu Mingxi from head to toe with a pair of discerning eyes, her face adorned with mockery. "If you do not refrain, after having nearly drowned twice, you may end up injuring yourself. Miss Lu, why must you be so stubborn? At such a time, it would be more prudent to recuperate at home rather than attend the palace banquet. One must understand that obstinacy brings no advantage. Should you fall ill, the burden of medicine could become your constant companion." These words were nearly equivalent to a curse, lacking any semblance of kindness. Luo Jian moved closer to Lu Mingxi, utilizing the ample sleeves of her cloak to execute subtle gestures. Regrettably, apart from Lu Mingxi, no one was aware of her actions. Luo Jian stealthily slipped the jade pendant, pilfered from the Empress Dowager, into the pouch at Lu Mingxi's waist. The pouch, already filled with silver coins, easily accommodated the petite jade pendant without altering its weight significantly. Had Lu Mingxi not been observant of her movements, it would have gone unnoticed. Lu Mingxi wore a smile that was neither genuine nor dismissive, feigning ignorance of the incident. Xianyuan Mingzhu was perplexed by Lu Mingxi's silence, but was incensed by Luo Jian's venomous words. What nonsense is Miss Luo uttering? We have yet to step beyond the gates of the Empress Dowager's palace. Do you wish for me to drag you before her to repeat such statements? Regardless of Luo Jian's elevated status, she was obliged to bow her head in Xianyuan Mingzhu's presence. Xianyuan Mingzhu understood that they were within the confines of the Empress Dowager's palace, where loud outbursts were ill-advised. Otherwise, Lu Mingxi would also suffer the consequences, likely facing punishment alongside her. Thus, she merely lowered her voice and glared at Luo Jian. With a cold huff, Luo Jian replied, "Your Highness the Princess is correct. It is indeed my indiscretion. The banquet is about to commence, and I shall take my leave. I trust that your Highness will not mind." With that, she strode away briskly, her skirts almost billowing behind her. The jade pendant had already been tucked into Lu Mingxi's purse, as she awaited the moment to make Lu Mingxi's life difficult. By then, even Xianyuan Mingzhu would be unable to protect her. The other noble ladies observed Luo Jian's swift departure, but none possessed her audacity. Xianyuan Mingzhu cast a glance at Lu Mingxi, her meaning unmistakable. "Luo Jian has spoken so to you, yet today you remain as silent as a mute?" Lu Mingxi merely smiled and winked at her. Though Luo Jian ran off in haste, She was actually waiting in the garden outside the banquet hall, as the event had not yet begun. The noble ladies gathered together, engaging in hushed conversation as they awaited the festivities. Lu Mingxi noticed Luo Jian by the pavilion, her mood evidently buoyant, with her brows raised and spirits soaring. Lu Mingxi, with a gentle smile, quietly observed the scene in the garden. From a distance, she spotted a late-arriving young lady approaching, prompting Lu Mingxi to rise and softly say to Xianyuan Mingzhu, "Anha, I see Miss Li. I wish to speak with her. Please wait for me a moment." Anha found this curious, wondering who Miss Li was. Even Princess Anha could hardly recall such a lady in the capital, suspecting she was not a person of note, lacking both talent and beauty, with an unremarkable background. When did Lu Mingxi become acquainted with Miss Li? What words can be exchanged? Xianyuan Mingzhu, filled with curiosity, nodded and said, "You should go, and return swiftly. I see that the banquet is about to commence." Lu Mingxi smiled gently, then lifted her skirt and hastened towards the approaching Miss Li. Luo Jian was near the pavilion, and as Lu Mingxi hurried along, she inadvertently collided with Luo Jian, who was deeply engaged in conversation with another young lady. The sudden impact caused Luo Jian to stumble, nearly losing her balance. Upon turning to see that her assailant was none other than her old rival, Lu Mingxi, her fury ignited. How could Lu Mingxi be so blind? How could she collide with her so brazenly? It must have been a deliberate attempt to push her to the ground.
Liu Mingxi feignait de surprise. Ah, Miss Luo.
I sincerely apologize. I intended to greet Miss Li and was moving too swiftly. I did not expect you to step into my path. Since you have not fallen, I shall not hold it against you. However, it would be wise to avoid standing in the middle of the walkway during casual conversations. I may overlook this incident, as you are not someone of great significance, but should it be the path of a noble in the palace that you obstruct, it would indeed be your fault. Wouldn't it? Luo Jian was taken aback by Lu Mingxi's audacity. How could she turn the situation around, claiming that she had obstructed Lu Mingxi's way when it was clearly Lu Mingxi who had collided with her, and to threaten her with the notion of offending a noble? Who did Luo Jian think she was to be intimidated? Her face flushed with indignation as she clenched her silver teeth. "Lu Mingxi, my lady, the banquet has begun." Luo Jian's words were abruptly interrupted. Lu Mingxi, with a smile, turned and walked towards Xianyuan Mingzhu, intending to accompany her to the banquet. The young ladies also rose. However, before they could depart, another palace maid hurried in, her skirts nearly billowing as she rushed, her face etched with urgency. Ignoring the palace decorum, she called out from a distance, "Wait. Esteemed ladies, please hold on." In the midst of winter, with the new year approaching, it was indeed the coldest time of the year. Yet, this maid was so flustered that beads of sweat formed on her brow. Paying no heed to wipe them away, she approached the group, bowed respectfully, and quickly explained, "I beseech you, esteemed ladies, to wait a moment. The Empress Dowager's protective jade pendant has gone missing." In a hushed tone, she continued, "This pendant, blessed in the Empress Dowager's home before being presented to her, has been a talisman accompanying her since her entry into the palace. It is of great significance, and the Empress Dowager holds it in high regard, yet it has suddenly vanished. I kindly request that you accompany me back to the Empress Dowager's palace." The young ladies exchanged glances, puzzled by the unfolding situation. How could it be that after their visit to the Empress Dowager's palace, the pendant had gone missing? Moreover, the implication seemed to suggest that the Empress Dowager suspected one among them had stolen it. Who could she be suspecting? Should it be discovered later in the Empress Dowager's palace, it would surely be a sight to behold. The young ladies, showing their cooperation, responded gently and prepared to return to the Empress Dowager's palace once more. The Empress Dowager was someone even the Emperor would pay his respects to. At present, the Empress Dowager has summoned her, rendering all thoughts of the palace banquet irrelevant. Until the Empress Dowager speaks, they cannot leave the palace to return home. Inside the Empress Dowager's palace, chaos reigns. Initially, she remained unaware, merely accustomed to the habitual touch of the jade pendant at her waist. This jade pendant was bestowed upon her by her family before she entered the palace, specially consecrated to ensure her safety and prosperity throughout her life in the imperial court. Over the years, countless events have unfolded within the palace, yet the Empress Dowager has remained unscathed, firmly believing that it is this pendant that has protected her, cherishing it greatly throughout the years. Suddenly feeling an emptiness in her hand, the Empress Dowager's heart raced. She lowered her gaze only to discover her waist was entirely bare. Where could the jade pendant possibly be? Chapter 40. How did this jade pendant come to be in your possession? Confess at once. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brows in discontent, commanding, "Someone, my protective jade pendant is missing. Search diligently and ascertain where it has fallen." The attendants within the palace immediately began to search with utmost caution. It was well known among the palace staff how dearly the Empress Dowager cherished this talisman. Should it remain unfound, her wrath would be unimaginable. After a thorough search, the jade pendant remained elusive, further darkening the Empress Dowager's mood. The gentle expression she had worn vanished, replaced by a solemn countenance. At that moment, one of the maidservants timidly spoke up, "Your Majesty, I recall that before the young ladies came to pay their respects, the pendant was indeed present. It was only after their departure that it went missing." Inside the hall, the Empress Dowager pondered the situation, having searched for the pendant for so long without success. It seemed evident that it had been purloined by someone with unscrupulous intentions. Notably, a multitude of young ladies had just visited, and who could say if one among them had a maidservant with dishonest inclinations? The Empress Dowager's expression turned as cold as ice. She gestured dismissively. "Since it cannot be found, let us first search the palace maids and eunuchs." Before investigating the newly arrived young ladies, she deemed it prudent to scrutinize her own attendants, those who had long served her. The Empress Dowager had not yet lost her composure. If a rogue individual were among her own ranks, it would be an injustice to burden the young ladies with suspicion, even if she were the Empress Dowager herself. However, if the culprits were not among her household. In a mere moment, the search was completed, leaving no stone unturned. In the imperial palace, the servants were remarkably clean and tidy. Given the short span of time, those present within the hall had no opportunity to dispose of any stolen goods, which must still be on their persons. Since a search yielded nothing, it suggested their absence. The Empress's countenance darkened further, as it appeared that a member of the esteemed families of the capital had indeed resorted to dishonorable actions. Even if it were not the young ladies themselves, it was certainly their trusted handmaidens, those who had been granted access to the palace by their mistresses. When a maid engages in thievery, it inevitably raises suspicions that it was at her mistress's behest. The Empress spoke coldly, summoned the young ladies. Seated regally, her hand rested upon the intricately carved armrest, the armor lightly clinking against the exquisite golden silk manhwa, producing a faint, muffled sound that tightened the hearts of those present. The noble ladies soon returned to the palace, each bowing respectfully to the Empress. The atmosphere was oppressively heavy, stifling the Empress's simmering wrath. In stark contrast to the previously light and harmonious ambience, the more timid among the young ladies trembled in fear, desperately suppressing their trepidation to maintain their composure. The Empress rubbed her temples and spoke icily, "You must have already discerned the matter at hand on your way here. As distinguished young ladies, it is presumed you would not engage in unsavory conduct. However, that jade pendant holds immense significance for me, so I must impose upon you for a moment." While the Empress referred to it as an imposition, who among those present dared to truly perceive it as such? All complied without protest. She raised her voice. "Search the young ladies." Luo Jian lowered her head, unable to suppress a flicker of delight.
Wait.
Lu Mingxi is about to face calamity. However, Xianyuan Mingzhu could not bear to say, "Wait, grandmother." The Empress Dowager cast a cold, scrutinizing glance toward Xianyuan Mingzhu. Although Xianyuan Mingzhu was her own granddaughter, there was no room for doubt from her at such a moment. What is it? Xianyuan Mingzhu was not attempting to thwart the Dowager Empress. But allowing mere servants to conduct a search of the young ladies was utterly unacceptable. Such an act would be a grave affront. Xianyuan Mingzhu proposed, "Grandmother, why not let the young ladies search each other, paired together? This way, no one can shield another and no one will feel wronged. Wouldn't that be agreeable?" She gazed anxiously at the Empress Dowager. Despite being the daughter of the Empress, she seldom witnessed the Dowager's genuine wrath. At present, she remained more composed than most young ladies, yet a sense of trepidation towards her royal grandmother lingered. With a slight nod, the Dowager readily acquiesced. The ladies were then paired, searching one another. Luo Jian felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had anticipated Xianyuan Mingzhu would propose something more contentious. Yet it turned out to be merely mutual searches. Just wait, as the jade pendant is discovered in Lu Mingxi's pouch. The Empress Dowager's fury will surely be directed at Lu Mingxi, and her expression will be nothing short of spectacular. Overwhelmed with joy, Luo Jian couldn't help but reveal a hint of satisfaction on her face, stealing glances at Lu Mingxi. Partnering with Luo Jian in this search was Princess Chongping. Though both were princesses, Chongping's status paled in comparison to Luo Jian's, thus she stood still as Luo Jian began her search. Yet, how thorough could Luo Jian truly be? With a casual touch along the sleeves and waist, it was deemed sufficient to have conducted a search, particularly since nothing of significance resided on Chongping. While being careful to ensure her gaze did not betray her intentions, lest the Empress Dowager take notice. Luo Jian felt an overwhelming anticipation to witness the astonishment on Lu Mingxi's face when the jade pendant was discovered. Surely, this moment would be etched in Luo Jian's memory for a long time, highlighting Lu Mingxi's tragic predicament. However, she pondered whether Lu Mingxi would emerge from the palace unscathed amidst the Empress Dowager's fury. The thought made Luo Jian smile even more delightful. Having completed the search of Chongping, she lowered her hands and turned towards Lu Mingxi, instructing Chongping to search her. Chongping proceeded cautiously, meticulously inspecting her sleeves until she encountered the waist sash. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Chongping's lips. "Ah, how could this be?" All eyes in the hall turned toward her. Luo Jian's smile faltered, sensing calamity. What had Chongping discovered behind her? Could it be something alarming? As Luo Jian turned to face her, she beheld Chongping clutching a delicate jade pendant. With her handkerchief pressed to her lips in disbelief, Chongping looked at Luo Jian, as if struggling to reconcile this revelation with her perception of her character. The other young ladies shared equally bewildered glances toward Luo Jian. This pendant had been extracted from the very waist of Luo Jian herself. Who would have imagined that such underhandedness lay beneath her noble facade as a princess? Luo Jian was utterly aghast. How could this be? She had distinctly placed the jade pendant into Lu Mingxi's purse. How had it come to rest upon her own person? This is impossible. The young ladies halted their search and turned their gazes towards Luo Jian. It was now clear who had taken the jade pendant, rendering the search unnecessary. The Empress was seething with rage. "Kneel down." Luo Jian was taken aback and immediately sank to her knees. Hearing the Empress's icy inquiry, "How did this jade pendant come to be in your possession? Speak the truth." She had always regarded Luo Jian as a good child. Among all the princesses and noble ladies, she had encountered Luo Jian most frequently, apart from Princess Anha. Never had she imagined that this child could be so naive. The Empress recalled that during the recent assembly of esteemed ladies, aside from Xianyuan Mingzhu, only Luo Jian had sat before her, leading her to believe that the incident had involved the theft of her protective jade pendant. Chapter 41. It is she who frames the noble lady. Why does she desire anything, yet chooses to target her own protective talisman? Luo Jian felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, her eyes reddening with fear and tears. She exclaimed, "I do not know. Your Majesty, I truly do not understand how this jade pendant came to be in my possession. I am not that kind of person." Her mind raced as she pondered the circumstances surrounding the appearance of the pendant. Who had encountered her during this time? In the garden, she had mingled closely with several young ladies, yet the most likely candidate to have placed the pendant on her would undoubtedly be Lu Mingxi. After all, it was she who had been holding the jade pendant. Moreover, Lu Mingxi had even bumped into her in the garden. The impact had been to her lower back. Surely, it was at that moment that Lu Mingxi, taking advantage of her inattention, had stealthily slipped the pendant into the waistband at her lower back. As Luo Jian pieced together the puzzle, she turned in shock to gaze at Lu Mingxi, questioning how she could possibly know that the pendant had been placed in her pouch. The fact that she had taken the Empress's jade pendant had gone unnoticed even by the Empress herself for a time. However, upon observing Lu Mingxi's expression, Luo Jian's suspicions began to waver. Lu Mingxi appeared utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her, seemingly perplexed as to how it had come to this. Standing beside Anha, she positioned herself partly behind him, as if to shield herself from the Empress's gaze, attempting to avoid drawing attention. Could it be that Lu Mingxi was not the perpetrator? Given Lu Mingxi's foolish demeanor, would she even suspect that someone was attempting to frame her? Luo Jian found herself in a moment of bewilderment, her thoughts entwined in a chaotic tangle. Regardless of whether it was indeed Lu Mingxi who was responsible, it was imperative that the blame be laid at her feet. For she could not possibly bear the disgrace of being accused of stealing the beloved possession of the Empress Dowager. With tears of panic streaming down her face, Luo Jian hurriedly addressed the Empress Dowager, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I could never commit such an act. It was Lu Mingxi." What you may not know is that earlier in the garden, Lu Mingxi collided with me. She struck me squarely at the lower back. It must have been at that moment that she slipped the jade pendant into my possession. She is framing me. Turning away, her sobs resembled the delicate petals of a peony, glistening as if kissed by dew, evoking a sense of deep sympathy. Miss Lu, I merely exchanged a few words with you in the garden. If I have offended you, you could have spoken up directly. Why resort to such a malicious scheme to ensnare me? Miss Lu, we harbor no profound grudges against one another. How can you be so narrow-minded, unable to tolerate a mere disagreement, seeking to ruin another's life? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice imbued with sorrow and confusion, laden with reproach. Even if you are exceedingly displeased with me, it is utterly unforgivable to steal the Empress Dowager's protective jade pendant. That is an item of utmost significance. If anything were to happen to it, could you, Miss Lu, bear the consequences? Luo Jian's heartfelt words were delivered with such sincerity that she appeared to adopt the perspective of the Empress Dowager, condemning Lu Mingxi. Despite being wronged herself, her greatest ire stemmed from the fact that Lu Mingxi had audaciously stolen the treasured protective jade pendant of the Empress Dowager. The authenticity of her expressions and rhetoric was so palpable that the noble ladies present could not help but begin to ponder. Could it be that it was not Luo Jian who had committed the theft, but rather Lu Mingxi who had orchestrated her downfall? They exchanged glances, their gazes shifting towards Lu Mingxi. Yet, Lu Mingxi appeared utterly bewildered by Luo Jian's accusations, unable to comprehend why she would be singled out at such a moment. Xian Yuan Mingzhu observed as the crowd's attention turned to Lu Mingxi. Clearly stirred by Luo Jian's words, even the Empress Dowager cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon Lu Mingxi. But how could she or possibly be that kind of person? She had always been by her side. What opportunity would she have had to betray Luo Jian? Xian Yuan Mingzhu felt an overwhelming sense of urgency and could not refrain from defending Lu Mingxi. Your Majesty, she is certainly not that kind of person. With a silken handkerchief to her tears, Luo Jian, appearing utterly aggrieved, questioned Xian Yuan Mingzhu. Does your Highness imply that Jian is indeed such a person? Xian Yuan Mingzhu felt a surge of irritation. This Luo Jian was truly insufferable. Why must she go to such lengths to malign Xi'er? Facing the cold, authoritative gaze of the Empress Dowager alongside Luo Jian's accusations, Lu Mingxi, after a moment of trepidation, fell to her knees in fear and implored, Miss Luo, why must you slander me? Are your words mere conjecture? Or do you possess evidence? At that moment, my collision with you was undeniably due to Miss Luo standing by the roadside, engaged in delightful conversation with other young ladies. In a moment of distraction, she inadvertently stepped back, resulting in our mishap. The reason I was passing by at that time was to greet Miss Li, who had just entered the garden. A fact known to Her Highness the Princess. Could it be that Miss Luo would slander me simply because I bumped into you? Luo Jian was taken aback by the fact that Lu Mingxi, that foolish girl, could articulate such an elaborate defense. Curiously, Xian Yuan Mingzhu was nodding in agreement beside her, affirming, Indeed, your imperial grandmother, Miss Lu, intended to greet Miss Li. This is known not only to me but also to my maid and several other young ladies nearby. Xian Yuan Mingzhu adopted a demeanor of impartiality, asserting that she was not lying to shield Lu Mingxi. As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the nearby ladies. They all nodded in confirmation. They had indeed heard Lu Mingxi informing Princess Anha of her intention to greet Miss Li. And it was only after Princess Anha's consent that Lu Mingxi proceeded. It was merely a coincidence. With this clarification, the balance of suspicion among the young ladies shifted once more, this time leaning towards Luo Jian. The jade pendant had been discovered on her person, making her far more suspicious. The Empress remained silent as Lu Mingxi continued, Moreover, Your Majesty, my status is not as elevated as that of the princess or the county princess, having not had the privilege of being close to Your Majesty. How could I possibly take your jade pendant? The fact that the Empress's pendant had gone missing from her waist was already common knowledge among all present.
Today,
Lu Mingxi did not approach the Empress Dowager in her palace, a fact witnessed by numerous individuals. This is undeniably irrefutable. If it is claimed that Lu Mingxi committed theft, how could she have accomplished such a feat? Could it be that she engaged in some form of supernatural theft, or perhaps bribed a close maid of the Empress Dowager? Both scenarios, whether involving supernatural elements or the corruption of the Empress Dowager's personal attendants, would evoke laughter and disbelief. Setting aside the absurdity of supernatural theft, could a mere daughter of a minister like Lu Mingxi truly sway the loyalty of the Empress Dowager's maids? Luo Jian watched in astonishment as Lu Mingxi effortlessly dispelled all suspicions cast upon her with just a few words. Moreover, although the Empress Dowager remained silent, Luo Jian was no fool. She could distinctly sense that the Empress Dowager had begun to harbor doubts about her. Chapter 42. Reputation is bound to be ruined, curse it. How has Lu Mingxi, that fool, suddenly become so astute today? In the past, she would have been trembling in fear before the Empress Dowager, utterly at a loss for words. Luo Jian clenched her fists, cautiously raised her gaze, and was abruptly met with the Empress Dowager's icy stare, devoid of any warmth. A stark contrast to the gentle and kind demeanor she had previously exhibited toward her. A tremor coursed through Luo Jian's heart, and she blurted out, "But, Your Majesty, today. Besides this humble servant, Her Highness the Princess is also in your presence. Apart from me, Princess Anha is also within your reach, and she might very well have taken the protective jade pendant. It is widely known that Princess Anha shares a close friendship with Miss Lu. Perhaps it was the princess who entrusted it to her." Initially, the Empress Dowager managed to suppress her fury, but upon hearing Luo Jian audaciously implicate Xianyuan Mingzhu, she erupted in rage, striking the table with such force that it sent shivers down the spines of all present, rendering them silent and apprehensive. In a voice filled with indignation, the Empress Dowager chastised, "You audacious wretch! Is this how you conduct yourself? As a subject, how dare you slander a royal princess? What do you think you are? Do you truly believe that a dignified princess would stoop to such underhandedness to tarnish your name?" No matter how Luo Jian tried, she could never rival the Empress Dowager's own granddaughter. Furthermore, they belonged to the royal family, and the sanctity of the imperial lineage was sacrosanct. No amount of favoritism towards a county princess could change that. Luo Jian's father was a prince of a different surname, and who knew how the emperor might regard her in secret. Upon her utterance, she cast a shadow upon the royal family, and even if the act of thievery regarding the jade pendant was not hers, it must now be attributed to her. Indeed, Luo Jian was not unjust in her accusation, for it was she who had orchestrated the mischief. Overwhelmed with shock, her visage drained of color, she realized the depths of her folly in voicing such claims. She hastily offered her apologies. "Your servant, in a moment of folly, has spoken indiscriminately, harboring no intention to slander Her Highness the Princess. I beseech the Empress Dowager for your forgiveness." Alas, how could she have implicated Princess Anha? The esteemed Princess Anha had graced the presence of the Empress Dowager numerous times, yet never had she witnessed the loss of the Empress Dowager's jade pendant. Moreover, Anha was the sole daughter of the Empress, cherished by both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager, a precious gem held dear above all others in the realm, second only to the Empress and the Empress Dowager themselves. What treasures had she not encountered? What need was there to steal? Furthermore, what audacity to tarnish the reputation of a noblewoman? If a royal princess were to act with such impropriety, what would that make of the royal lineage? Such an accusation against the royal family is an egregious act of disrespect. Should it reach the emperor's ears, the consequences could be dire, perhaps even leading to execution. Luo Jian now trembled in genuine fear, her face streaked with tears as she begged for mercy and acknowledged her wrongdoing. The Empress Dowager coldly remarked, "It is truly perplexing how Prince Yu and his consort have raised their daughter." In terror, Luo Jian bowed repeatedly, exclaiming, "Empress Dowager, this matter arose solely from my momentary lapse in judgment, and bears no relation to my parents. The father of Luo Jian, Prince Yu, undoubtedly possesses a distinguished status. Moreover, the Empress Dowager's jade pendant remains intact, not lost, thus it is inappropriate to impose an excessively harsh punishment on Luo Jian." The Empress Dowager turned her head and coldly declared, "Since you have failed to grasp the rules, return to the Prince Yu's residence for introspection, diligently copying the code of conduct, and allow the matron to instruct you in proper etiquette. You may not leave until you have mastered these rules. If the princess does not have a suitable matron available, I shall designate two from the palace." Upon hearing that she was merely confined, Luo Jian felt a wave of relief wash over her, nearly collapsing to the ground. She had never witnessed the Empress Dowager in such a fit of fury. Previously, whenever she stood before the Empress Dowager, or even in the presence of the Empress and Emperor, she was always met with the warmth and kindness of a venerable elder. This was the first time Luo Jian truly felt the weight of imperial authority. Seated helplessly on the floor, she was soon dragged away by palace maids and young eunuchs. Her personal maid, equally terrified, turned pale, witnessing her mistress unable to stand, and timidly followed along. Although deeply unsettled by the Empress Dowager's wrath, Luo Jian could not resist casting a furious glare at Lu Mingxi as she passed. Of course, knowing the Empress Dowager was observing, she dared not express her anger overtly. Her gaze more subtle in its intensity. Were it not for that vile Lu Mingxi, she would not have suffered such a humiliation. Not only had she lost face, but she had also provoked the Empress Dowager's ire, and by the end of the palace banquet, her misadventures would surely become the talk of the capital's elite. If the rumors of her thievery within the Empress Dowager's palace are substantiated, then her reputation among the young ladies of the capital shall undoubtedly be ruined. How could that wretched Lu Mingxi fall into such a trap? Upon her return today, she will surely face a severe reprimand from both her father and mother, and that detestable governess, sent by the Empress Dowager into their household, will certainly find ways to torment her. Luo Jian seethed with indignation, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She believed herself to be unnoticed, yet Lu Mingxi boldly stepped back, seeking refuge behind Xianyuan Mingzhu. Having just received the Empress Dowager's permission to rise, she was indeed at the center of this tempest, drawing much attention. Suddenly, with such a dramatic display, Lu Mingxi appeared fearful, retreating towards Princess Anha as if in dread. Dread of what? As everyone followed Lu Mingxi's gaze, they beheld Luo Jian's fierce glare, still unrestrained. It was clear that Luo Jian was glaring at Lu Mingxi, no wonder. Xianyuan Mingzhu was decidedly displeased. This Luo Jian, having already viciously attacked both Xi'er and herself, dared to glare at Xi'er still. Xianyuan Mingzhu immediately returned the glare, her expression icy as she regarded Luo Jian. Luo Jian. Once Luo Jian departed the grand hall, Xianyuan Mingzhu turned and gently patted Lu Mingxi's back, softly reassuring her. Fear not, for I am here. She dares not lay a finger on you. Lu Mingxi lowered her head, her thick eyelashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing the cold light within. Since Luo Jian seeks to ensnare her in such a manner, let her reap the consequences of her own malice. Surely, she revels in such punishment. The reputation of a thief is, after all, well-deserved, is it not? For indeed, the jade pendant of the Empress Dowager was stolen by her, and Lu Mingxi merely returned what was rightfully hers. Veiled, with the corners of her lips subtly uplifted and concealed beneath the fabric, none were the wiser. This was merely a small recompense for the troubles she had caused Luo Jian, nothing excessive. The imperial banquet had commenced. The young ladies, having been tossed about due to the incident involving Luo Jian, were left shaken. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager could no longer afford to retain anyone. Pressing her brow and speaking in a softened tone, all young ladies shall accompany me to the banquet. Everyone complied. Yet it was evident that the Empress Dowager, having endured recent turmoil, was in a less than favorable mood. Throughout the journey, the group treaded cautiously, not daring to utter a sound, following the Empress Dowager to the banquet hall. Chapter 43. Xianyuan Chun is truly handsome. All eyes turned toward the entrance as they noticed the noble ladies arriving a bit late due to the Empress Dowager, and no one dared to express any discontent. Naturally, the emperor would not place blame on them for this delay. The young ladies scanned the assembly for their parents and relatives, and after briefly acknowledging the Empress Dowager, they gracefully lifted their skirts and made their way to their respective seats. The Empress Dowager took her place on a high dais, not far from the emperor. The emperor observed the faint traces of anger etched on the Empress Dowager's face and was perplexed as to what had provoked such ire. As her son, he could not turn a blind eye to her distress. Leaning closer, he softly inquired, "Mother, what troubles you so? What has caused such great anger?" He was cautious, mindful that her agitation could harm her health, which would only concern him further. The Empress Dowager exhaled heavily, evidently still simmering with anger and reluctant to speak. The emperor glanced at the maidservant beside her. The maid, bowing respectfully, reported, "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager is incensed because a cherished protective jade pendant, which has been with her for many years, was stolen by Miss Luo." In front of numerous young ladies, the pendant was discovered concealed in Miss Luo's waistband. Yet, instead of confessing, Miss Luo accused Miss Lu and ultimately even implicated Her Highness the Princess. This is the cause of the Empress Dowager's wrath. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened. Such an incident occurring within the Empress Dowager's palace was shocking. He was acutely aware of how dearly she cherished that protective jade pendant. How audacious for the daughter of the Marquis to covet something so precious to the Empress Dowager. Furthermore, to slander a royal princess was an act of unprecedented audacity. The Empress Dowager glared at the Emperor, her countenance betraying her fury, as if poised to impose punishment upon Luo Zhiyan and Prince Yu. She reflected on the fact that Luo Zhiyan had accompanied her on numerous occasions and could be regarded as a child she had watched grow. Although the present transgression was indeed disappointing, having already administered punishment, she deemed it unnecessary for the Emperor to inflict further retribution. The Empress Dowager declared, "I have confined her to the royal residence for reflection, requiring her to transcribe the code of femininity, and have sent 2 governesses to instruct her in proper etiquette." Upon hearing this, the Emperor recognized her intent to refrain from additional penalties and sighed in acquiescence. "Mother, your compassion is commendable." The Empress, having overheard the exchange, sensed the lingering displeasure within the Dowager and tactfully shifted the conversation. "Mother, are you aware of the newly cultivated orchids from the Warm House? They are exquisite, yet alas, they cannot compare to those nurtured within your esteemed palace." A faint smile graced the Dowager's lips as she turned to converse with the Empress. Her thoughts momentarily straying from Luo Zhiyan's misdemeanors, her demeanor visibly brightening. Meanwhile, the Emperor, the Dowager, and the other attendees shared light-hearted banter, while the 6th prince, seated among the royal offspring, cast his gaze towards Lu Mingxi. Xianyuan he, of humble origins with a mother who was merely a palace maid, found himself relegated to a position far inferior to that of Lu Mingxi. Outside the palace, he was a prince of high standing, yet within its confines, he was but one among many, rendering him insignificant. The other princes engaged in occasional conversations, yet Xianyuan he, due to his lowly birth, was largely ignored, treated as if he were invisible. He grasped the cup in his hand, casting a somber glance downward as he took a sip of wine, before lifting his gaze towards the distant figure of Lu Mingxi. Initially, Lu Mingxi sat alongside Luo Wanshu, but she soon moved to her designated place with Xianyuan Mingzhu. Xianyuan Mingzhu, the queen's cherished only daughter, held an exalted status, sitting closely beside the queen, making Lu Mingxi seem as distant as someone untouchable. Xianyuan he shifted his gaze between the queen and Lu Mingxi, contemplating that after the banquet today, he would undoubtedly devise a plan to petition his father and the Empress Dowager for permission to marry Lu Mingxi. When that time came, he would surely be the one to occupy that esteemed position. Xianyuan he's line of sight blended into the dim candlelight, going unnoticed. Lu Mingxi barely cast a glance in his direction. Seated beside Xianyuan Mingzhu, she faced Xianyuan Chen across the table. Perhaps due to the royal banquet, Xianyuan Chen was clad in more formal attire than usual, donning a long black robe adorned with soft white fur at the collar, softening his pale complexion. His long neck accentuated, and his lips, perhaps stained with wine, appeared rather alluring in the flickering palace lights. Lu Mingxi gently rested her chin on one hand. Moments ago, the queen had noticed Xianyuan Mingzhu's fondness for the fruit wine served at the banquet and commanded the palace maids to deliver a jug from her table to Xianyuan Mingzhu. This fortunate turn of events delighted both Lu Mingxi and Xianyuan Mingzhu, who eagerly pulled Lu Mingxi along with her. Lu Mingxi was not accustomed to drinking, yet Xianyuan Mingzhu grasped her hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lu Mingxi's heart softened instantly, and she whispered in acquiescence, "All right. But let it be known beforehand that I shall only indulge in a small cup." Xianyuan Mingzhu, elated by her persuasion, beamed with joy, her eyes curving like crescent moons. The spirited young girl exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Do try it quickly, I assure you, it is truly delightful." Lu Mingxi, naturally trusting, reasoned that Xianyuan Mingzhu had undoubtedly tasted the finest of delicacies. Anything she endorsed could only be exquisite. Sueyu poured a glass for Lu Mingxi, who lifted the cup to her lips. Upon tasting, she was pleasantly surprised. The flavor exceeded her expectations. It bore no trace of traditional alcohol, yet it was richer and more fragrant than mere fruit juice. Xianyuan Mingzhu gazed at Lu Mingxi with eager anticipation, inquiring, "Well, how is it? Isn't it splendid? Would you care for another?" Lu Mingxi's cheeks flushed with a hint of color, but since Xianyuan Mingzhu was no stranger, she smiled softly and nodded. "Indeed, it is wonderful. Truly, the princess has only experienced the finest." Xianyuan Mingzhu beamed with pride. Indeed. The palace maid took the cup and poured another for Lu Mingxi. Gradually, Lu Mingxi felt herself growing languid, idly cradling the glass in her hand, her bold gaze daringly resting upon the person across from her. She had been aware from the outset that Xian Yuanchen occupied the seat opposite her, yet propriety dictated that she should not gaze too long. However, for reasons unknown, her courage swelled as the moments passed. Lu Mingxi pondered that with such a multitude of attendees at the palace banquet, no one would take notice of whom she was gazing at. A mere glance would bear no consequence. Her eyes subtly traversed the features of Xian Yuanchen, and within her mind, she mused on his remarkable handsomeness. Resting her chin on her hand, she reflected that it was no wonder Lu Yun'er, in her previous life, despite having garnered the affections of Xian Yuanhe, remained infatuated with Xian Yuanchen. Even shortly after giving birth, she had the fortitude to descend into the dungeon to meet him, persistently seeking to entice him. Had Xian Yuanchen not been frail by nature, countless young ladies in the capital would undoubtedly aspire to wed him. Chapter 44. Is it merely the influence of intoxication? How could I, in my past life, have been so blind as to see only Xian Yuanhe? What qualities does Xian Yuanhe possess that could possibly compare to Xian Yuanchen? In terms of status, rank, appearance, and character, he falls short in every respect. Even in terms of seniority, Xian Yuanhe must address Xian Yuanchen as royal uncle and bow respectfully before him. Were I to marry Xian Yuan, he would have to call me royal aunt. Upon this realization, Lu Mingxi could not help but smile, her lips curling upward and her eyes glimmering with a lively sparkle. Her gaze, somewhat dreamy, failed to notice the renowned regent prince across from her, whose demeanor had grown rigid, remaining motionless for a considerable time. Xian Mingzhu, observing her cousin's fixation, inquired curiously, "Sire, what captivates your attention for so long?" Following Lu Mingxi's line of sight, she instantly spotted her formidable ninth royal uncle, prompting an involuntary shiver, as if a cold breeze had swept through her. The effects of the alcohol faded rapidly, and she leaned in to whisper to Lu Mingxi, "Sire, you cannot possibly be gazing at my royal uncle, can you?" She found it hard to believe. While she did not harbor the same level of fear towards Xian Yuanchan as others, she nonetheless felt apprehensive around him. Though her trepidation was not as profound, there was no one, not her father, mother, or the Empress Dowager, who instilled such fear in her as her royal uncle did. How could Sierra be so audacious as to stare at him? Was she not concerned about provoking his ire? Lu Mingxi was startled back to her senses by a remark from Xian Mingzhu, realizing that her prolonged gaze was quite improper. She touched her cheek, which felt notably warm. The banquet hall was surrounded by gauzy curtains, and numerous braziers were placed around to maintain warmth, rendering the atmosphere somewhat oppressive for Lu Mingxi. She softly addressed Xian Mingzhu, stating, "I find myself feeling quite warm from the drink. I shall step outside for a breath of fresh air to refresh myself, and will return shortly." Xian Mingzhu nodded and inquired, "Do you not wish for my company?" Lu Mingxi shook her head, replying, "There is no need. You may remain here if you accompany me. It would undoubtedly draw the attention of many to my movements." As a princess, Xian Mingzhu was always under scrutiny. Lu Mingxi merely sought a moment of solitude, and her departure would go unnoticed. Xian Mingzhu considered this and acquiesced, permitting Lu Mingxi to leave. Sueyu draped a cloak over her mistress, and the two departed the banquet quietly, unnoticed even by the Lu family. Once outside the brilliantly illuminated palace banquet, Lu Mingxi wandered through the garden, and the cool breeze significantly revived her senses. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a figure. Lu Mingxi paused, bewildered. How had Xian Yuanchen come outside? Upon noticing her, Xian Yuanchen's previously aloof gaze softened, and he smiled warmly, entirely shedding the indifference he displayed in the presence of others. "Miss Lu, what brings you out here?" he inquired. Lu Mingxi responded with a smile. "I indulged in some fruit wine, felt flushed, and decided to take a stroll outside for some refreshing air." She blinked, contemplating that Xian Yuanchen, now approaching, appeared even more handsome than at the banquet. Lu Mingxi mused that if Xian Yuanchen were a woman, she would undoubtedly surpass Lu Yun'er in beauty. Amused by her own whimsical thoughts, she found it rather peculiar to entertain such notions. The garden's dim lights concealed Xian Yuanchen's slightly flushed ears and the uncertainty and hesitation reflected in his eyes. It is indeed astonishing that a dignified regent could feel flustered and indecisive in the presence of a mere teenage girl. Xian Yuanchen pondered for a moment and said, "Earlier, I received the prescription for the tonic you sent, Miss Lu. I had it prepared and have been taking it regularly. Thank you for your concern." Upon recalling the nature of the prescription, his ears grew warmer, and a subtle heat flickered in his gaze as he looked at Lu Mingxi. Did her choice of such a prescription convey some hidden sentiment? Yet, he quickly reminded himself that Lu Mingxi's affections were directed towards Xianyuan He, a truth he understood all too well. Xianyuan Chen regained his composure. Lu Mingxi, unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Xianyuan Chen's mind, simply assumed the formula was for health enhancement and found no cause for concern, nodding slightly. If it proves useful, that is all that matters. With a gentle tilt of her head, her voice took on a soft, almost endearing quality, as though she were playfully teasing him. Xianyuan Chen, torn between feeling overly contemplative and unsure of what to say next, finally inquired, Miss Lu, have you been painting lately? If given the opportunity, I would dearly love to appreciate a piece or two. Recently, Lu Mingxi has indeed created some paintings, yet she finds them unsatisfactory. When she heard Xianyuan Chen's inquiry, she hung her head in disappointment and lamented, the recent works have not pleased the prince. They are unworthy of his gaze. I shall wait until I produce something of merit before presenting it to him. She pondered earnestly, for Xianyuan Chen had sacrificed his power and status to rescue her, treating her with unparalleled kindness. Apart from her mother and two brothers, he was the most sincere and benevolent individual in her life, surpassing even her biological father, Lu Tiancheng. Although Lu Tiancheng favored her, he had many other children, and despite his partiality, he could not afford her exclusive attention. His actions were not without justification. Yet human nature is inherently greedy. When someone is willing to devote themselves wholeheartedly to you, it is only natural to perceive them as superior. Lu Mingxi mused that since Xianyuan Chen treated her with such kindness, what were a few paintings in comparison? She found herself at a loss as to how to repay Xianyuan Chen for his generosity. She felt she owed him far too much. As Lu Mingxi stood there, dejected, a gust of cold wind swept past, lifting the hem of her skirt and brushing a stray strand of hair against her cheek. She felt a chill. Xianyuan Chen raised his hand, observing her frail figure, and contemplated draping his cloak over her shoulders. To his surprise, Lu Mingxi suddenly lifted her hand, lowering her head clumsily as she began to untie the cloak, intending to offer it to Xianyuan Chen. He was momentarily taken aback. Why had she acted so unexpectedly? Lu Mingxi, with a gentle tone, remarked, the wind is fierce. It is quite cold. You are unwell. Please wrap yourself up, lest you fall ill. Xianyuan Chen stood tall, far beyond the reach of Lu Mingxi, who had to rise onto her toes to successfully drape the cloak around him, squinting as she fastened it. This was a task she had never undertaken before. Her lack of experience was evident, and at that moment, she clumsily fumbled through it. As she drew nearer, Xianyuan Chen nearly held his breath, fearful that any sound or movement might startle Lu Mingxi. He caught a faint whiff of fruity wine. Ah! Yes, Lu Mingxi had indulged in drinks at the banquet, having consumed several cups. Was she, perhaps, intoxicated? Could her current demeanor be a result of her inebriation? Xianyuan Chen dared not speak, and Lu Mingxi's theatrical behavior caused both Cui Yu and Shin Feng, who had followed them outside, to wish fervently that they could blind themselves to the spectacle unfolding before them. Chapter 45, Lu Mingxi, your imperial uncle, you are truly handsome. And I am fond of you. This scene unfolds in the imperial palace garden, where the presence of palace maids and eunuchs could emerge at any moment. The proximity of the solitary regent, who has remained unmarried for many years, and the young lady approaching her coming-of-age ceremony, is rather conspicuous. Tsu subtly tilted her head, silently reminding herself that she was unaware of anything. After all, the young lady had declared that the regent would one day become her family's son-in-law. It was only a matter of time, so it was best to pretend to know nothing for now. Meanwhile, Shun Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. He had known it all along. Ever since the banquet at the Duke of Zhen's residence, he had sensed that this Miss Lu harbored ulterior motives towards his master. At last, her true intentions were laid bare. How dare she act so intimately with his master in such a public setting? It was evident that she coveted his master's beauty. Lu Mingxi remained oblivious to their thoughts. She simply focused on securely fastening the ties of her cloak before gently stepping back half a pace. Xianyuan Chen instinctively raised his hand, concerned that Lu Mingxi might stumble backward. Once he confirmed that she was steady on her feet, he discreetly lowered his arm. His gaze fixated intently on Lu Mingxi. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, the dim light obscuring his ability to discern Lu Mingxi's current expression. However, It was precisely due to the murky lighting that Lu Mingxi remained unaware of the emotions flickering across his face. Lu Mingxi took a step back, surveying the cloak she had fastened, feeling quite pleased with herself, a joyful smile gracing her face. Your Highness, you are frail. You must wear more layers to avoid catching a chill, do you understand? She adopted a concerned expression, letting out a sigh. If you fall ill, it will be more difficult for you to recover than for others, so you must take good care of yourself and not be careless. The guards and servants around you should be more vigilant as well. Shen Feng wished to say something but remained silent, biting his lip. Meanwhile, Xian Yuanchen, listening to the gentle admonitions of the young lady, felt his heart race a little faster. He softly replied, "All right, I will remember everything." When speaking to Lu Mingxi, he refrained from referring to himself as this prince, choosing instead to use I. He lowered his gaze, yearning to touch Lu Mingxi, yet managed to restrain himself. Lu Mingxi was not wearing much. Earlier at the banquet, the charcoal brazier had warmed the space considerably, and the dress beneath her cloak was not substantial.
Now,
As she loosened the cloak to give it to Xian Yuanchen, she instinctively shrank her shoulders. Xian Yuanchen quietly remarked, "Thank you, Miss Lu, for your concern. But you too are dressed lightly. It would be better for you to keep the cloak." He turned to Shen Feng, calling, "Go fetch the warming pot." Shen Feng promptly turned and returned shortly, holding the warming pot in his hands. Xian Yuanchen took it from him and placed it in Lu Mingxi's palm, brushing against her icy fingertips. He lowered his gaze, personally fastening the cloak around Lu Mingxi. He was tall and imposing, while Lu Mingxi was still a young girl, not yet fully grown, her frame delicate and youthful. As Xian Yuanchen raised his hand to fasten the cloak around Lu Mingxi, she found herself almost entirely enveloped in a shadow. Holding a warm soup pot, the heat radiating from her palms gradually eased her hunched shoulders, her brows and eyes reflecting a hint of daze, making her exceptionally obedient. She felt as though the cold wind had just awakened her. Yet now she seemed to drift back into a state of semi-consciousness. Once Xian Yuanchen secured her cloak, he turned to Cueyu and inquired softly, "How much has your master had to drink?" Startled by the sudden question, Cueyu stammered, just 4 or 5 cups. Xian Yuanchen paused, unable to suppress a chuckle. To think that just 4 or 5 cups of fruit wine had led to inebriation. Yet, even in her tipsiness, she still showed concern for herself, a truly tender-hearted young girl. With gentle eyes, Xian Yuanchen lowered his voice to Lu Mingxi, saying, "The cold wind outside is fierce. Prolonged exposure could lead to illness. Shall I escort you back to the banquet?" Lu Mingxi nodded in agreement. Xian Yuanchen contemplated taking her hand, hesitating momentarily before suppressing the impulse, instead addressing Cueyu. "Please assist your master. She seems slightly intoxicated." Lu Mingxi protested softly, "I am not drunk. It's merely a few cups of fruit wine. I will not become inebriated." Xian Yuanchen sighed in resignation. "Very well, you are not drunk. Drunken individuals often make such claims." He guided Lu Mingxi back to the banquet, accompanying her to Xian Yuanmingzu's table. Xian Yuanmingzu remained in her blissful reverie, sipping fruit wine, when she suddenly noticed the imposing figure of Xian Yuanchen approaching her. Almost choking on her drink, she hastily set down her cup, her demeanor shifting to one of demure attentiveness. Upon seeing Lu Mingxi walking beside Xian Yuanchen, she was taken aback. "Royal uncle, how is it that Sheer has returned with you?" Xian Yuanchen cast a brief glance at Lu Mingxi before responding to Xian Yuanmingzu's inquiry. "I encountered Miss Lu in the garden and offered to escort her home. And please take good care of her." This was a natural request. Her bond with Lu Mingxi assured that she would look after her without Xian Yuanchen's prompting. However, the suddenness of his admonition made Xian Yuanmingzu feel a surge of anxiety, and she nodded cautiously, "Of course, royal uncle." With numerous eyes upon him at the banquet, Xian Yuanchen could not linger and turned to return to his seat. Finally able to breathe again, Xian Yuanmingzu was left in a daze, incredulously turning to Lu Mingxi. "Sheer, what is happening? Why would my royal uncle escort you back? And why would he instruct me to look after you? What was her royal uncle's relationship that he would request her to care for Lu Mingxi?" One might mistakenly think he held some deeper connection to her. Lu Mingxi lazily sank back into her chair, and upon hearing Xian Yuanmingzu's words, the title royal uncle lingered in her mind. Xian Yuanmingzu's royal uncle was none other than Xian Yuanchen himself. Xian Yuanchen. Lu Mingxi chuckled softly and whispered to Xian Yuanmingzu, "Your royal uncle is truly handsome. I admire him. Among the men, none can compare to Xian Yuanchen's striking appearance. Even with this visage, Lu Mingxi believed that any woman who married him would not be at a loss. Lu Mingxi himself did not wish to be at a loss either. Xianyuan Mingzhu remarked, "Are you out of your mind?" She was uncertain whether to feel fortunate that Lu Mingxi was still aware enough to speak such words quietly. Upon closer inspection, despite the veil adorning his face, a faint blush could be discerned, and his eyes shimmered with a subtle glimmer of moisture. Lu Mingxi had actually become intoxicated. It was no wonder. Xianyuan Mingzhu could hardly fathom that Lu Mingxi could get drunk from merely a few cups of fruit wine. It explained why the imperial uncle had specifically instructed her to look after Lu Mingxi. He was evidently inebriated to the point of muddled thoughts. Xianyuan Mingzhu remained exceedingly anxious, concerned that he might cause a scene. Meanwhile, the guests at the palace banquet began to speculate due to this rare sight. It was well known that the regent, Xianyuan Qun, was a man who shunned the company of women, possessing an aloof disposition. He abstained from all pleasures associated with nobility and led a life reminiscent of a monk, detached from worldly affairs, save for matters of violence. Today, however, this remarkable individual had unexpectedly returned in the company of a woman and even personally escorted the young lady of the Lu family to her seat. Chapter 46. Does the regent prince agree? It was evident that Miss Lu had departed a moment earlier, yet when the regent prince emerged, she had already been gone for some time. How could they have returned simultaneously? Moreover, the look that the regent prince cast upon Miss Lu seemed markedly less frigid and indifferent than usual. There was an undeniable hint of warmth in his demeanor. Whether this impression stemmed from the flickering lanterns or their own misperception remained uncertain. When Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao beheld the regent prince returning alongside their sister, they exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated that their sister would receive such treatment from the regent prince. How had the two even crossed paths? Lu Mingyao racked his brain, striving to concoct a plausible explanation. Perhaps they had encountered one another in the garden outside the banquet. After all, the regent prince had recently saved Sierra's life, making him, in a sense, her savior. It was only natural for Sierra to engage in conversation with him to express her gratitude, which could explain their return together. He reasoned further, asserting that since Sierra had a good rapport with Princess Anha, and given that the regent prince was the princess's maternal uncle, he might extend some measure of care towards Sierra out of respect for her connection to the princess. The more Lu Mingyao spoke, the more convinced he became that his conjecture was indeed correct. Lu Mingjue remained silent. Lu Mingyao was still studying at the National Academy, detached from court affairs, and his carefree nature prevented him from grasping the true terror that the regent prince embodied. Xianyuan Chun was certainly not the sort of individual to halt merely because someone wished to engage him in conversation, let alone escort a woman back to her home. The regent wielded immense power, and countless individuals vied to present beautiful women to him. What enchanting and exquisite beauties had he not encountered? Yet, none had ever succeeded in capturing his attention. However, with Lu Mingxi, the situation took a different turn. Moreover, Lu Mingjue cast a disappointed glance at Lu Mingyao but said nothing, leaving Lu Mingyao perplexed. Reflecting on the regent's gaze towards his sister, Lu Mingjue understood its significance as a man himself. If the regent regarded his sister as he did other women, he would not have looked at her in such a manner. Nevertheless, as their mother had mentioned, his sister currently had no intention of marrying the sixth prince, and the regent's interest in her could indeed present a favorable opportunity for her future. Lu Tiancheng and Luo Wangquan were also observant. Lu Tiancheng could not help but furrow his brow, while Luo Wangquan recalled Lu Mingxi's recent actions. First, she expressed her disinterest in the sixth prince, followed by presenting a substantial gift to the regent. Now, she was returning alongside the regent. As a mother, Luo Wangquan couldn't help but ponder her daughter's intentions. Could it be that she did not wish to marry the sixth prince, but instead aspired to wed the regent? The more she considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, marrying the regent was no simple matter. Unlike the sixth prince, who was a neglected royal without power, influence, or a maternal family, the regent held all authority and resources. Together, the Lu family and the Duke of Zhenghua could not contend with the regent's might. If Lu Mingxi truly wishes to marry, it ultimately hinges on the willingness of the regent prince. Does he harbor such intentions? Luo Wanwan tilted her head and quietly instructed her mother to approach Lu Mingxi's table. To her observation, it appeared that Sheer was inebriated, having likely indulged in a few drinks alongside the princess. Perhaps it was this intoxication that prompted the regent prince to specifically escort her home. Upon receiving the cue, Mama Song turned and made her way to the vicinity of Xianyuan Mingzhu's table. There, she noticed the princess's astute maidservant had taken notice of her, and with caution, she beckoned her closer, inquiring softly, "Miss, my lady sent me to ask if the young lady is inebriated? If so, my lady wishes to procure something to sober her up, lest any mishaps occur." With so many dignitaries present at this court banquet, and the emperor and empress observing from above, it would be quite inappropriate to be intoxicated. A lapse in decorum could easily offend the nobility. The maidservant nodded gently. The princess has mentioned the same. It seems Miss has indeed become tipsy after consuming a few cups of fruit wine. You must hurry, for the princess is keeping watch over Mississippi. When you return, simply call my name softly. With this reassurance, Mama Song returned to report to Luo Wanwan. Meanwhile, at the head of the table, the emperor had taken note of this unfolding scene. He was quite taken aback, not expecting Xianyuan Chen to exhibit tenderness towards a young girl one day. Others might speculate that Xianyuan Chen's actions were merely coincidental, reluctant to draw any connections between the regent prince and Lu Mingxi. For the implications of the regent prince's entanglements were substantial, as were the significances represented by Lu Mingxi's background. However, the emperor harbored a different perspective. At Xianyuan Chen's age, while other men typically had numerous wives and concubines, or at the very least, a primary spouse, Xianyuan Chen remained a solitary figure. As the emperor's younger brother, their relationship had always been amicable, and Xianyuan Chen had never entertained disloyal thoughts, a fact well understood by the emperor. Although it is often said that royal families are rife with suspicion, it was an unusual occurrence for the emperor to feel completely at ease with his influential brother. This comfort may stem from the knowledge that Xianyuan Chen was frail and unlikely to live a long life, thus the emperor felt no trepidation. Yet, alongside this reassurance, a twinge of guilt inevitably arose within him. As an elder brother, he had failed to arrange a suitable marriage for Xianyuan Chen over the years. In the past, it had been Xianyuan Chen's own reluctance that hindered such arrangements, and the emperor could not compel him.
Now,
with the arrival of a young woman who had captured Xianyuan Chen's attention, the emperor found it impossible to remain indifferent. His thoughts began to swirl as he regarded Lu Mingxi, who sat alongside Xianyuan Mingzhu. Having heard of Lu Mingxi's long-standing friendship with Xianyuan Mingzhu, this was his first opportunity to scrutinize the young lady closely. Though she appeared youthful, her veiled visage revealed a pair of quite pleasing eyes. Furthermore, hailing from the Lu family, her lineage seemed fitting for Xianyuan Chen. The emperor's satisfaction grew, and he leaned towards the empress, inquiring softly, "Is this the Lu family's esteemed young lady that Anha frequently mentions? The beloved daughter of Minister Lu?" The queen nodded, affirming his statement. She had not anticipated that the regent would personally escort Lu Mingxi to the banquet. Despite her status as his sister-in-law and the queen of the realm, she often found it challenging to decipher his thoughts. Observing the emperor's demeanor, it seemed he had developed an interest in Lu Mingxi, likely due to the regent's influence. The queen pondered these matters discreetly while maintaining a serene smile, responding, "Indeed, her given name is Mingxi. She shares a close bond with Anha, and their temperaments are well suited. The daughters of the Lu family are raised with commendable propriety." Upon hearing this, the emperor's curiosity deepened. "Oh, I see she is of age. Has she reached her coming-of-age ceremony?" The queen replied, "Not yet, but it is imminent. She is 14, and will soon celebrate her coming-of-age next year." Chapter 47. Will you become my imperial aunt? The emperor pondered. Indeed, the time is near. She is on the brink of maturity, at an age suitable for marriage. Although she is somewhat younger than Xianyuan Chen, it poses no significant obstacle. Most importantly, Xianyuan Chen harbors feelings for her. The emperor, in a cheerful mood, took a sip from his goblet and turned to the empress, saying, "What do you think? After all these years, my royal brother has been reluctant to take a wife. And now he seems inclined to settle for such a young girl?" The empress smiled in agreement, not daring to express any contrary thoughts. Since the emperor had entertained this notion, it would not be easily dissuaded by others. For many years, Xianyuan Chen had devoted himself to the emperor's realm, diligently managing various state affairs, and having remained unmarried for so long, it was only natural that the emperor wished to aid him in securing a different kind of companionship. Moreover, she had heard from He that Lu Mingxi had once admired the sixth prince, but now appeared to have lost that inclination. Since her affections for the sixth prince had waned, the empress thought it prudent to set aside any plans to arrange a marriage between the sixth prince and Lu Mingxi, allowing for future considerations. In the empress's heart, Lu Mingxi held far greater importance than the sixth prince, and naturally, Lu Mingxi's wishes should take precedence. Furthermore, she had observed that the young lady seemed not entirely averse to Xian Yuanchen. In fact, they appeared to get along quite well. Which other young girl, upon encountering Xian Yuanchen, would not feel a sense of fear due to his icy demeanor? In due course, she would have and he probe Lu Mingxi's sentiments further. Lu Mingxi remained in a daze, entirely unaware that at the banquet, several dignitaries had begun to raise their goblets. Unable to divert their attention from the splendid performances due to her earlier interaction with Xian Yuanchen, her mind was clouded with various schemings. Luo Wanshu instructed Mama Song to present a sobering tea, while the maidens accompanying Princess Tuiyu and Princess Anha assisted in administering the tea to Lu Mingxi. After consuming an entire cup, Lu Mingxi sat in silence for a while, gradually regaining her clarity. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the scene in the garden. Truly, intoxication leads one astray. She had indeed been overly audacious, directly fastening the regent's cloak for him. Had a fifth person witnessed it, the circumstances between her and Xian Yuanchen would have been most difficult to clarify. Lu Mingxi exhaled softly, her face still warm. She brushed her hand against her cheek to quell her thoughts, reminding herself of the pressing matters at hand. She had not forgotten that the true purpose of this gathering was to select brides for the princes. Turning her gaze, she locked eyes with Xian Yuanmingzu, who wore a teasing expression, causing her ears to redden slightly. "Why do you look at me so?" Xian Yuanmingzu blinked. "Ah, Sheer, have you forgotten what transpired earlier?" Lu Mingxi certainly had not forgotten. She was merely a bit tipsy, not entirely unconscious. Xian Yuanmingzu's playful teasing made her ears grow even warmer. In a hushed tone, Xian Yuanmingzu remarked, "I initially thought you were merely jesting, yet I did not anticipate you would so swiftly capture my royal uncle's attention. He just escorted you here and even instructed me to take care of you. I am, after all, his royal niece. Sheer, I must confess that I have underestimated you. Initially, I envisioned you as my imperial sister-in-law, yet it appears that you are destined to become my imperial aunt, thus placing us in different generations." Lu Mingxi refrained from retorting, instead softly murmuring, "What are you saying?" "I have important matters to discuss with you." Xian Yuan Mingzhu, with a solemn expression, replied, "Very well. Speak. I am all ears." Lu Mingxi's gaze gradually shifted to the distant, unnoticed figure of Xian Yuan He. He stood like a specter, enveloped in shadows, silent and ignored. Lu Mingxi was acutely aware that at this moment, Xian Yuan He was undoubtedly suffering immensely. A person so proud as he could hardly bear the humiliation of his present situation. In such gatherings, he would invariably perceive them as an affront to his dignity. Xian Yuan He's path to emerging from the shadows began with his approach to Lu Mingxi, expressing his admiration for her, which subsequently caught the attention of the empress. His status within the palace gradually ascended, transforming him from an inconspicuous prince into the empress's son, and eventually the crown prince. Lu Mingxi knew that severing Xian Yuan He's path would be quite effortless. She spoke softly on her, "You remember our previous conversation, correct? Then you are also aware that I do not wish to marry your sixth imperial brother." Xian Yuan Mingzhu nodded vigorously, of course. She was not foolish. Lu Mingxi had broached the topic before, and moreover, she was astute enough to grasp the implications of Lu Mingxi's interactions with her imperial uncle today. This was indeed the first instance of her uncle allowing a woman without blood ties to approach him, and even showing genuine concern for her. Xian Yuan Mingzhu, as the beloved niece of Xian Yuanchen, had never experienced such meticulous care. At this juncture, how could she possibly allow Lu Mingxi to wed Xian Yuan He? Yet, why did Lu Mingxi suddenly bring this up? She whispered, "Today's banquet seems to be more than just a royal feast. It may very well be a selection of brides, considering your royal brothers have reached the age of choosing consorts. And many young ladies in the capital are likely to be bound by engagements. If my speculation holds any truth, then after this banquet, numerous marriages may be decreed." Xian Yuan Mingzhu was taken aback. How could she, a princess, be unaware of such matters? Lu Mingxi understood that these intricate affairs were likely intended for Xian Yuan Mingzhu's ears by the empress, yet the young and spirited Mingzhu, being a lively girl, had little interest in the complexities of courtly matters. Lu Mingxi softly stated, "This is merely my conjecture. I would like to request your assistance in bringing this to the attention of Her Majesty to prevent any well-meaning yet misguided attempts to assist me." This indeed seemed plausible. Xian Yuan Mingzhu readily agreed. "Very well, I shall remember this. Do not worry, Shir. After the banquet, I will promptly discuss this with Mother and ensure that she understands the lack of future ties between you and the sixth prince. If marriages are to be decreed, rest assured, you will not be among the chosen ladies. Lu Mingxi sighed with relief. As long as the empress was present, Xian Yuan he, not being a favored prince in the emperor's eyes, would not provoke any conflict between the emperor and the empress on his behalf. This time, the arrangements would surely differ from those of her previous life. As the hour grew late and the wine flowed, even the most exquisite songs and dances began to lose their allure. After the banquet concluded, the Lu family prepared to depart from the palace. Before leaving, Lu Mingxi bid farewell to Xianyuan Mingzhu, who was filled with reluctance. If circumstances permitted, she would almost wish to accompany Lu Mingxi out of the palace, or have Lu Mingxi remain behind to spend some time with her in the palace. In moments like these, Xianyuan Mingzhu often felt that being a princess was not as enviable as it seemed. Even leaving the palace was not entirely at her discretion. Lu Mingxi offered a few words of comfort before following her parents and brother along the palace path. Soon they arrived at the palace gates, where Lu Tiancheng and his wife, along with Lu Mingjue, had already boarded the carriage. Lu Mingxi, assisted by Cueyu, was stepping onto the carriage. Chapter 48. Lu Mingxi, unable to see his flushed ears, lifted her head and suddenly noticed a luxurious carriage not far away, its curtains slightly lifted. The carriage bore an emblem, that of the regent. Xian Yuanchen? What brings him here lingering? After Lu Mingxi boarded the carriage, the driver turned the horses around, trotting towards the Lu residence. Upon seeing Lu Mingxi enter the carriage, Xian Yuanchen lowered the curtain and, after a brief moment of contemplation, instructed, Shenfeng, let us proceed. Follow alongside the Lu carriage. The Lu family possessed 3 carriages. Shenfeng silently grumbled about his master's decision, yet dutifully maneuvered his carriage to position it beside Lu Mingxi's. Hearing the rhythmic clattering of hooves drawing near, Lu Mingxi's curiosity piqued. She abruptly lifted the small curtain of her carriage and beheld the adjacent vehicle. Indeed, it was Xian Yuanchen's. The 2 carriages were nearly parallel. At first, Lu Mingxi assumed it was mere coincidence. After all, having departed from the palace gates, they all shared the same route. It was only natural that they would diverge upon reaching the street corner. However, she soon realized that this was no mere happenstance, but rather a reflection of her own naivety. The Lu family's 3 carriages moved cautiously, the drivers deliberately slowing their pace. Yet, astonishingly, Xian Yuanchen's carriage maintained a speed that mirrored that of Lu Mingxi's, keeping pace with her almost perfectly. If Lu Mingxi failed to recognize the strange alignment of events, she would indeed be a fool. Gripping the handkerchief in her hand, she found herself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. In her previous life, what could she have done to be so thoroughly overlooked by Xian Yuanchen? Initially, she believed that Xian Yuanchen was merely adept at concealing his emotions, which is why she remained entirely oblivious. However, upon paying closer attention, she realized that Xian Yuanchen's feelings were evident in countless subtle ways, almost devoid of any concealment. If it were not intentional, what man would draw so near to a woman, constantly observing her? Lu Mingxi felt like an utter fool for being so blind. Clutching the handkerchief in her grasp, she let out a sigh after a moment's contemplation. Why did Xian Yuanchen have to go to such lengths? What was it about her that captivated him? When did he begin to harbor such feelings for her? In her past life, after her demise, she was cast into a dungeon, fortunate enough that her soul had not dissipated, allowing her to uncover the truth and understand Xian Yuanchen's affections and sacrifices. Yet, in this life, upon her return, Xian Yuanchen had already developed feelings for her. She remained unaware of the origin of this affection. As Lu Mingxi lifted the curtain, the cold wind brushed against her face, yet her mind remained lost in a labyrinth of thoughts. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage opposite was suddenly drawn aside, revealing a strikingly pale and handsome visage. Lu Mingxi beheld a pair of eyes that resembled cold stars. Their gazes locked, both momentarily taken aback. Xian Yuanchen, caught in the act of lifting the curtain, found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to let it fall or to hold on. Anyone caught eavesdropping would be at a loss for words. Yet, Xian Yuanchen did not lower the curtain. Instead, he gazed at Lu Mingxi, his lips taut, his eyes inexplicably gentle. Only half of his face was visible, and Lu Mingxi could not see his flushed ears. After this palace banquet concluded, it was uncertain when they would meet again. As Lu Mingxi looked into Xian Yuanchen's eyes, her heart suddenly raced. as if the effects of the wine from the feast had surged within her, leaving her in a state of agitation. Unable to resist, she clenched the curtain tightly, her lips parting as she yearned to utter something, yet found herself at a loss for words. The carriage rattled along, soon arriving at a fork in the road. The residence of the regent and the Liu household were not situated on the same street. Continuing together would seem overly deliberate. Shun Feng glanced at the adjacent carriage, guiding the horses towards a different alley. Lu Mingxi noticed that Xian Yuan had yet to lower the curtain, his gaze still fixed upon her until she was out of sight. Suiyu softly called out to Lu Mingxi, Mississippi. It was only then that Lu Mingxi came to her senses, lowering the curtain and holding her warming pot, speechless for a while. Suiyu dared not make a sound, contemplating the way the regent had looked at her mistress. Though she still harbored a deep fear of the regent, it was not difficult to comprehend why her mistress had expressed a desire for the regent to become part of their family. Observing the regent's sincere demeanor towards her mistress, Suiyu reflected on the past. The sixth prince had also treated her mistress kindly, caring for her despite his royal status. Yet, she had never before felt that if her mistress were to marry this man, she would undoubtedly lead a blissful life as she did now. As the banquet concluded, it was certain that many would find themselves restless throughout the night. Xian Yuan, he had already harbored a sense of vigilance towards Xian Yuan, and tonight, he bore witness to Xian Yuan escorting Lu Mingxi back to her seat. It was uncertain what words might have been exchanged between Lu Mingxi and Xian Yuan outside the banquet. During the festivities, Lu Mingxi seemed not to cast a single glance in his direction, an extraordinary deviation from her usual behavior. In the past, her gaze invariably followed him, and regardless of his position, she would shyly direct her attention towards him. This unusual behavior now raised suspicions. Had she perhaps been beguiled by Xian Yuan? Young girls, so often lacking in discernment, are easily swayed by sweet words and flattery. Furthermore, Xian Yuan possessed both high status and striking beauty. Although he appeared frail, his pallor was only subtly evident. Should he desire the throne and deign to utter a few flattering words, it was entirely possible that Lu Mingxi would become utterly captivated. Contemplating this, Xian Yuan he found himself unable to lie still, abruptly sitting up. He could not allow his meticulous plans to be jeopardized at this critical juncture after having so diligently courted Lu Mingxi's favor. With her approaching maturity, it was the opportune moment to solidify their engagement. With this thought, Xian Yuan he rose to put on his shoes. The attendant on night watch, noticing his movement, hastily scrambled to his feet. "Your Highness, are you in need of water? I shall fetch it for you at once." Xian Yuan he furrowed his brow and replied, "There is no need. Prepare for me ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. I must compose a memorial to submit to the palace on the morrow." The young servant, bewildered, hastily set about his task. Xian Yuan, he had always maintained a demeanor of utmost caution in the presence of the emperor, never allowing himself to be seen, and had similarly feigned a dutiful son before the empress, presenting himself as a model brother to Princess Anha. Having played this role for so long, he now sought to secure his betrothal to Lu Mingxi, aspiring to take her as his rightful wife. Given their mutual affection, the emperor would likely not refuse his request. Over the past few days, the empress had subtly begun to exhibit a hint of support for him, a fact that Xian Yuan he discerned with clarity. Once he married Lu Mingxi, everything would fall completely under his control, propelling him significantly closer to his coveted position. In the flickering candlelight of the night, Xian Yuan he's ambitious gaze appeared somewhat menacing. Chapter 49. Whom shall he be granted in marriage? With the master awake, the servants bustled about in the courtyard. Unbeknownst to Xian Yuan the disturbances of the night had already reached Xian Yuan's ears. The spies arranged by Xian Yuan swiftly relayed the news from the sixth prince's residence. The following day, as Xian Yuan rose and his servant assisted him in donning his court attire, the attendant reported, "My lord, it was conveyed that last night, the sixth prince suddenly arose and spent the better part of the night drafting a memorial." Xian Yuan held no interest in Xian Yuan's midnight endeavors. As the regent, he had spies embedded within most noble households in the capital who would report back with any pertinent information. His heightened vigilance towards Xian Yuan stemmed solely from the latter's closeness to Lu Mingxi. Should Xian Yuan dare to wrong Lu Mingxi, Xian Yuan would not hesitate to exact his wrath. A prince of humble origins, in Xian Yuan's eyes, was fortunate to have won Lu Mingxi's affection, a stroke of luck even he himself could not procure. Contemplating this, Xian Yuan lowered his gaze. The servant, observing Xian Yuan's expression, ventured softly, my lord. The news from yesterday indicated that the sixth prince's memorial was intended for submission to his majesty this morning, requesting a marriage grant. A marriage grant? Xian Yuanchen abruptly turned to the servant, asking, whom does he seek to marry? No answer was necessary. The implication was clear. Who else could it be but Lu Mingxi? Suddenly, Xian Yuanchen furrowed his brow and commanded, hasten, we must enter the palace early today. The memorial should have already been presented to His Majesty in the Hall of Diligent Administration. Shen Feng swiftly assisted Xian Yuanchen in fastening his ceremonial robes, murmuring softly, Your Highness, this morning's memorial has already been delivered to the palace. The sixth prince, upon the break of dawn, had undoubtedly commanded that the memorial be placed upon his desk as soon as the palace gates opened. Xian Yuanchen could scarcely contain his impatience. Just as he finished adjusting his appearance, he strode purposefully towards the gate of the residence. The carriage was prepared, and Shen Feng, aware of his master's urgency, hastily drove towards the imperial palace. A sense of curiosity lingered in his heart. If the prince held such regard for the eldest daughter of the Lu family, why not simply request the emperor for her hand in marriage? After all, the prince was the emperor's biological younger brother, with a bond of deep affection between them. It was unlikely that the emperor would refuse such a proposal. Moreover, it seemed evident that the Lu girl harbored feelings for their prince, or perhaps had ulterior motives. Previously, he had observed that Miss Lu appeared quite close to the sixth prince, only to later develop an interest in their prince. It was puzzling to discern her true intentions. However, as long as the prince was willing, he, as a subordinate, could not voice any objections. The regent, being frail in health yet assisting the emperor with state affairs, possessed certain privileges within the palace, allowing him to drive a carriage through the palace roads. Upon arrival at the palace gates, there was no need to present a palace token. The sight of Xin Feng's countenance was sufficient for all to recognize that the regent was aboard, and they promptly granted passage. Upon reaching the end of the palace road, Xin Feng halted the carriage. He barely had time to turn his head before witnessing his master lifting the curtain and alighting from the carriage with purpose, his robes billowing in the breeze as he made his way towards the Hall of Governance. Upon entering, Xian Yuanchen immediately noted that the memorial on the table had remained untouched, just as it had been when delivered in the morning. The emperor had not yet begun to review the documents. Indeed, he was overly eager. Ordinarily, he would only examine the reports after the morning court session. How could he arrive so early? The young eunuch in the Hall of Diligent Governance bowed his head, dutifully greeting the regent, too intimidated to glance up. By imperial decree, the regent was granted the privilege to enter the Hall of Diligent Governance to attend to state affairs directly. Over the years, he had managed the majority of the documents on the table. Only matters of significant importance were personally scrutinized by the emperor, who would later engage in thorough discussions with the regent. Xian Yuanchen rummaged through the documents on the desk, and after perusing several, he discovered one from Xian Yuanhe. He opened it to find, indeed, a proposal for marriage. In the letter, Xian Yuanhe expressed his affection for Lu Mingxi, beseeching the emperor to bless their union. The sight of such words sent a chill through Xian Yuanchen's heart. He had long been aware of this matter, knowing Lu Mingxi's affections lay with Xian Yuanhe, yet seeing it articulated in Xian Yuanhe's letter was painfully disheartening. His heart felt heavy, as though gripped by a wave of anguish. The very thought of that girl marrying Xian Yuan, he tightened his grip on the document. However, the realization that he could intercept this letter, preventing the emperor from seeing it and thereby thwarting the marriage between Lu Mingxi and Xian Yuanhe, suddenly lifted his spirits. In recent days, Lu Mingxi had grown notably closer to him. If he could just block this proposal, perhaps. He had never dared to indulge such hopes, given his condition and Lu Mingxi's apparent disinterest in him. Yet, he had vowed to protect her from the shadows, willing to secure whatever she desired. Recently, Lu Mingxi's attitude towards him has stirred within him some unwarranted thoughts. Would she accept him? He snapped the document shut with a decisive sound, tucked it into his sleeve, and turned to leave. Shen Feng hurriedly organized the documents on the desk, restoring them to their original state, then hurried after his master. He was astonished to discover that his lord was capable of intercepting documents mid-journey. The master and servant moved briskly. The emperor, upon overhearing this matter, paid it little heed. With no pressing affairs at court of late, what could Xian Yuanchen observe in the Hall of Diligence? His brother had always been diligent to a fault, never allowing himself a proper rest. The emperor pondered whether he ought to truly consider summoning Xian Yuanchen to the palace to discuss the matter of marrying a princess. With a wife by his side, he might take better care of his health. After seizing the document, Xian Yuan he remained blissfully unaware, still awaiting the emperor's decree to wed Lu Mingxi. A few days after submitting the document, he could no longer suppress his regrets. The emperor seemed entirely indifferent to the affair, while he had summoned his other brothers for discussions, or perhaps received tidings through their mother. Xian Yuan he had been met with silence. Although his biological mother had long since passed, the empress remained. If a marriage were to be arranged, surely she would have called him for a conversation. Why was it that he alone had heard not a whisper? After several days of waiting without any news, Xian Yuan he could not help but ruminate endlessly on the reasons behind this silence and reflect upon his recent actions. Lu Mingxi holds immense significance for him. She represents a pivotal step in his aspirations. Should he fail to wed Lu Mingxi, his prospects of ascending to the throne would be nearly extinguished. Even the marriage to another noblewoman would not afford him the same advantages that Lu Mingxi could provide. After all, it is only Lu Mingxi who could potentially secure his recognition under the empress's name, thus elevating him to the status of a legitimate heir. Could it be that his father, the emperor, is acutely aware of this, and therefore harbors reservations about marrying Lu Mingxi to him? In comparison to the other princes, he, a powerless and insignificant young prince, is indeed the most suitable candidate for Lu Mingxi's hand. If Lu Mingxi were to marry one of the other princes, it would undoubtedly tilt the scales of power, disrupting the current delicate balance in the struggle for succession. Chapter 50. The significance of a single strand of Lu Mingxi's hair. Could it be that the emperor is, in fact, quite pleased with the crown prince, wishing to support him and desiring that no one obstruct his path? The crown prince is rather mediocre, while the emperor's other sons possess commendable qualities. Otherwise, there would be no fierce contention among them. Xian Yuan he initially believed that the emperor harbored little affection for the crown prince. The crown prince is not the offspring of the empress, and his maternal lineage does not compare to hers. He merely occupies the position of the eldest son, having been designated as crown prince. Yet, if the emperor did not wish to assist the crown prince, why would he overlook the marriage proposal submitted by him? After half a month of palace banquets, several imperial edicts were successively dispatched, bestowing primary and secondary consorts upon the various princes, with even one prince receiving a multitude of maidservants. Xian Yuan he did not receive the coveted decree for marriage, but was instead presented with 2 maidservants. Upon their arrival, he found the maidservants to be exquisite beauties, yet they appeared exceedingly bothersome to him. What use is beauty if it is rooted in humble origins? Such maidservants are of no assistance to his grand ambitions. Their value falls far short of even a single strand of Lu Mingxi's hair. Filled with both indignation and concern, Xian Yuan he pondered the reasoning behind his father's actions. Could it be that his recent eagerness and conspicuousness had provoked the emperor's ire, prompting him to suppress his ambitions and remind him that the throne is not within his reach? A sovereign detests anyone who covets his seat, even if that individual is his own flesh and blood. If this were the case, it seems the emperor may have already begun to harbor discontent towards him. Xian Yuan his gaze was frigid as he commanded, "Prepare a residence for them." These 2 women were bestowed upon him by the emperor, and regardless of his personal dissatisfaction, he was compelled to provide for them adequately. The steward responded affirmatively. As the imperial edicts granting marriage were dispatched from the palace, Lu Mingxi did not receive one, which brought her a profound sense of relief. With this opportunity missed, should Xian Yuan he contemplate meddling with her marriage again, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort on his part. Later, Lu Mingxi learned that the emperor had chosen numerous consorts for various princes, yet Xian Yuan he was only granted 2 maidservants, which elicited an involuntary chuckle from her. "Cui Yu," taken aback, inquired, "Miss, what brings you such joy?" Lu Mingxi merely shook her head. In her heart, she mused that Xian Yuan he found her so repugnant that even the thought of touching her was intolerable. The fact that he would not marry her must surely align with his desires. The emperor, in his considerate manner, had even sent 2 of Xian Yuan he's favored beauties. These maidservants, gifted by the emperor, would require his utmost attention. Neglecting them would be an affront to the emperor himself. Should he dare express dissatisfaction with his new companions, it would reflect poorly on the emperor's generosity. At present, Xian Yuan he, having not yet grasped any true power, would undoubtedly swallow his grievances in silence. It remained uncertain, however, which of the 2 maidservants outshone Lu Yuner in beauty. Most likely it would still be Lu Yuner, as Lu Mingxi had to concede that Lu Yuner was indeed strikingly beautiful. It was no wonder that Xian Yuan he had taken such a liking to her. Upon realizing that the young lady had no intention of divulging her thoughts, Sueyu refrained from further inquiries and continued, Miss. Madam has mentioned that the yeoman princess's residence has sent an invitation. You and the second miss must attend the birthday banquet. The emperor's sister, Princess Yeoman, is to celebrate her 40th birthday this year, and the emperor has personally decreed the renovation of the princess's residence, the expansion of the gardens, and the grand arrangements for the birthday feast. The celebration is set for 3 months hence. The dignitaries and nobility of the capital have all received invitations, and the Liu family is no exception. Countless young ladies and gentlemen will attend the banquet in honor of Princess Yeoman. Such gatherings are opportune moments for families to observe one another. The Liu family currently has 2 daughters approaching their coming-of-age ceremony, making it essential for them to accompany one another at these events. Sueyu continued, Miss, Madam has already summoned the embroiderers, and the new fabrics from Nishang Pavilion have arrived for spring. They are to create new garments for you and the second miss to wear at the birthday banquet. Please take a look at these selections and tell me which one you prefer. Lu Mingxi glanced at the fabrics and casually selected one, this one. Sueyu immediately beamed. I too believe this will complement you splendidly. Miss, would you like to have Jihua apply your makeup for the banquet? Or would you prefer to keep it as it is for the palace gatherings? Lu Mingxi was momentarily at a loss for words. She recalled the previous life at Princess Yeoman's residence, where, during the birthday banquet, someone suggested that the young ladies and gentlemen showcase their talents to amuse the princess. Lu Yun'er had captivated all with her dance, earning the illustrious title of the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Thus, it was in this manner that Xian Yuan he became utterly enamored with Lu Yun'er, his heart set on bringing her into his royal palace. Only after ascending to the throne did he finally succeed, cherishing Lu Yun'er as if she were a precious gem, granting her every desire without hesitation. Why not allow her to perform a benevolent act, uniting this pair of star-crossed lovers? Let them not endure the trials and tribulations that come with prolonged separation but instead become one early on. Surely they would express their gratitude for such a fortune. Consequently, Lu Mingxi replied to Tsuyu, No, there is no need for Jihua to apply my makeup. We shall discuss it another time. How could she possibly overshadow Lu Yun'er? It was essential for Lu Yun'er to shine brightly, her name resounding throughout the capital. Sueyu was momentarily taken aback, feeling it a pity that such a beautiful visage as the young lady's would not be adorned during the banquet. She glanced at the fine fabrics before her and remarked, Very well then, your attire must certainly be exquisite. Lu Mingxi smiled, listening to Tsueyu's words. Miss, do select a few more bolts. There are so many. Have you forgotten? You are soon to celebrate your coming-of-age ceremony? This is of utmost importance, and you must acquire more splendid garments. I have heard from the lady that a brand new headdress has been made for you, which will surely be exceptionally beautiful. Lu Mingxi was indeed approaching her coming-of-age ceremony. The various fine materials were being delivered to her courtyard, and Luo Wanwan was so occupied that she had no time to visit Lu Mingxi. The coming-of-age ceremony was a significant event, and she was determined to organize it splendidly for her only beloved daughter, ensuring that everything she could procure would be bestowed upon her on that momentous day. Lu Mingxi was aware that her mother was bustling about, attending to her needs. Upon hearing this, she selected several bolts of fabric and instructed Sueyu, please summon the kitchen to prepare a nourishing squab soup for my mother and deliver it to her courtyard. She must take care of herself and not wear herself out on my account. Sueyu promptly complied, gathering the chosen fabrics and sending them to the embroidery workshop to have garments made for Lu Mingxi. Afterwards, she proceeded to the small kitchen to request the maid to stew the squab soup for the lady. With the new year approaching, tasks were piling up, and the household relied heavily on Luo Wanquan, the matriarch, who was exceedingly busy. Lu Mingxi and her brother Lu Mingjue assisted Luo Wanquan with various matters to alleviate her burdens. Chapter 51. Celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony with a legitimate daughter after the new year, the household found itself considerably more tranquil. Luo Wanwan had finalized the selection of a sponsor for Lu Mingxi, inviting the esteemed lady of the Duke of Fugua. The stature of the Duke's wife could not be overstated. With such a prominent figure as her sponsor, Lu Mingxi's coming-of-age ceremony promised to be a grand affair, a spectacle to behold. Carrying a food box, Lu Mingxi ventured to present Luo Wanwan with pastries she had painstakingly learned to make. Upon entering Luo Wanwan's courtyard, her presence brought immense joy to Luo Wanwan. Sire, what a delightful surprise.
Come in quickly.
Lu Mingxi instructed Suyu to pass the food box to Mama Jiang. Mother, I have made some pastries myself. Please taste them and let me know how they fare. You have worked hard during this time. Luo Wanwan clasped Lu Mingxi's hand, her heart brimming with happiness. Ah, how wonderful it is to have a daughter. Just look at your elder brother and second brother. They are hardly ever around, scarcely remembering their mother. Mama Song chuckled as she assisted Mama Jiang in carefully presenting the delicacies from the food box, remarking with a warm smile, Madam, you jest. The eldest and second young masters are quite sensible, diligent in their studies, and have not caused any trouble like those from other noble families. They are truly refined gentlemen. So you should take joy in their accomplishments. Luo Wanwan, playfully teased by Mama Song, shot her a mock glare. Oh, it is only your flattery that has inflated their egos. Especially your second brother, who can hardly sit still. What a temperament he possesses. I wonder whom he takes after. Luo Wanwan sampled the pastries crafted by Lu Mingxi and found them delightful, her face lighting up with joy. My dear Sheer has grown up, and the delicacies she prepares are truly exquisite. I am genuinely pleased, she exclaimed. Sheer, in a short while, you will have your coming-of-age ceremony, and I have invited the Duchess of the State to serve as your sponsor. Among the young ladies in the capital, your ceremony will undoubtedly be the most splendid. Lu Mingxi, however, did not place much importance on this, though she was aware of her mother's efforts. Luo Wanwan inquired, by the way, have you not yet visited the old lady? Lu Mingxi nodded. Indeed, I was just thinking of bringing the pastries to her and paying my respects. Luo Wanwan wiped her hands with a handkerchief and rose, saying, Perfect. Let us go together. At this hour, there will likely be many paying their respects in the old lady's courtyard. We must not be late. Lu Mingxi agreed. Today was the first day of the month, and breakfast was to be served in the main hall. The large kitchen was already bustling with preparations, as the younger generation was expected to pay their respects to the old lady. As a daughter-in-law, Luo Wanwan was naturally no exception. The mother and daughter made their way to the old lady's courtyard, paid their respects, and took their seats, only to notice that Lu Yuner and concubine Qin had also arrived. The two greeted Luo Wanwan, who responded with a lukewarm acknowledgement. Lu Yuner had been quite upset about missing the palace banquet. She sulked in her courtyard, believing no one was aware of her displeasure. Little did she know, the servants were not discreet, and the commotion had spread widely. Who could be oblivious to the events that transpired? The day after the banquet, the news reached the old lady and Luo Wanwan, further solidifying the notion that Lu Yuner was unworthy of attention. In the past, she was elevated by her presence, but now she seems to lack discernment. Luo Wanwan initially contemplated teaching Lu Yuner a lesson. However, upon witnessing her reckless agitation, she concluded that such an endeavor was unnecessary. The old lady and the master would certainly take notice. She patiently awaited the moment when Lu Yuner and concubine Qin would entangle themselves to the point of incurring the disdain of the old lady and the master, thus sparing herself the need to sully her hands. Interestingly, concubine Qin and Lu Yuner exhibited no dissatisfaction. Instead, they obediently acquiesced to the old lady's words, taking their seats. Lu Yuner was merely a month younger than Lu Mingxi, and both were approaching the time of their coming-of-age ceremonies.
Yet, Lu Yuner,
being a concubine's daughter with a mother of humble origins, would never be able to orchestrate an elaborate coming-of-age ceremony for herself. The prospect of securing a highly esteemed elder to officiate her ceremony was utterly implausible. Should Lu Yuner's coming-of-age ceremony be treated with such casualness, concubine Qin would undoubtedly be unable to tolerate the indignity. Her daughter, possessing such exquisite beauty, could not be allowed to complete her coming-of-age ceremony in a hasty manner. Before long, Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao arrived at the old lady's courtyard. Upon noticing the gathering within, they promptly greeted the old lady with smiles, offering their apologies. Grandmother, we, your grandsons, seem to have arrived late. Please do not hold it against us. The old lady smiled broadly, her eyes gleaming with affection, and beckoned the two to sit. Oh, it's quite all right. What does it matter? There is still plenty of time. The old lady held a genuine affection for these two legitimate grandsons. These two children are destined to inherit their father's legacy in the future. Moreover, both children exhibit the promise of great accomplishments ahead. Madame Lu is quite pleased with them. Shortly thereafter, a servant came to announce that the meal was ready and set upon the table, with Lu Tiancheng also arriving. Everyone gathered around the table, where the ladies and young masters dined, while the concubines and maids attended to them from the side. Once the meal concluded, A maid entered carrying mouthwash tea and a hand-washing basin. They each wiped their hands with a cloth before returning to the main room to engage in idle chatter for a while. Qin, the concubine, served tea to Madame Lu and, with a smile, whispered, "In a few days, it will be the eldest young lady's coming-of-age ceremony. It seems the second young lady will soon follow suit." Madame Lu lowered her eyelids, choosing not to respond to Qin's remark, while those in the room sipped their tea. Pretending not to have heard anything, Luo Wenwen cast a glance at Qin, curious about her ulterior motives. It had not been long since she was released from the courtyard. Had it not been for the upcoming new year, she would have undoubtedly remained confined for another month or two. Due to the earlier incident involving Lu Yanqi, Lu Tiancheng had refrained from entering Qin's courtyard after his return. The people of Lu Manor were well aware that Qin was currently not favored by the master. The contrast to her past favored status was stark. Were it not for the presence of young master Lu Yanqi, the master might have completely ignored her. Lu Yun'er sat quietly in her seat, gently squeezing her handkerchief, her downcast eyes betraying no sound. From the corner of her eye, she cautiously observed the expressions of Madame Lu and Luo Wenwen. Aunt Qin continued, "To hold a coming-of-age ceremony is indeed a considerable expense. The second young lady is merely a month younger than the eldest, and in my humble opinion, it would be more prudent to combine their ceremonies. I believe the second young lady would not mind sharing her coming-of-age celebration with her elder sister, as it would alleviate the financial burden and surely bring her satisfaction as well." Aunt Qin further remarked, "The eldest young lady has always shared a close bond with the second. If they could celebrate this milestone together, it would reflect their deep sisterly affection. What do you think, old madam?" She smiled, as if casually suggesting the idea. Upon hearing this, the old madam lifted her gaze. "You ask me if that is so. I ask you in turn, is it appropriate? A mere concubine's daughter, sharing a coming-of-age ceremony with the legitimate daughter. How dare you elevate her status so?" Aunt Qin's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 52. Lu Yun'er's request. Lu Yun'er lowered her head, her hand tightening around the handkerchief. Although the old lady did not reprimand her overtly, the subtle dissatisfaction in her tone was evident to all. What sort of family is the Lu household? How can one not grasp such basic decorum? A legitimate daughter and a concubine's daughter must adhere to the same etiquette. If word spreads, it will mock us, leading others to believe that the Lu family lacks propriety. The second girl is merely a concubine's daughter. She could tarnish the reputation of the eldest. Today, being the first day of the month, it was not appropriate to express anger. The old lady's tone was mild, yet her words struck like a slap against the faces of Aunt Qin and Lu Yun'er. How could it be that, in the old lady's eyes, Lu Yun'er seemed so insignificant compared to Lu Mingxi? To hold a coming-of-age ceremony on the same day as Lu Mingxi's, to the extent of potentially tarnishing her standing. Aunt Qin opened her mouth to say something, but was met with a cold glare from the old lady, compelling her to stifle her words. The old lady had already ignited a flicker of ire, making it unwise to continue the discussion. Aunt Qin feigned a delicate demeanor and retreated to stand behind Lu Yun'er. Reflecting on the old lady's words, Lu Yun'er could not help but cast a glance at Lu Mingxi. There sat Lu Mingxi, poised at the side of the table, holding a teacup, her eyes downcast as she gently brushed away the floating leaves on the surface of the tea. After taking a sip, she placed the cup back in its original spot, exuding an air of serene detachment. Were it not for her legitimate mother status, how could Lu Mingxi sit here so comfortably, merely awaiting the day of her coming-of-age ceremony? Lu Mingxi sensed Lu Yun'er's gaze, but chose not to meet her eyes, a cold smile curling her lips. In her previous life, they had celebrated their coming-of-age ceremonies together. At that time, her mother had vehemently advised against it, reminding her of the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate children. She had offered to organize an elaborate ceremony for Lu Yun'er if her daughter truly wished to honor her sister. Yet, Lu Mingxi, beguiled by Lu Yun'er's persuasion, dismissed the importance of their birth status, believing that their sisterly bond surpassed all else. Sharing the same sponsors would only serve to elicit admiration for their sisterly affection from outsiders. Thus, Lu Mingxi fell for her sister's deceit, and together with Luo Wenwen, she pleaded for an extended period. Luo Wenwen, deeply affectionate toward her precious daughter, could not withstand Lu Mingxi's tears. That very evening, she acquiesced, sighing as she arranged a matching outfit for Lu Yun'er, albeit with slightly inferior accessories, and even spoke favorably to the madam of the Duke of Fugua, persuading her to agree to sponsor Lu Yun'er's ceremony as a commoner. The Duke's wife was incensed, feeling that the Lu family was insulting her. Had it not been for Luo Wanwan's reputation, she would not have consented. At the time, Lu Mingxi was oblivious to this, only learning the truth later from a casual mention by her brothers, Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingxian. Meanwhile, Lu Yuner reaped countless advantages from this coming-of-age ceremony. Guests attending the event perceived that the Lu family treated Lu Yuner, a commoner, with the same regard as a legitimate daughter, believing her status within the household to be on par with Lu Mingxi. Consequently, Lu Yuner garnered immense respect among the noble ladies of the capital, ensuring her reputation remained untarnished. What a clever scheme she has devised, compelling her mother to humbly solicit assistance, while she herself reaps the benefits and basks in the esteem of the young ladies of the capital. In her previous life, she was foolish beyond measure. This time, however, she shall not grant Lu Yuner such an opportunity again. The morning's events unfolded with little commotion. The elderly matriarch, fatigued by her years, soon grew weary, and the various lords and ladies departed her courtyard, returning to their own abodes. Luo Wanwan, along with her siblings Lu Mingxi and Lu Mingyao, busied themselves in preparation for the following day's visit to the Duke of Jingguo's residence to pay their respects to their grandparents. Luo Wanwan reminded her children to rise early the next day, bringing gifts to accompany her to the Duke's manor. Lu Tiancheng, as the son-in-law, would join them as well. The three siblings nodded, allowing Luo Wanwan to attend to her tasks. Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao then exchanged smiles with Lu Mingxi, suggesting she return home promptly, as the chill in the air was still quite biting. We shall also retreat to our quarters and set forth to our maternal grandparents' house together tomorrow, Lu Mingyao remarked. Lu Mingxi responded with a smile. Indeed. She realized it had been some time since her last visit to her grandparents. The last occasion was at the birthday banquet, and she found herself missing them. Lost in thought about what gifts to prepare for her grandparents, she was suddenly halted by a gentle voice calling from behind, "Sister." Lu Mingxi paused, the voice strikingly familiar. She maintained her smile as she slowly turned to face Lu Yunu, her expression revealing surprise. "Second sister, what brings you here? On such a frigid day, you haven't even brought a warming pot. Why not hasten back to your own courtyard?" Lu Yun'er wore a frozen expression. Yet for the sake of her future, she had no choice but to lower her voice and, with downcast eyes, softly implore, "Sister, I wish to ask you for a favor." Lu Mingxi raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling as she inquired, "Dear sister, there is no need for such hesitation between us. Whatever it is, you may speak freely. If it is within my power to assist, I shall certainly do so, for we are sisters, are we not?" Upon hearing Lu Mingxi's words, a spark of hope ignited in Lu Yun'er's heart, and she could not help but lift her drooping gaze a fraction. "What you say is true. Sister, you are about to hold your coming-of-age ceremony, and there is merely a month's difference in age between us. I have been thinking that since our mother is already burdened with the preparations for your ceremony, it would be excessively taxing for her to immediately undertake mine afterward. Thus, I propose that we hold our coming-of-age ceremonies on the same day." She lowered her delicate brows, her longing eyes gazing hopefully at Lu Mingxi, believing that the Lu Mingxi of her past life would have readily acquiesced to her request, softened by the bond of sisterhood. However, at present, Lu Mingxi found it rather amusing and gently replied, "That simply cannot be, dear sister. I might be able to assist with other matters, but this one is beyond my means. Did you not hear grandmother's words this morning? Should we go against her wishes, both mother and I would face reprimand. Therefore, I am truly sorry, dear sister." Lu Yun'er. She suddenly clenched her hands hidden within the voluminous sleeves, her fingertips digging into her palm. That wretched Lu Mingxi. She gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger with great difficulty, and spoke softly, "Sister, Yun'er is not one to disregard propriety. Thus, I never intended to hold my coming-of-age ceremony simultaneously with yours. I merely wished to alleviate our mother's burdens. I thought it would be feasible to utilize the venue after your ceremony, allowing me to conduct my own coming-of-age right once the guests had departed." As she uttered these words, her beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a melancholic autumn pool, evoking deep sympathy in those who beheld her. Chapter 53. Visiting grandmother's house. Lu Yun'er had devised her plans with great care. She settled for a compromise. Even if the guests departed, it mattered little, as long as others acknowledged that her coming-of-age ceremony adhered to the same rights as that of a legitimate daughter. At that ceremony, as daughters of the Lu family, it would be impossible for Lu Mingxi's admirers to refrain from bestowing their accolades upon her. With such recognition, the presence of guests became a trivial matter, merely an appearance of having been slighted. utilizing what remained from Lu Mingxi's celebration. She gazed at Lu Mingxi, eagerly anticipating her acquiescence. However, Lu Mingxi merely smiled faintly, seemingly taken aback. How could that be permissible? She mused. If word gets out, people might think Mother has neglected her second daughter, tarnishing the Lu family's reputation. Sister, you ought to abandon this notion. Instead, let Mother host another coming-of-age ceremony for you when the time is right. Should Mother find herself lacking in energy, having Aunt Qin assist would suffice. After all, Aunt Qin is truly your biological mother. It is unreasonable to expect your own mother to shoulder all the responsibility. Once Lu Mingxi concluded her thoughts, she remarked, "The hour is late. You should return quickly, sister. I shall take my leave first." With that, she and Suyu turned away, denying Lu Yun'er another opportunity to speak. Lu Yun'er glared at her departing figure, struggling to maintain her composure. Had it not been for the soft call of her maid, Miss, she might have failed to conceal her expression from the observing servants. How could Lu Yun'er possibly hold her coming-of-age ceremony according to the customs of a concubine's daughter? How could she ever face the young ladies of the capital thereafter? Upon returning to her courtyard, Lu Yun'er discovered that Aunt Qin was waiting for her. The moment Aunt Qin caught sight of Lu Yun'er's expression, she understood without needing to inquire that Lu Mingxi had not acquiesced. Lu Mingxi had indeed become difficult to placate. One could not ascertain if she had genuinely grown wiser, or if it was the influence of Luo Wanyan. Once Lu Yun'er entered the room, devoid of outsiders, she furiously cast her handkerchief onto the ground and exclaimed in exasperation, "Aunt, that vile Lu Mingxi is merely toying with me. Just a moment ago, she assured me she would assist, and I had already taken a step back, suggesting that my coming-of-age ceremony be held after the guests departed. Yet she brushed me off." The thought of her coming-of-age ceremony being a source of embarrassment, inferior to Lu Mingxi's, was unbearable. Tears welled up as she looked at Aunt Qin, lamenting, "Aunt, is it truly the case that my coming-of-age ceremony can only be held in the lowly manner befitting a concubine's daughter? How shall I ever hold my head high among the noble ladies of the capital thereafter? If my ceremony is diminished, which reputable legitimate daughter would ever wish to befriend me?" Aunt Qin hastily reassured her. There, Yun'er, do not weep. I shall certainly devise a solution for you. Pleading with the old madam and Lu Mingxi may prove futile, but you still have your father. You are his biological daughter, and possess such beauty. He will undoubtedly dote on you. I shall speak with him about this matter. Once your father gives his word, neither the old madam nor the lady will have any say in the matter. Your coming-of-age ceremony shall be held alongside Lu Mingxi's. Lu Yun'er felt a flicker of hope ignite within her. Aunt, can you truly persuade father to agree? In her heart, Aunt Qin felt a sense of uncertainty. Recently, Lu Tiancheng had not set foot in her courtyard, and if she were to whisper sweet nothings into his ear, she needed to devise a plan for his arrival. However, considering Lu Tiancheng's past affections for her, along with her son Lu Yanqi, Aunt Qin nodded resolutely. Naturally, she would do her utmost for him. The next morning, Aunt Qin carried a bowl of soup she had prepared herself to Lu Tiancheng's study. Typically, at this hour, Lu Tiancheng would already be engrossed in reading or attending to official matters in his study. The study was guarded by a servant, containing sensitive documents from the court that were not to be approached casually. Aunt Qin had adorned herself beautifully. Her striking appearance was undeniable, for it was her looks that had borne her a daughter as beautiful as Lu Yun'er. After a meticulous preparation, although she was a woman in her 30s, she appeared as youthful as a girl in her teens. Accompanied by a maid, she arrived at the study's entrance and inquired of the servant, "Is the master within? I have prepared some soup to warm his body." The servant replied, "Aunt, it is unfortunate that you have come today. The master and madam have left the residence and will likely not return until afternoon." With the madam? Aunt Qin thought to herself, they must have gone to the Duke of Zhengguo's residence. Maintaining her composure, she expressed her disappointment, instructed the maid to carry the food box, and turned to leave, her heart laden with unease. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxi and the others disembarked from their carriage. From a distance, the doorman spotted them and hurried inside to announce their arrival, while the steward awaited at the entrance to greet the group with a bow. The family was guided into the grand hall to pay their respects to the Duke of the State and his esteemed wife. In his youth, the Duke was a formidable figure, known for his prowess in battle. However, in his advanced years, he exhibited none of the fierce demeanor that characterized his younger days, instead presenting a visage of kindness alongside his gentle-faced wife. Upon seeing their daughter, son-in-law, and grandchildren return, the elderly couple was filled with immense joy. promptly commanding the kitchen to prepare a feast. Lu Mingxi and his brother Lu Mingjue took turns presenting their carefully chosen gifts, showering the room with charming words that delighted the elderly couple and their relatives, eliciting peals of laughter. The Duchess beckoned Lu Mingxi to sit beside her, taking her hand in a tender grasp as she softly inquired, "My dear Xi, I have heard that you have suffered 2 mishaps in the water this winter. What could have caused such occurrences? Is your health still affected? Should I have your uncle fetch a physician from the palace to examine you?" With a smile, Lu Mingxi gently shook her head, replying, "Thank you, grandmother, for your concern. I am quite well." Although the Duchess spoke in hushed tones, the assembled company, all astute individuals, listened intently. Many discreet glances fell upon Lu Tiancheng. One might surmise that the tranquility of the Lu household was in disarray, given that his legitimate daughter had experienced multiple accidents in their own home, raising suspicions of his preferential treatment towards a concubine at the expense of his wife. Lu Tiancheng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Regrettably, both instances of Lu Mingxi's misadventures had involved his other illegitimate daughter. If Lu Mingxi were to express her discontent in front of the Duchess, it could lead to the Duke harboring grievances against the Lu family. In the next moment, Lu Mingxi grasped the hand of the Duchess of Zhonghua, softly explaining that it was merely an accident. Concurrently, she cast an almost casual glance at Lu Tiancheng. Her father was a decent man, yet merely decent. In her previous life, her mother had been ensnared by concubine Qin, culminating in a scandal that nearly led to a divorce, a situation for which Lu Tiancheng bore some responsibility. Had he placed a modicum of trust in Luo Wanyuan and taken the time to meticulously investigate the intricacies of the entire affair, it would have been impossible for him to overlook the flaws in concubine Qin's schemes. Otherwise, all the years of navigating the treacherous waters of officialdom would have been utterly wasted. Chapter 54, which concubine's daughter would dare to share the coming-of-age ceremony with her legitimate elder sister. Lu Mingxi once believed that her father cherished her immensely. However, after a series of events, she gained clarity. Lu Tiancheng did indeed favor her, yet she was not his sole daughter. His legitimate daughter was Lu Mingxi, and his legitimate sons were Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao. Nonetheless, he had several other offspring, although he favored Lu Mingxi somewhat. When it came to matters involving his sons and daughters, this preferential treatment appeared trivial. In her previous life, when Lu Tiancheng sought to cast off Luo Wanyan, no matter how much Lu Mingxi pleaded, he merely reprimanded her, asserting that her mother was unkind to the legitimate wife, harming the concubine's offspring, and that the Lu family could not accommodate such a matron. His resolve was unwavering, even when the truth was uncovered through the Duke of Jinggua's residence. The original relationship fractured irreparably, never to return to its former state. With her gaze lowered, Lu Mingxi pondered that perhaps it was time for her father to be reminded that her mother was the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Jinghua, who could have married a more suitable man but chose him instead. Since he could not fully trust her mother, he ought to remember firmly that her maternal family was the Duke of Jinghua, a lineage he could not afford to offend. Even after marrying into the Lu family, it did not alter the fact that Luo Wanyan was the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua. Lu Mingxi averted her gaze, concealing her intentions with a facade of composure. After conversing with the elderly members of the Luo family for an extended period, she strolled around the Duke of Jinggua's residence, accompanied by several cousins, engaging in light-hearted chatter for quite some time. After finishing their meal, and with the hour growing late, the family took their leave and returned to the Lu residence. Once Lu Mingyao and his brother noticed that their parents had departed, they went to see Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingyao remarked, "Sister, when grandmother inquired about you today, why did you not plainly state that it was Lu Yuner who pushed you into the water? Although you may feel hesitant to lodge a complaint, since grandmother has already asked, what harm would there be in speaking the truth? Grandmother and grandfather cherish you deeply. They would surely advocate on your behalf." Lu Mingjue observed Lu Mingyao's expression and sighed, shaking his head. "Oh, you. Father is still in the house. If you were to reveal the truth to grandmother as you suggest, how would that differ from complaining? This matter is, after all, an internal affair of the Lu family. Why should we involve grandmother? Father might even think that you are using grandmother and grandmother's affection to pressure him." Lu Mingyao scratched his head, perplexed.
To him.
Lu Tiancheng also held affection for Lu Mingxi. How could he possibly harbor discontent over a few words? Lu Mingjue shook his head and advised Lu Mingxi, "Pay no mind to him. He is rather thick-headed and will need time to learn. You should return now, for you are soon to reach the age of marriage." Lu Mingjue's gaze was filled with pride. His sister, whom he had watched grow from a tiny child to a young lady, would soon partake in the coming-of-age ceremony, and likely, arrangements for her betrothal would follow shortly thereafter. Lu Mingxi smiled in response and, along with Sueyu, made her way back to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Aunt Qin had instructed her subordinates to keep watch. Upon hearing of Lu Tiancheng's return to the estate, she immediately began to make preparations. Upon entering the courtyard, Aunt Qin spotted Lu Tiancheng standing by the window. She immediately displayed a demure expression, softly calling out, "My lord, I have prepared some soup." Lu Tiancheng waved his hand. "Just leave it there." Qin Yinyang instantly entered with a radiant smile, placing the food box on the table. With attentive care, she opened it and presented the steaming soup to Lu Tiancheng, cautiously observing his demeanor. She pondered within herself, having secluded herself in the courtyard for quite some time. Surely, Lu Tiancheng's anger must have subsided by now. His expression appeared not to convey displeasure. Perhaps a gentle nudge could lead him to agree to the matter of Lu Yunru's coming-of-age ceremony. However, Lu Tiancheng did not accept the bowl of soup from her, instead instructing her to set it down beside the table, indicating he would drink it later. He was preoccupied with thoughts of that day at the Duke of Zhen's residence. Recalling the look in the Duke's eyes when he had regarded him, he seldom concerned himself with matters of the inner court, leaving such affairs to Luo Wanwan and the matriarch. While he held Luo Wanwan in high esteem, he could not shake the memories of the previous incident involving Qin Yinyang, which had cast doubt upon her in his mind. Lu Tiancheng lifted his gaze to rest upon Qin Yinyang before him. She had already spoken softly of many nostalgic memories. And now, upon noticing Lu Tiancheng's sudden gaze upon her, her breath caught slightly, and her smile grew increasingly gentle and enchanting. She assumed that Lu Tiancheng was reminiscing about their past, drawn in by her words. Qin Yinyang's voice was tender as she said, "My lord, the second young lady is soon to reach her coming of age. You have cherished her so dearly in the past. Surely you would not wish to see her suffer any grievances.
Would you?
Thus, I contemplated that even if it were not feasible to arrange a ceremony of the same grandeur as that of the eldest young lady, it would still be acceptable for the second young lady to follow suit and partake in the coming-of-age ceremony after the eldest young lady's formalities." Aunt Qin, not forgetting to sow discord before Lu Tiancheng, began to undermine Lu Mingxi and Luo Wanyan. After leaving the old lady's courtyard yesterday, the second young lady had initially intended to spare her mother any further concern, and thus broached this matter with the eldest young lady. To her surprise, the eldest young lady outright refused, leaving one to wonder if she had misunderstood the second young lady's intentions of filial piety. Lu Tiancheng abruptly interjected, "What talk of filial piety is this? Rules are rules. Since she is a concubine's daughter, how can she partake in the coming-of-age ceremony on the same day as the legitimate daughter? Since Sheer has already declined, why do you bring this matter before me?" He continued, "Have I indulged her too much, allowing her to forget her place? Has she ever witnessed a concubine's daughter daring to share a coming-of-age ceremony with her legitimate elder sister?" Aunt Qin's countenance paled at Lu Tiancheng's remarks. She had never anticipated he would speak of Lu Yun'er in such a manner. Tearfully, Aunt Qin implored, "My lord, the second young lady had no intention of overstepping her bounds." Before she could continue her lamentations, Lu Tiancheng silenced her with a single retort. "She may be young and naive, but if she does not comprehend propriety, should you, as her aunt, not also grasp it? Why bring this matter before me? Is there no sense of decorum in this?" Lu Tiancheng's voice, though not raised, resonated with authority, unmistakably revealing his dissatisfaction. Such a quiet fury is the most formidable of all. Madame Qin, overwhelmed with emotion, dared not utter another word. She repeatedly confessed her faults, tears cascading down her cheeks, rendering her utterly pitiable. Observing her distress, Lu Tiancheng felt an immense irritation and waved her away, permitting her to leave. After taking her leave, accompanied by her devoted maid, Madame Qin finally wiped away her tears. How infuriating it was to think that even Lu Tiancheng would speak of her in such a manner. He showed no regard for the dignity of her and her daughter. Was it possible that Luo Wanwan or Lu Mingxi had said something to him? It was not beyond the realm of possibility, especially since they had visited the Duke of Jinghua today, potentially leveraging his influence to pressure Lu Tiancheng. Pondering these thoughts, Madame Qin sighed deeply and made her way to Lu Yunu's quarters. Regardless of the reasons, their plans had evidently come to naught. Chapter 55. The Regency Prince presents gifts at the coming-of-age ceremony as Lu Yun'er learned that her attempts to seek assistance from Aunt Qin were futile. She vented her frustrations in her chamber, a matter we shall momentarily set aside. The day of Lu Mingxi's coming-of-age ceremony swiftly approached. Having experienced the event in her previous life, she was well acquainted with its proceedings. Moreover, she was no longer the naive young girl of her teenage years, filled with trepidation and excitement over such an occasion. Instead, she now lived with a profound sense of tranquility, while those around her grew increasingly anxious. Each time someone visited, they would offer reminders and hasten the seamstresses to ensure that the moment the garments were ready, Lu Mingxi would be summoned to try them on, with any imperfections meticulously rectified by the embroiderers. On the day of the ceremony, the Lu residence was abuzz with activity, hosting a multitude of guests. Lu Mingxi remained in her courtyard, preparing for the event, as the young maidens outside joyfully reported the identities of the attendees. Lu Tiancheng, serving as the Minister of Justice, was a high-ranking official, and naturally, many of his subordinates and colleagues came to present their gifts. Furthermore, this coming-of-age ceremony was particularly noteworthy, being for his legitimate daughter, the granddaughter of the Duke of the State, and a close friend of Princess Anha. The noble lords and ladies showed great enthusiasm, arriving with numerous extravagant gifts. The sounds of excitement filled Lu Mingxi's courtyard as the little maidservants rushed to inform Sueyu of the various gifts arriving from different households. With the masters of the house occupied with welcoming guests, Luo Wanquan, accompanied by Mama Song, left Mama Jiang to attend to Lu Mingxi. Unable to shake off her concerns for her well-being, the old lady's courtyard also sent someone over, fearful of any potential mishaps. Once the host and guests had gathered, Mama Song arrived, her face beaming with a radiant smile. "Miss, are you prepared? The guests are all here and ready to witness the ceremony. Please come along with me," she urged. Lu Mingxi had long been ready, her demeanor remarkably composed. Following Mama Song, they soon entered the main hall. Lu Tiancheng was delivering the ceremonial address when Lu Mingxi gracefully stepped into view, her movements elegant and measured as she bowed to the assembled guests before taking her seat. Kneeling in anticipation of the Duke's consort to style her hair and adorn her with hairpins, a multitude of gazes fixated on Lu Mingxi, each onlooker lost in their own thoughts. Among those who had presented gifts were individuals of esteemed status, including the Empress and Princess Anha, who had sent special envoys bearing lavish tributes, underscoring the significance of this legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Furthermore, even the regent had bestowed a gift. The regent, known for his frosty demeanor, rarely concerned himself with trivial matters, focusing solely on state affairs. It was a rarity to witness such a figure honoring the daughter of a family with gifts unless it was a momentous occasion, such as the birthday of the Duchess of the State. Was today truly an exception to his usual indifference? As speculation swirled among the attendees, many recalled the recent imperial banquet where the regent had shown particular interest in this Lu Mississippi. One couldn't help but wonder what motives lay behind such attentiveness. Lu Mingxi sat quietly, her eyes lowered, as the wife of the Duke of State delicately styled her hair. Her long, lustrous black tresses were gradually coiled and adorned with elegant hairpins. Afterward, she rose to don the attire that had been meticulously prepared for her, ready to partake in the ceremonial rites. The entire process was quite lengthy, yet Lu Mingxi made not a single misstep, her tranquil gaze exuding a serenity that seemed incongruous with her youthful age. The glances directed at her gradually transformed from scrutiny to admiration.
Lu Yun'er,
observing Lu Mingxi's resplendent headdress and the lavish gifts flowing into her courtyard, was consumed by an overwhelming envy. What incited her jealousy most was the set of exquisite gold and jade headdresses sent by the regent prince. The steward from the regent's residence, who delivered the gift, extolled its craftsmanship, claiming it was specially commissioned by the prince himself, who regrettably could not attend Lu Mingxi's coming-of-age ceremony, but wished for her understanding. What merit did Lu Mingxi possess to attract such esteemed guests to her celebration and to receive such thoughtful gifts from the regent? How could someone as unattractive as Lu Mingxi be worthy of such attention? Lu Yunu's nails dug into her palms as she cast her gaze over the assembled guests. Then back to Lu Mingxi, adorned in splendid garments, her eyes bright with joy. Anguish filled her heart, but she could only watch helplessly, unable to act against Lu Mingxi. After the rites were completed, Lu Mingxi felt somewhat fatigued. The task of entertaining guests did not require her presence, so after exchanging a few words with Luo Wanwan, she retreated to her own courtyard accompanied by Tsuyu. The gifts presented by the guests had yet to capture Lu Mingxi's attention. She found little interest in most of them, save for those from Xianyuan Chen. In a moment of contemplation, She struggled to recall whether, in her past life, Xianyuan-chun had bestowed upon her a gift of similar nature, perhaps overlooked amidst her infatuation with Xianyuan-he at that time. Upon returning to the courtyard, Sueyu was brimming with excitement, chattering away, "Miss, today we had so many guests. Numerous esteemed individuals who had refrained from attending banquets for a long time graced us with their presence. Your coming-of-age ceremony may very well be the grandest in the entire capital." She counted on her fingers. Just considering the gifts from the Empress and Her Highness the Princess, few young ladies can boast such treatment. Moreover, several princes, dukes, and their wives, along with various cousins, have also sent gifts. Our courtyard is nearly overflowing. And how could I forget? Sueyu seemed to finally recall the day's highlight. The Regent Prince has also sent a gift. The steward mentioned it was meticulously prepared by His Highness. Sueyu stifled a giggle. "Miss, shall we take a look now? I have yet to see it myself. I only heard the matrons praising it at the banquet, urging you to let me feast my eyes upon it." Looming, she cast her a sidelong glance. "You have quite the audacity to laugh at your mistress.
Go. Fetch it for me."
With a cheerful grin, Sueyu turned and hurried off to retrieve the box sent by the Regent Prince. Cautiously bringing it before Looming, she opened it and was nearly blinded by its resplendent brilliance. Astonished, she gazed at the exquisite set of headpieces, intricately crafted and breathtakingly beautiful. The gemstones, embedded in gold and silver, were of the finest quality, radiating a translucent luster that sparkled with an enchanting glow, truly a sight to behold. Sueyu was utterly mesmerized. It was no wonder that he was her esteemed son-in-law. Looming, she, too, was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that Xianyuan-chun would present such a lavish gift. The jewelry worn by the noble ladies of the palace paled in comparison. Yet, recollecting the deeds Xianyuan-chun had performed for her in their past life, she found it unsurprising. Xianyuan-chun, in his silent demeanor, consistently offered her the finest treasures of this world, quietly placing them before her. Chapter 56. He will surely marry me yet. His silence rendered her oblivious, leaving her with a lifetime of blindness. Looming, she raised her hand, her fingertips delicately caressing the exquisite jewelry set, eventually resting upon a hairpin. She retrieved it and softly requested, "Sueyu, please help me pin this in." "Of course, miss." Sueyu promptly replied, taking the hairpin and carefully inserting it into Looming-she's lustrous hair. After adorning Looming-she with the hairpin, Sueyu swiftly turned to fetch a mirror, presenting it to Looming-she to admire her current appearance, exclaiming, "Miss, you look truly stunning with this hairpin." A subtle smile graced the corners of Looming-she's lips, and before she could respond, the curtain at the entrance was lifted. Luo Wanwan entered and immediately noticed the dazzling hairpin atop Looming-she's head. The open box on the table contained a radiant set of headpieces, which she recognized all too well. It was indeed the coming-of-age gift delivered by the butler of the regent's residence. Looming-she lifted her gaze, her face beaming as she looked at Luo Wanwan. "Mother, what brings you here? The guests must have nearly dispersed, right?" Luo Wanwan nodded. Even Aunt Jean could hardly contain herself. Her gaze seemed to wish to pierce through me. "Today, my dear Sheer has come of age, and I find it tedious to quarrel with her and her mother." She smiled as she gently touched the hairpin in Looming-she's hair, sitting beside her and inquiring softly, "Sheer, do you truly like this hairpin? It was sent by the regent and is indeed magnificent. Such exquisite craftsmanship could only be rivaled by the imperial offerings." Looming-she pressed her lips into a smile, aware that Luo Wanwan was eager to delve into her feelings. "Previously, I merely expressed to my mother my unwillingness to maintain any association with Xianyuan-he. However, at that time, I had yet to contemplate how to navigate my relationship with Xianyuan-chun. Presently, the bond between Xianyuan-chun and me has grown alarmingly intimate, and given that I have reached the age of maturity, the time has come to consider marriage. Thus, I cannot help but feel a sense of urgency."
With a sigh,
I inquired, "Sierre, during the recent banquet at the palace, the regent personally escorted you back to the festivities, yet my inquiries went unvoiced. Given the multitude of guests present today and the significant gift bestowed by the regent, could you enlighten me as to your thoughts on the matter?" Looming-she gazed at her mother, and after a moment of contemplation, softly replied, "Mother, I wish to marry Xianyuan-chun. He treats me exceptionally well, far surpassing the affections of the sixth prince." Looming-she's eyes sparkled with unwavering certainty, as if she had resolutely decided on her union with Xianyuan-chun. "Mother, aside from you and my brothers, There is no one else in this world who has shown me such selfless kindness as Xianyuan Chen. Lo Wanshan was utterly taken aback. She had never anticipated Lu Mingxi would articulate such sentiments. How many times had she even interacted with the regent? Could it be that her daughter had met him in her absence? Furthermore, the regent's status was anything but ordinary. And her daughter was still so young. How could she be so assured that he would consistently treat her well? If it were the sixth prince, perhaps it could be justified, as he was bound by the influence of the Duke of the State and the Empress. No matter the circumstances, he would assuredly cherish Lu Mingxi for a lifetime. The overwhelming power of the regent is surely beyond their capacity to suppress. Should the regent's heart waver in the future, leaving Lu Mingxi at a disadvantage, they would find themselves utterly helpless, unable to extend a hand in her aid. Furthermore, the regent has remained aloof from women for many years, and whether he is willing to marry Lu Mingxi remains uncertain. Luo Wanyuan gazed at Lu Mingxi with a troubled expression. If Lu Mingxi were to marry the sixth prince, it would be a different matter altogether. Given the influence of the Lu family and the Duke of Jinggua's estate, should Lu Mingxi desire the union, the sixth prince would have no choice but to comply, and he would dare not mistreat her in any way. However, if the regent decides against marriage, they would be powerless to alter her fate, leaving Lu Mingxi to suffer in vain. She felt compelled to counsel Lu Mingxi. My dear, how can you be so certain that the regent's affections towards you are not merely a reflection of Princess Anha's goodwill? What if, by chance, he does not wish to marry you? Lu Mingxi, observing her mother's worried countenance, realized that this was the source of her concern. With a smile, she grasped her mother's hand, her tone unwavering. Mother, you need not worry. Xian Yuanchen will undoubtedly marry me. Moreover, dear mother, you have experience. You can clearly see how he treats me well, and it is not solely because of Princess Anha, is it? Luo Wanyuan fell silent for a moment, unable to find a rebuttal to Lu Mingxi's words. Indeed, not to mention the concern of Princess Anha, even she herself could hardly expect to receive such meticulous care and attention from the regent. Lo Wanshuan's heart, once burdened with worry, gradually found solace in a few words from Lu Mingxi. She sighed, acknowledging, My dear, you have now reached the age of maturity, blossoming into a true young lady. You possess an understanding far beyond your years, fully aware of your actions. I cannot impose restrictions upon you, but should any matters arise, please remember to confide in me. Lowering her voice, she added softly, even if the Lu family cannot assist you, and your father is unable to lend his support, you still have your maternal grandparents. Lu Mingxi smiled gently, reassuring her, Mother, I am aware. You need not worry. Lo Wangquan could only nod, for she had but this one cherished daughter. Unlike a son, should a daughter marry poorly, she would suffer for a lifetime. While a son would remain in the household upon reaching adulthood, a daughter, once betrothed, would leave home, making it rare for them to meet thereafter. In Lu Mingxi's courtyard, Lo Wangquan expressed her sentiments at length, filled with melancholy, before finally taking her leave. Lu Mingxi listened attentively, devoid of any impatience, as her mother spoke. After her mother departed, Lu Mingxi removed the hairpin from her head, saying, See you? Please store this set of hair ornaments carefully, placing it atop the box. It was a gift from Xianyuan Chen, one that she cherished greatly. The grandeur of Lu Mingxi's coming-of-age ceremony had stirred quite a buzz among the young ladies of the capital for several days. Many spoke of the distinguished guests who attended and the lavish gifts bestowed upon her. Even the Empress, Princess Anha, and the regent sent their presents, marking the occasion with significant prestige. With the splendid celebration of her coming-of-age ceremony, Lu Mingxi swiftly became a prominent figure among the young ladies of the capital, and it was evident that her future marriage would undoubtedly be remarkable. A few days after the ceremony, Lu Mingxi rose early and proceeded to the residence of the matriarch, Lu Laofuren, to pay her respects. After her morning preparations, she instructed Suayu to adorn her with the exquisite headpiece gifted by Xuanyuanshan. Upon visiting Lu Laofuren, the elderly lady was immensely pleased with Lu Mingxi. Noticing the remarkably elegant hairpin atop her head, she scrutinized it with delight and inquired, My dear Sheer, I presume this splendid adornment is the coming-of-age gift from the regent, is it not? Lu Mingxi nodded slightly, responding, Indeed, grandmother. I found it utterly beautiful and could not resist wearing it to showcase its charm. Do you think it suits me? Chapter 57 The Regent Prince is destined to become her future husband. With a lively demeanor, Lady Lu felt quite pleased with Lu Mingxi's coming-of-age ceremony, which brought honor to the Lu family. Naturally, Gifts from the regent prince are of the finest quality. A young girl should adorn herself with beautiful accessories while she can, lest she reach my age and find herself unable to wear such vibrant ornaments. Lu Mingxi, with a playful smile, said, "Grandmother, how can you say that? You bear no traces of time. You are the most beautiful. If it weren't for you, how could we granddaughters possess such exquisite looks?" Lady Lu chuckled, amused by Lu Mingxi's flattery. After sharing a few words, Lu Mingxi took her leave and exited the old lady's courtyard. Suyu followed Lu Mingxi, noting the significant change in her demeanor. In the past, the young lady would not have been so dutiful and diligent in visiting the old lady's quarters, nor would she have engaged in such cordial exchanges. Yet now, she navigated these interactions with remarkable ease, winning the old lady's approval. Previously, the second young lady had been more adept at charming the matriarch, even if she was of lesser birth. She could always bring joy to the old lady and enjoyed the protection of the lady due to her appealing and pitiable beauty, making her the most favored young lady in the household. However, the tides have turned. The second young lady's standing has diminished significantly. In this moment, Tsuyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as she was reveling in this thought, Lu Mingxi suddenly said, "Tsuyu, I wish to go to the lakeside to feed the fish. Please fetch some fish food for me." The lakeside? Again to the lakeside? Nowadays, whenever Tsuyu hears about going to the lakeside, her expression inevitably changes. She hesitates and suggests, "Miss, perhaps we should refrain from visiting the lakeside? The winter has brought the water to rise twice, and I feel that the lake is at odds with you. Let us instead admire the flowers in the courtyard." Tsuyu earnestly attempts to persuade her mistress to reconsider. However, Lu Mingxi chuckles lightly. "How could the lake possibly be at odds with me? It has been beneficial to me. Now, do hurry along. I shall wait by the lake, and there are other maidservants nearby tending to the area, so you need not worry. Just be swift in your return." After all, the lake had aided her on 2 occasions. Tsuyu stretches her neck and indeed spots a couple of matrons and servants sweeping near the lake, which alleviates her concern somewhat. "Miss, please stay a little further from the lake. I shall fetch the fish food and return shortly." Lu Mingxi waves her hand dismissively, as if shooing away a mosquito, urging Tsuyu to hurry. With her hands tucked within her sleeves, she presses down the hem of her cloak, settling by the lakeside and gazing at the golden koi in the water. In the depths of winter, the fish are lethargic, reluctant to emerge from the depths, occasionally sending a couple to the surface to nibble on the floating remnants of lotus leaves before retreating once more. Lu Mingxi lowers her gaze for a moment, and soon Tsuyu rushes back, breathless and flushed, carrying not only the fish food but also a freshly filled hot water pot. Upon seeing Lu Mingxi in good spirits, she finally exhales in relief. Lu Mingxi, with her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, exchanges the cool water pot in her hands and, holding a small bowl of fish food, sprinkles a handful into the lake. The fish in the lake immediately surge forth, eagerly vying for food. From a distance, Lu Yun'er spotted a figure seated by the lakeside, feeding the fish. Upon recognizing Lu Mingxi, she noted the exquisite hairpin adorning her head with clarity. That day of the coming-of-age ceremony, the box sent by the regent had revealed its contents for only a fleeting moment, yet its beauty had been so striking that Lu Yun'er could recall it vividly even now, able to recognize it at a glance. Unable to suppress her anger, Lu Yun'er ground her teeth in frustration. Since Lu Mingxi's coming-of-age ceremony, she had not laid eyes on her for several days. Even during meals when the kitchen sent dishes for communal dining, Lu Mingxi was absent. It was said that the lady had instructed the kitchen to deliver the food to her courtyard. It was not a grand occasion, and they could have dined in their respective quarters. Yet Lu Yun'er could not bear to see Lu Mingxi in such a manner, perceiving her as a legitimate daughter, acting with an air of superiority and privilege. At that moment, seeing Lu Mingxi wearing the hairpin gifted by the regent ignited her fury to an unbearable extent. How dare that wretched Lu Mingxi, having already latched onto the 6th prince, now set her sights on the regent, attempting to secure a position as a consort in the regent's estate. This vile woman was also obstructing her own opportunities. With such an unattractive appearance, how could she have the audacity to flaunt such a beautiful hairpin? Approaching with a facade of surprise, Lu Yun'er suppressed the intense jealousy and rage in her eyes. Feigning astonishment, "Sister, are you feeding the fish by the lake? I haven't seen you for several days. Something seemed to dazzle my eyes from afar, and only upon coming closer did I realize it was the hairpin on your head." Lu Yun'er's gaze shifted from the hairpin atop Lu Mingxi's head to the earrings she wore, her smile struggling to remain composed. Sister, this jewelry is truly exquisite. If I recall correctly, it was a gift from His Highness the Regent during the recent coming-of-age ceremony. Am I right? Lu Mingxi's lips curled slightly. Indeed. It seems far too lovely to gather dust in a box, so I decided to wear it. Do you find it appealing, dear sister? Lu Yuner, almost gritting her teeth in her praise, replied, It is stunning, truly magnificent. I can't help but envy you, sister, for having the Duke of the State as your grandfather. Even His Highness the Regent must show you favor. Among the young ladies of the capital, few can boast such privilege as you. With her eyes downcast, she wore a self-pitying expression. Alas, I am not fortunate like you, sister. Without a distinguished grandfather to bolster my standing, perhaps I too might have garnered the regent's favor. Sueyu, listening from the side, grew increasingly uneasy. Was the second miss implying that their young lady's connection to the Duke of the State was the reason for receiving gifts from the regent? If the regent were to favor the Duke so greatly, why would he not do the same for other noble families? Those noble families held significant status. It was clear that their young lady had captured the regent's admiration, as he was to become her future uncle by marriage. Thus, he naturally valued her, independent of the Duke of the State. Sueyu felt a surge of indignation but, as a servant, knew she could not easily confront her mistress. Even if she were a concubine's daughter, such defiance was out of the question. She should not sacrifice the reputation of her lady for a fleeting moment of satisfaction. Lu Mingxi listened to Lu Yunyi's words with indifference. She still had the leisure to deliver a few barbs, suggesting she was not particularly occupied. Lu Mingxi lifted her gaze from the vibrant koi swimming in the lake, slowly directing her attention towards Lu Yunyi. Dear sister, your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. How are your preparations? She cast a glance at Lu Yunyi, completely disregarding her feelings, then lowered her eyes again, scattering a handful of fish food into the water. Softly remarking, Though you are a concubine's daughter, it is still essential to prepare well, lest you be too easily scrutinized when the time comes, which would not bode well. Would you not agree? Chapter 58. The distinction between me and that wretched Lu Mingxi, who is unaware that Lu Yunyi can scarcely bear the thought of her coming-of-age ceremony at present? Despite Lu Yunyi's lengthy tirade, she was unable to affect Lu Mingxi in the slightest. The smile on Lu Mingxi's face remained undiminished. Yet, with a mere casual remark, Lu Mingxi managed to tread upon the most sensitive spot of Lu Yunyi. Enraged, Lu Yunyi felt an overwhelming urge to tear Lu Mingxi's mouth apart on the spot, to rip off the jewelry sent by the regent and hurl it to the ground, trampling it underfoot. If it were not for Lu Mingxi, that wretched creature, would her coming-of-age ceremony be reduced to such a state? Why should her celebration be overshadowed by that insufferable Lu Mingxi? Did Lu Mingxi truly deserve such treatment? Clenching her fists tightly within her sleeves, Lu Yunyi fought to restrain herself from erupting in fury. Perhaps due to the increasing misfortunes she had been experiencing lately, Lu Yunyi found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure in front of Lu Mingxi, and even the effort to suppress her rage began to feel burdensome. Lu Mingxi leisurely raised her gaze, casting a few glances at Lu Yunyi. With a forced smile, Lu Yunyi said, I am not yet fully prepared. As you mentioned, sister, I shall take my leave now to continue my preparations. Lu Mingxi replied, her voice tinged with delight. Yes, do hurry along. Once Lu Yunyi was out of sight, and away from the prying eyes of maids and matrons, she allowed her fury to surface, striding forward with a flourish of her sleeves. With her silver teeth clenched, a delicate, snow-white face was obscured by anger, rendering it somewhat fierce and tarnishing the enchanting beauty that stirred compassion. Lu Yunyi, riding the winds of fury, rushed into Aunt Qin's courtyard. Upon entering, the sight of her own mother overwhelmed her, and she could not restrain herself, bursting into tears while vehemently cursing. That wretched Lu Mingxi. Why did she not drown in the lake, and how is she still alive and well to this day? Aunt Qin immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, Quickly, close the door. You blind fools. The second miss has entered. Why is the door still wide open? Rising, Aunt Qin took Lu Yunyi's hand, saying, Yunyi, my dear Yunyi, why are you crying so? Have you encountered Lu Mingxi? Lu Yunyi fiercely wiped away her tears and lamented. I saw her by the lake feeding the fish, adorned with the exquisite headdress gifted by His Highness the Regent. She looked so beautiful. It should have been my crown. Yet that woman has ensnared the regent's affections, causing him to be utterly bewitched. How dares she? How is she worthy? Aunt Qin tenderly wiped her daughter's tears and echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Lu Mingxi is so ugly. She pales in comparison to my daughter's beauty. The most splendid jewels rightfully belong to my daughter. She gently patted Lu Yuner's back, urging her to cease her weeping so fervently. Lu Yuner continued to weep, and, in a few days, I shall celebrate my coming-of-age ceremony. Just recently, a grand celebration was held in our residence, yet when it comes to my turn, it shall be a mere ordinary affair befitting a common daughter. Only a handful of guests will grace the occasion, and I fear that no individuals of noble status will attend, leaving me uncertain of who might even offer their congratulations. When the time comes, I shall be utterly humiliated in the capital, and how shall I face the gatherings and meet with the other young ladies? I will be unable to hold my head high in their presence. That wretched Lu Mingxi, however, is basking in glory. The mere thought of encountering other noble girls in the capital, witnessing Lu Mingxi's splendor while I endure their disdainful gazes, is unbearable, causing my tears to flow even more fiercely. Lu Yuner has always held herself in high esteem, fully aware of her beauty, which her Aunt Qin has consistently praised. Raised under strict guidance, she has mastered the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. This cultivated her belief that, despite her status as a secondary daughter, she is incomparable to the likes of Lu Qingqing, and even Lu Mingxi pales in comparison. They lack her beauty, her intellect, and her myriad talents. Were it not for Lu Mingxi's advantageous background, she would undoubtedly be the most outstanding young lady in the Lu household. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Mingxi has increasingly eluded her control and has begun to exhibit a cleverness that leaves her feeling powerless. The mere thought of facing a hastily arranged coming-of-age ceremony fills Lu Yuner with dread, as it seems she shall never be able to hold her head high again. No matter how intelligent she may be, she is still a mere teenage girl. In her moment of helplessness, she cannot bear the burden any longer and, buried in her mother's embrace, weeps bitterly while muttering curses under her breath. Aunt Qin feels a profound ache in her heart, yet she too is beset by her own frustrations. She never anticipated that Lu Mingxi would fall out with Lu Yuner before her coming-of-age ceremony, nor did she foresee that when she approached the master, he would show her no favor whatsoever. Clearly, Lu Yuner is also his daughter, and should she marry in the future, it is Lu Yuner's beauty that could secure a more prosperous future for him. Gritting her teeth, Aunt Qin gently pats Lu Yuner's back as they both weep together. It is the fault of this aunt for lacking the means to provide you with a proper lineage, which has led to your current plight. Your father may appear to dote on us, but in truth, he is still partial to his legitimate wife. After all, how could I, a mere concubine, ever compare to the daughter of the Duke of Jinghua? Yet, my dear Yuner, you are a lady of the Lu family. You are not like me. You must never tread the same path as your aunt, do you understand? Wiping away her tears, Aunt Qin raises her head, her gaze resolute as she looks at Lu Yuner. You must marry the regent, becoming his legitimate wife. Do you comprehend? Lu Yuner, taken aback by the intensity of her mother's gaze, nods with tears glistening in her eyes. Aunt Qin wipes her daughter's tears and whispers, "The Grand Princess's birthday banquet is approaching, and it presents your finest opportunity. You must seize it without fail and ensure that no mistakes occur." Aunt Qin had originally conspired with Lu Yuner to dazzle everyone with a breathtaking performance at the Grand Princess's banquet. Not only must Lu Yuner's illustrious name resonate throughout the capital, but she must also capture the attention of the regent. Lu Yuner diligently practiced her dance, preparing for a considerable time, with the ultimate aim of marrying into the regent's household. Upon hearing this, she grasped her handkerchief, dabbing at her tears. What my aunt said is true. I shall now devote myself to dance practice. Since the coming-of-age ceremony is beyond my grasp, I shall redeem my dignity at the birthday banquet. A fierce glimmer flashed in her eyes. At that time, it is imperative that the regent knows the vast chasm that separates me from that wretched Lu Mingxi. I am the exalted cloud, while Lu Mingxi is naught but the filth of the earth. No one would forsake the clouds above to treasure the mire below. When the moment arrives, not only will my dance astound all present, but I shall also reveal to the regent the truly grotesque visage concealed beneath Lu Mingxi's daily veil. Once the regent beholds Lu Mingxi's utterly hideous countenance, he shall surely spare her not even a fleeting glance. Chapter 59. The inauspicious coming-of-age ceremony of Lu Yuner. Upon witnessing Lu Yuner regain her spirits, Aunt Qin nodded in satisfaction. Lu Yuner rose and said, "Aunt, I shall take my leave now. I must continue my dance practice." Aunt Qin hurried to accompany Lu Yuner out of the courtyard. Lu Yuner had been practicing the dance for quite some time, and the daily repetition had begun to wear on her. However, spurred by Lu Mingxi's provocations, She became increasingly determined to dedicate herself to her craft. Anqin mused that she truly owed Lu Mingxi a debt of gratitude for today's turn of events. Lu Yun'er was indeed astute. She realized that captivating the audience at the Grand Princess's birthday banquet would be her sole path to success. Thus, she practiced with ever greater fervor each day. If she could astonish everyone with her performance, then even if her coming-of-age ceremony lacked grandeur, few would dare to look down upon her. Conversely, failure would condemn her to a life of insignificance, relegating her to the same tier as Lu Qingqing and her ilk. Particularly, her aspirations of marrying into the regent's estate and becoming the rightful consort would grow increasingly dim. Lu Yun'er was unwilling to accept such a fate. Leading up to her coming-of-age ceremony, Lu Yun'er seldom ventured out. When Lu Mingxi heard servants mention her, noting that she hardly left the courtyard and seemed absorbed in her dance practice, she paid it no mind. Lu Mingxi was well aware of the schemes concocted by Lu Yun'er and Anqin. She would grant them their desires. On the day of Lu Yun'er's coming-of-age ceremony, the atmosphere in the estate was a far cry from the lively celebration that had accompanied Lu Mingxi's own event. Only a handful of subordinate officials came to offer their token gifts and witness the occasion. The dignitaries of true stature were conspicuously absent. Who would deign to attend the coming-of-age ceremony of a mere commoner? It would be a disgrace to their own standing. The supporters of Lu Yun'er were summoned by Luo Wanwan. Ultimately, as a descendant of Lu Tiancheng, it was beneath a woman of no status to serve as her patroness. Though the one who came was hardly of high rank, merely the wife of a subordinate of Lu Tiancheng. Concubine Qin, given her own background, could hardly procure a more esteemed supporter than this lady. Thus, she could only begrudgingly accept the situation. As Lu Yun'er knelt at her place, allowing her supporter to arrange her hair and adornments, she cast her gaze upon the sparse assembly of spectators. A fleeting glance at Lu Mingxi made her grit her teeth in frustration. Lu Mingxi's eyes sparkled with quiet amusement as she regarded Lu Yun'er, yet the latter perceived an unmistakable mockery and schadenfreude in her gaze. That wretched Lu Mingxi was clearly ridiculing her. Not only Lu Mingxi, but also the brothers Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao were absent from the National Academy on this day of her coming-of-age ceremony, a blatant indication of their disdain for Lu Yun'er. The old matriarch and Lu Tiancheng had uttered not a word regarding Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao, instead emphasizing the importance of their studies. The entire household seemed to conspire to inform the outside world, to declare to all that she, the illegitimate daughter, was of little significance. Lu Tiancheng stood to the side, smiling, yet when Lu Yun'er glanced in his direction, she could not shake the impression that his smile lacked the genuine joy that Lu Mingxi had displayed on her own coming-of-age day. The arrival was not heralded by any particularly important individual, although he, as the host, was obliged to extend a warm welcome by the latter part of the event. It was the steward who greeted the sporadic guests at the entrance. Lu Yun'er emerged in a change of attire, bowing to the guests. Her garments, however, paled in comparison to the exquisite ensemble once donned by Lu Mingxi. While her attire adhered to the ceremonial standards, it incessantly served as a reminder to Lu Yun'er of her status as a mere concubine, inferior to Lu Mingxi. The entirety of the coming-of-age ceremony filled Lu Yun'er with a profound sense of humiliation. Her mind was consumed by thoughts of Lu Mingxi's splendid celebration, constantly juxtaposing her own ceremony against that of Lu Mingxi, ultimately realizing the vast chasm that separated them. She was consumed by jealousy, compelled to maintain her composure in the presence of so many onlookers. Yet, whenever her gaze inadvertently fell upon Lu Mingxi, a flicker of emotion would betray her fade. Cui Yu, sensing the chill of Lu Yun'er's scrutinizing gaze, whispered to Lu Mingxi, "Miss, does the second miss seem to be watching us? Today is her coming-of-age ceremony." Yet her expression appears rather displeased. Lu Mingxi chuckled softly. "Have you not heard that she has been practicing her dance lately? Perhaps she is simply fatigued from her rehearsals." Cui Yu, puzzled, thought, could one truly be so exhausted from practice as to exhibit such demeanor? It was evident to her that the second miss harbored some discontent towards her own miss, manifesting in her expression. Although Cui Yu was unable to comprehend the intricacies of the situation, she resolved to accept her miss's interpretation without further inquiry. Lu Mingxi observed the completion of Lu Yun'er's coming-of-age ceremony as many guests began to take their leave. She too turned to depart. Moments later, she watched Lu Yun'er hastily exit, heading towards her courtyard. Lu Yun'er could scarcely remain at the ceremony for a moment longer. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of practicing dance. She was determined to perfect her skills. ensuring that everyone recognized her as the most outstanding young lady of the Lu family. She longed for the regent to notice her. She vowed to trample Lu Mingxi, that wretched girl, beneath her feet. Lu Yunu's coming-of-age ceremony did not require much concern from Luo Wanwan. As the matriarch, her role was simply to oversee the arrangements, ensuring there were no mistakes. The rest could be delegated to the servants. During this time, she intended to begin instructing Lu Mingxi in the ways of managing the household. Following a previous examination, Luo Wanwan was pleasantly surprised by her daughter's intelligence in these matters, prompting her to invest more effort in teaching. Lu Mingxi, being the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, would inevitably take on the role of matriarch upon her marriage. Therefore, mastering the intricacies of household management was of utmost importance. As for the two illegitimate daughters, Lu Qingqing and Lu Yuner, if they were willing to learn, Luo Wanwan would certainly provide guidance, ensuring that she did not gain a reputation for deliberately mistreating and neglecting the education of the concubines. However, if they lacked diligence or comprehension, Luo Wanwan would not force the issue. Following their previous assessment, she had attempted to instruct Lu Yuner and Lu Qingqing, but it seemed their minds were not focused on these matters at all. Afterward, Luo Wanwan no longer meticulously guided them in their studies, occasionally offering a few remarks that left no room for error. Upon returning to her own courtyard, after sending off the guests, Luo Wanwan proceeded to Lu Mingxi's residence. Lu Mingxi was engrossed in her accounts, her head bowed. As soon as Luo Wanwan entered, she noticed her daughter's serene expression, devoid of any signs of restlessness typical of a girl her age. Instead, she was quietly and attentively reviewing the records. This sight brought a sense of relief to Luo Wanwan, who smiled and remarked, "Upon entering, I find my diligent daughter so engrossed in her studies. I ought to invite your second brother to witness this. He, who studies daily at the National Academy, is often chastised by his teacher." Chapter 60, Selling Oneself to Bury a Father. Lu Mingxi smiled and said, "Mother, second brother's examination assignments are quite commendable." Luo Wanyuan shook her head, letting out a deep, sorrowful sigh. She settled down beside Lu Mingxi and examined her closely. In a gentle tone, she asked, "If you encounter anything you do not understand, come to ask your mother. I shall teach you everything." Lu Mingxi nodded in acknowledgement. In truth, she had already comprehended these matters long ago, perhaps even more adeptly than Luo Wanyuan herself. She set aside the account book and instructed a maidservant to pour tea for her mother. Luo Wanyuan inquired, "Are you aware that Lu Yuner has been practicing her dance in the courtyard, keeping her door shut?" Lu Yuner had previously practiced dance as well, but she had never secluded herself in this manner, fixated solely on her training. Lu Mingxi was already aware of this. Upon hearing her mother mention it, she maintained her composure and replied, "I know." Luo Wanyuan cautioned, "In a few days, it will be the Grand Princess's birthday banquet. I was considering not bringing her along to avoid any potential disturbances." "Mother," Lu Mingxi gently interrupted Luo Wanyuan, "now that she has come of age. Just like me, if you only bring me and leave her behind, others may speculate and it could tarnish your reputation. Though they may not voice their opinions openly, whispers will surely circulate." Lu Mingxi understood that Luo Wanyuan was concerned for her. Lu Yuner had repeatedly sought to trouble Lu Mingxi, and Luo Wanyuan worried that Lu Mingxi might suffer some indignity at the banquet due to Lu Yuner. Her daughter had previously been completely captivated by Lu Yuner, a fact that had gone unnoticed by her as a mother. Had it not been for the earlier incident involving water, she would have continued to treat Lu Yuner as if she were her own daughter. Reflecting on her past kindness towards Lu Yuner, while being acutely aware of the malice harbored by Lu Yuner and Qin Yinyang towards them, Luo Wanchuan felt a chill in her heart. She longed to distance herself from the mother-daughter duo, wishing they would never come near her daughter. Lu Mingxi understood Luo Wanchuan's concerns. With a playful blink, her lively eyes assured Luo Wanchuan, "I am merely practicing my dance. What can she possibly do to me? Furthermore, at the banquet, with you by my side and so many others present, she is but a lowly concubine. What can she dare to do? I am quite clever, and I shall not fall victim to her schemes." Luo Wanchuan recognized the truth in Lu Mingxi's words, yet the intricacies of the human heart often led to unbidden worries, even if one professed otherwise. Observing Lu Mingxi's unwavering confidence, Luo Wanchuan could only sigh and refrain from further discussion. She gazed at her daughter, marveling at how much she had grown. Lu Mingxi smiled gently. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Wanchuan took her leave. Lu Mingxi returned to studying the account books. Luo Wanchuan had entrusted her with the ledgers of several shops for her to manage. If any insurmountable issues arose, she could seek Luo Wanchuan's guidance. Lu Mingxi had been poring over the account books for several days, meticulously verifying each one, forming a substantial stack. The task was dizzying, yet she was indeed beginning to discern some insights. Lu Mingxi, with pen in hand, dipped it into vermilion and inscribed several problematic accounts on rice paper. After closing the ledger, she handed the paper to Cueyu. Cueyu, please deliver this to the steward responsible for these shops. If he comprehends it, he will know how to proceed. Cueyu accepted the paper, its vermilion already dried. She meticulously folded it and tucked it into her bosom, her smile radiant as she nodded. Certainly, miss, I shall go at once. Upon delivering the problematic accounts to the steward, his expression shifted dramatically. Initially feigning ignorance with a smile, he remarked, Miss, what you have sent is beyond my understanding. These accounts seem utterly nonsensical. Cueyu refused to engage in idle chatter, stating, regardless, I have delivered the item. If you cannot comprehend it, so be it. I shall inform the miss, and she will issue further instructions. The steward's countenance darkened as he reached into his pocket, attempting to slip a pouch of coins to Cueyu. She hastily retreated, exclaiming, Keep your distance. I have conveyed the miss's words as well. You should contemplate your own course of action. With that, she swiftly departed, fearful of being accused of accepting a bribe and betraying her mistress, a notion she could never abide. Cueyu ran briskly, leaving the steward pale with distress. Soon after, Lu Mingxi received the new ledger sent by the steward, with all deficits rectified. Lu Mingxi was quite pleased with the steward's perceptiveness. In secret, Luo Wanwan had people observe, knowing that Lu Mingxi had quietly resolved the matter without making an appearance. Armed with the young lady's score, she had frightened the opposing party to the point of sleepless nights for several days, ultimately leading them to comply obediently. Luo Wanwan felt an immense satisfaction in her heart, convinced of her daughter's intelligence. After Lu Mingxi had dealt with this incident, Luo Wanwan began to involve her in managing the affairs of the household. Before undertaking any tasks, she would first consult Lu Mingxi, using this as a form of assessment. Initially, she thought that Lu Mingxi, being a young girl, despite her cleverness, would inevitably be unfamiliar with many of the household's myriad responsibilities. If she faltered or provided unsatisfactory answers, Luo Wanwan could take the opportunity to teach her gradually. To her surprise, Lu Mingxi not only answered adeptly, but did so without missing a beat. Luo Wanwan was left in wonder, pondering when her daughter had acquired such knowledge. Undoubtedly, she was immensely pleased with her daughter. When concubine Qin learned that Luo Wanwan was taking Lu Mingxi to study household management daily, she dismissed it as trivial. What purpose did such learning serve? These were merely tasks that could be handled by the servants. Given Lu Mingxi's appearance, if she were to marry poorly, her skills in management would be of no consequence. One must possess sufficient wealth to manage in the first place. On this particular day, after Lu Mingxi finished reviewing the newly delivered account books, she felt somewhat restless from spending every day confined to the courtyard. After rising and taking a brief stroll, she said, Cueyu, let us go out today and take a look around, and perhaps visit the shop as well. Shopping? Upon hearing this, Cueyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurriedly changed her mistress's attire, and the two set forth from the manor. Given their intention to stroll through the marketplace, they opted for a leisurely walk, accompanied by several guards who trailed behind to ensure their safety. As Lu Mingxi ambled through the bustling streets, she felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her, recalling the vibrant scenes of life she had not witnessed since her entrance into the palace in her previous life. It dawned on her that it had indeed been many years since she had experienced such lively surroundings. Veiled and navigating through the throng, she endeavored to avoid collisions, while Cueyu, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly scanned the area, tugging at her to observe the various vendors and intriguing wares lining the streets. Just as Cueyu pulled Lu Mingxi to a quaint stall adorned with trinkets, the latter's gaze caught sight of a figure kneeling at the edge of the street. It was a woman, seemingly in a state of quiet despair, softly sobbing to herself. Clad in a simple garment of coarse fabric, the woman wore a dull wooden hairpin adorned with a few strands of straw. Beside her lay a rolled mat, which appeared to conceal something inside. Passers-by paused in curiosity, lowering their heads to scrutinize her plight. The scene was one of a heart-wrenching sacrifice amidst the bustling life around her. Chapter 61. Acquiring Haiyang in a moment's distraction, Lu Mingxi found herself oblivious to the words spoken by Cueyu at her side. Her attention was captivated by the sight of the kneeling woman, and suddenly, memories linked to her resurfaced. In her previous life, there was a maid named Haidang, purchased by her mother. Driven by filial piety, Haidang had sold herself to bury her father, and out of compassion, her mother had taken her into their household to serve. However, it was this very Haidang who, having been bribed by Aunt Qin, poisoned Lu Mingxi's mother, leading to her demise after a year of suffering. At this realization, Lu Mingxi's gaze towards Haidang turned icy, even tinged with a hint of murderous intent. If she were to order Haidang's execution at this moment, perhaps her mother's life could have been spared, and many subsequent tragedies would have been averted. Tsuyu called softly Mississippi.
Miss?
What troubles you? She gazed at her mistress in astonishment, perplexed by the sudden shift in Lu Mingxi's demeanor, which now bore an unsettling intensity. Lu Mingxi, roused by Tsuyu's voice, pressed her lips together and offered a faint smile to mask the coldness in her eyes. It is nothing. I merely recalled that I must inspect the shop later and ponder how business is faring. Tsuyu smiled reassuringly. You need not worry, miss. It will undoubtedly thrive. By the way, do take a look at this hairpin. Though it is not exceedingly intricate, it possesses a certain beauty and novelty. Lu Mingxi glanced at the hairpin, prompting the stall owner to interject. Miss, this hairpin is quite affordable, merely 15 won. It would be delightful for you to take it home and enjoy. Lu Mingxi lowered her gaze and picked a few exquisite hairpins from the stall, presenting them to Tsuyu. Here, I shall purchase these for you. Make haste and settle the payment. Tsuyu, brimming with joy, accepted the pins and retrieved a piece of silver from her purse to hand to the vendor. Lu Mingxi then turned her attention to Haidang, who remained kneeling on the ground. Although passers-by cast curious glances her way, none were inclined to offer assistance. Lu Mingxi had abandoned her earlier thoughts. Taking a life was not as simple as it seemed. She lacked the skill to carry out such an act discreetly. Furthermore, employing the influence of the Lu family could lead to unwanted scrutiny, potentially providing her adversaries with leverage to tarnish her father's reputation, accusing the Lu family of abusing their power and disregarding human life. Moreover, even if she were to eliminate Haidang, the malicious intentions of Aunt Qin towards her mother would not dissipate. Without Haidang, there would merely be other maidservants to contend with, making her situation all the more precarious. It would be wiser to keep Haidang close at hand. Since she was already aware that the poison was procured through Haidang by Aunt Qin, her focus should be on thwarting Haidang's schemes. Having pondered this thoroughly, Lu Mingxi adjusted her skirts and walked towards Haidang. Tsuyu, initially perplexed, quickly followed. Upon witnessing her mistress halt before a woman clad in mourning attire, kneeling on the street to sell herself, she soon comprehended the situation. Her mistress had momentarily lost herself in thought upon seeing this pitiful figure, perhaps contemplating the purchase to afford her a proper burial for her father. Tsuyu couldn't help but marvel at her mistress's kindness. Lu Mingxi stood before Haidang, her eyes cast down, concealing the tumult of emotions within. Haidang caught sight of a luxurious fabric sweeping the ground and raised her gaze, discovering a veiled young lady adorned with jingling ornaments standing before her. In her moment of desperation, with color drained from her face, she felt an overwhelming wave of emotion upon recognizing Lu Mingxi, the most distinguished lady she had encountered during her prolonged kneeling. Not only was this lady clad in resplendent attire, but even her delicate maid beside her was dressed elegantly, adorned with a jeweled hairpin. Haidang trembled as she parted her lips and, bowing deeply, implored, I beseech you, dear lady, to show mercy and purchase me. I am willing to serve as your maid, in exchange for securing a resting place for my father. A melodious voice responded, very well. Haidang was taken aback by the ease of the lady's acquiescence, and she quickly looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Her countenance appeared exceedingly pitiful as she repeatedly expressed her profound gratitude for Lu Mingxi's benevolence. Unmoved by her plight, Lu Mingxi maintained a gentle smile, though a chill lingered in her eyes. She instructed Tsuyu, provide her with 10 taels of silver. Tsuyu promptly retrieved the coins from her pouch and handed them to Haidang, whose hands shook as she accepted the silver. The elegantly attired lady then spoke, go and arrange your father's funeral. Complete it swiftly. Within 3 days. Present yourself at the residence of Lu Shangshu on E Street and inform them that Miss Lu Mingxi has purchased you as a maid. The steward will know how to proceed. She paused momentarily and softly added, if within 3 days you fail to go, absconding with my silver, I shall have no choice but to report you to the authorities, prompting them to apprehend you. Haitong's body trembled, and she hastily bowed her head, trembling with fear. That will not happen. I assure you I shall. I shall certainly go, rest assured, my lady. Lu Mingxi cast a glance at her, withdrew her gaze, said nothing, and turned to leave. Haitong clutched the silver tightly in her hands, and when she raised her head again, she found that the figure of her lady had vanished, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. She tucked the silver into her bosom and grasped the straw mat, preparing to bury her father. In the span of 3 days, she must hasten to the Lu residence. This was Sueju's first time witnessing such an event as selling oneself to bury a father, and she felt a thrill of excitement. Following Lu Mingxi, they ventured to a renowned tavern in the capital, where Sueju chattered animatedly with Lu Mingxi. Lu Mingxi smiled, occasionally responding. Sueju, glancing behind the tavern, exclaimed joyfully, my lady. It has been such a long time since we visited here. It was the eldest and second young masters who brought us here before. Yet, Lu Mingxi realized it had indeed been quite a while since her last visit. As she stepped into the tavern, intending to ascend the stairs to find a private room, the waiter emerged with an apologetic smile, saying, my lady, I sincerely apologize, but our tavern is currently at full capacity. Would you consider trying another establishment? Sueju's shoulders slumped in disappointment. To think that after such a long-awaited outing, they were met with full occupancy, it was truly unfortunate. Lu Mingxi found herself at a loss for what to do. This esteemed establishment is renowned throughout the capital, frequented by numerous dignitaries and nobles who come to indulge in fine wines and exquisite meals, expertly crafted by the chefs. It is a common occurrence for the venue to be filled to capacity. Previously, it was Lu Mingjue and Lu Mingyao who had taken the initiative to send a servant ahead to secure a reservation. Just as Lu Mingxi was about to depart with Sueyu, someone suddenly descended swiftly from the upper floor, calling out, Miss Lu, please wait. Upon reaching the bustling street beneath the tavern, Xian Yuanchen spotted them from the second floor. He had been contemplating whether to descend and seek an audience with Lu Mingxi when, fortuitously, he caught sight of her entering the establishment. Chapter 62. The regent's invitation. The establishment was perfectly occupied, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring to assist him. Following his master's command, Shen Feng hastened down the stairs. Fearful that a moment's delay might allow the young lady of the Lu family to exit the tavern, prompting his master to hold him accountable. Upon being called, Lu Mingxi turned and, upon catching sight of Shen Feng, immediately realized that Xian Yuanchen was present as well. She paused for a moment, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and genuine delight. Shen Feng bowed respectfully, saying, Miss Lu, my master is in the private room above and has extended an invitation for you to join him. Please allow me to escort you. With a gentle smile, Lu Mingxi replied, then I shall not impose. She lifted her skirts and followed Shen Feng upstairs. The young attendant, observing the scene, felt a twinge of confusion, yet dared not voice it. Chuiyu trailed closely behind her mistress, sensing an unusual urgency in Lu Mingxi's steps, as if she were eagerly anticipating a meeting with her esteemed suitor. Chuiyu's fear of the regent had significantly diminished since the previous banquet, especially after witnessing the regent's tender demeanor towards her mistress. It became clear to her that the seemingly cold and ruthless figure could also exhibit gentleness. As Lu Mingxi's personal maid, Chuiyu felt reassured that the regent would not harm her. With this thought in mind, Chuiyu grew emboldened. Meanwhile, Lu Mingxi, oblivious to the musings of her maid, was consumed by thoughts of Xian Yuanchen's presence, her heart racing with anticipation. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room on the second floor, Lu Mingxi paused to steady her composure before stepping inside. She had anticipated that upon entering, she would glimpse Xian Yuanchen's pale visage, yet to her surprise, only a vague silhouette met her eyes. The private chamber, spacious as it was, had been divided by a screen that Xian Yuanchen had placed in the center, creating two halves, one of which housed a table, evidently prepared for an occasion when the room would be fully occupied. He stood behind the screen, and they exchanged formal greetings. Xian Yuanchen's voice was deep and resonant. Despite his frail condition, it bore no trace of weakness. Lu Mingxi found herself momentarily perplexed by Xian Yuanchen's intentions. She blinked, wishing to circumvent the screen and meet him directly, but he suddenly interjected, Miss Lu, there are distinctions between men and women. Given the current full capacity, I was compelled to invite you to share this chamber with me. Yet to preserve your reputation, I have erected this screen as a divider. I hope you can understand. Lu Mingxi paused, momentarily at a loss for words. She had never before realized that Xian Yuanchen could be so courteous. How is it that during the grand banquet, he had been unafraid to escort her back in front of so many witnesses? Now, in the absence of outsiders, he chose to adhere strictly to propriety. Lu Mingxi found herself uncertain of how to respond, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. She decided that if they were to remain apart, so be it. With a slight nod, she acquiesced and took a seat on the other side of the screen. The door of the chamber remained ajar, a precaution against any misinterpretation of their relationship. Lu Mingxi felt a sense of resignation. Lu Mingxi was acutely aware that the public nature of the palace banquet allowed for an open demeanor. However, in the current intimate setting of a private room, the necessity for discretion was paramount. Xianyuan Chen was undoubtedly considering Lu Mingxi's reputation. Though she recognized this, it nonetheless elicited a sense of amusement within her. Seated opposite Xianyuan Chen behind a screen, the waiter soon approached, inquiring about their orders before retreating to prepare the food and wine. The door to the private room was ajar, allowing passers-by a glimpse of Xianyuan Chen and Lu Mingxi within. While no one dared to stare openly, curiosity often compelled a few to steal furtive glances. Lu Mingxi and Xianyuan Chen maintained an air of naturalness, appearing utterly at ease, as if oblivious to the presence of others. Yet, Suelu and Shin Feng, standing awkwardly beside their master, felt the palpable tension of the situation. Before long, the waiter returned with the dishes Lu Mingxi had ordered, leaving them undisturbed at last. Lu Mingxi picked up her chopsticks, savoring the flavors of the meal, which matched her recollections perfectly. This establishment, frequented by numerous dignitaries, surely boasted exceptional cuisine. While Lu Mingxi remained silent, Xianyuan Chen could not contain himself. He lifted his gaze, peering at the elusive figure beyond the screen. Upon meeting Lu Mingxi's eyes, he quickly averted his own, fearful of being caught in his unguarded observation. Outside the private room, voices occasionally drifted in, mingling with the distant strains of music. Xianyuan Chen seemed to suddenly recall something. Tilting his head to whisper to Shin Feng, "Go and invite the musicians of the tavern to perform." This establishment, which hosted musicians and dancers year-round, allowed guests to summon performers to the private chambers whenever they desired. Typically, Xianyuan Chen would never permit outsiders into the private quarters, but today, in the company of Lu Mingxi, he found himself at a loss. In front of so many people, he dared not draw near Lu Mingxi, anxious that it might tarnish her reputation. The musician quickly entered the chamber with Shin Feng. Lu Mingxi lifted her gaze and saw a charming young woman, cradling a qin. She was dressed rather lightly for winter, her slender waist resembling a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, exuding an enchanting grace that would stir the heart of any man. The musician gracefully bowed to the two within the chamber before taking her seat and positioning her instrument. Sitting between them, her vantage point allowed her to see both Lu Mingxi and Xianyuan Chen. The woman raised her eyes, and though she ought not to gaze directly at the noble's visage, she inadvertently caught sight of Xianyuan Chen's extraordinarily handsome features, causing her cheeks to flush with a faint rosy hue against the winter backdrop. Her eyes sparkled like pools of spring water as she lowered her gaze, her long, delicate fingers gently gliding over the strings of the qin, while her broad, soft sleeves brushed against the instrument's edge, creating an ethereal allure. With a deft flick of her fingertips, the melodious notes began to pour forth, reminiscent of pearls cascading onto a jade plate. As the musician played, he occasionally lifted his gaze, casting a soft and tender glance in the direction of Xianyuan Chen. Shyly and timidly. Truly, what a beautiful figure. All of this was keenly observed by Lu Mingxi. For some reason, a sense of unease suddenly stirred within her heart. Lu Mingxi raised her eyes and offered a gentle smile, her emotions enigmatic. "Your Highness, it appears you possess such refined tastes." Xianyuan Chen, however, paid little heed to the musician's attire. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to engage Lu Mingxi in conversation, to exchange a few words. He intended to mention her paintings, yet he felt that every time they met, the topic would invariably revolve around her art, making it seem as though his interest lay solely in her works. Chapter 63. Surely, he cannot have a maidservant? Yet, when tasked with finding a specific topic, he could not uncover a single one. Upon hearing this, he momentarily failed to grasp Lu Mingxi's intent and simply chuckled. "As long as Miss Lu is satisfied."
You?
Sensing an inexplicable shift, subtly discerned that her mistress was not particularly joyful at that moment. She stepped aside, fortuitously locking eyes with Shin Feng across the room. The two servants exchanged a glance, casting sidelong looks at their respective masters, both equally perplexed. Lu Mingxi lifted her gaze, scanning the musician present. This musician, evidently oblivious or dismissive of Lu Mingxi, seemed solely captivated by Xian Yuanchen. Although Xian Yuanchen's attire appeared rather unremarkable at a cursory glance, the musician, accustomed to performing for dignitaries in the tavern, possessed a keen eye and could easily discern that this gentleman's status was anything but ordinary. If she could garner the favor of such a distinguished patron, she would hardly concern herself with the unknown young lady across the way. Instead, she silently lamented that despite her vigorous efforts to showcase her charm, the gentleman had not even spared her a second glance. Lu Mingxi refrained from responding to Xian Yuanchen's remark and instead softly inquired, "Your Highness frequents this establishment often, does he not? One can tell from your ease in summoning musicians that you are quite familiar with this place." She delicately lifted her teacup, her gaze lingering upon it, as a peculiar undertone slipped into her voice. Delicious delicacies and fine wines accompanied by beauty, what a delightful indulgence. Lu Mingxi found herself bewildered by her own sentiments. It is merely a mundane affair to summon musicians to play and to observe the dances. What significance does it truly hold? She should not harbor any dissatisfaction towards Xian Yuanchen. His kindness towards her has been ample. He has performed countless deeds for her. Yet, what has she offered in return? Nothing at all, for she is unable to reciprocate his generosity. Even if she resolves to marry Xian Yuanchen, ultimately, it is she who benefits from this union. Given Xian Yuanchen's esteemed appearance and status, had he not been blinded by affection for her, what exquisite women would he lack? Her notion of repaying him through matrimony is nothing but an act of self-delusion. Lu Mingxi had initially believed that her feelings for Xian Yuanchen were devoid of love. Having endured the pains of love in her previous life, she now harbors only profound gratitude towards him in this life. However, she cannot help but contemplate that although Xian Yuanchen treated her well in their past life, considering his youth and his exalted position as regent, he might have simply remained unmarried while already having numerous concubines. After all, for men of their standing, such matters are commonplace. To commit oneself to a woman without ever marrying, relinquishing such immense power, is already a remarkable display of deep affection. A few concubines merely serve to satisfy desires. What is wrong with that? Furthermore, pondering deeper, before Xian Yuanchen ascended to the role of regent, he was once a prince. It is not uncommon for young masters from prominent families to be presented with concubines to educate them in the ways of intimacy upon reaching adulthood. How could Xian Yuanchen possibly be an exception? With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Mingxi strives to adjust her mindset. Regrettably, no matter how diligently Lu Mingxi tried, the expression on her face gradually grew colder. Xian Yuanchen exhibited a modicum of fluster in the presence of Lu Mingxi, yet he was not oblivious. Her discontent was manifestly apparent. If he failed to recognize her displeasure now, it would indeed be a sign of blindness and deafness. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Enough, no need to continue. You may leave." The musician halted, casting a slightly mournful glance at Xian Yuanchen, fully aware that her aspirations were in vain. She could not afford to offend such dignitaries and dared not express her dissatisfaction to Lu Mingxi. Grasping her instrument, she offered a slight bow before exiting the elegant chamber. Once the unwelcome outsider had departed, Xian Yuanchen hesitated and softly explained, "Miss Lu has misunderstood. I was merely concerned that dining might be somewhat tedious for you, and I thought perhaps the presence of music would bring you some joy. In the past, I have never permitted outsiders to enter this place." He pondered for a moment, realizing that his explanation might not suffice, and thus he offered an apology to Lu Mingxi. "It was indeed my oversight, interrupting your enjoyment." Lu Mingxi's emotions settled, and she felt rather foolish for her earlier sentiments. How absurd! She interrupted Xian Yuanchen's words, her tone devoid of the earlier displeasure. Yet unable to resist commenting on the hint of fluster in his demeanor, "There is no need for such formality, Your Highness. It is simply that, while I may appreciate music, I do not particularly enjoy such frivolous melodies." Sueyu, feeling somewhat anxious, continuously scrutinized the indistinct figure of the regent beyond the screen, concerned about whether he might take offense at her mistress's remarks. Yet, it is indeed His Royal Highness the Regent. How audacious of the young lady to speak in such a manner, daring to belittle the musicians summoned by the regent as mere trivial entertainment. What then? Does that make His Royal Highness? Opposite her, Shen Feng likewise felt that Miss Lu's boldness towards his master was quite remarkable. In the past, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to his lord. Of course, no one else had ever received the special favor that this Miss Lu enjoyed. The private chamber fell into a momentary silence due to Lu Mingxi's words. Sue Yu had always harbored a fear of Xian Yuanchen, and although she had managed to overcome some of that trepidation through her recent interactions with Lu Mingxi, the anxiety began to resurface at this moment. She held her breath cautiously, terrified that a single loud inhale would provoke the regent's ire upon her. Lu Mingxi, however, remained unperturbed. She was acutely aware that Xian Yuanchen would not take offense at her. Indeed, after a brief silence in the chamber, Xian Yuanchen suddenly rose. There had previously been a guqin in the room, placed aside by Xin Feng when the musician arrived with her own instrument. After the musician departed, it had been returned to its original position. Now, Xian Yuanchen seated himself before the guqin. In that instant, Lu Mingxi could discern half of Xian Yuanchen's face clearly. She turned her head, unflinchingly meeting his gaze. Suddenly, she noticed that the lobe of Xian Yuanchen's ear appeared to be slightly flushed. His fingers, slender and elegant like bamboo, displayed distinct joints, and his skin bore a pallid hue, lending an air of fragility, suggesting that those hands were likely cold. Such exquisite fingers danced upon the strings of the guqin, gently caressing and plucking them. Lu Mingxi was momentarily taken aback. The musician from earlier, meticulously nurtured by the tavern, played commendably. Yet, when compared to the melodious strains produced by Xian Yuanchen, there was simply no basis for comparison. Lu Mingxi mused that Xian Yuanchen was indeed a man of vast knowledge and talent. Proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and strategies, he excelled in every field. Were it not for his frail health, how could there be any possibility of Xian Yuan he ascending to the throne? A person so remarkable, born into royalty. He was undoubtedly a natural-born sovereign, was he not? Lu Mingxi gazed at him, lost in thought, while Xian Yuanchen's earlobes gradually turned a deeper shade of crimson. Chapter 64. Xian Yuanchen's ears were flushed crimson, almost as if they could bleed. Cui Yu gazed in astonishment, utterly unable to fathom that the regent not only refrained from expressing anger, but also deigned to personally play the lute for her young mistress. Who would dare believe such a tale? Yet, regardless of belief, this scene transpired in full view of the public. Passers-by outside could easily catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama within the elegant chamber. Standing beside Xian Yuanchen, Xin Feng slightly turned his head, hardly daring to witness the spectacle. He truly wondered if his master had lost his senses, for he seemed willing to do anything for this Miss Lu. The most composed among them was Lu Mingxi, who pondered Xian Yuanchen's vast knowledge and lamented the unfortunate fate he had met in a past life. No one could discern Lu Mingxi's thoughts as she maintained an air of serene composure. She delicately picked up several pieces of delicacies, gently lifted her veil, and after a few bites, she observed the lute's melody from Xian Yuanchen gradually fade. Setting down her chopsticks with a soft smile, she remarked, "Your Highness's lute music is truly enchanting. Previously, I was only aware of your exceptional painting skills, but it appears your musical talent is equally remarkable." Xian Yuanchen's ears were still a deep shade of red. The corners of Lu Mingxi's lips curled upward, her eyes flitting over Xian Yuanchen's flushed ears, reflecting on how he appeared so distinct before her compared to how he was perceived by others. She continued to praise him, saying, "If my master in the arts could possess a skill level akin to yours, perhaps I would also be able to learn a thing or two and present it skillfully before you." In the capital, it is widely known that although the eldest daughter of the Lu family comes from an illustrious background and enjoys the favor of Princess Anha, her skills in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting are lamentably poor. She possesses no talent worthy of mention, and even her appearance is not one to be showcased. Among the noble ladies of the capital, there is much gossip regarding Lu Mingxi. However, out of respect for Princess Anha, none dare to voice their opinions openly. It was only last year, during an occasion at the Duke of Zhengguo's residence, that Lu Mingxi's landscape painting astonished the crowd, granting her a semblance of merit, and thus the criticism subsided. It is indeed commendable to master even one art to the level of a master. After all, not everyone possesses the remarkable intelligence of Xian Yuanchen, who can effortlessly juggle numerous pursuits. Xian Yuanchen is indifferent to Lu Mingxi's abilities or lack thereof. He finds his heart racing at her compliments, a stark contrast to his usual composure as he struggles to contain his emotions. His self-restraint, however, is not entirely effective. Xian Yuanchen responds, "Miss Lu, you flatter me. As long as I have won your favor, that is sufficient." At the mention of the word favor, his voice trembles slightly. Suddenly, Lu Mingxi rises. Since the princess played a piece, I shall also display my humble skills. I hope the prince will not mock me. In the past, she indeed lacked any real education, but having spent her time in the depths of the palace, she learned a little of everything out of boredom. She had thought of playing for Xian Yuan he when he visited her palace. Yet, how could Xian Yuan he be worthy of such an offering? With her eyes cast down, she sits before the seven-stringed zither, raising her hands to pluck the strings. If she lacks beauty, then she shall strive for renown and talent. She had practiced the piano for such an extensive duration, yet had never played for Xian Yuan he. However, at this moment, there was someone far more deserving of her melodious strains. The three individuals present were utterly astonished. Not to mention that Sueyu, who accompanied Lu Mingxi daily, was most aware of her every endeavor. Having previously witnessed her sudden mastery in painting, she was already taken aback. Now, seeing her exceptional skill on the piano, she was left in a state of disbelief. When exactly had her lady practiced? She distinctly remembered that when the female tutor came to their home, Lu Mingxi showed little inclination towards such pursuits, merely attending to them casually. Shen Feng and Xian Yuanchen shared the same astonishment. As the current regent, Xian Yuanchen was well acquainted with the affairs of the noble families within the capital, and Lu Mingxi was of particular concern to him. Both he and Shen Feng were aware of the prevalent rumors in the city, which were largely accurate. Lu Mingxi, indeed, had shown no passion for the arts, her skills being superficial at best. Yet now, her piano proficiency could not merely be dismissed as superficial. How had Lu Mingxi acquired such remarkable talent? It was evident that this was no mere result of a day's effort. They had heard not a whisper of it. Or had Lu Mingxi concealed her endeavors so skillfully that no one noticed? A myriad of thoughts swirled in his mind, but Xian Yuanchen soon cast these questions aside. Regardless of when Lu Mingxi had acquired her skills or why she chose to keep them hidden, she had her reasons. All he needed to acknowledge was that Lu Mingxi was far more exceptional than he had initially perceived. The gaze of Xian Yuanchen upon Lu Mingxi grew increasingly gentle, the joy in his eyes nearly impossible to conceal. Lu Mingxi paused her playing, and Shen Feng lightly cleared his throat as a reminder, prompting Xian Yuanchen to hastily avert his gaze. Lu Mingxi rose and returned to her original position, casually remarking, "Sueyu, please remove this screen." It seemed as though she uttered this statement without a second thought, causing Xian Yuanchen's jawline to tense slightly. He was reluctant to intervene too abruptly. Yet, he soon brushed off the matter entirely. Xian Yuanchen rarely found himself in such proximity to Lu Mingxi. Their conversations were typically intimate yet brief, when they were alone. And even in close quarters, there often lingered the presence of Manhwa or the sixth prince nearby. Xian Yuanchen had never dared to draw close to Lu Mingxi, and she seldom initiated closeness with him, with such moments of pleasant discourse being exceedingly rare. While he struggled to restrain his gaze, he could not help but linger upon her countenance. His mind swirled with thoughts, pondering Lu Mingxi's true intentions. It was evident that she harbored affections for Xian Yuan he, a sentiment she had previously displayed unmistakably. Xian Yuanchen had witnessed the image of Xian Yuan he reflected in her eyes. Xian Yuanchen recognized that Lu Mingxi genuinely cherished Xian Yuan he, and even if Xian Yuan he did not reciprocate her feelings, Xian Yuanchen would go to great lengths to ensure that he would never dare to mistreat Lu Mingxi, treating her with the utmost care. Xian Yuanchen had resigned himself to the heart-wrenching sight of Lu Mingxi joyfully marrying into the residence of the sixth prince. However, to his astonishment, Lu Mingxi suddenly began to exhibit a closeness towards him, as if she had developed feelings for him. Yet, he was acutely aware that her gaze held no affection for him. It was only when she looked at Xian Yuanhe that her emotions would intensify. What was once a tender connection now eluded him, seeming to carry an undertone of animosity, or perhaps he was merely misinterpreting her sentiments. Regardless of the nature of her feelings, such fervent emotions were solely reserved for Xian Yuanhe, leaving Xian Yuanchen feeling somewhat powerless. He lowered his eyes, the flush on his earlobes receding slightly. He remained perplexed by Lu Mingxi's intentions, yet could not help but harbor a fleeting hope. For Xian Yuanchen, the paramount concern was Lu Mingxi's happiness. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had stirred profound ripples within Xian Yuanchen's heart. Chapter 65. Naturally, she would not marry His Highness the Sixth. Xian Yuanchen, by nature, possessed a reserved temperament. Even in the depths of his affection, he expressed his feelings in a subtle manner. In her previous life, she remained oblivious to this until her untimely demise. It was only after death that fate granted her the privilege of uncovering the truth. Thus, in this life, She vowed to fulfill Xian Yuanchen's wish by marrying him, ensuring that his heartfelt devotion would not be in vain. As they exchanged soft words, their thoughts silently intertwined. The door of the private chamber stood ajar to avoid suspicion, allowing several onlookers to witness this scene. Many esteemed dignitaries frequenting the tavern recognized the regent, Xian Yuanchen, who among them was unaware of his aloofness towards women, or rather, his aversion to socializing with strangers. Extending no courtesies to anyone? The sudden presence of a lady sharing a private chamber with him piqued considerable curiosity. Upon learning of this revelation, some individuals dispatched servants to covertly ascertain the identity of the woman. Lu Mingxi, being a young lady of the inner chamber, was not widely recognized, yet she was not entirely unknown. Soon, news spread that the regent was in the company of the eldest daughter of the Lu family, engaging in a duet of melodies. What an astonishing tale! The regent, of such noble stature, personally playing the lute? The Lu family's daughter, who was not particularly skilled in the arts, offering a piece for the regent? Who would believe such a story? In a mere moment, this news reached the ears of the servants from the Lu residence, who were out shopping. Upon returning with their purchases, they reported the rumors to the steward. In the serene chamber, the young lady of the household found herself in the company of the regent, a solitary man and woman together. Should this gossip spread, it could undoubtedly stir scandalous rumors. Upon hearing this, the steward clenched his fist and struck his palm, sighing as he hurriedly instructed his subordinates to convey the news to both the elderly matron and the lady of the house. These two women were the true masters of the steward, and as a mere manager, he held little influence over the young lady's affairs. Reporting to them was the appropriate course of action. Old Lady Lu was the first to learn of the matter, while Luo Wanwan, occupied with other matters, regrettably missed the timely news. After a brief encounter at the tavern with the regent, Lu Mingxi felt it prudent not to linger too long, and they parted ways after exchanging farewells. Once Lu Mingxi had exited the chamber, Xian Yuanchen rose and approached the window, hands clasped behind him. Gazing down at the bustling street below, he watched the slender, graceful figure gradually merge into the crowd, slowly receding from view before finally retracting his gaze. Shen Feng quietly inquired, "My lord, shall we dispatch someone to investigate Miss Lu in detail?" Xian Yuanchen raised his eyes, casting a cold glance at Shen Feng. In the presence of Lu Mingxi, he was undoubtedly gentle, even somewhat constrained, akin to a reckless youth unable to conceal his affections before the object of his admiration, eager to present everything he deemed delightful to her, often leading to inadvertent blunders that irked Lu Mingxi. However, in the presence of those unrelated to Lu Mingxi, Xian Yuanchen was not one to easily tolerate. Shen Feng immediately recognized his faux pas. Although he was a trusted confidant of Xian Yuanchen, he had overstepped and dared not offend Lu Mingxi. He promptly knelt to offer his apologies, declaring, "I have exceeded my bounds. I humbly request my lord's punishment." Xian Yuanchen waved his hand, opting for silence. He gazed at the lavish spread before him, suddenly losing interest, and uttered softly, "Let us return home." Meanwhile, Lu Mingxi had arrived back at Lu Manor. Upon encountering the steward, she mentioned the matter of Haiyang, instructing him to allow her entry into the household for work when the time came. The steward hurriedly